A colossal bird devoured the sun, and all phenomena were thrown into turmoil. Strange immortal deities appeared, and humanity birthed a system of supernatural sequences. Everyone longed to become a god in this world, yet none could grasp the true method. People always say that you become what you eat, yet no one has ever become a god by eating ordinary food. If one wishes to become a god, one must devour gods. What? I awakened the sequence known as the God Eater. Blue Star, January 1st, 2000. According to expert observations, a black bird suddenly appeared and regurgitated an enormous stomach-like sac, which engulfed the entire sun. Then the black bird swallowed the stomach back into its body and vanished. With the sun gone, Blue Star fell into an age of darkness. Yet life on Blue Star was not completely extinguished. Humanity managed to survive with difficulty, while countless researchers strove to understand why. On that same day, deities appeared across Blue Star in great numbers. Most of these so-called gods regarded humanity with hostility and slaughtered people whenever they could. Led by countless nameless heroes, humanity formed a united government and built several vast safe zones. From then on, humans lived only within these fortified sanctuaries. For reasons unknown, the deities could not enter the safe zones to massacre humans, and many researchers devoted themselves to uncovering why. This era came to be known as the coming of Blue Star's Dark Age. There are 3 key points in this section. They weren't tested last year, so they're certain to appear this year. Believe it or not, that's up to you. First key point. Sitting in the corner of the classroom, Qin Xiang let out a quiet sigh. Studying history will not save humanity. All the more so when that history is so full of holes, he thought. In this world, only knowledge related to sequence powers truly matters. He turned his head toward the window. Through the protective glass, he could vaguely make out 1 or 2 deities with twisted forms drifting across the night sky overhead. Blue Star had fallen into eternal night, so whenever one looked up, the world beyond the safe zone seemed much the same, a faintly shimmering sky of scattered stars. And beneath that starry vault, the so-called deities wandered. Class, let us now discuss these deities, the teacher announced. There are exam points here as well, so listen carefully. This is the first round of review, a good chance to fill in any gaps. After the eternal night began, strange creatures appeared on Blue Star with forms as varied as imagination itself. Yet they shared one common trait: they were aggressive and they possessed undying bodies. Humanity believes these creatures are the divine punishment of the Dark Age, sent to chastise the sins of our past. Thus we call them deities. Immortal, uncanny beings, yet praised and named as gods. The irony was hard to ignore. Hearing this, Qin Xiang could not help scratching his head. It was always the same. The end of science was theology. Everything that could not be explained was simply attributed to the will of the gods. Remember, everyone questions about deities in the Dark Age will be on the exam regardless of whether you're in the sciences or humanities. The students' interest remained low. Everyone knew that in this world, only those who awakened sequence powers truly had a place. As for the college entrance exam for ordinary people, only those who ranked in the top 1,000th of the safe zone could enter higher academies and hope to secure a respectable position within the united government. In such a vast safe zone, reaching the top 1,000th was almost impossible. Even the top 5 students in the entire school had no guarantee. In his previous life, Qin Xiang had failed to reach that threshold, and in this life, he doubted he would fare any better. In his previous life, Qin Xiang had been an orphan. His exam results were mediocre, but he later passed the postgraduate entrance exam and eventually found a somewhat respectable job. But in middle age, the company optimized him out. When he went to demand compensation, a security guard struck him in a scuffle, killing him by accident. He then found himself reborn, returned to the moment when he had just turned 18. After his rebirth, the people around him were more or less the same as those he had known before. Yet the once familiar world had twisted into something strange. It felt like a parallel world. In this world, deities and sequence wielders reigned supreme. Having failed to awaken any sequence power, Qin Xiang brooded in his heart. Heaven, have you brought me back just to make me cannon fodder? After the advent of the Dark Age, all manner of creatures mutated. Innumerable species went extinct and countless new forms of life were born. Humanity too began to mutate. Thus appeared the sequence wielders. On January 1st, a Blue Star era 2005, exactly 5 years after the Dark Age descended, the first human sequence wielder was born. He possessed an astonishing ability. He could transform one of his hands into a revolver. That revolver hand could fire 6 bullets a day. Many people believe this mutation to be pointless, for humanity's true enemies were the undying deities. If even nuclear weapons could not kill them, what use was a mere revolver? Yet what nuclear weapons could not achieve, the revolver hand actually accomplished. He killed 2 small deities that scuttled rapidly along the ground. Though those deities resembled gigantic cockroaches, they were nonetheless immortal beings. Sequence wielders could kill deities. The old belief in their absolute immortality was shattered. Humanity cheered. At last there was hope of fighting back against the deities. His awakening heralded a new era, and in his wake more and more people awoke to sequence powers. Stories of humans slaying deities gradually became less rare. Most sequence wielders earned rich rewards by hunting these beings. However, the small spark of sequence awakening did not change humanity's life within the safe zones. Even 5 years after the first awakening, the most dangerous large deities remained undefeated. What sequence powers did transform was the structure of human society. Outside the safe zones, deities ruled. Inside, sequence wielders did. Sequence wielders had become the deities of the safe zones. It was the end of the world for ordinary humans, but a paradise for sequence wielders. Tales circulated throughout the safe zones of beggars on the street awakening their sequences and rising to the top in a single afternoon. Compared to diligent study, awakening sequence power was the true path to changing one's fate. Yet even after his rebirth, Qin Xiang had still not awakened. He had imagined that as a chosen one reborn, some measure of fortune would surely favor him. But 3 days had passed, and he was still just an ordinary student living on the fringes of the safe zone. He wanted to learn more about the awakening of sequences, but almost no one around him could explain it clearly. That too was understandable. Anyone with relatives among the sequence wielders, or any real understanding of these powers, would hardly be living here in a remote, impoverished corner of the safe zone. Class, the awakening of sequence wielders is humanity's hope, but we must still keep our feet on the ground and study hard. Sequence awakening. Qin Xiang immediately raised his hand and looked toward his homeroom teacher, who taught history. Qin Xiang, do you have a question? Teacher, why hasn't a single one of our classmates awakened a sequence? How can someone awaken a sequence? He asked. Haven't we already covered that? The homeroom teacher's brow furrowed. No one knows why sequences awaken. If I knew, I would have awakened one myself by now. A classmate immediately chimed in. But I heard that Zhou Yang from the next class has an uncle who awakened a sequence. Why can't I awaken a sequence? The student demanded. That's Director Zhou, the teacher replied. The rate of sequence awakening among officials of the United Government is already very high. But, no more buts, the teacher snapped. Rather than daydreaming about impossible things, you'd be better off preparing for the entrance exam. In just half a year, you'll sit for the entrance exam. If you don't study and get into an academy, you'll go straight to work after graduation. Can you spare me the trouble? Open your workbooks. I'm checking them, he barked. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, finally pounding the desk in frustration. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Qin Xiang could see that this was not simply the anger of a teacher who cared too much. Only the top 5 students in the entire school had any chance of entering an academy, and even that was uncertain. The top student in their class was merely around 30th place school-wide. In other words, everyone in this classroom was likely destined to work after graduation. The homeroom teacher could not possibly be unaware of this. His agitation and anger clearly did not stem from concern for his students' futures. In his eyes, Qin Xiang saw something else: resentment and envy. He was unwilling to remain an ordinary person. He envied those who awakened sequences. When he reached Qin Xiang's desk, he saw that Qin Xiang's homework was blank. With all that talking in class, I assumed you had finished your homework, the teacher said coldly. You haven't written a single line, yet you still indulge in such unrealistic dreams. Go stand outside in the hallway until you've cleared your head. All right, he replied. He was not the only one who had failed to do the homework, yet he alone was sent out to stand as punishment. It seemed that his earlier question had touched a nerve. Someone once said that human anger springs fundamentally from one's own powerlessness. Perhaps this was exactly such a case. Qin Xiang stepped out of the classroom. Such a minor punishment hardly bothered him. If the school cafeteria did not provide free meals to fill the stomach of a penniless orphan, he would not even have bothered to attend classes. In that case, he would have devoted all his energy to studying sequences. For now, at least, the hallway was quiet. He could calmly ponder how one might awaken a sequence. Even if he was grasping at straws, thinking was better than doing nothing. From what he knew, the wealthy and powerful in this world seemed much more likely to awaken sequences. Meanwhile, among poor students on the outskirts of the safe zone like him, thousands might pass without a single one awakening. Sequence awakening isn't truly random, he mused. It seems to favor the rich and powerful. He sighed deeply. If awakening a sequence depends on one's quality of life, then I may never awaken one in this lifetime. He lifted his head and looked out the window. In the distance, he could just make out several deities wandering beneath the starry sky. Even if I awaken a sequence, he thought, I will still be a plaything in the hands of the deities. To be truly free, I must become a deity myself, he concluded. But how does one become a deity? He recalled the old saying, you are what you eat. If I want to become a deity, he mused, simply eating regular food won't do. Qin Xiang gave a bitter smile. I'd probably have to eat deities to become one, he muttered to himself. As he joked in his loneliness, somewhere in the darkness of his inner sky, an eye slowly opened and turned its gaze upon him. Its pupil shone bright as the full moon, clearly not human. It was more like the eye of a bird. The vast eye hung in the night sky, perfectly round and immense. If it truly belonged to a bird, that bird could likely swallow all of Blue Star in a single gulp. Qin Xiang frowned and glanced at the other students who had also been sent to stand in the hallway. Some of them were also staring idly out the window, yet none seemed to notice the eye. Was he the only one who could see it? He held the eye's gaze for a few moments, and suddenly felt as though it were exerting some strange influence on him. His head spun, and the world blurred. Immediately afterward, a stream of information surged through his mind. Sequence God Eater awakened. Sequence God Eater awakening. Devouring gods will make you stronger. Current sequence level rank 1 glutton. Skill blood feast. Skill description devouring a god can increase one's strength. By the time he snapped back to himself, that eye in the starry sky had already vanished without a trace. The sequence had awakened. He did not know much about sequence abilities. The only thing he understood was that sequence wielders could see their own sequence information inside their minds. I awakened a sequence ability too. Still dazed, Qin Xiang suddenly felt a surge of power flood into his body, sharpening his spirit and clearing his mind. The arms that had been gaunt from hunger now showed faint lines of muscle. They always said that after awakening a sequence the body would be strengthened. So it was true after all. But when he remembered that, bird's eye confusion crept back in. Could it be that everyone awakens their sequence in such a strange way, eh? He felt that both his way of awakening and the name of his sequence were somewhat odd. I should figure this out before telling anyone. The God Eater sequence. The name is blunt enough. I'll go to the Godslayer camp to look it up. The Godslayer camp was a forum where sequence wielders discussed and exchanged information. To enter and search it, one needed a phone. At home, he had nothing. Not to mention a computer. There was not even a single household appliance that used electricity. Evening self-study ended. In this post-apocalyptic world, electricity was scarce and internet cafes no longer stayed open 24 hours. The one nearby was already closed. Back home, Qin Xiang let out a long breath. Sleep first. I'll go to the internet cafe tomorrow morning. At dawn the next day, he slung on his backpack and, carrying his only 10 copper coins, headed to the cafe. A faint smell of smoke hung in the internet cafe, far less choking than in the ones from his previous life. The place was somewhat shabby, with only a few patterned stickers pasted on the walls and almost no decoration, yet it was still far better than where Qin Xiang lived. In Qin Xiang's eyes, anyone around here who could afford electricity was a wealthy household. Whoever could afford to run such a power-hungry internet cafe was practically a magnate. This poor fringe of the safety zone had few who could afford the luxury of paid internet access. And yet an internet cafe stood here. Its unusual location must have had its own reasons. When Qin Xiang passed it on his way to and from school, he often noticed strange people going in and out, which only confirmed his suspicion. Open a machine for me, half an hour is enough. He tossed 10 copper coins onto the counter. Electricity was desperately scarce, and the cafe's fees were exorbitant. Those 10 copper coins were a week's wages from his work-study job at the school library. His heart ached as he handed them over. The 30-something heavy-set attendant at the bar stared at Qin Xiang for a few seconds, then silently pointed at a computer. That one. Go. After Qin Xiang sat down, he noticed a man not far away wearing a suit, fingers flying over the keyboard. One more glance was enough for him to understand why this cafe smelled far better than the ones in his previous life. Because the fees were high. Those who could spare money to come here were usually people looking up information or doing business, not the types who lived their entire lives planted in a smoky cafe. Pushing aside all other thoughts, Qin Xiang focused on the screen before him. The machine was painfully slow. It took 2 full minutes just to reach the main interface. There was no helping it. Faster computers cost extra. He logged into the sequence wielder forum, Godslayer camp, and began searching for existing sequences. The pinned post at the top was a statistical list of all currently known sequences, and he clicked it at once. From New Year's Day of 2005 until now, 5 full years, thousands of sequences had awakened. Everyone had awakened as if struck by lightning, sudden and inexplicable. No one had ever seen a bird's eye beforehand. What shocked him even more was that among these thousands of sequences, none involved devouring gods. No one's awakening resembled his, and no one possessed an ability like his. Qin Xiang swallowed hard and murmured, could it be? I'm the chosen one, the only one. His own sequence could not be found anywhere. Should he make it public? He might become the focus of the entire world. But his gaze stopped on one thread, and his resolve wavered. The thread stated bluntly, humanity had so far been unable to digest the remains of gods. If someone awakened a sequence that grew stronger by devouring gods, they might very well be seized for experimentation. Seized for experimentation. With his initial understanding of sequences, he knew that his God Eater sequence was utterly unique. The sequence wielders on Godslayer camp coveted such an ability, to hunt gods and grow stronger with every bite. This would be a terrifying perpetual engine of power. Cautious by nature, Qin Xiang realized he did not yet possess the strength to match such a miraculous sequence. As the saying went, the innocent man becomes guilty by holding a jade. Anyone who possessed wealth far beyond their own strength would find danger at every step. Should he trust himself? Or trust others, placing his life and future upon their supposed moral virtue? For any reasonable person, the answer was not difficult. In an instant, Qin Xiang made up his mind. He would keep this a secret, getting rich in silence. In his previous life, and in this one, it remained an unshakable truth. As he pondered his future plans, the computer abruptly jumped back to the password screen, a message popping up. Your time is up. Please pay at the counter to continue using this machine. The half-hour bought with 10 copper coins had come to an end. Such were the hardships of having no money. No matter how extraordinary a sequence might be, without money, you still had to log off on time. Fortunately, in just 30 minutes, Qin Xiang had found the information he needed. At the very least, he now knew that under no circumstances could he let anyone learn about the God Eater sequence. Shouldering his backpack, Qin Xiang left the cafe under the puzzled gaze of the heavy-set attendant. Through the entire glass of the safety zone, he gazed at the eternal river of stars overhead and the colossal gods that drifted past from time to time, feeling lost once more. Next, should he go to the safety zone's gate or back to school? On Godslayer Camp, sequence wielders mentioned that at the gate, teams of God hunters passed in and out every day. The United Government offered all sorts of support policies and preferential resources to sequence wielders. In return, they were required to hunt the gods that lurked beyond the safety zone. The more gods they hunted, and the larger those gods were, the richer the rewards sequence wielders could claim. To prove they had slain a god, sequence wielders would return with a specific part of the god's corpse as a token to claim their bounty. So Qin Xiang reasoned that if he waited at the safety zone's gate, he might find a chance to take a bite of godly flesh and test whether the God-Eater sequence truly could make him stronger. If the test succeeded, he might soar straight into the sky. He could hide outside the safety zone, hunting gods endlessly until he became an unmatched powerhouse, then return to the safety zone and reign over everything. He could grow stronger while hunting gods, an almost perpetual engine of power. But when Qin Xiang checked the information panel in his mind again and calmly analyzed his skill, he could only shake his head. The description of Blood Feast says that eating a god raw can increase my strength, he thought. But it never says it will fill my stomach. If it cannot sate my hunger, then I can't rely on eating gods to save on meals. For him, the question of food ranked above any sequence. He could not afford to treat it lightly. Even a hero can be brought low by a single missed meal. Qin Xiang stopped agonizing over where to go, because in truth he had only one choice, to go to school. Waiting at the safety zone's gate hoping for luck did hold the possibility of growing stronger. But today's summer calendar clearly read, nothing is auspicious. It suggested that luck would not favor any ventures. Qin Xiang had never been superstitious, yet when things as unscientific as rebirth and the apocalypse had already happened, superstition no longer seemed so unreasonable. Once confronted with events beyond their understanding, people could not help but become superstitious. There would be lunch at school and dinner as well. More importantly, today was Friday. On Saturdays and Sundays, the school would be closed. When school was on break, the cafeteria would shut down, and he would have no chance to scrounge meals. If he missed today's cafeteria, penniless as he was, he would go hungry for 2 more. He not only had to go to school, he had to beg Aunt Zhang from the cafeteria to give him an extra portion so he could stretch it into 1 or 2 meals over the weekend. The cafeteria worker, Aunt Zhang, knew he was an orphan and took good care of him. He could always go to the safety zone's gate on the weekend. After all, sequence wielders did not get weak. To receive resources from the United Government, sequence wielders had to submit the remains of gods they had slain, much like independent contractors bearing their own risks. Since they bore their own risks and costs, their working hours and days off were hardly fixed. Having made up his mind, Qin Xiang set off. Along the dim main road, a street lamp stood only every few dozen meters, none of them particularly bright. Each lamp illuminated just 2 or 3 paces ahead. From their tops, supports extended to connect with the entire glass above, as if giving it structural reinforcement. To Qin Xiang, these lamps existed for one reason alone: to tell passers-by that this street was the main road along the edge of the safety zone. Beyond that, they had little use. Even the lights inside the internet cafe shone several times brighter than these lamps. Walking along the dim main road for 10-odd minutes, Qin Xiang finally reached the school. In his previous life, Qin Xiang had attended an ordinary county high school with modest conditions. In this world, things were not much different. He had no other choice. In the vicinity, there was only one school, Juin School. Juin School covered all 12 years of education from primary to high school. Children from the edge of the safety zone entered school at 6 or 7 and did not leave until 18. For them, it was like a second home. All the students here were ordinary people, and their parents were ordinary as well. In a safety zone where sequence wielders were not rare, places where only ordinary people gathered were few and scattered along the fringes. Anyone who managed to awaken a sequence would inevitably move their whole family away from these dangerous, dilapidated edges to the better districts of the safety zone. Within the school, everyone belonged to the lowest rung of the safety zone. And even among them, Qin Xiang's circumstances were the worst. He had no home at all. No parents, no family. He lived alone. If not for the United Government's policy waiving tuition for orphans, he had no idea where he would be or what he would be doing now. Following the dim street, Qin Xiang arrived at the school. The teacher on duty at the gate had not yet come, and morning self-study had not begun. Morning self-study ran from 8 to 8:15. Having just awakened his sequence, he was so excited that he had woken at dawn. Even after spending half an hour at the internet cafe, he was still quite early. The school was awash with light. Here at the edge of the safety zone, it was the brightest place of all, boasting the best circuits and lamps. In a safety zone where electricity was precious, this abundance was rare. The United Government believed that the hope of saving humanity and striking back at the gods rested on the shoulders of every child. No matter what, education could not be neglected. Only with better educational conditions would the new generation feel a sense of belonging to the United Government and the safe. Only then would they throw themselves more willingly into the cause of hunting gods. The United Government also proclaimed equal educational opportunities for every child. After all, no one could know which child would grow into a hero. But policies were one thing, their implementation at each school twisted into all sorts of shapes. To the staff, a student like Chin Siong, who paid no tuition and had no future, was a leech on the school. The teachers had little fondness for him. Even in the apocalypse, the amount the school bled from the system far exceeded whatever it gave to Chin. The homeroom teacher had placed his desk in a corner of the classroom where no one would pay him any attention. It was exactly the same spot he had occupied in his previous life. Before his rebirth, this had made Chin's heart grow lonely and cold. Now, after rebirth, he found it strangely comfortable. At the very least, here no one would disturb his daydreams. While other students took out their textbooks to preview the day's lessons, Chin Siong propped his cheek in one hand and stared out the window at the gods drifting past the safety zone. Could I beat a god, he wondered. And what would a god taste like? Chin Siong. Just then his daydream was interrupted by someone calling his name. He looked up to see a pretty female classmate standing beside his desk. Oh, Li Jingwen. What is it? She had come. She had arrived. Bringing with her memories, Li Jingwen was his high school classmate. Good at playing gentle and pitiful. Skilled at reeling people in. To Chin now she seemed childish, but among their peers her tactics had been far from low level. No wonder she had entangled him for 3 full years. Every day he would rather go hungry than spend his work-study wages on his own breakfast. Instead he bought food. He had even done all of Li Jingwen's homework for her. Whenever she asked, he never refused. But she had never once accepted his confession, always deflecting that she could not afford to let romance interfere with her studies. Whenever Chin felt like giving up on her, Li Jingwen would seek him out, encouraging him, saying this was merely a test that she hoped he would persist. To a pure-hearted high school boy, such words were nearly impossible to resist. They were more addictive than any contest, chore, or hobby. So Chin had stubbornly become a pure love believer. It was only after graduating high school that he learned Li Jingwen had gotten together with Zhou Yang from the neighboring class. Zhou Yang's family conditions were good. An uncle held a director's post in the education department, and his parents had respectable jobs. For Li Jingwen, being with him was like leaping half a rung up the social ladder. He still remembered how when he had seen them holding hands, Li Jingwen had sneered at him. So stupid, you deserve to be an orphan. This time, granted a second life, he found that although the world had changed drastically, most of his former classmates had not. Seeing Li Jingwen again, he felt no ripple in his heart. If anything, he experienced a sudden quiet clarity. Spring breezes had once again found the youth, and only now did he truly recognize himself. Love was beautiful, but one had to beware of those who used it for harm. Li Jingwen said in a coquettish tone, Chin Siong, you haven't brought me breakfast in 3 days. I ate the breakfast myself, Chin answered lightly. Li Jingwen stared startled. Then surprised, she asked, what about my breakfast? Didn't you tell me your family had breakfast at home, so I didn't need to bring it? Only later had Chin learned that the breakfast he had given Li Jingwen had been passed on to Zhou Yang to curry his favor. It could be said that to be with Zhou Yang, Li Jingwen had also worked hard, dragging Chin unwittingly along with her efforts. That was a test, she protested. If you give up that easily, how can I ever feel secure about being with you in the future? Watching her angry yet coy act, Chin Siong chuckled softly. If you don't feel secure, then don't be with me, he said. After all, we're not a couple now anyway. Hearing his response, Li Jingwen felt a chill of foreboding. She had no idea why Chin, who used to jump at her every request, seemed like a different person these past. But right now all she wanted was to get back the homework Chin had done for her, so she could compare answers with Zhou Yang. Then give me my homework, she demanded. Chin opened his bag, took out 3 exercise books, and handed them to Li Jingwen. She flipped through a couple of pages, and her eyes went wide. Chin Siong, why is all the homework blank? Homework doesn't write itself, Chin said evenly. If no one writes it, of course it stays blank. But you always do it. Chin took out 3 more exercise books, opening them to reveal his own untouched homework sections. I haven't even done my own work, he said. Why should I do yours? You'll get me scolded by the teacher, she cried. Oh, he replied. If the teacher scolds me, won't you care at all? To Chin, it was almost funny. He gave her an exaggeratedly curious look and spread his hands. The homeroom teacher made me stand in the hall yesterday, he said. You didn't seem. Tears glittered in Li Jingwen's eyes. Chin Siong, I feel like you don't like me anymore, she whispered. Chin ignored her acting and instead gave her a thumbs up. Li Jingwen, he said, that is the first truthful sentence you've spoken all morning. Having said his piece, Qin leaned against the window again, continuing to watch the grotesque gods drifting across the sky. He could not help but wonder, if I eat one of those, will it upset my stomach? Li Jingwen was completely stunned. She had planned to meet Zhou Yang later to compare homework answers and to hand over the breakfast Qin brought her. Now that Qin had dropped everything, how was she supposed to explain it to Zhou Yang? Faced with Qin's indifference, she burst out angrily. If you keep this up, there'll never be anything between us again. Qin gave a small snort, turned his head, and looked toward the calendar hanging at the back of the classroom. Blue Star Era, January 1st, 2010. Western Calendar, Friday, New Year's Day. Summer Calendar year of Jicho, 11th month, 17th day. Nothing is auspicious. Who says nothing is auspicious today? He murmured. Isn't this a double blessing? The edge of the safe zone is an extremely backward area. This backwardness is not only reflected in the streets and the gathered crowds, but also in the education which the United Government values most. The curriculum for the senior year at Jiuan School consists of tedious lessons on the glorious history of ancient humanity and outdated scientific theories. This knowledge was once a stepping stone for academic work before the apocalypse, but today it has completely lost its significance. To turn the tide, there is only one way to awaken one's sequenced abilities. Only by possessing these abilities can everything change. However, this backward school at the edge of the safe zone offers no courses related to sequenced abilities. In the impoverished edge of the safe zone, traces of sequenced ability users are almost non-existent. The teachers are also ordinary people who have had no opportunity for relevant education, so how could they teach it to the students? The United Government must have courses related to sequenced users set up, they just haven't reached Jiuan School yet. The lack of knowledge in the current world system leaves Qin Xiang unable. The United Government must have courses related to sequenced users set up, they just haven't reached Jiuan School yet. The lack of knowledge in the current world system leaves Qin Xiang unable to see any future here. Courses related to sequenced ability users should not only be established for their awakening, but could also be offered to ordinary people, as the emergence of sequenced users will inevitably spawn many industries and create numerous job opportunities. Ordinary people, after learning, would have a much wider range of jobs available upon graduation. The platform and resources of Jiuan School are at the bottom of the safe zone, and the paths available to the students are extremely narrow. They can either take the college entrance examination to compete for those few scarce spots or rely on luck to awaken their sequenced abilities and become sequenced users. However, for the past 5 years, the ancestors of the students at Jiuan School have remained very stable. The only hope for the students sitting in the classroom is to gain admission to the academy established by the United Government specifically for ordinary people, and then work as clerical staff after graduation. Yet based on past school performance, Qin Xiang, who is currently ranked around 100 in his grade, is a long way from getting into the academy. The working class experience from his past life taught Qin Xiang a lesson: do not engage in futile efforts, let things be, and do not make things difficult for yourself. Qin Xiang only waits for lunch and dinner time to get extra meals from the cafeteria as provisions for the weekend. He has not completed a single assignment and has been reprimanded by teachers in all subjects. Also being reprimanded are Li Jingwen and her friends. Li Jingwen's friends always copy her homework. Throughout the day, Li Jingwen occasionally cast resentful glances at Qin Xiang, who ignored her. Meanwhile, a few of Li Jingwen's friends were brainstorming ideas for her. Throughout the day, Li Jingwen occasionally cast resentful glances at Qin Xiang, who ignored her. Meanwhile, a few of Li Jingwen's friends were brainstorming ideas for her. Qin Xiang was Li Jingwen's lackey, and they could benefit from his presence. For example, asking Qin Xiang to buy things or fetch meals, he would never refuse. Now that Qin Xiang has stopped catering to her, they feel the loss of benefits. Jingwen, don't worry. It seems Qin Xiang has suddenly encountered something that has put him in a bad mood. Yes. Look at him, he's been dazed. Oh, maybe he's been stimulated by something. Li Jingwen expressed some worry. What should we do? Today when I discussed the homework answers with Zhou Yang, I told him I was sick and hadn't had time to finish, but he said he couldn't tell I was sick. You all know how my grades are, but it's really hard to complete assignments on my own. Zhou Yang's uncle awakened his sequenced abilities a few days ago. If I could be with Zhou Yang, I could also help you a lot. One of Li Jingwen's friends changed her expression. For your happiness, we must think of a way. The attitude of her friends brought Li Jingwen some sense of satisfaction. She was the first to know about Zhou Yang's uncle awakening his abilities. This made her confident that her relationship with Zhou Yang had become very close. However, the variables introduced by Qin Xiang made her somewhat anxious. With Li Jingwen's comment, her friends became more proactive in brainstorming. If Li Jingwen were to rise up, they believed they could also benefit somewhat. Jingwen raced the plan after school. Stop him and tell him. When school ended, Qin Xiang left his books on the desk. His backpack was filled with food. Today he shamelessly took a lot of food from the cafeteria. Aunt Zhang in the cafeteria did not scold him and serve him as much as. Now he has meals for the 3 meals and a late-night snack for the weekend. He planned to carry his food-laden backpack and sleep near the exit of the safe zone. Once a sequenced user returns from hunting deities, he would venture forward to test his luck, stealthily becoming stronger, gradually developing, and ultimately seeking an opportunity to leave this cursed place at the edge of the safe zone. As he joyfully made his way home, Li Jingwen suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Qin Xiang frowned at her, his face full of confusion. Li Jingwen revealed a charming expression. Qin Xiang, I reflected on myself today and inquired within, actually, I do have feelings for you. I just feel we are still too young. Get lost. Qin Xiang coldly interrupted Li Jingwen before she could finish, as if he were disdainfully stepping around a pile of dog poop. Li Jingwen was left standing there stunned. She never expected that her humility would lead to such a result. Has Qin Xiang really changed? She stood in shock for a long time before leaving dejectedly. Qin Xiang returned home, took a cold shower, and rested. He originally intended to stake out at the safe zone's exit tonight. However, having not rested well last night, he felt somewhat fatigued and decided to change his plans. He would conserve his energy at home tonight and head out early tomorrow. Time to sleep. In the morning, the alarm clock woke Qin Xiang up. Saturday had arrived. He pulled back the curtains. Although it was still dark outside, it was indeed 7 in the morning. Lunar calendar year of the Earth Dog, November 18th, suitable for burial. Suitable for burial. It seems today's lunar calendar has nothing to do with me. Because there was no sun, the temperature outside the safe zone continued to drop, becoming extremely cold. Qin Xiang wore several thick layers of clothing and set out with a backpack full of food. There are many exits from the safe zone, with the nearest one only 10 minutes away from Qin Xiang's home. However, this exit is not large, and there are not many deities outside, so usually there won't be a hunting team leaving from here for several days. Fewer teams mean fewer opportunities. Qin Xiang decided to go to the largest safe zone exit near his residence. Exit 114514. In the safe zone, only larger exits are numbered, facilitating communication and team formation for sequenced users. The smaller the number of the exit, the more deities are outside. Therefore, more sequenced user teams gather at those exits. Exit 114514 seems to have a later number, but it's still better than having no number. There will be sequenced users gathering here. These pieces of knowledge were never taught in school or textbooks. Qin Xiang learned them from a popular science post on the Godslaying Camp forum during his half-hour online yesterday. He smiled wryly and said the apocalypse is truly different. Attending school is not as good as going online. But online is too expensive and doesn't provide meals. School doesn't charge, and it provides 2 meals. If only the advantages of schools and internet cafes could be combined. Well, ultimately, I still have to thank the United Government for its free tuition and meal policy. Although exit 114514 is over 2 hours away, Qin Xiang feels invigorated. He is filled with anticipation for his future. This safe zone exit hides his hope of breaking free from his current fate. As he walks along the path, he sees many dilapidated houses, most of which have collapsed. The road is also covered with rubble and dust due to lack of maintenance. To navigate through the collapsed buildings and stones, he often has to climb and descend, panting heavily. The journey is long, but Qin Xiang hardly sees any living people. Occasionally 1 or 2 passers-by appear looking hurried, but they do not. For years ago, for some unknown reason, several pieces of the anti-aircraft glass here suddenly shattered. The anti-aircraft glass is the barrier preventing deities from entering the safe zone. Once the glass shattered, the residents here lost their only line of defense. Many deities took the opportunity to pour in and launched an attack on the safe zone. To prevent the situation from escalating, the United Government urgently dispatched a military unit of sequenced users to eliminate and drive away the invading deities, then quickly repaired the anti-aircraft glass here. Fortunately, the United Government acted very promptly, preventing large deities from entering the safe zone, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, this incident still caused many losses. Original residents either died in that attack or moved away. The United Government repaired the defensive works of the safe zone here, but did not rebuild the streets and houses. Once an unsafe incident occurs, people will no longer trust the safety of this place. Even if the infrastructure is rebuilt, no one will be willing to move in. The United Government simply stopped wasting efforts. With no population, Qin Xiang felt relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about someone stealing the food from his backpack. Most of those who graduated from Jiuan School cannot find a job to make a living, leading to poor public security here. For Qin Xiang, having no one around is far more reassuring than having people. Finally, Qin Xiang saw a blue sign 2 meters high, painted in white with the words exit 114514 on it. Finally here. When he arrived at exit 114514, he intended to check the situation, but found that it was surrounded by many people, making it impossible to get through. To understand the situation inside, he had to find a high spot to observe carefully. At first glance, he saw the protective gate of the exit. This was his first time coming to a numbered safe zone exit, and also his first time seeing the gate of a numbered safe zone exit. The gate is 7 or 8 meters wide and 3 or 4 meters high, seemingly made of a special alloy, looking extremely heavy. The protective glass on the gate has many layers, so many that he can't even see clearly outside the protective zone. In front of the protective gate stood a dozen people wearing transparent helmets and orange and white striped thermal suits. The thermal suit, worth more than 2 silver coins, is an astronomical sum in Qin Xiang's world, affordable only by sequenced users. Since the establishment of the United Government, currency is no longer issued by countries, but is changed to copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins uniformly issued by the United Government. Though referred to as copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, these currencies are not pure precious metals, but rather various alloys to support the large-scale use of safe zones worldwide. Among them, copper coins are the least valuable, as they are not only cheaper to produce, but also mixed with many impurities. Generally, the price of 10,000 copper coins equals that of 1 silver coin, and the price of 1,000 silver coins equals that of 1 gold coin. However, because the production cost of copper coins is low and the ratios of other metals mixed in the minting vary from place to place, generally, it may take 12,000 copper coins to exchange for 1 silver coin. For Qin Xiang, now silver coins are like millions in his past life, unattainable. It seems they are the sequenced users gathered at this exit. Only a few people are wearing thermal suits. Besides these dozen individuals, there are thousands of ordinary people wrapped up tightly, like Qin Xiang, surrounding the area. Qin Xiang was puzzled about what these people were doing. Isn't it the case that only sequenced users gather at the exit? At this moment, 2 sequenced users in thermal suits took off their helmets, seemingly finishing a hunting task and preparing to return. The hundreds of ordinary people nearby immediately surrounded them. "Gentlemen, would you like to take a break? We have excellent foot baths. Gentlemen, I have exquisite dishes here. I have high-end apartments available for you to stay in for free. All you need to do is take a few photos with me. Sir, my daughter is still unmarried. Upon seeing your heroic demeanor, she has decided to marry no one but you. Sir, do you need a wife? If you have a wife, I can be the mistress. I don't need a title." The crowd surged forward, but instinctively maintained a distance of over a meter from the 2 sequenced users. The 2 sequenced users seemed accustomed to this scene and did not linger, ultimately selecting a high-end restaurant and a comfortable hotel before leaving. The 2 shop owners they chose displayed excited expressions. Qin Xiang watched the crowd's reaction, dumbfounded. He knew that sequenced users were popular in this world, but did not expect such a scene. Ordinary people hope to attach themselves to a sequenced user to escape their miserable fate and live in a more comfortable place. They strive to achieve class mobility. Unfortunately, it is likely that they will never achieve it in their lifetime. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiang felt grateful towards his fate and reaffirmed his determination. "Heaven has given me an opportunity, I must seize it well." He wanted to push through the crowd to get closer to the remaining sequenced users, but was immediately pushed back. "Get to the back of the line, you little brat. Why are you pushing forward?" Qin Xiang replied, "I'm not here to seek sequenced users. I want to compete with you for business. I just want to see if there are any leftover deity remains in front of him, not interested in sequenced users." However, others would not believe his intentions. Upon hearing Qin Xiang's words, the surrounding people laughed. "Who are you trying to fool? Every person trying to push forward says the same thing." With no alternative, Qin Xiang could only wait at the outskirts. The protective door of the safe zone exit opened and closed repeatedly, with sequenced users coming in and out, and the crowd of ordinary people grew fewer. By nighttime, Qin Xiang finally managed to get closer to the front. However, unlike others, whenever a sequenced user returned from outside the safe zone, he focused not on the users themselves. Instead, he was interested in the whereabouts of the deity remains they held. They took out the remains for inspection by the verification personnel. Qin Xiang was puzzled as to why all the remains were round. In the end, all the round deity remains were taken away by the verification personnel next to him, and he did not manage to collect any. Just when Qin Xiang thought he had gained nothing today, another team of personnel returned from outside the safe zone. A sequenced user inspected their haul and ultimately tossed aside an ear infested with numerous worms. "It probably fell into my backpack during the battle and spoiled my bag," he complained. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up at the sight of the worm-infested ear, preparing to pick it up when no one was watching. However, a cleaner swept the ear into a dustpan and turned to leave. "What situation is this? Has the cleaner stolen his meal?" He was unwilling to accept it and immediately followed the cleaner away from the safe zone exit. The cleaner did not realize that someone was so interested in the trash in the dustpan. He reached the street corner and directly dumped the ear into a filthy trash can before turning away. Qin Xiang secretly watched the cleaner leave. Once the cleaner was gone, Qin Xiang approached to retrieve the ear from the trash can. But just as he was about to get close, he noticed a uniformed personnel walking over, glancing at the deity remains in the trash can, and then pulling out a notebook to record it. Qin Xiang frowned. "The deity remains in the trash can are being recorded. Is this really trash?" However, the personnel from the management bureau did not pay much attention and left after completing the documentation. Once the personnel left, Qin Xiang immediately ran over. Opening the trash can, lit a pungent smell of blood assaulted his senses. However, when he saw the scene inside the trash can, he was stunned. Inside were numerous deity remains. Qin Xiang's eyes widened and his heart raced. Is this a feast for the gluttons? Qin Xiang's gaze was filled with excitement. As the saying goes, when you step on iron shoes you will find it without effort. Here there are actually so many discarded remains of deities. Isn't this a bargain for himself? It's truly a gift from the heavens. He is indeed the chosen one. Qin Xiang glanced around, and there was no one approaching. The remains of the deities are different from the familiar beef and mutton, making Qin Xiang feel a hint of aversion. But just thinking about the possibility of successfully validating his blood drink skill, which would allow him to continuously enhance himself using the remains of deities, filled him with anticipation. Qin Xiang clenched his fists. He suppressed his physiological discomfort and resolved to give it a try. In the face of an intense desire from the depths of his heart, all instincts would be weakened. No tasks, no sacrifices, just consuming the scraps of the deities. What is there to complain about? He remembered that it was said in the god-slaying camp that consuming the remains of deities would not elicit any reaction. This is a substance beyond the realm of living beings, indigestible and unabsorbable. Even after awakening his sequence ability, it remains so. If he could truly digest the remains of the deities, that would be incredibly fortunate. He closed his eyes and swallowed the remains in one gulp. To his surprise, the remains of the deities seemed unfriendly, but the taste was quite good. It was surprisingly not inferior to the meals at the cafeteria. He did not know whether it was because the meat of the deities indeed tasted good, or if the cafeteria chef's cooking was so terrible. I originally thought it would taste awful, and I was wondering how much I could endure eating it. Since it has a unique flavor, I shall indulge myself. Qin Xiang opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Sequence God Eater digesting deities will make one stronger. Current sequence level 1, a glutton skill blood drink. Skill description: consuming deities can be digested. Why is there not even a bit of change? At that moment, Qin Xiang felt a rumble emanating from within his body. The sound seemed to come from his heart, gurgling like a spring finally breaking through the obstruction of sand and stone, gushing forth with long-suppressed clear water. Then the eruption of this spring spread throughout his body. Next, his entire being was racked with pain, as if a torrent was surging wildly through his narrow blood vessels, threatening to burst his muscles. His whole body uncontrollably convulsed, muscles twitching frantically. After about a minute, the pain finally subsided. He felt his arm muscles twitch a couple of times, and then return to normal. What is going on? Qin Xiang was quite curious, unsure whether the changes in his body were good or bad. So he took off his outer jacket and looked at his arms. Though his arms seemed not much different than before, Qin Xiang, who was intimately familiar with his body, immediately noticed that the muscles on his arms seemed to have grown stronger. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt more energetic than before. Even the backpack filled with food on his back seemed lighter. He glanced at the information panel again, finding the same contents with no changes. Yet the changes in his body clearly indicated he had undergone some indescribable transformation. Qin Xiang quickly found a reasonable explanation. The information about the God Eater is not a lie. After consuming the deities, I have indeed become stronger. However, this enhancement is not sufficient to be reflected in the information. When checking the forum, I also learned that sequence ability users experience significant enhancements in various aspects after consuming sequence potions, which is exactly my current situation. Since it is effective, this proves that Qin Xiang successfully validated his method of enhancing his sequence and strengthening his abilities. A good start is half the success. Qin Xiang grinned, greedily rubbing his hands as he looked at the other remains of deities before him. He could hardly wait, and picked up another piece to swallow. Then the sensation of a torrent surging through his body struck once more. Moments later, Qin Xiang excitedly examined his body, and the signs of becoming stronger were even more apparent. I am stronger now, and I feel more energetic. Qin Xiang's lips curled slightly upward, and without hesitation, he continued to feast. Is the garbage can filled with the remains of deities? No, this is clearly his first bucket of gold. Yet he did not get carried away. He was extremely careful when picking it up, trying to keep his clothes clean. If he got blood all over himself, it would undoubtedly attract attention while walking home, and he would have difficulty explaining it. At the same time, he remained cautiously watchful of his surroundings to avoid being seen in his peculiar actions. To get stronger, one must be discreet. The secret of sequence abilities must be kept safe. His past work experiences had shown him the malice of human nature. Even if you harbor no ill will toward others, there may be those who are envious of you, unable to bear your success, and will slander you behind your back. In this life, possessing such a unique ability, he must be cautious and not easily reveal it to others. As Qin Xiang indulged himself in gluttony, he gleefully experienced the sensation of the torrent rushing through his entire being. And this pain, which was unbearable at first, gradually became gentle, even making him feel a tinge of obsession. Damn it, I hope I don't develop an M tendency. Qin Xiang silently cursed to himself, reminding himself not to become lost in the joyful agony. However, he discovered a problem. Despite eating a lot, he felt no fullness in his stomach. It's quite strange, having eaten so much, I don't feel stuffed at all. In fact, he was still a bit hungry. It seemed just as he had previously suspected that consuming deities could only enhance his strength and could not resolve physiological hunger. No wonder the information said digest instead of absorb. They are two completely different stories. The disappearance of the remains of deities in the garbage can might attract others' attention, so it is better to avoid causing trouble. Quickly transforming the remains of the deities here into his own strength is the primary task. Qin Xiang hastened his actions, continuing to devour the remains of deities beside the trash can. Finally, after over an hour, he consumed all 30 or so remains of deities in front of him. His entire strength and condition experienced a qualitative change, but he could not afford to experience this brand new body. He found a puddle on the ground nearby and washed the blood off his hands and face. Without any hesitation, he quickly left this place and headed home. The changes in his body were very obvious. The 2-hour journey took him only an hour to complete without feeling any strain. Although the time was reduced by half, his emotions were doubly tormented. This journey felt particularly long due to his preoccupations, as if an entire day had passed. By the time he returned home, he felt as if he had worked all day and was utterly exhausted. Sitting on the sofa made of cardboard boxes, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It was now nighttime, and he was already starving. As soon as he closed the door, he immediately opened his backpack and took out a portion of 6-eyed longfish to fill his stomach. As soon as he bit into it, Qin Xiang frowned, showing a look of disgust. The cafeteria's performance remains consistent. It's truly terrible. Qin Xiang complained a bit, but still obediently finished the meal before tossing the box into the sink. Usually he would wash the lunchbox after eating, but tomorrow is the weekend, and he doesn't need to take the lunchbox to school, so he could afford to be a bit lazy. Qin Xiang burped and poured himself a cup of hot water to eat. However, when he set down the kettle, he didn't stabilize it properly, and it fell off the table, seemingly about to crash to the ground. In Qin Xiang's eyes, the process of the kettle falling appeared to be in slow motion. He could clearly capture the entire process of the kettle descending slowly. Even the splashes of water swirling and falling in the air were vividly visible to him. He reached out and effortlessly caught the kettle. I seem to have become much more agile. My perception ability has also strengthened. He placed the kettle back on the table and hadn't even had the time to marvel when he saw a deep handprint on the kettle, which startled him again. Did I grab that? Has my strength also increased? He again tried to grip the kettle tightly, applying some force, but the kettle showed no change. However, when he focused on deforming the kettle in his mind, its shape changed again. Moreover, I can control my strength at will. I remember that it was said in the forum that one could go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau to learn more about related matters, but one must prove they are a sequence ability user to enter the bureau. He had no intention of disclosing the changes in his sequence ability in the short term. At least he wanted to wait until he had a general understanding of his sequence ability before making plans. Thus, the Godslaying Camp became his only source of information. However, to access the Godslaying Camp, he would need a computer and a phone with internet access. These were luxuries for him. He could only go to an internet cafe. However, even half an hour at the internet cafe cost 10 copper coins, which was a significant amount. Qin Xiang lived in a poverty-stricken area on the edge of a safe zone, where even adults fought tooth and nail for a job, so there were no jobs arranged for students. The only way to earn money was to work a part-time job at the school's library for 10 copper coins a week. Fortunately, teacher Zhu at the library was aware of Qin Xiang's situation and treated him with special care. She reserved the only part-time library assistant position for him. When school resumed next week, he would continue helping to organize books at the library. Qin Xiang walked to the window, looking out at the vast darkness beyond the curtains and the countless deities drifting between heaven and earth, a smile gracing his lips. If I could consume them all, I can't even imagine how strong I would become. Today was incredibly fulfilling, giving the reborn Qin Xiang hope. He began to believe that he was the chosen one in this world. Qin Xiang washed his slightly dusty jacket, took a cold shower, and went to bed. The next morning, when he woke up and looked at his sturdy arms and thighs, he was still beaming with joy. What should I do today? Go back to yesterday's garbage can to look for the remains of deities. As soon as this thought arose, Qin Xiang dismissed it. The remains of deities had disappeared from the garbage can by exit 114,514 yesterday, which might have attracted others' attention and caused. However, he had no clue where to start hunting deities outside the safe zone, or how to proceed. What if he couldn't defeat them, and ended up being killed by the deities, turning the predator into prey? There would be no place to argue. After thinking for a while, he slapped his head, shoot one, and changed places. I can't go to the garbage can at this safe zone exit. I can just find another garbage can right. The map of the safe zone is vast, so extensive that even the geography teacher at Juan School does not possess a detailed map. Unsurprisingly, Qin Xiang is unaware of the distribution of exits from the safe zone. He knows the approximate location of the exit No. 114514 mainly because it is relatively close to him. Among the more than 100,000 numbered exits, this is the only one he is aware of. An ordinary person, unless aiming to climb the ranks of the sequence ability users, would hardly concern themselves with the location of the exits from the safe zone. Not knowing the location of the exits is not a particularly troublesome issue. He remembers that there is a route map at the bus station near the main road. The map is likely to show the locations of the exits from the safe zone. In the past weekends, Qin Xiang would simply lie at home to conserve energy and minimize his food intake. This weekend, however, is destined to be extraordinary. He is now filled with fighting spirit. His mind is solely occupied with one belief: to become stronger. As long as he becomes stronger, he can leave this cursed place. With a backpack filled with food, Qin Xiang walked for over 10 minutes before reaching the bus station. This is his first visit to a bus station, as he could never afford the fare. In Qin Xiang's memory, after the apocalypse, the poor walk on foot, while the rich take the bus. As for those who drive private cars, gasoline is a resource even scarcer than electricity, as such wealthy individuals do not exist in the outskirts of the safe zone. He stood at the bus station's route map, studying it for a long time. He discovered that many of the bus stop names along the route were named after the exits from the safe zone. The only bus route at the edge of the safe zone passes several exits, all of which have numbers smaller than 114,514. As for which exit to take, Qin Xiang is uncertain. He decides to go and see. In this life, he has never taken a bus, so he does not know how far one bus stop is. If only orphans could ride the bus for free. Qin Xiang shook his head helplessly at the fare of 5 copper coins. He had given away all his remaining 10 copper coins to the internet cafe yesterday. 5 copper coins for a one-way trip, 10 copper coins for a round trip, or I might as well check for information at the internet cafe again. Qin Xiang began the task of measuring the distance between bus stops on foot. He needed to know the approximate distances between the bus stops to estimate which exits from the safe zone he could reach on foot. He walked along the bus route for 20 minutes before arriving at the next bus stop. This bus stop seems to be much farther than those in my past life. After eating the remains of the deity yesterday, his strength increased, allowing him to walk at an extremely fast pace, far surpassing that of an ordinary passerby. Whenever the road was deserted, he would quicken his pace and push forward with all his might. Even so, in 1 hour, he could only cover the distance of 3 bus stops. Knowing the distance of one stop, he began to understand the range of his activities. The 7th stop is called Exit No. 54320. The 17th stop is called Exit No. 89757, and the 20th stop is called Exit No. 38,324. It seems that only these 3 stops offer me a chance to search for the remains of the deity. The farthest exit, No. 38324, allows me to return home before tomorrow. If I venture to a farther exit, I may not be able to return home before Monday, and thus miss school. On Monday, Qin Xiang must go to school early to report to the librarian his intention to continue working part-time. Otherwise, he would lose his part-time position at the library next week, and he wouldn't have money to go to the internet cafe. After some thought, Qin Xiang decided to head to exit No. 54320 to assess the situation. The journey of 1 hour and 40 minutes did not leave Qin Xiang feeling tired in the least. He even felt increasingly cheerful. Material wealth and spiritual wealth are often discussed separately. Once a person has hope, they feel energized in whatever they do. Even though the streetlights around are dim, creating a sense of oppression in the air. By the clock it is daytime, yet the sun has disappeared for a decade. Although it is morning, the sky is perpetually stuck in midnight. The infrastructure at the edge of the safe zone is very rudimentary. The main road he is on only has a dim streetlight every few dozen meters, barely illuminating a few steps ahead. The adjacent alley is engulfed in darkness, relying solely on touch to navigate. Looking up, he can faintly see the twinkling stars through the safe zone's anti-aircraft glass, along with the occasional silhouette of a deity. The cold wind blew through the layers of his inadequate clothing, making direct contact with his skin, causing goosebumps to rise. Qin Xiang stood up his collar to cover his face, preventing the cold wind from blowing directly on his face, and then continued to walk briskly. After walking 7 stops, he reached exit No. 54,320. The number of this exit is over 50,000 less than 114,514, which theoretically means more sequence ability users would be hunting deities here. Upon arriving, Qin Xiang sought a higher vantage point in a dilapidated building to observe the situation. Indeed, he saw nearly 100 sequence ability users wearing thermal suits stationed at the exit, far exceeding the number at exit No. 114,514. Ordinary people dressed similarly to him had surrounded the area near the exit, likely numbering in the thousands. He scanned the crowd and the sequence ability users engaged in conversation at the center unnoticed. Qin Xiang pretended to wander aimlessly around the periphery, searching for a trash bin that contained the remains of deities. Finally, he spotted a trash bin filled with such remains about a block away from the exit. The size of this exit's trash bin far surpassed that of exit No. 114,514. If the trash bin at exit No. 114514 was a luxurious banquet, then the area around the trash bin at exit No. 54320 resembled a grand feast. 7 or 8 trash bins lined up in a row, each filled with the remains of deities. The myriad strange and diverse remains whetted Qin Xiang's appetite. If he could clear out these 7 or 8 trash bins, would he not be soaring? Qin Xiang's heart raced as he pondered how to swiftly empty the remains of the deities here. However, he suddenly noticed 2 sanitation workers stained with blood near the trash station. Qin Xiang initially planned to wait from afar until the 2 workers left before approaching. But as soon as he appeared within their line of sight, both workers looked up at him in unison. After a brief moment of eye contact, they returned to cleaning the trash. Qin Xiang's heart tightened, and he changed his plan. He did not stop, but continued to walk forward, getting closer to the trash bins and the 2 sanitation workers. Qin Xiang pretended to be just a passing student, walking nonchalantly past the 2 without looking back. The sanitation workers glanced at Qin Xiang, noting his plain attire and youthful appearance, but paid him no mind. Once he walked far enough to completely leave the block, Qin Xiang let out a sigh of relief. What's going on? Why are there people guarding the trash bins? And they're in plain clothes. Could it be that the uniformed recorder from yesterday reported it? Is someone really watching the trash bins? Qin Xiang felt tense when he locked eyes with the 2. Though their faces were expressionless, they observed intently, with their brains working rapidly. He realized that the 2 individuals were definitely not ordinary sanitation. The stains on their clothes were too conspicuous. The remains of the deities in the trash bins had long since left the deity's body, and the blood had been thoroughly drained during. The sanitation workers he saw yesterday at exit No. 114514 had only a bit of dust on them. Even though the remains at exit No. 54320 are plentiful, there aren't many bloodstains on the trash bins. But those 2 were covered in blood, as if they had just killed someone. They were splattered all over, far from how a sanitation worker should appear. It was clearly a deliberate smear. They have gone too far. Moreover, when Qin Xiang appeared from a distance, the 2 actually lifted their heads in unison to look at him. At the moment their gazes met, Qin Xiang thought they seemed exceptionally vigilant. Sanitation workers should just focus on their duties. Oh, why would they be alert and observing their surroundings? Both of them were like this. Perhaps the disappearance of the remains of the deities from the trash bins last night drew attention. If these remains were recovered, they might still have other uses. His prior worries before arriving were not unfounded. In just one night, the United Government had initiated an investigation into this matter. It's easy to deduce that there are likely even more plainclothes officers waiting at the trash bins at exit No. 114,514. Qin Xiang sighed. If I had only taken 1 remains of the deity yesterday, would it have been less troublesome? However, taking just 1 remains daily may seem safe, but he would need to visit the trash bins over 30 times to gain the power he has now. Making so many trips increases the likelihood of exposure, risking being caught on the spot. It's better to go for a big score. This is precisely why he decided yesterday to clear out all the remains from the trash bins. Qin Xiang knew that his plan to collect the remains from the trash bins might be coming to an end. However, he did not completely give up. Even though he has a favorable view of the United Government, he remains skeptical of the efficiency of the lower levels. Otherwise, why would Zhuan School still not offer any courses related to sequence ability users? Perhaps the situation has not escalated to the point of cutting off all his opportunities. Forget it, there's no chance at the trash bins here. Let's walk a bit further and test our luck. Even if there's no opportunity, I have become much stronger from yesterday's gains. This trip is not in vain. Qin Xiang left exit No. 54320 and continued along the bus route towards the distance. The next exit is exit No. 89,757, 10 stops away. 10 stops, I still need to walk for over 3 hours. I wonder if I can make it home today. I might have to sleep outside. However, Qin Xiang was not in the mood to enjoy it. All his attention was focused on how to become stronger in the future. By the time he reached the exit of the 8-9, in the cafeteria, mushrooms were considered a top delicacy. Due to their meat-like texture and the unique flavor of fungi, simply stir-frying them could yield an impressive dish. However, Qin Xiang was not in the mood to enjoy it. All his attention was focused on how to become stronger in the future. By the time he reached the exit of the 89757 safety zone, it was already afternoon. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened and enhanced the day before, giving him remarkable stamina. He had been walking for almost 6 hours since leaving home, yet still felt no fatigue. But he knew this state would not last long, as he could no longer maintain the same speed as at the beginning. This made him unable to maintain an optimistic attitude about heading further to the 38324 safety zone exit. It will take at least another 2 hours to make the round trip, which is not a wise decision. Seeing the sign for the 89757 exit, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally arrived. This time he did not head directly to the safety zone exit. After all, his goal was not the sequence of ability users at the safety zone exit. To avoid exposure, he chose to take a small detour to first check the situation of the trash bins. Having searched for trash bins near 2 safety exits, he had a rough idea of their locations. Sure enough, after traversing a block, he spotted 3 trash bins filled with remnants of deities. Watching the deep purple tentacles slowly clinging and crawling at the edges of the trash bins, Qin Xiang's heart raced. He carefully looked around. There was no one, not even a cleaner. Was it an opportunity or a trap? He walked casually while analyzing the situation. The disarray of this trash bin seemed to indicate no one had intentionally or Qin Xiang glanced at the filth on the ground. There was only one shoe print with stripes repeatedly trampled around the trash bin, likely from a cleaner. As for whether anyone was secretly watching, it was highly unlikely. The 89757 safety zone exit had far fewer ability users compared to the 54320 safety zone, so the trash bins here could not possibly receive more attention than those in the 54320 area. If the massive trash station in the 54320 safety zone had only 2 plainclothes officers, there was no doubt that the 89757 safety zone exit could not have a more advanced surveillance method. The absence of people nearby meant there was no monitoring. This meant that the incident of the deity remnants disappearing from the trash bins at the 114514 safety zone exit had only reached the 54320 safety zone exit and had not spread further. Originally, he had planned to check the even further 38324 safety zone exit, as there was undoubtedly a feast awaiting him there. However, his body was already showing signs of fatigue, seemingly insufficient to support a gamble there. So he decided on the 89,757 trash bins. He knew his analysis was not foolproof. But glory comes quickly, and wealth is sought through risk. To become stronger, one must take risks. Seeking only stability would lead to missed opportunities. Qin Xiang had not lived this life again to simply repeat the mundane life of his past. At the very least, he needed to utilize his powerful sequence abilities to leave the edge of the safety zone and achieve financial freedom. Thus, he must become stronger. He needed to become stronger at the fastest pace possible. Having resolved all this, Qin Xiang decided to quickly run to the trash bins and gorge himself while no one was around. This time, the deity remnants in the trash bins were 3 to 4 times more than he had consumed yesterday. He needed to hurry and finish everything as soon as possible. If he continued to chew slowly like yesterday and had to drink water to assist, he didn't know when he would be able to finish the delicious contents of these 3 bins, and he could risk exposing himself. But once he sped up his eating, he couldn't be cautious about his clothes, and he might get blood stains on them, leading to major trouble. So before eating, he carefully took off all his outerwear and hung it on a nearby streetlight. The metal casing of the streetlight was cast with several hooks. Qin Xiang didn't know what these hooks were for, but they were just right for hanging his outerwear. Then, with his upper body bare, he approached the trash bins. This area near the safety zone exit was much colder than other places. The cold wind rushing in when the safety zone exit opened swept through the streets, causing Qin Xiang to break out in goosebumps. Safety was paramount. To ensure his clothes didn't get stained with blood, he had to endure the cold to eat. Looking at the array of deity remnants, Qin Xiang shivered with excitement. He swallowed hard and said, "Let's dig in." Not knowing if it was due to becoming more accustomed to it or the enhancement of his physical condition, his swallowing strength had also increased. This time, his speed in swallowing the deity remnants was several times faster than yesterday. Previously, he had trouble not choking, but today, with remnants in both hands, he could shove them into his mouth and swallow them right away. As a result, his hands barely stopped moving, and he finished nearly 3 trash bins of deity remnants in just over 10 minutes. During his eating, his entire body was also continuously strengthening. By the time he was about to finish the deity remnants in the 3 trash bins, he found that even with his upper body bare, he did not shiver from the cold, and his body was filled with strength. Such immediate results. Qin Xiang looked at his increasingly defined chest and abdominal muscles, showing a satisfied smile. At that moment, the information in his mind changed. Sequence Devourer promotion. Digesting deities will make one stronger. Current sequence level 2. Greedy Madman skill blood drink. Skill description: can digest by eating deities raw. Skill violence. Skill description: within 10 minutes, one's power, agility, and physical strength increased threefold without feeling any pain during this period. His level had been promoted. Qin Xiang stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he saw on his information panel. The new skill violence enhanced his power and agility, allowing him to be fearless of pain. This skill seemed to significantly enhance his combat capabilities. Now could he join a hunting team of sequence users to hunt deities? He remembered browsing the forum of the Godslayer camp last time, and saw a sequence called Warrior with a skill called Enhancement that doubled one's power and physical strength for 5 minutes, which was already deemed a bug skill among low-level users. His violence skill clearly encompassed enhancement in every aspect. Was he not now the king among low-level users? With such solid skills, should he join a team of sequence users? Or should he go solo? He was now thinking a lot in his mind, but had no answers. Suddenly, he realized an important issue. The most important thing now was not to reveal his identity as a sequence user, but to find a way to conceal his Devourer sequence and prevent others from knowing. To do this, he needed to visit an internet cafe again to find a sequence disguise to blend in. Otherwise, if others discovered his sequence was Devourer, he didn't know what kind of threats he would face. But that would have to wait until next week when he received his paycheck from working at the library. At least for the next week, he would still be an ordinary student. Future matters could be addressed later. Today he had already elevated his sequence, so it was time to know when to stop. If he greedily sought to eat at the 38324 safety zone exit, the risks were too great. The 38324 safety zone exit was only 3 stops away from the 89757 safety zone exit. If the people here noticed something off, they could notify those at the 38324 safety zone exit to be on guard near the trash bins and catch him red-handed. Let's leave it at that for now. After finishing the last 10 or so deity remnants in the trash bin, he was determined to head home. Qin Xiang made up his mind and prepared to continue, ready to end this sumptuous feast. Suddenly he heard footsteps. Someone was coming. How unfortunate. However, the footsteps seemed somewhat chaotic. He turned to look and saw a drunken man staggering toward the trash bins from a distance. The drunken man seemed unaware of Qin Xiang humming a discordant tune, which only added to Qin Xiang's anxiety. If this drunkard notices something unusual about the trash bins, he'll probably block the area quickly. He couldn't afford to wipe off the blood on himself. Hesitating for a moment, he quickly stuffed over 10 deity remnants from the trash bin into his backpack, then put on his clothes and sprinted away. After promoting his sequence, his body underwent another qualitative leap, and the speed of his full sprint was so fast that he could barely see the railing rapidly retreating beside him. Qin Xiang silently prayed in his heart, "Please don't let me get caught before I escape." The drunken man holding a bottle wobbled in front of the trash bin and scratched his head, saying, "I think I just saw someone here. How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Could it be that, like me, he is also a sequence user?" He threw the bottle into the trash bin, the bottle clinking against the bin and producing a crisp sound. The trash bin seems empty. The drunkard turned back to glance at the trash can. The remains of the deity have already been collected by the sanitation worker. Didn't the sanitation worker only come to collect the trash at midnight? Did I really drink half the day with Bruce before? Half a day, and we only managed to drink 4 or 5 bottles. He scratched his head with some melancholy, murmuring to himself, "I'm getting older, my tolerance for alcohol is failing. 2 bottles of liquor can get me drunk for half a day. Oh, I need to drink less in the future, lest it affects hunting deities." After saying this, he staggered away. Qin Xiang did not hesitate at all, nor could he think much. He just sprinted tirelessly down the narrow path. The path was dark and deserted, allowing him to escape at full speed. When he reached the end of the narrow path and returned to the main road, he resumed acting like an ordinary pedestrian, keeping his head down and walking briskly, waiting for another opportunity to slip back into a side path. This escape strategy allowed him to move smoothly without drawing anyone's attention to this shabby-dressed youth. Perhaps it was the elevation of his sequence that restored his physical capabilities. The previous fatigue vanished completely, and his muscles felt even more vibrant during his movements. "I have been running for nearly 20 minutes past a bus stop, and still no one has caught up with me." Qin Xiang remained highly alert, his heart racing, blood surging to his head, stimulating him to maintain the highest level of focus. His peripheral vision swept the surroundings, also paying attention to the footsteps behind him, fearful of being discovered. "Damn, if it weren't for that drunkard spotting me, I could have finished it all. Just a bit more." Thinking of that drunkard, Qin Xiang felt some resentment, but also a bit of relief. That person was incredibly drunk, unable to walk steadily, taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back, needing to lean against the wall. He probably not only couldn't see clearly, but also had a muddled consciousness. If that person had been sober and seen him at that time, he might have immediately discovered the problem and reported it to the United Government. Then he might have already been caught. Truly, heaven was looking out for him. If I were caught with the remains of this deity in my backpack, I would have no way to defend myself. Even if he hadn't taken the remains from the backpack, he would still be locked down within a certain range, making it hard to escape. Not to mention that his backpack contained dozens of remains of deities. The reason he had to take these was that he could already foresee that the benefits of finding the remains of deities in the trash cans would basically evaporate after tonight. The theft of the remains of deities was not a serious matter, as these remains were of no use. Qin Xiang had seen in the internet cafe that humans cannot digest the remains of deities, they can only vomit them back out or excrete them from their bodies. No one would take the utterly useless remains of deities. Though the remains are useless, the fact that they have disappeared is very strange. If they are useless, why would someone steal them? Could there be a conspiracy behind it? The disappearance of the remains from 2 trash cans in consecutive days would definitely attract attention. The people at the police station have probably already taken notice. Qin Xiang had been stealing from trash cans for 2 consecutive days in hopes of becoming stronger in the shortest time possible. If it were anyone else, they might take a gradual approach, going back for a bit at a time, and wouldn't take everything in one go. But Qin Xiang had suffered from the gradual approach in his past life. He thought work was about accumulating step by step, growing gradually, and then getting promoted and receiving raises. However, he never encountered an opportunity for promotion before he died. This made him realize that a slow plan was suitable for capitalists with a certain foundation, not for a poor guy like him. Immediate results was the best strategy for bottom-tier workers to turn their fortunes around. Because his ability to resist change was too poor, even the slightest disturbance could crush him. What if the United Government stationed guards at every trash can in the future? How would he cope? Would he just hide for a lifetime? Who knows when the next opportunity would come? In this rebirth, he was unwilling to wait in silence any longer. If it can be done today, then it must not be postponed until tomorrow. It is better to act sooner than later. A delay leads to change. It is foreseeable that if Qin Xiang wants to take remains from the trash can again, he has a high probability of exposing himself. Since this is the last time, and the person who discovered him is a sluggish drunkard, he would naturally try his best to take everything clean. To put it another way, regardless of whether he takes these remains or not, once he is caught by the people of the United Government, it would be hard to escape. The bold die of overconfidence while the timid die of hunger. Seeing that his backpack had begun to seep blood, Qin Xiang hugged it to his chest, and then darted into the narrow path, continuing his frantic run back. In the narrow path, unlike the main road where dim streetlights appeared at intervals, it was completely shrouded in darkness. The only light came from the stars in the sky, filtering through the air defense glass of the safety zone. With his enhanced physical condition, Qin Xiang could see the path in the dark alley clearly. The dark environment happened to become his advantage, concealing his appearance. Even if there were people he could run past without worry of exposing himself. Let's just escape all the way home. However, just as he turned into a dark alley, an unexpected event occurred. A small knife flew from the corner, plunging straight into his right eye. What's happening? His agility had already surpassed that of ordinary people. Upon seeing the knife, he instantly dodged. The knife hit the ground, clattering against the stone-paved alley. Qin Xiang's gaze locked onto the three figures by the roadside. The three had disheveled hair and wore mocking expressions. I didn't expect that even sleeping here would attract a fat sheep to pass by. It must be our lucky day. What do you want? Qin Xiang asked coldly. What do you think? Of course we're here to rob you. Rob? Don't they see that my jacket is tattered? What use is there in robbing a poor kid like me? I have no money. Qin Xiang frowned, feeling anxious about the passage of time. He had no time to argue much with the three. The disappearance of the remains of deities from the trash cans could be exposed at any moment. He had to quickly distance himself from the exit of safety zone 89757. At this position, he was only 2 stops away from there, and he was still far from a safe range. Moreover, he was still carrying a backpack full of remains of deities. At this moment, one person brushed aside his greasy bangs, revealing a wicked smile. No money is fine, you just leave the backpack behind. Were these three after his backpack? Qin Xiang glanced at the backpack in his arms and covered the blood-stained area with his hand, secretly thinking that things were not looking good. Though there is nothing valuable in this backpack, I cannot give it to you. Nothing valuable? Then just open it and let us see. Qin Xiang looked at the several homeless men robbing him, feeling no panic. They were just ordinary people. If he wanted to escape, they certainly couldn't stop him. As he was considering which direction to break free, one person mockingly said, "You kid, running so fast down this narrow path, as if you are fleeing for your life, is it because you have something shameful in your backpack? How about this? We won't be greedy. You keep a quarter, and the remaining 3 quarters are for us 3, and we'll help you keep it a secret. How about that?" Another person chimed in. "Exactly, just leave the stuff, and we 3 can pretend we've never seen you. Otherwise you can't avoid a beating. Even if you manage to run away, we can still go to the police station to report you. We saw your face when you just turned in, the street light illuminated it, and we've already memorized it." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's feet, which were preparing to escape, came to a halt. If these 3 had seen him, it would pose a risk of exposing himself. If they really reported him to the police, wouldn't that mean everything would be in vain? Suddenly a surge of killing intent arose in his heart. The fierce glint in his eyes was immediately captured by the seasoned criminals who had crawled through the gray areas for years. "Boss, this kid's eyes seem... Are we going to make a move? How, just a poor kid? Since he's willing to fight, it means the treasures in his backpack are priceless. Let's do him in and take what's in the bag." Saying this, the 3 of them each pulled out a knife and lunged at Qin Xiang one after another. Qin Xiang had never killed anyone. He had only just harbored a fleeting thought. For someone who had lived an ordinary life in a civilized society, killing was not an easy task. Initially, he hadn't made up his mind to kill, but now he was being pushed into a corner by the 3 criminals. "If fate has decreed your death, then it cannot be blamed on me. The kid is quite arrogant. Kill him." The 3 saw that Qin Xiang had nowhere to hide, certain that they would penetrate him with their blades, and their hearts were already filled with delight. However, their attacking postures appeared to him as soft and weak as those of 3-year-old children. Qin Xiang threw a straight punch, swiftly targeting the face of the new. When his fist made contact with the person's nose, he distinctly felt the crisp crack of bone breaking. Qin Xiang realized he could now perceive faint information in an instant, aware of his transformation through practical experience. Blood sprayed from the mouth and nose. Bang! The person was struck by Qin Xiang's punch, lifting off the ground, and flying back 7 or 8 meters before landing, rolling a few steps on the stone pavement before stopping. Qin Xiang's keen senses allowed him to witness the entire process of his lethal punch, and his heart surged with fervor. He had killed. The face that had lost all semblance of humanity was staring at Qin Xiang and the other two criminals with a strange expression. The two, seeing this scene, trembled in fear, instantly realizing they had provoked a sequence user. But fear or not, they did not retreat. Both were fugitives with murder charges, fully aware that at this point it was a matter of life and death. Pleading for mercy was futile. The only way to survive was to kill Qin Xiang. The two rushed at Qin Xiang, even more frantically wielding their knives to try and stab him. Qin Xiang stepped back with his left leg, then executed a sweeping kick with his right leg, aiming directly at one person's waist. More crisp sounds of bone cracking echoed as the sound traveled along his leg bone. The man bent at a bizarre angle, breaking in two, and with Qin Xiang's leg was flung into the air. As Qin Xiang retracted his leg, the person who had been flung out collided with the last thug charging in to encircle Qin Xiang, and the two rolled back together. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang leaped forward, arriving beside the person who had been slammed, and raised his fist once more. "Spare my life. I will give you all the money on me." At this point, the instinct for survival drove the thug to plead for mercy. However, Qin Xiang did not give him the chance to continue talking. This punch landed on his cheek, shattering his skull. "To kill you, the money on you is also mine." After killing 3 people in quick succession, the killing intent in Qin Xiang's heart gradually faded, swiftly replaced by an inexplicable emptiness. He sighed with some melancholy. He never expected that he would actually kill someone. But this was also for self-preservation, nothing more to say. Moreover, Qin Xiang felt that killing these 3 might not be the end, but rather a beginning. A beginning that would help him adapt to the idea of Qin Xiang silently encouraged himself, calming his trembling body that was nervous from killing. After regaining his composure, he did not leave immediately. Because he remembered that in the god-slaying camp there were sequences that could read the last memories of corpses. To avoid exposing himself, he wrapped his fists with one of the men's clothes and pounded the faces of the 3 until they were unrecognizable, believing everything was now in order. After cleaning the scene, he meticulously wiped away the bloodstains and took all the money from their clothes, stuffing the 3 corpses into a dark, abandoned storeroom. He ignited a fire, burning the 3 bodies while also disposing of his bloodstained jacket. He did this to prevent any sequence users from tracking him down by the scent on the corpses. Although he was unsure if there were sequence users who could trace someone by scent, he felt it was very likely. The reason he chose this storeroom was also to avoid being found based on scent. He noticed that the road in front of the storeroom was muddy, with many different footprints indicating that many people had passed through here, which could confuse the scent. To avoid leaving his own footprints on the muddy path, he cautiously jumped on the gravel, using his strength and agility, leaving no traces. Hopefully there won't be any issues. Qin Xiang worried that the firelight might attract others' attention, so after confirming that the flames enveloped the 3, he fled the scene at full speed. This time he ran with all his might like a madman. If anyone saw him in this alley, they would probably think what had just passed was not a person, but a speeding car. Qin Xiang ran for over half an hour before finally returning to the main road. His heart was still a bit excited from killing for the first time. But he had no trace of panic left, and his gaze had become more resolute. "I express regret for their deaths, that is all." More than 2 hours after Qin Xiang left the garbage bin at the exit of Safe Zone 89757, many uniformed officers received orders to cordon off the area. Many sequence ability users were discussing the unfolding events at the perimeter, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. The theft of the divine remains from the garbage bin was indeed an absurd story. Some things are like this: when nothing is happening, no one pays attention. But once lost, they can cause numerous problems and attract attention. Undoubtedly, the divine remains were such an existence. A white-haired inspector in a coat with a scarf around his neck and a cigar in his mouth circled around the garbage bin. The surrounding officers stood straight, showing great respect for the inspector, as if the elder was not just an ordinary inspector. He asked, "Roliana, your sequence has been promoted. I've heard that you can now possess a stronger tracking ability, surpassing the chief's police dog by 10-fold. Do you have any way to discern the scent here?" He had the appearance of a European, but spoke in Huayu. This was due to the predominance of Huaran in the safe zone, with Huayu being the official common language. The blonde female officer shook her head. "No, there are too many divine auras here. The human scent has been completely obscured. Even I can't distinguish the human scent from this. If I were to activate my ability here, I might faint due to the overwhelming divine scent." Olive looked somewhat disappointed. "Find this cursed ability. Not usable in the presence of divinity, it will bring us much trouble." "Yes, I think so too. Unfortunately, I awakened the scent user sequence, and there's no way to change it. People like me are destined to operate only within the safe zone." Olive impatiently took a couple of puffs from his cigar, flicked the ash into the garbage bin, then turned to the onlooking sequence users and asked, "Who discovered the problem with this garbage bin first?" "It was me. Inspector Olive, it was me. I am Hans fan, a sequence user hunting divinity at the exit of safe zone 89757. At that moment, a person dressed in a gray-brown jacket approached, his hair somewhat disheveled and reeking of alcohol. It was the drunkard who had bumped into Chin Sion. However, he was now completely sober and alert, filled with tension. After regaining his senses, Hans realized that someone had stolen the divine remains from the garbage bin, leaving him utterly shocked. He originally did not wish to get involved in this matter. The person who stole the divine remains was certainly not an ordinary individual, and he dared not provoke them. Since awakening his sequence, he only wanted to live a mundane life as a sequence user within the safe zone. Unfortunately, he had carelessly thrown a bottle into the garbage bin. The bottle carried his scent, an undeniable fact he could not deny. If a scent user activated their ability, they would quickly lock onto him, and he would not be able to wash his hands of it. Thus, to avoid the police coming to trouble him, he proactively reported the matter to the police station in hopes of leniency. Tell me how you discovered it. Inspector Olive, I had just had some drinks with brew at a bar and was heading home. As I left the bar, I grabbed another bottle, intending to drink on the way home. As I was drinking, I finished it and happened to see a garbage bin here, so I thought to toss the bottle in. Roliana, upon hearing this, sternly reprimanded. Hans, you are also a sequence user. Don't you know that the garbage bins near the safe zone's exit can only hold the divine remains in the garbage bins will be collected for processing? You are interfering with the work of the United Government. Roliana, upon hearing this, sternly reprimanded. Hans, you are also a sequence user. Don't you know that the garbage bins near the safe zone's exit? Olive seemed accustomed to such derelict sequence users. He did not respond with anger like Roliana, but waved his hand. Roliana let him continue. All right, Inspector. The blonde Roliana looked at Hans, her eyes filled with indifference. I vaguely saw a figure rummaging through something in front of the garbage bin, but it quickly disappeared. Of course, I'm not sure if there was anyone else. Because I was drunk. And then I tossed the bottle in, or at that time I heard the sound of the bottle hitting the empty garbage bin. I thought it was already midnight and the cleaners had taken away the divine remains, so I went home. When should that have been? I was drunk, I don't know. After getting home, I just collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. I belong to the sleepless sequence, so I usually don't need to sleep. Even when drunk, I only sleep for a maximum of 2 hours before waking up. When I woke up, I discovered it was still afternoon. Remembering the empty garbage bin felt a bit off. And then you called the police. Yes. Inspector Olive, considering I reported proactively and acknowledged my mistake, could you not punish me for throwing the bottle into this garbage bin and delaying the investigation? Olive took another puff from his cigar and pondered for a long time. While he contemplated, Hans felt uneasy, worried about whether he would receive punishment. Roliana remembered to inform the management personnel at other safe zone exits about this matter, so they keep a close watch on the garbage bins. Yes. Inspector Olive, what about me? Hans asked anxiously again. Olive then realized Hans was still there. Oh, I was just thinking about the case. What do you want to say? I would like to ask, since I reported proactively, can I offset my mistakes and not be punished for the errors I committed here? I truly realize my mistakes now. I promise I won't do it again. Please give me a chance. Olive couldn't be bothered to even glance at him. Business is business. The order of the police station will never be tilted. You will receive the reward you deserve. And you will not escape the punishment you deserve. Hans felt a bit frustrated. He had proactively reported and fully cooperated with the investigation, yet still, what bad luck. Take him back to the police station. Roliana, following her superior's orders, immediately instructed the officers to take Hans away. Yes. Hans wore a face of misfortune, cursing the damned thief of the divine remains in his heart. After sending Hans away, Olive continued to furrow his brows and thought, was it a solo act? Why would someone steal the divine remains from a garbage bin? Stealing such useless items is worse than raiding a warehouse for some moldy wood to burn. Roliana added, yesterday at the exit of safe zone 114514, a similar incident occurred. I reported it to the chief, but unfortunately it did not receive enough attention, only setting up defenses near the exit of 114,514. As a result, he committed the crime a bit further away. At that moment, Roliana's pager rang. Hello, speak. What? All right, I understand. Yes, all right, I will inform Inspector Olive right now. Olive, hearing Roliana mention him, knew a new case had occurred and asked, what's going on now? Inspector, in an alley 2 stops from here, a warehouse was found on fire with 3 charred corpses inside. Corpses? Charred? Exactly. The skulls of the 3 corpses suffered severe impacts, completely deformed. The forensic officer from the forensic sequence stated that the shape of the wounds suggested they were caused by someone immensely strong using bare hands. Due to the fire, I could not track the scent of the murderer. Have you found the primary scene? No. There are no signs of a struggle anywhere near that warehouse. Olive puffed on his cigar without saying a word. Roliana continued, Inspector, I have a question. Speak. What were the identities of the people with their skulls smashed? Roliana was an experienced female officer, yet she displayed her ignorance openly in front of Inspector Olive. As if Olive had other lofty identities apart from being an inspector. The identities of those three are likely very difficult to ascertain. However, the ones who killed all three must be sequence users. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill all three without leaving any signs of a struggle. The fatal injuries also support this. It's hard for an ordinary person to crush 3 heads with their fists. Olive glanced at the empty garbage bin and blew out a smoke ring. The time of the incident in that alley coincided with the theft of the divine remains from the garbage bin. Considering the distance, if a strength-type sequence user ran at full speed, they could reach it. So it might have been a solo act. Roliana frowned. Are you suggesting it was the same person? After stealing the divine remains here, they went 2 stops away to commit murder and arson. In both cases, the criminal left no useful clues. Why not boldly hypothesize first, and then verify cautiously? Now let's analyze under the assumption that the criminals are the same. Olive stroked his white beard. I believe this person is not familiar with sequence abilities. Why do you think so, Inspector? Besides the skulls, the corpses had other fatal injuries. The likelihood is that the skulls were smashed after the individuals died. After crushing the skulls of the 3, he also chose to burn the bodies. I speculate that he smashed the skulls of the 3 because he feared that an undying sequence user could use their ability to read the memories of the corpses. However, he did not know that undying sequence users have limitations regarding memory reading abilities. Once the brain undergoes changes or loses its original biological structure, the skills of the undying sequence user will fail. In other words, whether or not he crushed the skulls of the 3, as long as he burned the bodies, he could obstruct the investigation of the undying sequence user. Roliana asked doubtfully, Inspector, are you saying that he doesn't even understand such basic sequence knowledge? Besides that, I can't think of any other reason for his redundant actions. Of course, it's also possible he released smoke bombs to make me think the perpetrator was a new sequence user. But I believe such a criminal would likely not appear in the 14121 area. Roliana nodded, agreeing with the inspector's analysis, then said, not understanding sequence information could be because they suddenly awakened to their sequence and haven't done enough homework. The premise you mentioned about not doing enough homework does not hold. Olive shook his head. He knows to choose a place with a confused scent to disrupt you, and he also knows to burn the bodies to destroy evidence. Roliana, you must understand that he is not a perpetrator who commits crimes calmly prepared to kill these 3 individuals. He just stole the divine remains and in a panic did these things. I must say this perpetrator, though ignorant, is certainly not careless. With thoughts as meticulous as a needle's eye, it is impossible for him to expose himself by stealing the divine remains without sufficient preparation. His actions indicate that he lacks channels to obtain more information. Roliana, tidying her slightly disheveled blonde hair, revealed a puzzled expression. How is that possible? The descriptions of sequence users' abilities are publicly available in the Godslaying camp, so everyone can query them using a phone or computer. Olaf contemplated. Since the case of the arson and corpse burning occurred 2 stops away, heading towards the edge of the safe zone, let's investigate towards the edge of the safe zone. Let's see who has appeared on the street carrying many bags filled with unknown objects. He glanced at the empty trash bins. The remains of the divine beings in the 3 bins are all gone. That's no small number. If he had taken them directly, he would definitely have been carrying a large package, which would be hard to miss. Yes, I'll report this to the Bureau right away. Thank you for your hard work. But Inspector, what if we can't find anyone carrying a large number of unknown objects at the edge of the safe zone? Olaf tossed aside the cigar, but smiled slightly. If we can't find anyone, things will get interesting. Then he stepped on the extinguished cigar butt and whispered to himself with meaning, I've been in this broken place for a long time, and finally there seems to be a lead. When Qin Xiang returned home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He came home late because he found a deserted place, consumed the remaining divine remains in his backpack, took out the lunchbox, and then set his backpack and second jacket on fire. These subsequent handling tasks took some time. However, it was a relief that when he returned home, he still did not notice anyone following him. Sitting on his hard cardboard sofa at home, Qin Xiang felt utterly exhausted. Even though his physical condition was remarkably strong now, he could not withstand the ordeal of fleeing and killing. What a day. It's been exhausting. He glanced out the window and saw a scorpion covered in a thick substance that obscured its tail crawling across. Qin Xiang sighed with a bitter smile. I really want to taste its flavor, but recklessly tasting it is risky. That said, risk and reward are always good partners that march hand in hand. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Qin Xiang looked at the sequence in his mind, greedy marauder, with a satisfied smile. Today is Sunday, a day that should be for rest, yet it was the most exhausting day since his reincarnation. Qin Xiang emptied his mind, allowing himself to be calm for over 10 minutes, then took a cold shower and went to bed. Perhaps he was troubled. That night Qin Xiang slept lightly. When he woke up, it was only 6 o'clock. I can't sleep anymore, let's get up and check the internet cafe. Qin Xiang turned over in bed, preparing to heat the leftover food from the school cafeteria to fill his stomach. He opened the stove. Life without money is so tight. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had scavenged some money from those 3 thugs yesterday, but he had been in too much of a hurry at the time to see exactly how much there was. He rummaged through the pants he wore yesterday and pulled out the money inside, instantly stunned. Among a pile of copper coins there was actually a shiny silver coin. No way. A silver coin. These thugs are too rich. Generally speaking, the price of 10,000 copper coins is equivalent to 1 silver coin. However, due to the significant variance in the composition of copper coins, it often takes 12,000 copper coins to exchange for 1 silver coin. Qin Xiang thought that the 3 thugs disguised as homeless men were actually as poor as he was, with at most a few hundred copper coins in their pockets. He never expected to find such a large sum as a silver coin. If they are so wealthy, why did they attack me? Qin Xiang was puzzled at first, but then immediately understood. They had targeted his backpack, thinking it contained something extremely precious. The 3 of them never expected that not only had they saved up their money for someone else, but they had also lost their lives in the process. 3 wandering thugs carrying a fortune. One can easily guess that the source of that money is dubious. At this point, Qin Xiang's mood plummeted. 3 thugs carrying a fortune, how could they dare to report him to the police? Isn't that equivalent to mutual destruction? Damn. If I had known they had so much money, I could have robbed them directly and left quickly, avoiding all this subsequent. Now, not only did I steal the divine remains, but I've also added a murder case. These 3 piles of dog shit stink themselves and disgust others. Qin Xiang held the silver coin, feeling both envious and hot-handed. The reason was simple. He had no place to spend it. If he took out this silver coin nearby, it would definitely raise suspicions. A jobless orphan, where would he get so much money? If someone got jealous and reported him and government officials came to ask, he would be unable to explain the source of this silver coin. So much money could only be looked at, not spent, leaving Qin Xiang to beat his chest in frustration. After finishing the leftover food he brought home from school, he took out 40 copper coins from the hundreds and decided to rent a computer at the internet cafe. Upon reflection, 40 copper coins seemed like a huge sum given his identity, which was also not easy to explain. He had to put down another 20 copper coins. With 20 copper coins in hand, going to the internet cafe for an hour of computer time seemed more reasonable. Damn it, even spending money makes me timid. It's really frustrating. Qin Xiang cursed as he left the house. He also realized his current limitations. Bearing the identity of a poor student, an orphan, he simply could not freely manage money. But this was not the most urgent thing he needed to consider. Money was secondary. Compared to finding a suitable reason for a significant income, he now needed to find an identity that fit him. An identity as a sequence ability user that could be publicly displayed. Find a sequence that can conceal my identity, announce it to the public, then join a team of sequence ability users to hunt divine beings outside the safe zone and learn combat methods. After mastering the skills, I can hunt alone and consume divine beings to enhance myself. He believed that as long as he could survive, he could gradually grow stronger, and when the time came to act freely, he would reveal his sequence and abilities. By then, no one would pose a threat to him. Even if he couldn't survive all the time, at the very least, he must survive at the beginning, waiting until he had the ability to protect himself before revealing himself. After making up his mind, Qin Xiang arrived at the internet cafe and took out 20 copper coins. Today's internet cafe manager was still the same chubby, middle-aged man from last time. 1 hour of computer use. The manager pointed expressionlessly at the computer he had used last time. That one, go ahead. Qin Xiang noticed a new advertisement behind the manager. Recharge 500 copper coins and get 500 copper coins free. Why not come and recharge? Looking at this internet cafe activity reminiscent of his past life, he sighed. He had the ability to recharge, but he couldn't explain why he could suddenly take out so much money. Qin Xiang regretfully turned around and sat down next to a computer filled with the smell of smoke. As before, the time it took for the machine to start was extremely long, enough for Qin Xiang to brush his teeth and wash his face. Once he entered the interface, he opened the browser and once again entered the Godslaying Camp forum. He saw several pinned posts that were very helpful to him. In addition to all the known sequence statistics he had looked at last time, there were also guidelines for how newly awakened sequence users should report to the United Government and join the God Hunting team. Qin Xiang clicked on this newcomer guide post and began to read it carefully. A person may awaken their sequence ability at any time, in any place, and in any condition. When you awaken your sequence ability, there will be an information panel in your mind telling you your sequence name, sequence level, and usable skills. Qin Xiang glanced at the information panel in his mind. Sequence Devourer, consume divine beings to become stronger. Current sequence level, level 2. Greedy Marauder, skill blood drink. Skill description, can digest divine beings when consumed. Skill Violence. Skill description, within 10 minutes, personal strength and agility increase threefold, during which no pain is felt. It seemed that his information panel had an extra line compared to what the poster had mentioned. Consume divine beings to become stronger. This line of information guided Qin Xiang to try his luck at the 114,514 safe zone exit to find divine remains 2 days ago. Now checking the information panels of other sequence users, it seemed that this item was not present. If they don't have a hint about how to become stronger, how can they become stronger? Qin Xiang continued reading the post with this question. After awakening your sequence ability, you can report to the nearby Sequence Ability Management Bureau to register your sequence and related information. Since the information panel in your mind cannot be viewed by others, the content reported is determined by you. However, we strongly recommend that you report truthfully, do not hide information nor lie. Because after you report, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau will arrange according to your sequence and skills. At the same time, after your information is disclosed in the Sequence Ability Hall, sequence users interested in you will invite you to join their teams to hunt divine beings outside the safe zone. If your information is incorrect, it could lead to your death or the destruction of your team. Qin Xiang took note of this quietly. After reporting the information, all sequence users will know your sequence and skills. When you register at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, you will receive the first reward provided by the Bureau, which can also be understood as a beginner's gift package, Sequence Potion. Sequence Potion is a drug developed by the United Government, specifically targeting the enhancement of sequence users' abilities. The formula for the Sequence Potion remains a top secret of the United Government, controlled by the highest leaders of each safe zone. Drinking sequence potions is currently the only known method for all sequence users to become stronger. Only after taking the Sequence Potion can sequence users continuously grow stronger and advance. However, one cannot simply take sequence potions for the sake of it. After using a sequence potion, you must digest it for your strength to increase. The way to digest the potion is also quite singular. It is to use your own skills in combat against divine beings. The more you use your skills, the faster you digest the sequence potion. Do not think about carelessly using skills outside the safe zone to digest sequence potions, because the Management Bureau will issue sequence potions based on the level and quantity of the divine remains you submit. If you use skills many times and digest the potion cleanly, but only return with a pitiful divine remain or submit no divine remains at all, the Management Bureau will consider your combat ability to be lacking, thus reducing your supply of sequence potions or possibly canceling it entirely. After hunting divine beings, the Management Bureau will not only provide you with sequence potions, but also give you corresponding honors and generous rewards. Therefore, hunting divine beings is the best way for sequence users to become wealthy and enhance their strength. Qin Xiang contemplated. All sequence users need to rely on sequence potions to enhance their strength and must release skills during battles with divine beings to digest the potions. However, he only needed to consume divine beings and then digest them, allowing his strength to continuously grow stronger. Doesn't that mean he is like cheating? No. He didn't have any system outside of rules. This was his awakened sequence. How could it be considered cheating? I, Qin Xiang, am not cheating. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the events following the sequence awakening, Qin Xiang revisited the post summarizing various sequences and abilities. He needed to find a sequence that could conceal his identity. A sequence that could be covered by his existing abilities without revealing any flaws. If he were to register at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, he must find such a mask. Originally, Qin Xiang planned to create his own sequence, customizing everything from the name to the skills for his Eater of Gods persona, but after some thought he decided against it. Firstly, he was unsure whether the Sequence Ability Management Bureau had a way to verify the validity of a sequence he created, such as whether there would be any loopholes in his fabricated sequence. Secondly, all sequence ability users would be able to see his information. A brand new sequence would certainly attract everyone's attention and scrutiny. Under the watchful gaze of countless people, it was inevitable that he would expose himself. There was even a possibility that by sheer bad luck someone else would awaken a sequence with the exact same name he had concocted, and that would immediately reveal his secret. Therefore, it was far more prudent to search among the existing sequences. Qin Xiang had no clear direction. All he could do was meticulously examine each sequence to find the best mask to conceal his identity. At the beginning of the post, it introduced the unified abilities of sequence users. After awakening a sequence user's physical strength, agility, and perception will all increase accordingly. After consuming 5 bottles of sequence potion, various aspects of the body would approximately triple, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Only 3 times. Qin Xiang felt that his punch could send that thug flying with power comparable to a speeding car's collision. Forget about tripling his strength, he might have increased it. He brightened at the thought, could his Eater of Gods sequence also double his base attributes? This was truly astonishing. Having awakened his sequence, not only were his skills incredibly powerful, but his fundamental growth was also astonishingly high. I wonder what day it is. Good news is coming one after another, and I can hardly keep up. Qin Xiang smiled, seriously examining each sequence's abilities. When he saw the Fragrant Seeker sequence, he discovered that the level 1 skill Fragrant Search could locate enemies within a certain range based on scents left at the scene, which relieved him. Indeed, there were sequence users who could track based on scent. His worries were not unfounded. Fortunately, he chose a place with a chaotic scent to dispose of the bodies, otherwise it would have been dangerous. The skill of the Fragrant Seeker becomes ineffective in places heavy with divine aura. If the skill is forcibly activated, it may lead to fainting, bleeding from the 7 orifices, or even brain death. Because the Fragrant Seeker skill is ineffective before the divine, it belongs to the few sequence users who can receive Management Bureau sequence potions without engaging in battle with the divine. However, to receive sequence potions, the Fragrant Seeker must join the joint government organization, usually assisting the police in solving cases. Especially upon seeing assisting and solving cases, Qin Xiang let out a long breath of relief. Needless to say, the trouble he caused at the exit of the 89757 safety zone yesterday would undoubtedly attract the police, and there would likely be Fragrant Seeker sequence users among them. Having escaped the disaster, he felt an immense joy. He continued to read and learned a lot about the knowledge of sequence users. Qin Xiang wanted to take notes on all of this because his mind could not possibly retain all the abilities of sequence users. However, if he took out paper and pen to record these, it would certainly raise suspicions. Qin Xiang could only try to remember the more important and common sequences. Nevertheless, he found that after awakening his sequence abilities, his memory seemed to have also improved. Although he could not remember every ability after just one glance, he could remember quite a lot. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Awakening sequence abilities is truly wonderful. Just as he was feeling proud, he spotted another sequence, Undying. It was precisely because he had casually glimpsed the skill of the Undying sequence, which could read the memories of the deceased during his last visit to the God-slaying camp, that he had crushed the heads of all 3 thugs. He secretly felt fortunate. That fleeting information had saved his life, truly a stroke of good luck. Qin Xiang carefully read the skills of the Undying sequence. Death Command can read the memories of the deceased from their last moments. However, the deceased's brain must retain biological characteristics. It cannot have undergone changes, nor can it deteriorate, for example, from burning or acid corrosion. Otherwise, the skill will become ineffective. Upon reading this, Qin Xiang was stunned. Could burning the bodies also render Death Command inoperable? Then wasn't smashing 3 people's skulls a redundant act? This unnecessary action should not cause any trouble, right? The description of the Undying sequence was placed very prominently in the post, likely one of the more common or earlier recorded sequences. In that case, could the abilities of the Undying sequence be common knowledge among sequence users? To verify his guess, he searched the forum for posts related to Undying and found nearly 100,000 relevant posts. It was evident that Undying was indeed a very common sequence. It could basically be described as common knowledge, but he had no idea about it until now. Qin Xiang couldn't help but speculate if someone discovered this flaw of his, would it expose his identity? The unnecessary actions taken while handling the bodies indicated a lack of understanding of sequence abilities. Feeling guilty, he couldn't help but ponder this possibility. If someone is paying attention, could this be a flaw? Qin Xiang didn't know if he was overthinking. Perhaps the psychology of a perpetrator would become suspicious after the fact, reacting to any signs of disturbance. Yet he felt deep down that he was likely on the verge of exposure. At that moment, he heard a commotion erupting outside the internet cafe. What was going on? Amidst the chaos, Qin Xiang could hear many people arguing. At this time, he vaguely heard a voice saying, "Officer, this is just a small business. I can't afford such a thorough investigation." Officer. Qin Xiang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that just as he thought he might be exposed, the police were knocking on his door? The police are this quick. Regardless of whether they were coming for him, he had to respond. In a panic, Qin Xiang hurriedly deleted his browser history and sought a way to disguise himself. Just as he finished, 7 or 8 officers entered the internet cafe. "Everyone immediately leave your computers and squat down with your hands on your head. Hurry." Qin Xiang put on a panicked expression and quickly followed the officer's instructions, squatting down with his hands on his head. "You, what are you doing? Still not leaving your computer? Raise your hands." An officer shouted angrily at a scruffy young man in the corner. The young man hurriedly pulled up his pants, stammering, "Sir, I was." "Get out of the way." "Yes, officer," the man said, not bothering to adjust his pants as he squatted down with his hands on his head. The officer glanced at his computer screen, then disdainfully said, "You should watch less of this kind of stuff. You're still young. Being too indulgent will lead to trouble later on." After saying this, the officer moved on. Then the 7 or 8 officers checked each computer for browsing history and content. When they reached Qin Xiang, the officer glanced at his face, then at his computer screen and browsing history, and sympathetically patted his shoulder, saying, "If the girl didn't agree, it means she rejected you. Don't waste any more time and energy." After saying this, he moved on to check someone else's computer. Qin Xiang smiled gratefully at the officer, but felt a sense of danger in his heart. He knew the officers would check the browsing history. However, there was no way to create a large number of browsing records in such a short time. So he chose the simplest browsing content, reading an ebook. On his desktop, there was a document titled 3 Sentences to Make the Goddess Fall for You Top Secret Edition. He opened it and found it was indeed about teaching lickers how to please the goddess. Thus, he directly scrolled the document's progress bar to a middle position, pretending to be reading a downloaded ebook. The officers searched for a while, found two young people engaging in dark web transactions in the internet cafe, and took them away. However, Qin Xiang felt that the officers' expressions were somewhat grave, indicating that the real target was not these two. Sorry to interrupt everyone's time. Hope you don't mind. Internet administrator, please add another hour of internet usage for each of them. Our police station will reimburse you. Sure, no problem. Thank you, officer. Thank you, police uncle. Thanks. Come check again next time, officer. In the midst of a cheerful atmosphere, everyone returned to their computers once again. Outside, Qin Xiang heard the internet cafe owner say, "Officer, you've been making surprise visits these past 2 days, taking away a few customers each time. My internet cafe business can't go on like this. Boss Wang, we are also following orders from above. Oh, I hope you understand." Understand? How can I understand? Can't you just ensure the criminal comes before you check? The police have no authority to check IP addresses and browsing records. We can only conduct on-site inspections. We didn't overstep by checking your surveillance footage, and the police station has covered the internet fees. Oh, what loss do you have? You. This is simply unreasonable. Qin Xiang was intrigued. The police station has been making surprise visits these past 2 days. Isn't that right after he killed someone? Could it really be that coincidental? But if the police said they had no authority to check IP addresses and browsing records, that was good news. Yet who knows if what the police said was true or false? Still, he could not let his guard down. Qin Xiang let out a long breath and decided to open the God-slaying camp to continue his search. At that moment, a dialog box appeared on his computer screen. Qin Xiang's eyes widened, and he felt a chill down his back. He immediately looked towards the bar. The internet administrator was grinning at him while smoking a cigarette. The dialog box on the screen was still bouncing. Friendly reminder from the internet administrator: the person the officer was looking for just now is you, right? Exposed. Even after living another life, I have never experienced the fear of being brought to justice. Qin Xiang's heart was filled with panic, more so than when he had rummaged through a dumpster for divine remnants or killed someone in a dark alley. Even when I first reincarnated and saw countless dark moths with glowing eyes on the glass that night, I did not feel this level of terror. Sitting dumbfounded in front of the computer, I didn't know what to do. At this moment, the information on the computer screen changed again. Network administrator's warm reminder: just keep watching. When you're done, don't leave. Wait for me in the alley behind the internet cafe. Qin Xiang looked at the information on the screen, but he no longer had the desire to browse God-slaying camp. This network administrator had been monitoring him all along. Qin Xiang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was the network administrator so idle? Did he have nothing to do? Why did he watch every customer online day after day? But the money had already been spent, and just sitting there was a waste of time. He calmed his nerves and reopened God-slaying camp. This internet cafe might very well be the last time he came here. No, it was likely that this was his last time entering any internet cafe. Not just this one, but including others he would not enter again. He needed to find a sequence he could disguise himself with during this visit to God-slaying camp. Qin Xiang continued to browse the sequence summary posts and looked for a suitable disguise. Finally, his eyes locked onto a sequence. Phantom Assassin Sequence Level 1, Assassin Apprentice Skill: Life and Death on the line. It could double his agility within 5 minutes, but he would feel utterly weak afterward, unable to move for half an hour. Sequence Level 2, Swift Assassin Skill: Life and Death on the line enhanced. It could double his agility and strength within 5 minutes, but he would feel utterly weak afterward, unable to move for 20 minutes. Qin Xiang looked at this Phantom Assassin sequence and found that his violence skill completely encompassed the skills of Sequence Level 1 and Sequence Level 2, allowing him to muddle through for a while. Thus, he repeatedly checked the skill descriptions of this sequence, committing them firmly to memory. To further understand this sequence, he searched for it on the forum and immediately found thousands of posts. It seemed this was also a relatively common sequence. What equipment does the Phantom Assassin sequence need the most? Who is the best teammate for a Phantom Assassin? My teammate, the Phantom Assassin, is useless. He only uses skills to escape during battles. What should I do? The Phantom Assassin seeks the God-hunting squad, prioritizing warriors. Qin Xiang clicked on a Phantom Assassin introduction post essence to read. It described how the Phantom Assassin should train, how to properly utilize resources provided by the Management Bureau, and how to purchase the most suitable equipment. In this post, Qin Xiang saw quite a bit of content, and also discovered that the Sequence Level 3 of Swift Assassin was Shadow Assassin Skill: Life and Death on the line enhanced too. It could triple his agility within 10 minutes and double his strength, but he would feel utterly weak afterward, unable to move for 10 minutes. From this post, Qin Xiang also learned that unlike most sequences, each level increase would provide new skills. Currently known Phantom Assassins only have one skill, continuously enhancing life and death on the line upon leveling up. This single-line promotion method, Qin Xiang couldn't say whether it was good or bad. It had its pros and cons. If they couldn't eliminate the enemy after activating their skills, it would be very difficult for them to survive. Undoubtedly, Phantom Assassins heavily relied on their teammate. This skill, however, suited Qin Xiang for hiding himself. The violence skill fully covered the skills of the first 3 levels of the Swift Assassin sequence. Thus, to play the role of a Swift Assassin, he needed to feign weakness appropriately. Comparing God Eater with Swift Assassin also made Qin Xiang realize the power of his own sequence. Clearly, violence was a skill awakened at level 2, yet it was more powerful than the continuously enhanced skills of the Swift Assassin. Moreover, reviewing the forum, the Swift Assassin sequence seemed to be a rather sought-after popular sequence with many god-hunting squads eager to recruit them into their teams. This wasn't Qin Xiang's only advantage. According to his careful research on the forum, his base attributes were already comparable to a Phantom Assassin, using the life and death on the line skill even stronger. Even if he didn't release any skills, he could still be invincible among low-level sequence ability users. So how would he play the role of the Phantom Assassin? The most crucial trick was to keep a low profile. After finding his substitute sequence, Qin Xiang received a prompt that his computer time was up. After exchanging a glance with the network administrator at the counter, he chose to log off and left the internet cafe under the administrator's watchful gaze. Circumventing the cameras at the entrance of the internet cafe, Qin Xiang followed the instructions from the administrator and arrived at the alley behind the cafe. The alley behind the internet cafe had already left the management range of the cafe's owner, so there were no cameras around. The back alley felt more like an unmonitored area. It was somewhat dirty and messy, filled with debris and disposable food containers, with a stench of food waste lingering, reminiscent of the atmosphere in a cafeteria. In this small alley, Qin Xiang couldn't even find a decent place to sit. Eventually, he wiped a slab of stone clean and placed it on the greasy steps before sitting down. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he was overwhelmed by the stench of food waste. After a while, the middle-aged network administrator with a greasy face and wearing a white shirt shaking with excess fat and a coat draped over his shoulder appeared in the narrow alley. The administrator paid no heed to the trash on the ground, casually kicking it along the way, getting some grease on his shoes. Qin Xiang looked at his collar and cuffs soaked in sweat and felt disgusted. The administrator greedily looked at Qin Xiang. "Kid, the police are looking for you because you killed someone, right?" This opening line hit directly at Qin Xiang's thoughts. Qin Xiang did not respond. He believed that the murder case near the 89757 safety exit couldn't have spread to such a remote place in just one night. Needless to say, the administrator must have guessed it. So there was no need for him to admit anything. The administrator chuckled. "Even if you don't say anything, I already know. You came last time to check the sequence ability user forum, and this time too." The administrator brought up Qin Xiang's confusion, so he followed up with a question. "Can you remember everyone?" "Of course I can't remember. I'm not a sequence ability user with memory skills. Just remembering me." Qin Xiang had no idea why he was so unlucky to be targeted by the greasy administrator. "Because you look like a broke loser at the edge of the safe zone. To think you'd spend money in an internet cafe, of course I would be curious and take a second look. Coincidentally, you wore the same outer garment both times, so I remembered you. You lingered for a long time before the Immortal and Fragrant Seeker sequences, and most of those sequence ability users are investigators from the police department. Then suddenly the police arrived. You quickly deleted your browsing history and opened a desktop text document pretending to read an ebook. I immediately guessed that you must have killed someone, and we're here to check if the police department's sequence ability users would find out." The administrator's face, filled with fat, trembled with excitement, as if celebrating the great discovery he made through his keen observation. Yet Qin Xiang remained noncommittal. He would not respond to any of the administrator's speculations about him, even if they were correct. "Never let your enemies see through your thoughts." Qin Xiang couldn't remember which movie he had seen this line in during his past life, but it was precisely his strategy now. He would absolutely not provide this administrator with any fragments of information about himself. Qin Xiang silently watched the administrator, waiting for him to speak next. Seeing that Qin Xiang had no reaction, the administrator seemed slightly surprised. But he wasn't flustered, as he still held the upper hand. "It's simple to call you out. I won't tell anyone about your issue, but you have to give me a silver coin as a bribe." Qin Xiang chuckled lightly, shooting the administrator a sharp glance. "A silver coin? Are you insane?" The administrator was startled by Qin Xiang's gaze. The killing intent in that smile was not something that could be faked. This 18 or 19-year-old young man must have truly killed someone. He swallowed hard and stiffened his neck, saying, "I'm not crazy. A silver coin is your life-saving money, very worthwhile. After all, you're a murderer. There's nothing you wouldn't dare to do." The administrator seemed to find some confidence and became more animated. "I don't care how you do it. Steal, rob, or kill. Just as long as you can get me a silver coin, that's enough." Qin Xiang merely looked indifferently at the administrator, as if watching a joke unrelated to himself. The administrator felt as if he was being stared down by a tiger, and his whole body shivered. But he laughed again. "You can't scare me. We're both just ordinary people living our lives in this broken place. Who has more arms and legs than the other?" It seemed this administrator didn't realize that Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user. This was a small piece of good news amid the troubles. Qin Xiang was not led by the nose by the administrator's question. He keenly noticed the administrator's breathing was becoming heavier, indicating he was quite nervous. So Qin Xiang continued to apply pressure, and threw out the question in his mind, since you know I killed someone, why aren't you afraid I might kill you? The administrator wiped the cold sweat from his face with his hand, and then said, I have already written an email to report you, and attached a close-up photo of you from the surveillance. This email will be sent to the police department's inbox at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. I reset the time every day to delay it by a day. If I die, you will be exposed. To make Qin Xiang believe him, the administrator added, if you don't believe it, you can give it a try. Kill me now. The scheduled email was like a time bomb, making Qin Xiang take it seriously. The administrator's method tightly bound his hands and feet, preventing him from rashly taking action against the administrator. Before next week, you need to give me 1,000 copper coins. Otherwise, I'll inform the police department about your situation. The administrator grinned, revealing a set of somewhat ragged yellow teeth. After hearing this, Qin Xiang did not respond and turned to leave the alley. The administrator watched Qin Xiang's departing figure, snorting coldly and revealing a disdainful smile. So what if you killed someone? You still have to obediently give me money. Kid, I've got this secret locked down for life. Keep working hard, or I'll rely on you for my house and car. Suddenly, the administrator realized that he still didn't know Qin Xiang's name. By the way, my name is Lu Daji. What's your name? Qin Xiang continued to walk back in silence, still not replying. A dead man doesn't need to know his name. After leaving the alley of the internet cafe, Qin Xiang did not go home. His departure was merely a disguise. He hid on the other side of the cafe, carefully listening to the rustling footsteps within the alley. Lu Daji was leaving. He concealed himself and quietly followed Lu Daji. Although Lu Daji was alert and attentive to any potential followers, Qin Xiang never appeared in his line of sight. Utilizing his acute hearing, he discerned Lu Daji's position, cautiously trailing behind, while maintaining a distance that kept him unseen. Only after Lu Daji opened his front door did Qin Xiang firmly memorize the location of his home before quietly departing. On his way home, his mind was filled with Lu Daji's threats. Scheduled emails are indeed a bit tricky to handle. He did not understand Lu Daji well, and thus had no idea how he configured the timed emails. What email service was used? How many email accounts were involved? When did he adjust the sending time? These questions were all unknown to Qin Xiang. Killing Lu Daji would be easy, but ensuring his own secrets remained undisclosed afterward was quite a dilemma. A slight misstep could render all of Qin Xiang's previous efforts in vain. I cannot allow my splendid rebirth to be ruined by Lu Daji. He needed to quickly devise a plan to eliminate this threat. Upon arriving home, Qin Xiang glanced at the calendar. Blue Star Calendar, January 4th, 2010, Gregorian Calendar, Monday. Lunar Calendar, Year of the Metal Ox, November 20th, suitable for planting, avoid marriage. He then packed his belongings and left for school. He had already burned his backpack and had no spare, so he used a cloth bag to carry a few lunchboxes and went out. As for the textbooks required for class, he had long forgotten where he threw them. Such things were unnecessary to him. After all, it was pointless to pretend when he couldn't even get into the academy. After leaving, Qin Xiang took a detour to the internet cafe, passing by its entrance while deliberately avoiding the surveillance cameras. Through the cafe's door, he saw Lu Daji still sitting at the bar counter. Lu Daji was intently staring at the computer screen, displaying an expression of nervous excitement, his hands rapidly typing on the keyboard, lost in whatever game he was playing. Engrossed in his game, Lu Daji did not notice Qin Xiang passing by. Qin Xiang glanced at Lu Daji, turned away, and headed straight to school. Today, it seemed, was not a good day to kill Lu Daji. The almanac didn't say today was suitable for burial, and there's certainly a reason for that. During school days, the main road at the edge of the safe zone had a few more people than usual, unlike the empty weekends. Many students were walking in pairs. Qin Xiang walked alone, not greeting anyone. Upon reaching the school gate, he noticed several adults standing at the entrance inspecting the school situation. Qin Xiang recognized the principal of Jiuan School and several leading teachers beside him. He wondered what had possessed the principal to suddenly conduct inspections at the school gate today. Perhaps it was due to his personality, occasionally wanting to assert his presence. Good morning, principal. Good morning, principal. Students greeted the principal, who smiled in response. Qin Xiang did not wish to attract attention. Even though he held no fondness for the principal, he still maintained a smile and greeted him. The principal smiled back at Qin Xiang. But it was easier to face the king of hell than to deal with the troublesome little ghost. A teacher furrowed his brow and immediately shouted at Qin Xiang, "Stop!" Students turned back in response, noticing that the teacher was pointing at Qin Xiang, and then continued on to their classrooms uninterested. Being stopped by a teacher at the entrance was a common occurrence, and nobody felt it was particularly noteworthy. After all, the worse the school, the more rules there were. The teacher approached. When you see the principal, why don't you greet him loudly? Don't you understand the principle of respecting teachers? Huh. Just because his greeting wasn't loud enough, he had to be questioned. Qin Xiang's fingers twitched uncontrollably, as if wanting to clench into a fist. With a weapon in hand, murderous intent arose. After having killed before, his mentality had also changed. He felt an urge to simply punch the teacher to show him how he understood respecting teachers. Attending school and receiving free meals he owed the United Government, but he owed nothing to the teachers. However, the disgusting smile of Lu Daji suddenly flashed in Qin Xiang's mind. Forget it, just endure for now. If he hit the teacher, he would expose his status as a sequence ability user, and Lu Daji might directly go to the police, leading to all his previous troubles coming to light. Troublesome. Everything must wait until after Lu Daji is dealt with. Fortunately, in his past life, Qin Xiang had often endured such humiliation, so pretending to be meek was second nature. He immediately arranged a thoroughly apologetic smile. Sorry, teacher, I didn't sleep well last night, so my voice is weak this morning. He'll say it again. Good morning, principal. Good morning, teacher. The principal smiled graciously, not caring about the volume of Qin Xiang's greeting, and said, make sure to rest well, now go to class. Thank you, principal. Wait. The teacher called Qin Xiang again. Why aren't you carrying a backpack? What's in the bag you're holding? Let me see. The teacher seemed eager to showcase his keen insight in front of the principal, snatching the bag from Qin Xiang's hand and opening it to see its contents. Why is there only lunchboxes? Where are your textbooks? Didn't you do your homework over the weekend? What use are textbooks? Learning was merely a waste of time. How many people pass the exams for the academies set up by the United Government each year? Don't you know? The top students in the grade are all known to the school leaders, right? Just cultivate your top students. Well, why bother making things difficult for an ordinary student like me? However, faced with the teacher's stern questioning, Qin Xiang again suppressed the impulse to punch him into a new existence. With each instance of restraint, his hatred for Lu Daji deepened. Just as Qin Xiang was about to speak, a female voice suddenly came from behind. Teacher Qin Xiang went to a classmate's house for tutoring over the weekend, and he left his books there. I promised my classmate I would bring the books today. Turning around, Qin Xiang was surprised to find that the one speaking up for him was actually Li Jingwen. Is that so? Qin Xiang didn't know why Li Jingwen wanted to bail him out, but nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. The teacher looked suspiciously at the two of them. Not seeing any ambiguous feelings in Qin Xiang's eyes, he realized there was no sign of early romance between them and let them go. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. The scrutinizing gaze of the teacher was also caught by Qin Xiang, making him smirk inwardly. This lousy school still wants to catch early romance. For whom? Most people graduate from high school and go straight to work. Isn't it better to date and get married upon graduation, fully dedicating themselves to work? He was also unsure why there were so many dull rules in a place like Juan School, which had a very low admission rate. Li Jingwen quickened her pace, coming alongside Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, shouldn't you say something to me? Looking at the bright smile of Li Jingwen, Qin Xiang coldly replied, do you think I should thank you? Li Jingwen's smile faltered for a moment before she turned to speak in a somewhat spoiled tone. I didn't do well before. You helped me, and I helped you. We're even now. Just treat it as a test for you. Of course, I'm not testing whether you're suitable for dating me, but whether you still have a bit of humanity. Li Jingwen's smile faltered for a moment before she turned to speak in a somewhat spoiled tone. I didn't do well before. You helped me, and I helped you. We're even now, okay? You're so cold it really hurts my feelings. Even. Qin Xiang found it amusing. In his memories, he often stayed up late to help Li Jingwen with her homework. He would often skip meals to bring her breakfast. A trivial act of helping her out would make them even. His contributions were indeed seen as cheap in Li Jingwen's eyes. Fortunately, he had cut his losses in this rebirth. Evening things out was fine. After settling this, he could completely sever ties with Li Jingwen, sparing himself from daily encounters that made him feel nauseated. Alright, we're even now. Since we're even, let's start over. Qin Xiang, I'll be more proactive with you from now on. Can you continue to bring me breakfast and help me with my homework? Li Jingwen, hearing Qin Xiang's interruption, didn't grasp his questioning tone and smiled, nodding. Can you? I really love seeing your concern for me. It's my motivation for the day. I've realized I can't live without you. She then flashed a smile she thought would win Qin Xiang over. This nauseating confession had been planned by Li Jingwen and her friends over the weekend. Based on their understanding of Qin Xiang, she was sure it would work. However, Qin Xiang merely said, Li Jingwen, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. You say if I know, I will definitely tell you. Why do you insist on deceiving only me? Aren't there any other male classmates willing to be your dog? You bring him breakfast, but want me to do it for you. You want to answer questions with him and want my help writing. You want me to do everything, as should I just marry him instead? Qin Xiang's ruthlessly blunt words shattered Li Jingwen's thoughts, leaving her momentarily at a loss, her face displaying shock. Li Jingwen, stop clinging to me. Go find another dog to help you with your homework. If you annoy me again. Qin Xiang revealed a scornful smile. You wouldn't want Zhou Yang to know about this, would you? Qin Xiang, who no longer wished to be entangled with Li Jingwen, had long since lost his patience. Even uttering a single word to Li Jingwen made him feel as if he was falling into depravity. Since ordinary words could not make the dull-witted Li Jingwen realize her attitude, he decided to be straightforward and bombard her with a cannon. Now she should clearly understand that Qin Xiang was no longer the obedient lapdog for her to command. Watching Li Jingwen's increasingly ugly expressions, Qin Xiang felt a sense of relief. This time his words finally had an effect. He strode towards the classroom. Li Jingwen, as expected, no longer clung to him and walked slowly behind. Qin Xiang glanced back at her. She didn't even dare to meet his gaze, instead focusing on the small path laid with tiles ahead of her, lost in thought. Qin Xiang joyously entered the classroom, found his own corner, sat down, and began another day of daydreaming. The entanglement with Li Jingwen had finally come to an end. He was pondering whether reporting false information about his sequence ability would be discovered by others. Did the Sequence Ability Management Bureau responsible for registering sequence abilities have the technology to investigate them? One must plan well. When Li Jingwen entered the classroom, her face was as ugly as an eggplant smeared with sauce. Glancing at the relaxed Qin Xiang, she felt even more frustrated. Her friends immediately surrounded her, inquiring about her situation. Jingwen, what's wrong? Yeah, you seem to be in a bad mood. Did you not get enough rest last night? Li Jingwen, beautiful and somewhat resourceful, had always been the core figure of their small circle. Now getting close to Zhou Yang, and with Zhou Yang's uncle awakening a sequence ability, she had become the only queen in their circle. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth and resentfully said, "How could Qin Xiang know about my relationship with Zhou Yang?" Her friends were also taken aback. How did this blockhead Qin Xiang suddenly become enlightened? Li Jingwen's eyes revealed hatred. He can't possibly know about this. His attitude has suddenly changed 180 degrees, someone must have told him. Could it be that among you someone who can't stand me secretly told Qin Xiang? Li Jingwen scanned her friends, her gaze very venomous. However, her friends looked at each other innocently. Jingwen, you know, I've never said a word to Qin Xiang. Jingwen, you know I'm so ugly and can't compare to you. They'll be relying on your help from now on. How could I undermine you? Yes, Jingwen, you must be mistaken. How everyone supports you. What good would it do us to tell Qin Xiang about your affairs? We can't even finish our homework. Haven't we suffered enough? Listening to her friend's defense, Li Jingwen nodded. She indeed did not think her friend group had any motive to inform Qin Xiang of this matter. They were also beneficiaries of her taming Qin Xiang and had no need to do something that harmed others while benefiting themselves. Homework is my bridge of communication with Zhou Yang. Breakfast is a way to express my attitude towards him, and now it's all ruined by Qin Xiang. Li Jingwen's friends looked worried. Jingwen, you know our homework skills. We rely on you and can't contribute at all. Yes, and the breakfast you delivered to Zhou Yang is gone. You know our family conditions. We can't afford to provide breakfast for Zhou Yang. Indeed, sometimes we can't even have breakfast ourselves, so we can't spare another portion for you. Why don't you think of a way yourself? Before Li Jingwen could even open her mouth to find them, her friends quickly distanced themselves, telling her they could not provide any substantial help. In her heart, she no longer regarded these friends highly, knowing that once she married Zhou Yang, she would certainly cut ties with them. Now she only used them for their ideas and had not yet torn apart their facade. Alright, I will think of other excuses to get close to Zhou Yang. That's wonderful. Jingwen, don't miss out on someone as promising as Zhou Yang. Yes, Jingwen, with your conditions you will definitely be able to be with Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen was the most beautiful and adept among them. If she could attach herself to Zhou Yang, they would also benefit. Being with Zhou Yang might allow you to leave this broken place on the edge of safety and soar to new heights. As soon as this girl finished speaking, another girl beside her tugged at her, her eyes filled with disgust, seemingly scolding her for speaking thoughtlessly. They were destined to live on the edge of safety for a lifetime. If Li Jingwen left this place while moving to another, how would they seek her help? Li Jingwen turned a blind eye to her friends' subtle intentions. Each had their own calculations, none were fools. Having the opportunity to leave the edge of safety, Li Jingwen would never let it slip away. This was a lesson ingrained in her since childhood. She would not change because of a few words from her so-called friends. However, the questions her friends raised were worth considering. With breakfast and homework out of the picture, what excuse could she find to get close to Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang was not like Qin Xiang, a sheltered orphan. His family background was among the best in school, and even the principal would greet him warmly. Understanding the psychology of boys, Li Jingwen knew she could not directly approach someone like Zhou Yang. Doing so would only make him develop a dislike for her. But at this moment, she truly could not think of any reliable way to resolve her current dilemma. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth. It's all that damn Qin Xiang. If I catch that snitch, I will definitely tear her mouth apart. Qin Xiang, sitting at the back of the classroom, naturally had no interest in Li Jingwen's affairs. Now he only felt a sense of lightness throughout his body. This ease did not last long as he thought of Lu Daji once again. Qin Xiang suddenly remembered that he should go to the library to organize books. Since he had nothing else to learn, he decided to head to the library. Upon arriving at the library, he said, "Teacher Zhu, I would like to continue working on managing the books in the library. I wonder if that would be all right." The librarian was a kind-hearted retired female teacher who had been rehired by the school to manage the library. Though called a library, it only contained 3 rows of bookshelves and a few small tables established merely to comply with education department inspections, with few useful books, and even fewer students borrowing them. Out of sympathy for Qin Xiang's plight, teacher Zhu offered him this meager-paying job, hoping to improve his life to some extent. In Qin Xiang's memories from both his previous and current lives, teacher Zhu was one of the few bright spots in his lonely campus life. Good, as long as you're willing to do it. The job of organizing books in the library will always be yours. Teacher will keep it for you. Thank you, teacher. You can get busy first and come back after lunch to tidy up a bit. Qin Xiang looked around the library, saw only 1 or 2 classmates, and realized there was nothing to organize, so he nodded and decided to leave. Okay, I understand. Qin Xiang looked around the library, saw only 1 or 2 classmates, and realized there was nothing to organize, so he nodded. After bidding farewell to teacher Zhu, Qin Xiang returned to the classroom, planning to continue daydreaming throughout the day. However, upon hearing the teacher's lesson, he realized this class was different from the usual. Today's lesson had some new content. It no longer discussed outdated knowledge, but focused on filling out college applications for the college entrance examination. Qin Xiang was a third-year student and would take the college entrance examination in half a year. Therefore, the teachers had dedicated a day to talk about college applications. However, in Qin Xiang's class, there was no one with hopes of entering a higher institution. Therefore, to him, such a lesson seemed pointless and merely a waste of time. Students, in 6 months you will take the college entrance examination, and then you will fill out applications for colleges established by the United Government. The number of colleges established by the United Government in our safety zone is not many. There are only 8 in total. The competition for the college entrance examination is extremely fierce, basically 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. Although most of you may not be able to enter these 8 colleges, and will go to various places in the safety zone to start your lives after graduating high school, I still think it is necessary to take this opportunity to tell you about these colleges. First of all, these 8 colleges are for ordinary people like us. Sequence ability users cannot apply to these 8 colleges. Hearing this, Qin Xiang felt somewhat confused. He did not know much about education. He had just learned that the colleges were only open to ordinary people. Did that mean sequence ability users could not attend school after graduating high school? What would he do in the future? This question needed to be clarified, so he immediately raised his hand. Qin Xiang, what question do you have? Teacher, does that mean sequence ability users must hunt down deities after graduating high school? The teacher looked at Qin Xiang with some disdain. I am discussing college applications related to you. Why bring up sequence ability users, which has nothing to do with you? Sit down. Qin Xiang, of course, would not give up on asking about matters related to himself, and continued, what if someone awakens their sequence ability before the college entrance examination? Perhaps one of our classmates might have such good luck. What if? There is no what if. This school has yet to see a single student awaken a sequence ability. The teacher thought explaining about sequence ability users was a greater waste of time than explaining college applications. The class top student might still have a chance at college entrance examinations. However, there was no hope for anyone in the class to pursue the path of sequence ability users. Some things were simply destined. 4 or 5 years among thousands of ordinary students and their ordinary parents, not a single person had awakened a sequence ability, so how could there be any changes in his class? However, the teacher's experience did not represent the students' thoughts. For students, there remained some hopes for the future, and having been less exposed to the harsh realities of society, they often remained ambitious. Thus, Qin Xiang's words sparked thoughts among his classmates. Just because it had never happened before didn't mean they couldn't be that lucky one. As a result, they echoed Qin Xiang, saying, Teacher, please tell us. Yeah, teacher, we might really awaken our sequence abilities. Exactly, Zhou Yang's uncle suddenly awakened his sequence ability, right? Can you all compare to Director Zhou? The teacher looked at the students' whimsical ideas, extremely angry. Zhou Yang's uncle was the director of the education department in the nearby area, not an ordinary person, so his awakening of a sequence ability was only natural. After all, it is well known that officials in the United Government departments have a high probability of awakening sequence abilities. However, the students were still unwilling to give up and insisted on having the teacher explain where sequence ability users go after the college entrance examination. He could only helplessly say, in addition to establishing 8 colleges for ordinary people, the United Government has also established hundreds of universities for sequence ability users. These universities can only be applied to by students who awaken their sequence abilities before the college entrance examination, and they only get one chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted once again. Hundreds. Did I hear that correctly? There are hundreds of schools for sequence ability users while we ordinary people have only 8. This is so unfair. Quiet. Quiet. If you don't settle down, I won't continue. The teacher sternly restored order in the classroom, casting a disgusted glance at Qin Xiang, the instigator. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang completely ignored the teacher's warning and listened with great excitement. This was the first time he had learned about the higher education institutions for sequence ability users. He had thought the only destination for sequence ability users after awakening was to hunt deities outside the safety zone. Oh, unexpectedly, they could continue their studies. Indeed, this world already had an educational system for sequence ability users. Yet he had never seen any posts about sequence ability users attending school in the God-slaying camp. Oh, why was that? Qin Xiang temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and continued to listen to the teacher's explanation. Sequence ability users will also undergo a test similar to the college entrance examination organized by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. It is an evaluation of their sequences and skills from which a score is derived. After obtaining this score, they can apply to their desired universities. If any university is willing to accept them, they can continue their studies there. Alright, telling you too much is of no use. If any of you are curious, you can check the Sequence Education Forum. There are many related posts. Qin Xiang listened and was suddenly enlightened. So he had been looking at the wrong forum. No wonder it only discussed hunting gods. If he had the chance in the future, he must pay attention to this forum. Sequence Education Forum. He could try to check it out next time he went to the internet cafe. Oh no, he couldn't go to the internet cafe anymore. The hateful image of Lu Daji once again surfaced in his mind. Qin Xiang was deeply concerned about Lu Daji to the extent that he imagined countless ways for Lu Daji to die. He was already itching to carry them out. Going to the internet cafe is no longer realistic. He needs to find a secure channel to browse information with peace of mind. This is also a matter of great urgency. After explaining the issues raised by Qin Xiang, the teacher once again redirected the topic back to the introduction of the 8 academies and the application process. However, Qin Xiang was not listening at all. He was no longer an ordinary student. His mind was now filled with matters concerning the Advanced Institution for Sequence Ability Users. Is the exam for sequence ability users conducted in parallel with the college entrance examination? That would be in 6 months. Only students who awaken their sequence abilities before the college entrance exam can apply to universities for sequence ability users, and they only have one opportunity to take the assessment. In other words, he must publicly reveal his sequence ability and register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau within 6 months. Time is of the essence. He pondered again, what if he did not attend a university for sequence ability users, but entered society after graduating from high school, waiting for the right moment to reveal his sequence ability? He definitely could not team up with anyone. Otherwise, he would have to find ways to cover up his consumption of deities. Too troublesome. But could he hunt deities alone outside the safe zone? Would he be able to fight them? Most importantly, the United Government was able to establish universities for sequence ability users. This indicated that there must already be a well-structured educational system and content in place. It would be better to attend a university for sequence ability users to gain a thorough understanding of matters related to them. At the same time, he could explore outside the safe zone and fight deities to enhance himself. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. Preparing on both fronts would surely not go wrong. After envisioning the future, Qin Xiang's mind returned to the present. 3 words appeared in his mind once again. Lu Daji. This person's name had repeatedly surfaced in his mind since he opened his eyes this morning. He could hardly wait to deal with Lu Daji and then proceed with his plan to reveal his identity as a sequence ability user. He should be dead by now. After school, Qin Xiang once again went to the library, bringing along the meal he had gotten from the cafeteria. Hello, Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was tidying up the bookshelves and was somewhat surprised to see Qin Xiang. Little Qin, why are you here again after school? Didn't you say you only needed to come at noon? Don't waste your study time. Previously, Qin Xiang had to rush home after school to help Li Jingwen with her homework. It was precisely because he had always taken his homework seriously, needing to understand the knowledge from class, that he had accidentally gained good fortune, ranking around 100 in his grade. However, a ranking of around 100 had no practical significance apart from self-comfort. He knew that Teacher Zhu would be organizing books alone after school. Qin Xiang did not want to let the kind-hearted Teacher Zhu work alone, so he came to the library again after school. It's fine, as studying doesn't suffer from this little bit of time. I have been studying in the classroom all day and am tired, so I came to help you organize the books and relax a bit. But, besides, I am originally a student in the library's work-study program, so this is what I'm supposed to do. Teacher Zhu smiled. You really are a good kid. Alright then, let's work together on organizing. MHM. Qin Xiang put down the bag containing his lunch and began to busy himself in the library. Meanwhile, Li Jingwen and her friends watched Qin Xiang busily working in the library from a distance. Li Jingwen, are you really going to follow him? I want to see if there's anything wrong with him, or if he has any dirt on him. I can't just let him keep threatening me. He usually leaves school immediately after class, but today he came to the library, which must be suspicious. Maybe he's meeting with the informant. If we find the informant, we must teach them how to speak. Okay, we'll help you together. The girls accompanied Li Jingwen, squatting at a distance from the library. While organizing books, Qin Xiang noticed a girl sitting on the ground next to the bookshelf, carefully flipping through a workbook. This is also a characteristic of the school library. In addition to regular books, it also contains some workbooks related to the college entrance examination for students to borrow. Moreover, it is precisely because of these workbooks that are not seen in class that some students from less affluent backgrounds, but with excellent grades, come to the library every day. Otherwise, the school library would surely be empty. Chin Seong reminded the serious girl, "Classmate, the library is about to close, please leave." Oh. The girl looked up at Chin Seong and obediently put the workbook back in its original place. When their eyes met, Chin Seong's gaze paused for a moment. Her features were bright and handsome, standing out in the school. More importantly, the look she gave him seemed to ripple with a hint of interest. "Sorry for interrupting your time after work." The girl bowed to Chin Seong and Teacher Zhu, then hurriedly left with her backpack. Chin Seong did not have a deep impression of this girl and could not remember who she was for a moment. However, Teacher Zhu sighed. "When Shu is such a considerate child, good at studying and well-behaved. I wish my granddaughter could be as obedient in the future." Teacher Zhu's words also informed him of the girl's identity. Chin Seong nodded. So it was Wen Shu. This name was indeed well known. Every exam she ranked first in their grade, significantly ahead of the second place. She was undoubtedly the #1 seed of this year's Jiuan Academy. Good students naturally have some privileges. The principal, directors, and teachers all pay special attention to her. For instance, if other students do not complete their homework, they get scolded, but she faces no punishment for not doing hers. Not only can she skip homework, but she can also study in the library during class time without any teacher stopping her. Students like her have already surpassed the teachers in terms of competency for college entrance examinations. With good looks and excellent academic performance, she is recognized as the school beauty. There are hardly any boys pursuing her. It's not that they are uninterested, but the school administration is very strict. They do not allow any unruly boy to interfere with Wen Shu's studies. In this life, Wen Shu, like Chin Seong, comes from a poor family and lives with her grandmother. In his previous life, Chin Seong remembered that Wen Shu's family situation seemed to be better. He heard that she eventually got admitted to Qingbei University, after which there was no news. After all, once they took the college entrance examination, they were no longer in the same world, not to mention he had no intention of inquiring. However, during a later class reunion, he heard some female classmates say that she had passed away at a young age. But that brief eye contact. Why did it feel like she had some interest in him? Strange. Chin Seong frowned. After all, he had lived through a second life, and was not someone easily swayed by infatuation. When he regained his composure, he saw Teacher Zhu walking past him with a stack of books, and immediately said, "Teacher Zhu, you can put them down, I'll take care of it." "It's fine, no need, I can handle it myself." Chin Seong still ran over to take the books from Teacher Zhu's hands. "Let me do it. I'm young, I have plenty of strength. You're older, so you should rest when you can." Teacher Zhu smiled. Good child, thank you. You've always reserved this position for me. I should be the one thanking you." For the first time since his rebirth, Chin Seong was so warm towards someone. Knowing right from wrong and recognizing warmth and coldness is the most basic requirement of being a person. After tidying up, Teacher Zhu locked the door. "See you tomorrow, teacher." Okay. After leaving the library and bidding farewell to Teacher Zhu, Chin Seong felt a need to urinate. He did not leave the school, but instead took a detour to the restroom behind the library. The restroom next to the library seldom had visitors, so it was not cleaned very often. It must have been a few days since it was last cleaned. As soon as Chin Seong entered, he was met with a pungent odor. He just wanted to finish using the restroom quickly and leave. While he was in the midst of relieving himself, he suddenly heard slapping sounds coming from next door. "Tell me, are you the one who told Chin Seong about my affair with Zhou Yang, you shameless wretch? Who are you? Do I know you? Stop pretending." Today, the only person Chin Seong spoke to at school was you and Zhu Li. If it wasn't you, could it have been that old hag Zhu? Jingwen, don't believe her. Girls like Wen Shu, who are both good at studying and good-looking, have hearts as venomous as snakes. Exactly. Relying on being favored, she flirts around and doesn't even know how many beds she's been in. Wen Shu simply replied coldly, "You all are strange people. You shameless wretch don't think that just because you study well and have some looks you can seduce Zhou Yang. I'm telling you that's impossible." Hearing this scene, Chin Seong couldn't help but wet his hands. To encounter such a situation again in his second life is truly remarkable. He certainly recognized that the crazy woman was none other than the usually charming Li Jingwen. He had truly been stuck with this clingy dog of hers. Wen Shu was also innocently implicated, and for both emotional and logical reasons he needed to stand up for her. Chin Seong washed his hands and approached the girls' restroom. "Li Jingwen, making such a commotion while urinating won't allow me any peace. Do you want me to tell Zhou Yang about this before you're satisfied?" Upon seeing Chin Seong, Li Jingwen and her friends who had just been unreasonable were stunned. And on Wen Shu's originally delicate face, there were already 2 red handprints. Chin Seong was puzzled for a moment. After being slapped, Wen Shu only responded with her indifference, saying they were strange. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind: this girl must have some depth. Li Jingwen was taken aback for a moment, but soon calmed down and said to Chin Seong, "Chin Seong, I didn't look for trouble with you. Why are you so concerned?" Not looking for trouble with me. Are you joking? Qin Xiang looked at Li Jingwen, as if she were a fool. I used to write your homework every day, and even brought you breakfast, flattering you like a dog. How dare you look for trouble with me? Li Jingwen was also getting angry. Setting aside all this, don't you think you were in the wrong? I'm wrong. You and your friends are just ugly and troublesome. Stop blaming your problems on me. One girl who looked plump, even compared to Qin Xiang, said. Qin Xiang, don't take advantage of the situation. Qin Xiang couldn't be bothered to respond as he stepped forward and pulled Wen Shu out. Taking advantage of the situation. If I were to take advantage, I would have told Zhou Yang about Li Jingwen. Zhou Yang's uncle has already awakened his sequence ability. His family is destined to soar. If you provoke me, your dream of marrying him will be completely shattered. This sentence grasped Li Jingwen's lifeline. Her face immediately darkened. What do you want? Don't provoke Wen Shu. You can't bear the principal's anger, you fool. And don't come to annoy me. After graduation, you can be Mrs. Zhou, and I'll be my own vagabond. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth. Qin Xiang, you're truly heartless. Qin Xiang shook his head. Heartless? I really want to know how you thought of this word from your filthy mind to describe me. If insulting me makes you happy, feel free to do so. After all, you're just a pathetic dog. I have nothing more to say to you. Let's go. However, Qin Xiang stepped forward, blocking Li Jingwen and her friends at the girls' restroom door. Qin Xiang, what are you going to do? Qin Xiang looked at Wen Shu, whose face was swollen. Aren't you going to fight back? It's meaningless. Wen Shu looked at Qin Xiang, showing no signs of gratitude. Qin Xiang shrugged. Since you don't want to fight your share, I'll just take my share. Smack. Smack. Qin Xiang immediately slapped Li Jingwen twice. The sudden move stunned everyone. Wen Shu looked at Qin Xiang in surprise, seemingly unable to comprehend the actions of this unfamiliar male classmate. Qin Xiang. Li Jingwen covered her face, staring at Qin Xiang in disbelief. Don't bark and don't keep looking for trouble with me. This matter between us is settled, do you understand? Li Jingwen's eyes glinted with menace. Qin Xiang, you will regret this. Qin Xiang thought for a moment, recalling that Li Jingwen's uncle seemed to be a gangster. He was not afraid of any thugs, but Wen Shu might get unwarrantedly implicated. He couldn't keep an eye on Wen Shu and Li Jingwen all the time, right? As a sequence ability user, he certainly did not have that much time. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a brilliant way to solve the problem. Li Jingwen, I remember you wrote Zhou Yang's name on the corner of your notebook followed by a string of numbers. It should be Zhou Yang's QQ number, right? Although your family doesn't have a computer, you must have communicated with Zhou Yang on QQ while going to the internet cafe, right? Although your family doesn't have a computer, you must have communicated with Zhou Yang on QQ while going to the internet cafe. Of course, Qin Xiang did not have such a luxurious number. Li Jingwen was taken aback. What are you trying to do? I will write all about you and me in an email at the internet cafe and schedule it to be sent to Zhou Yang's QQ mailbox next Monday. If anything happens to me or Wen Shu, just wait to sever ties with Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen had indeed intended for her uncle to teach Qin Xiang and Wen Shu a good lesson. She angrily exclaimed, Qin Xiang, I've never seen such a malicious person. Hey, today you've seen it. Qin Xiang coldly snorted, pulling Wen Shu and turning to leave, feeling quite pleased. Qin Xiang and Wen Shu walked side by side out of the campus. At an intersection, the two were heading in different directions. Qin Xiang kept glancing back, confirming that Li Jingwen and the others were not following them, and then said, Don't worry, they didn't come along. I'm really sorry that today's incident dragged you into this. Wen Shu glanced at Qin Xiang, her expression somewhat complex. In the end, she softly said, Thank you. Qin Xiang looked at her, feeling that the spark of attraction in her gaze from before had diminished, significantly replaced by dissatisfaction. This only made Qin Xiang even more puzzled. What kind of complicated expression could arise from such a brief encounter? Qin Xiang waved his hand. Don't mention it. You getting hurt was entirely my fault. Given how badly you're suffering, I feel bad too. No, my getting hurt is Li Jingwen's fault. It has nothing to do with you. You saved me and even handled the trouble afterward. I should be the one thanking you. Qin Xiang watched Wen Shu's unruly gaze, shrugging. But your eyes say something different from what you're saying. Your feelings are correct. Although rationally I know you did nothing wrong, emotionally, I still feel a bit distant from you. I hope you can understand. Qin Xiang nodded. You're really polite. Wen Shu lightly nodded. Of course, after all, you aren't a bad person. After saying that, Wen Shu turned and left. Qin Xiang felt somewhat troubled. Li Jingwen's foolishness and malice exceeded his expectations. Even in his past life, he had only thought of Li Jingwen as a woman who played both sides. Now it seemed that there were fundamental issues with her, practically untreatable. However, the fact that Wen Shu got dragged into this made Qin Xiang feel a bit of guilt. This was truly an unwarranted disaster. If it were him, he might have already resorted to violence. Qin Xiang sighed, carrying a lunchbox filled with food as he returned home. Today's meal was still the 1,000-foot mushroom, one of Qin Xiang's favorite dishes from the cafeteria. Aunt Zhang, who served food in the cafeteria, seemed to know his preferences and specially gave him an extra scoop. He expressed his gratitude to Aunt Zhang. He moved a chair to sit by the window, eating while admiring the various deities wandering outside. He looked as content as a cat enjoying its meal while watching the delicious fish in an aquarium. After finishing his meal, he washed the lunchbox and took a cool shower before heading to bed. Qin Xiang felt he had completely let go. What's the point of wasting time at home in the evening? Since there's nothing to do after returning home, it's better to sleep early and rise early, taking care of one's health. After a good sleep, Qin Xiang felt much less troubled. Before stepping out, he glanced at today's calendar. Blue Star Calendar, January 5th, 2010, Gregorian Calendar, Tuesday. Lunar Calendar, Year of the Earth Dog, November 22nd, suitable for sacrifices. When he woke up the next day, Qin Xiang still carried a bag and a lunchbox. However, considering he was pestered by that meddlesome teacher yesterday, he stuffed 2 more books into the bag. Though this semester's books had already been misplaced, he took last year's textbooks. Anyway, it was just a matter of going through the motions, so it didn't matter. After leaving home, he once again took a detour to the internet cafe. This time he noticed that the person at the counter was not Lu Daji, but a middle-aged man with a beard. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. An opportunity had arrived. He put on his hood, avoided the surveillance camera at the entrance, and waved to the bearded middle-aged man at the counter, signaling him to come out. The middle-aged man curiously pointed to himself. "Are you looking for me?" Qin Xiang nodded. "That's right." The man seemed confused but still walked out. After all, Qin Xiang looked young and like a student, so he shouldn't be up to anything bad. Once the man came out, Qin Xiang led him to the small alley behind the internet cafe. The garbage in the alley was still there, and the smell of waste was even stronger. Even Qin Xiang, who disliked the cafeteria, had to admit that compared to this place, the cafeteria was heaven. The internet cafe owner also covered his nose as he came over, looking around with disgust, seemingly unaware that the trash had been dumped behind the cafe. He muttered, "Lu Daji, that sneaky one, I told him to throw the garbage at the dump, and he dumped it here. I must deal with him." Qin Xiang listened without responding. When they reached the spot where he had talked to Lu Daji that night, Qin Xiang finally spoke up. "Are you the owner of the internet cafe?" "Yes, I am. One of the 2 people the police took away from your cafe that day was my friend." The cafe owner frowned at this. "What do you want from me since your friend was taken away?" "You know what those 2 people the police took away were involved in, right?" The owner wasn't an easy target. Hearing Qin Xiang's words and seeing his youthful face, he immediately became vigilant. "What are you trying to say? Are you trying to trap me?" "Trap you?" Qin Xiang chuckled lightly. "There's no need for that. My friend sent me a message before the police took him away saying he left something here. I want to check the surveillance from that day." The cafe owner snorted coldly. "You think you can just access the surveillance like that?" "He left something for me worth 20 silver coins. If I find it, I'll give you 1. Give me 1 silver coin." The cafe owner looked at him. "Look at what you're wearing. You don't even have a few copper coins on you, and you're trying to talk big with me." Before he could finish, Qin Xiang pulled out a silver coin. This silver coin, shining with a dim white light under the starlight, instantly caught the cafe owner's attention. "You?" Qin Xiang flicked the silver coin in his hand, producing the unique metallic ringing sound of a silver coin, then caught it again. "How about my proposal?" This silver coin, obtained from 3 thugs, had been kept on him all along. The copper coins were too many. Carrying them would make noise and attract attention. But he only had 1 silver coin which he could keep in his pocket without anyone noticing. Moreover, the silver coin was valuable. One could do many things with it. However, due to his identity, he could hardly spend it. He couldn't go to the Ability Management Bureau to register now, nor could he engage in deeper transactions. As for the black market, he knew nothing about it. This silver coin had become an absolute nuisance. Yet Qin Xiang was acutely aware that as he grew stronger and became a registered ability user, the value of this silver coin would continuously diminish, because he wouldn't be short of money anymore. With the talent of the god of eating, one could easily regain wealth after losing everything. Thus, to maximize the benefits of this silver coin, Qin Xiang chose to use it as soon as possible. For instance, to buy a coffin for Lu Daji. The owner swallowed hard. What exactly are you doing?" Qin Xiang smiled. "You don't know? That's for the best. If you don't know, you'll have a lot less trouble. Now back to the earlier question. Can you handle this silver coin?" The cafe owner's eyes flickered and he gritted his teeth. "Follow me." He then led him to a dark little storage room next to the internet cafe. Qin Xiang frowned. He had no idea that this little room next to the cafe, which had never been opened, also belonged to the cafe owner. The storage room was filled with junk, with many discarded machines covered in dust. Only a table in the middle and the surrounding area were very clean. On the table were 3 monitors, each displaying 4 surveillance feeds. "The surveillance is all here, you can check. Just so you know, if I let you watch the surveillance, whether you find anything or not, you still have to give me a silver coin." The cafe owner seemed worried that Qin Xiang would backtrack, and as soon as he entered the room he said this. "Hold on," Qin Xiang interrupted. "What is it now? Do you need to check the surveillance footage here? Can't the computer at the counter do that? I think there's light there, so it should be clearer." "The computer at the counter is just for managing customers logging in and out. It can't access the surveillance." After hesitating for a moment, Qin Xiang nodded and walked over to check the surveillance. When he found the footage from January 3rd, He discovered that the surveillance only captured the evening with no recordings for the morning and afternoon, immediately frowning. Why is there no surveillance for the morning of January 3rd? The cafe owner pouted, electricity is so expensive, of course the cameras can't be on all the time. I usually turn them on every few days. If I knew that the joint government personnel were coming to inspect, I would have turned them on to record for a full 24 hours. Qin Xiang clenched his fist and glared coldly at the cafe owner. Are you messing with me? Without the footage from the morning, when the police came, how am I supposed to investigate? The cafe owner chuckled, picking up a hammer from the side. We agreed earlier that even if you don't find anything, you still have to give me a silver coin. Otherwise, Qin Xiang lifted his foot and stepped on a discarded monitor beside him, slowly crushing the iron-cased monitor until it became a flat disc in the cafe owner's view. He kicked the disc away, instantly smashing another 3 or 4 monitors. Otherwise, what will you do? The cafe owner panicked immediately. You are a registered ability user. Qin Xiang glanced disdainfully at the cafe owner. What kind of person do you think can do business worth 20 silver coins in this shabby internet cafe on the edge of the security zone? Do you not have any foresight about my identity? Or do you think I have nothing to do with a business worth 20 silver coins? The cafe owner was completely dumbfounded, his body trembling with fear, and the hammer in his hand fell to the ground. Qin Xiang always spoke in half-truths, leaving the cafe owner with endless imagination. In an instant, the cafe owner concocted a scenario of a registered ability user organization operating in the black market with Qin Xiang as one of the debt collectors. Spare my life. Spare my life. I don't know anything. I have no intention of hindering your business. Qin Xiang recognized that the cafe owner believed he was a lawless outlaw engaged in underground business, so he went along with that, directly playing the role the cafe owner had imagined for him. Of course I know you don't know anything. If you did and still dared to conceal it from me, you would already be a corpse. Yes. I'm glad you understand. As the cafe owner listened to Qin Xiang's exoneration, he hurriedly climbed the ranks of flattery. However, you are lucky today. I'm quite easy to talk to. After saying this, Qin Xiang threw the silver coin to the cafe owner. The cafe owner looked at the silver coin in his hand, feeling it was extremely hot, and quickly refused. No, I can't accept this. You didn't find the footage, I can't just take this for free. In the future I might come to you for things I don't want things to escalate. This silver coin is your hush money. Is this appropriate? I'm giving it to you, so just take it. Qin Xiang walked back to the cafe owner and gently patted him on the shoulder twice. I'm only worried about one thing. You won't tell the police about our business, right? If I get sold out by you next time our people come, it won't be silver coins they give you, understand? No, absolutely not. You can trust me. You should know that someone like me can open an internet cafe in this rundown place. Oh, I have some connections. As long as there's no evidence, the police won't do anything to me. Then the cafe owner laughed, revealing a sycophantic expression. Besides, if I sell you out, I'd have to turn in that silver coin, right? Why would I want to bring trouble upon myself? Whenever you want to come, you can, and if I find anything, I can wait for you to come and collect it. That's fine. But I might come to use the computer here, and I hope you can keep it confidential. The cafe owner replied. Just come directly to the storage room. Use the computer in the storage. This computer for checking the surveillance is new. Moreover, its network login port is encrypted. Even the police can't track it. After saying this, he took a key from his keyring and handed it to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took the key, nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly thought of something. This computer doesn't have monitoring software, right? No. Only I can enter this storage. Do I use the computer myself? Oh, why would I monitor myself? Alright, I understand. Thank you. You say that, but if you have any requests, just let me know. My name is Wang Defa. Oh, just call me Alpha. Okay, Alpha, I'll remember that. I will report your matters upward. You can rest assured that as long as I'm fine, you won't have any trouble. This was a reassurance, but also a stern warning. It kept Wang Defa from daring to pull any tricks behind his back. You can rest assured. I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Oh, you're talking about Lu Daji, right? He rests at home on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Qin Xiang nodded. Then I'll come find you on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I have other matters, so I'll leave first. Okay, you're busy. After sending Qin Xiang off, Wang Defa looked at the silver coin in his hand, then at the damaged monitors he had crushed, and let out a long breath. He kicked the hammer nearby in annoyance. As an ordinary person daring to act in front of a registered ability user was truly reckless. Fortunately, this registered ability user had a good temper, otherwise he might have already met his ancestors. After narrowly escaping, he was left alone in the empty storage room. Wang Defa thought carefully. It seemed that Qin Xiang's arrival and departure had not affected him at all, and he had gained a silver coin for nothing. Wang Defa looked at the silver coin in his hand and bit it with his teeth. It really is a silver coin. But is this silver coin a blessing or a curse? After being troubled for a while, Wang Defa gradually came to terms with it, his gaze becoming firm. No one gets rich without risk. If I were afraid of this, and that I wouldn't have grown up this big, this windfall of wealth should belong to me. After leaving the internet cafe, Qin Xiang smiled slightly and set off towards Lu Daji's house. He was in a great mood. No wonder today's calendar said suitable for sacrifices. Only Wang Defa possesses the key to the warehouse. The computer that can view the surveillance footage can only be accessed by Wang Defa. On the day the police arrived, the surveillance cameras were not turned on. When Qin Xiang could not find the surveillance footage from the morning of January 3rd, he was already 99% sure he could deal with Lu Daji. However, he still confirmed with Wang Defa multiple times to ensure absolute certainty. To avoid any loopholes that might lead him to misjudge the trump card Lu Daji held, thus exposing himself and attracting trouble. In the end, all the evidence conveyed one message to Qin Xiang. Lu Daji was a fraud. The so-called surveillance screenshot simply did not exist. Lu Daji would never have imagined that Qin Xiang had a way to uncover his flaws through Wang Defa. After all, in Lu Daji's eyes, Qin Xiang was merely a desperate little thug. Qin Xiang gazed at the starry sky and the deities walking down the dimly lit street, feeling relaxed and cheerful. He could finally confidently pronounce Lu Daji's death sentence. Although only 2 days had passed since Lu Daji's threat, Qin Xiang felt as if he had been waiting for ages. He ran swiftly, aiming to reach Lu Daji's home as quickly as possible. He quietly approached the door of Lu Daji's residence, a very dilapidated 2-story wooden house with 4 or 5 households on each floor. Lu Daji's residence was the 4th door on the left on the 2nd floor. Upon arriving, Qin Xiang noticed a considerable amount of trash piled up at Lu Daji's doorstep. The stinky garbage attracted numerous flies. However, these flies all had 3 or 4 eyes, looking as if they had mutated after the apocalypse. The sight in front of the door immediately reminded Qin Xiang of Lu Daji's slovenly appearance. He stepped up to the door and knocked with his sleeve. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's so early to be knocking. Qin Xiang lowered his voice, pretending to be a man in his 30s. It's a neighbor. The garbage in front of your door is too smelly. Oh, please get rid of it quickly. A disgruntled voice from inside responded. Are you crazy? What does it have to do with you? The garbage doesn't block the path, just mind your own business. Seeing Lu Daji refusing to open the door, Qin Xiang shouted directly, damn it, open the door. If you don't throw away the trash, I'll burn your house. Burn. I live on the same floor as you. If you burn my house, your house will suffer too. I don't believe your house can run away. Lu Daji's reckless attitude made Qin Xiang feel somewhat troubled. He certainly had the strength of a sequence ability user to break the door down. But that would leave traces alerting the police that he was a sequence ability user committing a crime. Consequently, all sequence ability users in the vicinity would be under such a situation would not be favorable for him to disclose his identity as a sequence ability user in the future, and it could attract the attention of the police department. Therefore, he needed to create a scene of burglary and murder. If you don't open the door, I'll block you here and wear you down. Let's see how long you can hold out inside. I don't believe you don't have to go to work. When you go to work, I'll complain to your boss. In this impoverished place, finding a job is not easy. Even being a small manager at an internet cafe is considered a decent source of income. Lu Daji might not care about other things, but he surely valued this job. Not just for the salary. More importantly, if he couldn't continue working at the internet cafe, where would he find Qin Xiang to get money? The only place where the two could meet was the internet cafe. Sure enough, Qin Xiang had hit Lu Daji's vital point. Inside, Lu Daji's demeanor immediately weakened. Alright, I'm scared of you. I'll throw out the trash in a bit. I'm giving you face and you still want to wait. Now? Right now? Oh, wait a moment, no, I'll get dressed and come out to throw it. A sound of dressing followed and Lu Daji arrived at the door, unlocking it. I'm just going to. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost consciousness and collapsed. Qin Xiang controlled his strength and delivered a punch to Lu Daji's jaw the moment the door opened, knocking him out. He quickly slipped inside, supporting Lu Daji to prevent the sound of his bulky body falling to the ground from attracting the neighbor's attention. After closing the door behind him, he dragged Lu Daji into the inner room, executing the action seamlessly. After binding Lu Daji securely, Qin Xiang stuffed his mouth with his stinky socks and began ransacking the room. Lu Daji's home had very little property, only a few hundred copper coins. Qin Xiang put away the money, creating a false impression of a burglary. After a while, he heard a muffled sound from behind him. He turned around to see Lu Daji had woken up, looking at him in terror. Qin Xiang noticed that Lu Daji's jaw seemed a bit crooked and shook. It seemed he had not controlled his strength well, and Lu Daji's jaw had broken from the punch. This could be problematic. He saw a baseball bat in Lu Daji's room, picked it up, and walked over to Lu Daji, aiming for his jaw. Lu Daji shook his head, desperately pleading for mercy, but then his eyes turned fierce, as if threatening Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang nonchalantly said, I spoke with Wang Defa today, guess what? Lu Daji was stunned, his eyes twitching as he looked at Qin Xiang's smile, as if he had seen the king of hell. Woo-woo. Lu Daji shook his head desperately, his expression frantic. Even with his mouth stuffed with stinky socks, Qin Xiang could guess what he wanted to say. It was nothing more than phrases like I was wrong, I won't do it again, or spare my life. Qin Xiang glanced at Lu Daji's room, which was cluttered with various comic books and novels. He shook his head and sighed. You say you don't even have a computer at home, yet you dare to brag like this. After finishing this, Qin Xiang ignored Lu Daji any further. He gathered his strength and swung the baseball bat once more, striking Lu Daji's jaw fiercely. This time Lu Daji's jaw became even more twisted and the jawbone shattered into several pieces. This should be unnoticeable now. Lu Daji, in pain, was on the verge of fainting, his eyes filled with tears. Qin Xiang walked to the kitchen, took out a bucket of cooking oil and a knife. Greed comes with a price to pay. I'm here to collect that price. To avoid getting blood on himself, Qin Xiang used a method he had conceptualized for a long time. He picked up a few books, wedged the knife between them, and stood them upright. Then he measured the distance and pulled Lu Daji up. Woo-woo. Lu Daji was still pleading for mercy. Qin Xiang held Lu Daji's feet down and pushed against his back. The immense force caused Lu Daji to topple to the ground with his heart pierced by the upright knife. Woo-woo. Qin Xiang lifted Lu Daji again, doused him with cooking oil, and set the house ablaze. Seeing Lu Daji's corpse engulfed by flames, and after piling the blood-stained books that had previously held the knife along with other books in the room on top of him to burn, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Once the house was fully ablaze, Qin Xiang left the premises and shouted downstairs, "Fire! Quick escape!" Upon hearing his shout, people rushed out to check, discovering that Lu Daji's home was already engulfed in flames. "Fire! It's really on fire! Quick, put it out!" "Put out what fire? How do you save a wooden house? Just grab the valuable stuff and run." He hid in the shadows and waited until everyone from the rooms had escaped before feeling relieved and leaving. He silently thought, to avoid the scent sniffer, I must start a fire implicating innocent people. There's no other way. Preventing you from perishing here is the most I can do. To avoid leaving too much of a scent behind, he carried a bag full of food and used the violent skill to run away with all his might, heading towards the school as fast as possible. He deliberately took alleyways to avoid the attention of passers-by. While running, he found a stinky ditch and threw all the copper coins he had pilfered from Lu Daji's house into it. Seeing the copper coins buried in the filthy water, he felt relieved to leave. As he approached the school, he returned to the main road, pretending to walk into the campus nonchalantly. Due to his exceptionally strong physique combined with the triple agility boost from the violent skill, it only took him 5 to 6 minutes to escape from Lu Daji's home to the vicinity of the school. Moreover, Qin Xiang maintained a calm demeanor, not even sweating on his forehead. From the moment he left his home to arriving at school, only 20 minutes had passed. I managed the timing quite well. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. 20 minutes, although a bit slower than his usual pace for school, was still acceptable. An almost perfect alibi. He hoped that the police department could quickly classify this case as a burglary. In a few days, when the heat died down, he would need to go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau to register. This feeling of being choked is more painful than suffocation. I must be cautious in the future. I can't let anyone catch me off guard again. Upon reaching the school, he still maintained a calm expression. No one could imagine that just over 10 minutes ago, he had killed someone. Qin Xiang did not head directly to the classroom, but instead went to the library. Teacher Zhu was already seated in the library drinking hot water. "A little Qin, why are you here so early again?" "I just came to see if you can sit there. Some students might come to borrow exercise books in the morning. I'll help with the registration." "That's not necessary. The most important thing for you right now is to study. I don't need your help with this. Hurry and go to morning self-study." Qin Xiang grinned. "Teacher Zhu, you know my grades. What difference does it make whether I study or not? Rather than wasting time in the classroom, I might as well help you tidy up in the library. Don't you agree?" "You child." "Son." Qin Xiang had resolved all the matters he needed to address. Now all that was left was to wait for things to ferment. In the classroom, he had already asked about issues regarding sequence ability users' further education yesterday and had not received any useful information since. Going back to the classroom to space out would yield no sudden enlightenment. It would be better to help Teacher Zhu lighten her workload. Qin Xiang placed the bag containing lunch boxes down, standing at the position of the book loan administrator, waiting for students to borrow exercise books. "Hello, I would like to borrow." Qin Xiang heard a vague female voice and looked up to find it was Wen Shu. However, her face seemed a bit more swollen than yesterday. Qin Xiang frowned. This Li Jingwen, is she still daring to act out? Does she really not want to reconcile with Zhou Yang? But upon closer inspection, he realized that Wen Shu's swollen face was due to some bruising, not a new injury. Wen Shu, seeing Qin Xiang, was somewhat surprised, lowering her head and not making eye contact with him. Qin Xiang registered the exercise book she was borrowing and casually asked, "Your grandmother must be very worried, right?" Upon hearing this, Wen Shu glanced at Qin Xiang, but he had no idea what that look meant. It seemed like she was looking at a weirdo. Wen Shu shook her head. "She doesn't know." "Doesn't know?" Wen Shu did not respond to his question any further, picked up the exercise book and left. After she left, Teacher Zhu said, "Her grandmother is quite old. I heard she became blind 2 years ago and can't see anything, so she relies on Wen Shu to take care of her. Therefore, she might not know about her face being swollen." Sigh, I don't know who hit her so hard, even a good and obedient student like when Shu gets beaten. This school is really getting worse year by year. Teacher Zhu complained to Qin Xiang about the declining school atmosphere for a while, feeling quite emotional. She had been teaching at this school long before the apocalypse arrived, dedicating most of her life to Zhuan School, and had deep feelings for the institution. Therefore, watching the students of the school grow increasingly self-destructive did not sit well with her. Qin Xiang comforted Teacher Zhu for a while, pondering the situation at Wen Shu's home, and sighed. Though his own life was quite miserable, he still did not wish misfortune upon others. The guilt suddenly washed over him as he remembered the person whose home he had just burned down, leaving them homeless. He had no choice, one must live for oneself. As the wooden building had long since aged, the moment Qin Xiang left, the entire structure was engulfed in flames. The fierce fire was utterly impossible to extinguish. When the fire brigade arrived, they could only helplessly watch as the fire consumed everything. Within half an hour, this wooden building, a witness to decades of history, was reduced to ashes before the apocalypse. While searching through the ashes, the fire brigade ultimately discovered a charred corpse with a knife that had been blackened by the flames embedded in it, prompting them to immediately contact the police. Royliana said, "Yes, as my scent user sequence has become more widely known, people realize that only through fire can they completely eliminate the scent they leave behind." Looking at the area, he shook his head. Such large fires seem increasingly common lately. Royliana said, "Yes, as my scent user sequence has become more widely known, people realize that only through fire can they completely eliminate the scent they leave behind. Therefore, criminals particularly favor using fire when committing their crimes." Criminals. This fire wasn't accidental. Have you already surveyed the scene? Yes, Detective Olive. Among the ashes there is a charred body with a knife in its chest, maintaining a position of having its hands bound behind its back, indicating it was murdered. Take me to see it. All right. Both were sequence users, their physical abilities far surpassing those of ordinary people, and they kicked aside some charred planks to reach the corpse of Lu Daji, whose appearance was unrecognizable. Olive squatted down, pulled out a cigar, cut a notch with a small scissor, and then lit it with a piece of burning wood. He took a puff of the cigar and scrutinized the corpse closely. On the surface it appears he was indeed tied up and then stabbed directly in the chest. "Give me a pair of gloves." A nearby officer handed Olive a pair of white gloves. He held the cigar in his mouth, put on the gloves, and began to examine Lu Daji's body. "This person's jaw is fractured, seemingly the result of a heavy blow. Do you have any clues?" The officer shook his head. "None. The fire destroyed many pieces of evidence. From the way his bones are deformed, it seems to be the consequence of being struck by a baseball bat. This area is relatively poor, but it's rare to find something like a baseball bat here. Even if there were one, it should be wooden. Therefore, we cannot find the murder weapon at all." Olive nodded, considering the officer's analysis quite reasonable. "Do any neighbors know anything?" "Yes. The deceased was named Lu Daji, and he worked as an internet cafe attendant nearby. The estimated time of the incident was between 7:20 and 7:25. His neighbors heard someone knocking on his door before the fire, asking him to dispose of the garbage at his doorstep, and it seemed there was some argument. Based on the timeline, the person who broke into Lu Daji's home, killed him, and robbed his place should be that individual. Do you know what that person looks like?" The officer shook his head. No one saw anything. It was too early, and many were still asleep. Those who heard Lu Daji arguing were people getting up to go to work. Olive remained silent after hearing this, pondering deeply before asking, "Was Lu Daji's living condition the best in this building?" "No. This building has 2 female workers from a cosmetics factory, and their incomes are higher than Lu Daji's. Both of them have phones. It was they who called the fire department, bringing the fire truck here." "Are they married?" "One is married, and the other lives alone." Upon hearing this, Olive shook his head. "Let's not classify this case as a home invasion robbery just yet." "Why not?" Olive did not respond immediately. Instead, he squinted, taking 2 puffs of the cigar. "If it were a home invasion robbery, why wouldn't they rob that single female worker from the cosmetics factory instead of targeting Lu Daji, an ordinary internet cafe attendant?" Perhaps it was a spurofement decision. A spurofement decision. This person doesn't seem like that kind. First there was an argument, then they made Lu Daji open the door, and only then did they enter to kill, rob, and set fire. A skilled and targeted approach. If it were a spurofement decision, they should have been lurking here waiting for someone to leave alone, then kidnap them and rob their keys to break in. Royliana asked, "Detective Olive, do you mean someone wanted to kill Lu Daji?" "I'm merely suggesting it's quite possible. The specifics still need further investigation. By the way, you mentioned he was the internet cafe attendant." "Correct." Olive glanced around. Someone who can run an internet cafe on the edge of such a secure area likely doesn't have a simple background. "Let's go find him and ask. We might uncover something." Wang Defa was idly sitting in the internet cafe when Olive and the others arrived. "Oh, officers, what brings you to my little internet cafe? Is there something you need my cooperation with?" Wang Defa appeared respectful, but inwardly he was wondering which of his misdeeds had come to light, attracting these police officers. He had run this internet cafe and engaged in numerous gray area activities. Any one of them, if exposed, would be enough to land him in the police station for several tough years. Or here, and it's unrelated to you, we just want to learn about an individual. Which individual do you want to know about? Lou Dodgy, you know him, right? Oh, he's our internet cafe attendant. He's resting at home today. Officers, do you have business with him? He doesn't have a phone or computer, so I can't contact him. You might have to come back. No, we're not looking for Lou Dodgy. We're looking for you. Because earlier today, Lou Dodgy was murdered. Murdered? Wang Defa's eyes widened. He's just a deadbeat. Why would anyone want to kill him? Olive noted that Wang Defa's surprise did not seem feigned and asked, do you know if he offended anyone recently? I'm completely in the dark. He's just an attendant responsible for fees and turning on the machines. Who could he offend? Even if he did, who would kill him? This morning he had mentioned Lou Dodgy to Qin Xiang, but he instinctively ruled out the possibility of a sequence user going through the trouble to kill a deadbeat internet cafe. Olive continued, from the scene investigation, it seems he was the victim of a home invasion robbery. Do you have any clues regarding this? Sir, home invasion robbery is about killing for wealth. If you ask me, how could I have any clues? Olive felt Wang Defa might not be suspicious, but still asked, have you been in the internet cafe all day today? Yes, I've been here the whole time. You can ask the people using the internet here. They can all testify to that. That's right, Boss Wang has been here the whole time. Yes, I can confirm that too. If Lou Dodgy has died, it definitely has nothing to do with Boss Wang. Boss Wang, I remember you left for a bit this morning to meet someone. A young man with a face full of acne chimed in, smiling. Wang Defa frowned, realizing that this young man was likely the one he had scolded for not paying his internet fees. Unexpectedly, he was trying to trip him up in front of the police today. Wang Defa narrowed his eyes at the young man, contemplating how to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing the acne-faced youth, Olive asked, Wang Defa, is what he said true? It is true. Wang Defa was indifferent. In his view, Lou Dodgy's death had nothing to do with Qin Xiang. Who was looking for you? When did they come, and how long did you leave for? My memory is a bit fuzzy. I don't know why my head hurts so much. I can't remember it all. You can ask that acne-faced youth. He probably remembers better than I do. This time when Olive inquired, Wang Defa was no longer as enthusiastic. Instead, he pretended to have a headache to evade the topic. Lou Dodgy's death had nothing to do with him. That was a certainty. He would cooperate just enough. This white-haired detective actually inquired about his personal matters. Didn't he understand what it meant to run an internet cafe in a slum? Any private matter, if revealed, would be enough to land him in hot water. How could he just discuss it casually? Olive observed Wang Defa's expression, revealing a displeased demeanor. Wang Defa also pretended to cover his head, revealing one eye through his hands, staring coldly at Olive, filled with a warning. Olive understood that Wang Defa had a complex background and could not push him too hard without evidence. More importantly, it appeared that Wang Defa had nothing to do with Lou Dodgy's death. Thus he approached the acne-faced youth. Excuse me, do you remember when the boss left, and how long he was gone? The acne-faced youth rolled his eyes and replied, he probably left around 7 and was gone for about an hour. I heard you say Lou Dodgy was killed. It could have been him. Nonsense, a person next to the acne-faced youth interjected. Boss Wang turned on my machine after 7 and he was here the whole time I was. How could he have left for an hour? The acne-faced youth pouted, then I must have remembered wrong. Wang Defa clenched his fists at the bar. This acne-faced youth seemed to be jumping up and down too much, thinking he was just an ordinary internet cafe owner. Hearing the bystander's clarification, Olive asked again, then what time did you turn on the machine? May I see? The person checked the login information and replied, 7:13. All right, thank you. The fire broke out around 7:20, so Wang Defa didn't have time to commit the crime. Olive glanced at Wang Defa, who no longer intended to cooperate with the investigation, and said, Boss Wang, if you come across any clues, feel free to contact us. No need to see us out. Wang Defa was disinterested in continuing the conversation with Olive and others. Olive left with the officers. Detective Olive, this internet cafe owner, is suspicious. Of course he's suspicious. Olive lit another cigar, but his issues are beyond your investigation capabilities. Before I return to the Sigma district, I won't be able to investigate it either. But, no buts, Roliana. Don't be curious about everything, focus solely on the case at hand. That's my advice to you, and I hope you'll remember it. Roliana glanced at Olaf's profound gaze and nodded. After Olive and the others left, Wang Defa took out his phone and went to the warehouse to make a call. Hello, old snake, it's me. Do you have time now? I need you to take care of someone. The price is still the same as before. Don't worry, anyone who comes to my internet cafe isn't a decent person. Even if you kill them, all the police won't trace it back to you. After killing Lou Dodgy, Qin Xiang spent a week of calm days. This week consisted of a routine of school cafeteria and library life, while the weekends were spent lazily at home. In the few days following his rebirth, he had made many significant moves, so it was time to take a break. The slow-paced life of this week allowed Qin Xiang's previously tense heartstrings to relax. During school, chatting with teacher Zhu in the library was quite interesting. This old lady had profound insights on life and provided considerable help to Qin Xiang. Of course, he saw Wen Shu's figure in the library every day. With less than half a year until the college entrance examination, Wen Shu had almost stopped attending classes and was just working on past exercises in the library to fill in the gaps. Another morning arrived, and Qin Xiang got out of bed glancing at the calendar. January 14th, 2010, in the Blue Star Era Gregorian calendar, Thursday. Lunar calendar year of the Earth, Ox 28th of the 11th month, suitable for funerals. Qin Xiang looked at it and thought the calendar had nothing to do with him. A boring day quickly passed. After school, he once again arrived at the library. "Teacher Zhu, I'm here to help you clean up." Qin Xiang put down the bag and lunchbox and saw that only Wen Shu remained at the table in the library. Realizing that it was time to close, Wen Shu stood up, intending, "You keep studying, I'll help Qin Xiang tidy up for another 10 minutes, Teacher Zhu casually said to Wen Shu. Wen Shu glanced at Teacher Zhu, nodded in thanks, and returned to her seat to continue studying. Teacher Zhu approached Qin Xiang and quietly said with a loving expression, "Little Qin, do you like her?" Qin Xiang was taken aback. "Huh? No, not at all. No." Teacher Zhu showed a skeptical expression. Qin Xiang waved his hand in disdain. "Dating is meaningless." Teacher Zhu scoffed. "Dating is meaningless. If it were meaningless, how could I remember you trailing behind a girl, so eagerly looking as happy as a flower?" With Teacher Zhu's remarks, Qin Xiang felt somewhat guilty. Before his rebirth, he had indeed been a devoted follower of Li Jingwen. He could only say, "It's precisely because I was devoted, after experiencing it I found it meaningless." Teacher Zhu patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. "Little Qin, there are some things I, as someone who has been through it, need to tell you." "Go ahead." Qin Xiang smiled, tidying up the books on the shelf while listening to Teacher Zhu. He knew that the elderly liked to chat with young people. He also appreciated Teacher Zhu's amicable conversational style and her kindness toward him. If the old woman wanted to chat, he would indulge her. "The girl you were with before seemed rather restless, not the type to settle down. So you might feel hurt emotionally after dating her and find it meaningless." As soon as Teacher Zhu opened her mouth, Qin Xiang was stunned. He was astonished by her gossiping nature and impressed by her keen observation. Despite being so close to Li Jingwen in his past life, he had not seen her clearly. Yet Teacher Zhu, who had never spoken to Li Jingwen in 3 years, could see through it at a glance. He had to admit that older people tended to have better judgment. "Teacher Zhu, have you been observing me this whole time?" "Well, in the entire library, you and Wen Shu are the only ones who talk to me, so of course I pay attention to you too. Besides, I could tell you were always with that girl, and my eyes were almost getting calloused from watching her. Before, while you were dating, if I had said something negative about her, you, as a young lad, wouldn't have listened. Now that you say you're no longer dating, I can finally express what I've been holding back. I've seen her being close with several boys. Especially with Director Zhou's nephew, that Zhou. What was his name again? Are you referring to Zhou Yang? Yes, that kid so close to her. But every time they were together, you were never around. When you two were together, he wasn't there either. So I felt that girl wasn't good for you." Qin Xiang nodded. "You're right, I learned about that later, which is why I distanced myself from her. Indeed, as the saying goes, better to be single than to settle for less. The further you stay from someone like her, the better. But little Qin, you must know that Wen Shu is a very good girl. If you can hold on to her, you will be happy for a lot." "What are you talking about?" Qin Xiang frowned, somewhat caught off guard by Teacher Zhu's sudden matchmaking. "Oh, it can't be said. After all, after you graduate, you'll likely be out in the world alone. Finding a girlfriend now isn't too early. I just think Wen Shu is great. And you're great too. You two kind-hearted people should be together." "Teacher Zhu, I didn't expect you to have such an open mindset despite your age. Our grade director is still cracking down on early relationships, and here you were trying to set us up." "What grade director? Just a lackey of the prince. You guys didn't hit a good time. The apocalypse is coming and all colleges are being reshuffled, so most high school graduates won't continue their education. Since high school marks the end of student life, can dating in high school still be considered early love? I honestly don't see the problem. But seriously, that Wen Shu kid is really good. I also know her grandmother. I've met her a few times when she was little, and she spoke very gently. Perhaps it's her grandmother's excellent character that shaped Wen Shu's good nature. Little Qin, your character is also great. You take care of an old lady like me, always eager to help. I'll pass. I just started helping you these past 2 days. Before that I would run off as soon as school ended. Hardly a good person. I know, you were busy helping that little girl with her homework before, so I don't blame you. Now that you're no longer with her, you're helping me, right? It shows you still have a kind heart." Qin Xiang was taken aback. "You know about that?" Teacher Zhu smiled proudly. Your Teacher Zhu strategize in the library and triumph outside the class. I'm impressed by you. Don't dismiss what I say. Little Qin, a partner like Wen Shu is hard to come by. It makes me happy to see two kind kids together." Qin Xiang shook his head helplessly, noncommittally. Wen Shu was indeed a good child, no doubt about that. As for himself, how could he be a good child with so much blood on his hands? He had just killed someone and set fire to a place last week, and this week he was being praised as a good child in the library by a teacher. Qin Xiang felt this situation was somewhat bizarre, yet he couldn't pinpoint what felt off. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm rambling?" "No. I just think that when Shu is capable of entering a college while I'll be just another person out in society, being together with her would be a waste of her potential. You look pretty handsome, yet you speak as softly as a girl. If she goes to college, won't you work nearby? Living on the edge of this safe zone for a lifetime, what future do you have? Seeing Teacher Zhu's disappointed gaze, Qin Xiang knew she was genuinely concerned for him. But he didn't want to be devoted anymore. Alright, I get it, Teacher Zhu, thank you. Forget it, it seems you still didn't take it to heart. The choice is yours, I just wanted to say a few words. Hurry up and pack up, I need to lock the door. Seeing Qin Xiang's perfunctory response, Teacher Zhu lost the desire to continue the conversation and started to urge him to leave. Qin Xiang also felt helpless. This old lady truly changed her mood like flipping a book. By the time he finished tidying up the shelves, when Shu had also packed her bag and was ready to leave, Teacher Zhu locked the door and said, I'm going to the restroom, you two can leave first. With that, she left Qin Xiang and when Shu at the library entrance. Qin Xiang glanced at Teacher Zhu's departing figure, feeling quite emotional. The old lady had good intentions, but it was clearly an attempt to throw hints at blind people. There was no romantic feeling between them at all. Qin Xiang glanced at Teacher Zhu's departing figure, feeling quite emotional. The old lady had good intentions, but it was clearly an attempt to throw. When Shu said goodbye, she had just turned to leave when Qin Xiang pulled her backpack strap. With a smile on his lips but a cold gaze, Qin Xiang said, Today, I'll walk you home. When Shu was puzzled by Qin Xiang's sudden change in demeanor and took the initiative. No need. Qin Xiang ignored her protests and took her hand, walking in the direction of her home. My home isn't over there. Qin Xiang turned left and right in the alley, then looked back at her and smiled. Do you expect me to kill someone right at your doorstep? Kill. When Shu gasped, eyes wide. She thought Qin Xiang was joking, but his earlier cold gaze made her realize he seemed serious. No. Qin, shouldn't we talk to Li Jingwen about this? Qin Xiang said, if it's Li Jingwen following us, I would just slap her twice to scare her off. Not Li Jingwen. Then who? Qin Xiang turned back to glance behind him, continuing to pull when Shu forward. When Shu turned to look as well. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that 7 or 8 shadows had leaped out from the alley they just passed. The shadows were armed with weapons, appearing to have iron rods and short blades. Qin Xiang quickened his pace, pulling when Shu to run. When Shu anxiously looked up at Qin Xiang beside her, who are they? They should be Li Jingwen's uncles. Her uncle was a notorious thug nearby and had taken lives before. Why is her uncle following us? Qin Xiang pondered for a moment. To kill us both. They would probably beat me up first and then kill me. As for how they would deal with you. He didn't finish his sentence, merely casting a symbolic glance up and down at Wen Shu, who immediately covered her neck. But why, Why do they want to kill us? Did you not hear what I said to her last time? Because of her and Zhou Yang. Because of her and Zhou Yang's affair. Yes. Who exactly is Zhou Yang? Just an ordinary person. But his uncle awakened his sequence ability, so he's recently been trending upwards. Li Jingwen probably wants to cling to Zhou Yang for a wealthy life. But you said you sent a timed email telling her not to act rashly. Qin Xiang smiled slightly at Wen Shu. I was lying to her. Lying. The cost of going to the internet cafe is too high. Oh, where would I get that? She must have realized that too, which is why she had her uncle come to deal with us. But how did her uncle know whether you went to the internet cafe or not? Was he following you? No, that would be too tiring. I think her uncle probably had someone wait at the internet cafe for a week. I said I would go to the internet cafe to send a timed email that would be delayed for a week, and I would have to go to the cafe every week to push back the time. If I didn't go to the internet cafe for a week, it would mean I never sent a timed email. When Shu was incredulous, they care so much about Zhou Yang. I also overlooked that. It seems that Li Jingwen's entire family sees her relationship with Zhou Yang as an opportunity for a turnaround. That's why her uncle would go to such great lengths. After Qin Xiang's confirmation, when Shu was utterly bewildered, she glanced back at the approaching figures and despaired. Then are we going to die here? It's my fault for involving you in this. So I will handle this matter. You... Qin Xiang smiled with a hint of threat. You should be someone who can keep a secret, right? When Shu did not understand what Qin Xiang meant, but still nodded. A few seconds later, 5 or 6 burly men armed with knives and sticks approached. The leading man with a small braid looked at Qin Xiang and laughed. Why aren't you running away now? Qin Xiang scoffed. I'm already at my destination, why should I run? What destination? The burly men looked around and realized they were in an old deserted courtyard where the wooden house and pig pen had collapsed, leaving only broken walls. In the courtyard, besides the abandoned stone mill, there was a stone well that may or may not have water. It was clear that no one had lived here for at least 5 or 6 years. Upon closer inspection, the dust on the ground and the spider webs at the entrance indicated that not only was this place uninhabited, but it hadn't been visited by anyone. Perhaps it was a rural courtyard abandoned before the apocalypse, or maybe the owner fled to another place after the apocalypse. The entire yard was dark, illuminated only by the starlight filtering through the air defense glass, giving a rough idea of the surrounding environment. Qin Xiang was running while carefully observing his surroundings, intentionally choosing such a location. The man with the braid asked, "Is there something wrong with this place?" "Before I answer your question, let me ask you first, you are Li Jingwen's uncle, right?" The man with the braid sneered, "That's right. The matter of Jingwen and Zhou Yang is the hope of our family. It cannot be ruined by a kid like you. You even lied to Jingwen saying you sent a delayed email. In reality, my brothers and I have been guarding the internet cafe nearby for a week, and we haven't even seen a shadow of you." "Oh, I thought the internet cafe was too expensive, so when I went there I changed my mind and set the sending time for a month later. If you block me, Zhou Yang will know about my relationship with Li Jingwen a month later, and your family will still have no hope of turning things around." "What, a month? Are you messing with me?" Qin Xiang smiled slightly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." The people who followed were all dumbfounded. They never expected that Qin Xiang would change his mind about the delayed email after going to the internet cafe. When Shu looked at Qin Xiang in confusion, not knowing what he was up to, the man with the braid said, "If you cancel the email, well, treat this matter as if it never happened. Do you think I'm stupid? If I cancel it, won't you still chase us down? What do you want then?" At this moment, one of the men beside the braided man said, "Longa, tie him up and force him to reveal the email account and password, and we can cancel the scheduled email ourselves." The braided man looked worried and asked, "Are you confident you can get it out of him?" "I've done debt collection before. I've done this sort of thing many times. Don't brag to me. This matter concerns our family. If it fails, I won't let you off." "Longa, you're saying this, but there's no way out for my brothers. Is there anything in this world that's a sure thing? If you don't trust me, then forget it. You can figure it out yourself." Not wanting to wait any longer, Qin Xiang observed the conflicted expressions of the group. "All right, I won't mess with you anymore. Actually, you're right. I really didn't send a scheduled email. You just have to kill me, and the matter between Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang will be safe." "What, The group showed expressions of disbelief, not understanding why Qin Xiang would voluntarily push himself into the fire pit. "Longa, this kid wants to die? Let's help him achieve that." "Exactly. Let's kill him first. As for the girl beside him, we'll have some fun with her for a few days before killing her." The braided man still looked worried. "What if this kid wants to die with us? Maybe he really sent a scheduled email, but thinks he can't escape and wants a quick death." "That is a possibility. Longa, you make a good point. But this is your family's matter. You should decide what to do." The group hesitated again. Qin Xiang was exasperated. It's ridiculous that they believed lies, but didn't trust the truth. "I'm not lying to you. I didn't set the email. There is no scheduled email at all." "I don't believe you." Brothers, tie him up and force him to reveal the account password. If anyone can do it, it'll give him 1,000 copper coins. The braided man made a firm decision to spend big, determined to get the email account from Qin Xiang. "Good. Longa is straightforward. Longa, we have a deal. I really didn't set a scheduled email. The reason is simple. If I had set a scheduled email, I wouldn't have lured you here." The braided man frowned. "You just mentioned how good this place is, but you still haven't explained it clearly. I think you're just trying to scare me." Qin Xiang replied, "This place is quite suitable." The others scanned the area again, not finding anything suspicious. The braided man pressed, "What makes it good, It's particularly suitable for killing." The group was momentarily taken aback, then a mocking smile appeared on their faces. "You can't be serious. This is the first time I've met someone about to be killed who chooses a suitable grave. Truly ridiculous. No wonder he dared to provoke our Jingwen." However, just as they were about to make their move, Qin Xiang transformed into a blur. "What, Bang! Qin Xiang kicked one of the men in the chest. No one saw what happened. They only saw Qin Xiang appear beside them, and the brother next to them suddenly flew away. The group turned around in panic. They saw that the man kicked by Qin Xiang had his chest caved in like a deflated ball. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just spat out a mouthful of blood, and his head fell to the side. Before he died, his face was filled with surprise and fear. The dark environment blurred his features, instilling a sense of inexplicable terror in everyone. Seeing their companion's state, they immediately realized that Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user. How could this be? How could a student with awakened sequence abilities exist in such a trash place as Jiuan School? Before they could react, Qin Xiang swung another punch, hitting one person's throat like a cannonball. That person fell backward, his head swaying like a puppet with its strings cut. "I didn't mean to." One person tried to plead for mercy, but was struck in the back by Qin Xiang's punch, flying several meters, and finally landing in front of Wen Shu, startling her into a scream as she hurriedly jumped back a few steps. However, Qin Xiang felt that when Wen Shu screamed, she didn't seem that scared. Moreover, typically when someone is frightened, they would jump in surprise, but she kept jumping back several steps. Qin Xiang didn't dwell on this strange matter and turned to look at the corpse. The person he had punched in the back was lying motionless on the ground. On the man's back was a depression the size of a bowl. Qin Xiang shook his head. "I still didn't control my strength well. Even after holding back, I still sent him flying this far." The braided man's pupils trembled, cold sweat continuously streaming down from his forehead, leaving him frozen in place, as if he had lost his soul. The two remaining survivors besides the braided man saw Qin Xiang's skills and realized they couldn't fight him or escape, so they immediately knelt. Big brother, spare us. Have mercy. We were ignorant, please give us a chance. It was all Kuan Shenglong who called us here. It has nothing to do with us. Qin Xiang ignored them and delivered 2 kicks to the chins of the 2 men. They flew back, their heads hitting the ground first. 2 muffled sounds echoed as they both departed for the realm of bliss. As for whether it was the underworld or hell, Qin Xiang could not say. In the end, only the trembling, speechless, braided man remained. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder and said with great interest, "You should know about my relationship with Li Jingwen, right?" Kuan Shenglong immediately reacted, forcing out a twisted and fawning smile. "No, there's still a chance. It's not too late. We can become one family. Jingwen is just a child, I'll teach her when I go back. I'll make sure she stays with you." Qin Xiang pretended to sigh helplessly. "It's too late to change things. As a sequence ability user, why should I humiliate myself by enduring this? Didn't you say that Li Jingwen is the hope of your family?" Kuan Shenglong nodded blankly, not understanding what Qin Xiang meant. "With me around, your family has no hope. I can show you a way out." You say? We will definitely comply. Go to another world and rebuild your family. Yes, huh? Qin Xiang slapped Kuan Shenglong's face and his head turned 360 degrees before he fell over. "Don't worry, you won't be alone on the way. After a while, once I have time, I will send your entire family down to accompany you." After finishing off everyone, Qin Xiang sighed in relief. He had killed again. How many times was that? He couldn't remember. It no longer mattered. He turned to Wen Shu, who was standing at the edge of the courtyard, and walked over. Wen Shu was trembling all over and asked anxiously, "You're actually a sequence ability user?" Qin Xiang smiled, "Yes. So, have you thought about how to handle the bodies here?" Qin Xiang did not expect Wen Shu to ask this question. "Aren't you afraid I would kill you too?" Wen Shu seemed surprised by Qin Xiang's question, looking up at him in confusion. "Why would you kill me?" "Because you witnessed me kill someone." Wen Shu, however, looked at Qin Xiang with a puzzled expression. "If you wanted to kill me, you could have just let me go home. They would have acted. Why go through all this trouble?" Qin Xiang nodded. "You really are quite clever, remaining so calm during your first encounter with murder." Wen Shu lowered her head and did not reply. Qin Xiang threw the corpses into the well, hearing the dull thud as they hit the ground. To avoid drawing attention, he didn't even take the change from their pockets. This was a dry well. He moved a stone to cover the dry well. "That should be good enough. No one comes here, let's go." Wen Shu said, "What you're doing will leave our scent here. If the police find it, they might trace us." "What do you want to do? Burn it? No one is here anyway, it won't draw attention. If we burn it, wouldn't that attract people instead?" "There are other ways to remove the scent without burning it." Qin Xiang paused. "Then what can we do?" "The smell of food from the cafeteria is quite strong. You can sprinkle some of the food from the cafeteria here and some in the well. In no time it will naturally cover our scent." Qin Xiang nodded and then looked at her with confusion. "How do you know about these things?" "I like to read books, and I've seen this in books." "What book has this?" 100 Ways to Commit a Crime Without Being Discovered by Sequence Users." "Why do you read this book?" "I just like to read. I read everything. Didn't it come in handy today?" Qin Xiang reassessed the seemingly fragile girl standing before him, realizing that one should not judge by appearances. After following Wen Shu's advice and handling the scene, he left with her. The two walked side by side in the dim alley. "You're really amazing," Qin Xiang sincerely remarked. "Thank you, but I think you're even more amazing." "Just average." "By the way," Wen Shu asked again, "when do you plan to publicly declare yourself as a sequence ability holder? If you don't announce it before the National College entrance examination, you won't be eligible for the official sequence ability holder assessment." "I thought you'd ask me first when I awakened my sequence ability." "And why would I ask that?" And Qin Xiang couldn't help glancing at Wen Shu once more. She was extraordinary. "And soon, within the next few days, I need to research what preparations are required before registering at the Sequence Ability Administration. My background is rather complicated. You saw it yourself today. So I must ensure no complications arise during registration." That makes sense. Also, I need to thoroughly understand the Sequence Ability Holder Assessment. Since I intend to sit for it, I'll prepare everything in advance. Otherwise, once I reveal my identity, chaos may descend. Unforeseen entanglements demanding immediate attention, leaving me utterly overwhelmed. That makes sense. Do you have any advice? Wen Shu shrugged. Everything you've said is sound. I have nothing further to add. And good. Then what about Li Jingwen? With her uncle missing, she'll likely suspect your involvement very soon. Qin Xiang replied coolly. Give her hope. Keep her dangling. You mean, don't disrupt her relationship with Zhou Yang so she retains something to yearn for. Exactly. Let her cling to that hope. Until I've settled everything, then shatter it myself. Then kill her. Then kill her. And her entire family. Quite reasonable. Two adolescents' faces still soft with youth spoke of murder with chilling nonchalance. To anyone overhearing their words would sound like childish fantasy. And after a pause, Qin Xiang asked, Which academy do you plan to apply to? Not decided yet, but it must be one offering private dormitory accommodations. I'll bring my grandmother with me. Are academies with private dorms rare? You clearly didn't pay attention during last week's mandatory school-wide guidance session on university applications. Why bother listening? As a sequence ability holder, it'd just waste my time. Fine, you're brilliant, the oversight is mine. Of the 8 academies, only 2 offer private dormitories. Only 2. What about the others? The rest provide shared dorms, 4 or 6-person rooms. So those with private dorms must offer superior conditions, surely the top 2 academies. You're strong enough to gain admission. When Shu had been about to speak, but paused, glancing at Qin Xiang and noticing his genuine warm smile brimming with sincere goodwill. The words died on her lips. Thank you. Qin Xiang nodded silently, and they walked on together for a while. When Shu asked, do you know the way? No. Do you? You dragged me running. I couldn't possibly memorize the route. So where exactly have we been walking all this time? Never mind. Let's keep moving forward. Once we spot the main road, we'll recognize it. After another half-hour, dim streetlights finally appeared. We've reached the main road. Let's check the signposts. They stepped onto the main road, and after verifying their location, realized they'd walked entirely in the opposite direction from home. Returning would take over 40 minutes. Fewer people are out now. I'll walk you home. Thank you. And they walked side by side, speaking less and less. Both instinctively respected boundaries, asking neither too many questions nor probing into each other's guarded privacy. For instance, when Shu never asked what sequence ability Qin Xiang possessed, nor did Qin Xiang inquire why, when Shu instantly knew how to neutralize the stench of a corpse. Having jointly committed an unfathomable crime, they now stood in profound, intimate proximity, yet maintained a delicate, unspoken distance. And this equilibrium suited them both perfectly. After a moment, when Shu asked, Qin Xiang, you're exceptionally capable, astonishingly intelligent. Why were you ever drawn to Li Jingguan? And though not invasive, the question struck Qin Xiang as deeply humiliating. He looked down at Wen Shu. She gazed steadily ahead, seemingly devoid of mockery. Yet he felt unmistakably that she was quietly laughing at him. Perhaps even the wisest among us succumb to folly, at least once. Nan, truthfully, I'm no genius, not beside you. In your presence I often feel startlingly dull. Wen Shu gently shook her head. Folly may strike momentarily, but not persist so long. And Qin Xiang stiffened slightly. That remark brushed perilously close to his most absolute secret. Wen Shu seemed to imply he was fundamentally transformed, utterly unlike his former self. But how could such a metamorphosis be explained? And after all, the change had taken root only after his rebirth. For the first time, Qin Xiang faced a question he could not answer. He sensed that any lie, however carefully crafted, would be effortlessly pierced by this girl with her luminous eyes and flowing dark hair. After prolonged contemplation, he found no plausible explanation. Finally he murmured, some things lie beyond human control. Wen Shu nodded. Yes, some things lie beyond human control. Sensing the subject could go no further, she fell silent. Qin Xiang too lost all desire to continue conversing. For the remainder of the journey neither spoke, a cold wind slipping relentlessly through the thin fabric of their jackets. Past lamppost after lamppost, they finally arrived at the intersection where they'd parted ways after school. There Qin Xiang accompanied Wen Shu all the way to her. I'm home, thank you. I'd invite you in, but it's quite late and my home isn't suitable for hosting guests. No problem, I understand completely. We needn't stand on ceremony. All right, do take care on your way home. Qin Xiang smiled warmly at Wen Shu's clear, serene face. You know well, who truly needs protection is everyone else. Goodbye, goodbye. Wen Shu watched Qin Xiang disappear down the street, then softly exhaled. Today's course of events had exceeded her wildest expectations. She never imagined that diligent study within school walls could entangle her in matters of life and death. And all of it stemmed from Qin Xiang. Just days ago they'd been strangers, today they'd buried a body together. She could only sigh at life's cruel unpredictability. Setting aside thoughts of Qin Xiang, she took several slow, calming breaths, steadying her heart. Then she turned open the door and called out brightly, Grandmother, I'm home. The words had barely left her lips when the candle inside flickered a light. Though blind, Grandmother always sat beside the candle lamp each evening before Wen Shu's return, ready to light it the moment she stepped through the door. Tonight, she'd likely waited 3 or 4 hours. The thought tightened Wen Shu's chest with quiet sorrow. Xiao Shu's home. Why so late today? Yes, I'm back. Something came up, so I returned later than usual. Wen Shu slipped off her shoes at the threshold and padded barefoot into the room. Though the floor was icy, she owned no slippers. Her household circumstances mirrored Qin Xiang's, perhaps even harsher given the added burden of supporting a grandmother unable to work. She walked barefoot because the rough, low-grade composite flooring, though unpolished, was immaculately clean. Someone meticulously swept every inch daily. When Shu refused to soil it with shoes. Should she enter wearing them, grandmother would scrub the floor again the next morning, her blindness making such labor unimaginably. Xiao Shu, why aren't you wearing shoes? It's freezing. Put them on. It's fine, grandmother. I love going barefoot. Remember how I used to dash around the house barefoot as a child? 10 years have passed since the cataclysm began. And when Shu stepped onto the rug and sat beside grandmother taking her frail hand. 10 years have passed since the cataclysm began. And when Shu stepped onto the rug and sat beside grandmother taking her frail hand, hoping to ease the old woman's sorrow. After grandmother lost her sight, when Shu removed all chairs to prevent collisions, replacing them with salvaged rugs from the scrap yards. Even the original wooden bed had been carried out. Now both slept upon 3 thick blankets laid directly on the floor. Thus when Shu's home stood stark and empty, truly bare-walled. And the sole piece of furniture was a small dining table. Upon it rested a solitary candle lamp, its flame dancing, casting the intertwined silhouettes of young and old upon the walls. Their faces bore gentle smiles, radiating quiet contentment. And after a pause, when Shu asked, "Grandmother, have you eaten? I'll cook for you." "I already ate. The leftovers you brought from the cafeteria yesterday. I finished them." That's good. I worried you'd wait for me and starve. I haven't eaten yet. I'll prepare something for myself shortly." When Shu rose, grandmother's aged hand gently clasped. "Xiao Shu, there's something I wish to ask." "And go ahead, grandmother." "The moment you stepped through the door, I caught a scent on you." When Shu froze, heart pounding, then forced a light laugh. "What kind of scent?" "Another person's scent." "Xiao Shu, are you in love?" Relief washed over Wen Shu. She'd feared grandmother had smelled blood. She'd checked herself thrice before returning. No trace of blood on her clothes, only dust on her soles, determined to avoid this very dilemma. Since losing her sight, grandmother's sense of smell had grown preternaturally acute, able to identify the dishes when Shu ate at school. Today, when Shu had walked home trembling, terrified her secret with Qin Xiang would be uncovered. "Oh, I studied with a classmate today, so I probably picked up a bit of his scent." "You always study alone. Your grades rank highest in the grade. No one could possibly assist you. How then did you study with someone else?" Faced with grandmother's tender concern, when Shu chose silence, knowing elaboration would only deepen suspicion. "It's not that I'm scolding you. This is your critical year for the college entrance exam. Don't let distractions derail you. Romance can wait until you enter academy. I won't forbid it then, but not now. Among your peers only you stand certain to gain academy admission. Don't squander your time, or jeopardize your future, on them. Don't worry, grandmother. I won't compromise myself. As for romance, I'll handle it wisely." Unable to explain the other's scent, she reluctantly conceded the romantic implication. Would she confess instead to having murdered with a boy? Then that's best. I've always trusted you implicitly. I'll heat dinner now. Afterward I'll review some concepts. Please rest early, grandmother. Is this candle lamp too dim? Studying like this harms your eyes. Don't lose your sight so young, as I did. When Shu smiled. Don't worry, I know my limits. I've spared you worry all these years, haven't I? It's my fault. I couldn't give you a better study environment. If only we could afford electric lighting, your grades would surely soar. When Shu embraced grandmother tightly. "Grandmother, being with you is my greatest joy. Whether or not we have electric light, I will never disappoint you. I'll reheat dinner now, and yes, go ahead." When Shu entered the kitchen, pouring today's cafeteria meal into the pot, filling the air with sizzling sounds. Like Qin Xiang, she enjoyed special privileges at the cafeteria, but his stemmed from Aunt Zhang's compassion, whereas hers was institutional authority. The principal himself instructed Aunt Zhang, give Wen Shu whatever portion she requests. This year's top candidate for the National College Entrance Examination, the school would not falter in providing her any material support. Watching the 3-winged flying fish sizzle in the pot, when Shu's thoughts drifted back to today's cascade of events. She moved about the kitchen, grandmother's smile slowly faded, replaced by deep aching sorrow. In the candlelight, her wrinkled face held generations of love and dread. Another scent, and faint traces of blood. So, you've killed with someone again. The next morning, Qin Xiang leisurely set off on his way to school. In the past, he always arrived at class early. After school, he would go home, have dinner, take a shower, and go to bed with no nightlife, as he was accustomed to early to bed and early to rise. In contrast, Li Jingwen usually arrived at the classroom just on time. However, when he got to the classroom today, Li Jingwen was already there. Upon seeing Qin Xiang, Li Jingwen appeared visibly flustered. Qin Xiang smiled slightly, knowing that Li Jingwen was clearly feeling guilty. Li Jingwen stood up to ask Qin Xiang something, but seemed unsure of how to phrase it, hesitating for a moment before sitting back down. Qin Xiang walked past her nonchalantly, maintaining the indifference he had shown over the past few days without engaging in any conversation. Last night, her uncle Kuan Chenglong had not returned home, leaving the family somewhat worried. Considering that Qin Xiang and Wen Shu were just two ordinary students posing no real threat, they thought Kun Chenglong might just be handling some follow-up matters, which was why he hadn't come home. However, today Li Jingwen saw Qin Xiang at school. This meant that her uncle had failed in his mission. Or rather, her uncle hadn't even attempted to kill Qin Xiang and had become entangled in other troubles. Seeing Qin Xiang's calm demeanor seemingly unaffected by Li Jingwen's resentment, she leaned toward the latter interpretation. Her uncle had been busy with something since last night and had not followed through on the plan to kill Qin Xiang and Wen Shu. Li Jingwen clenched her fists. That idiot Kun Chenglong. He always brags about how capable he is, but now he can't even distinguish between priorities and has no idea what he's doing. Qin Xiang sat in his seat and cast a casual glance at Li Jingwen, noticing she seemed angry, and then turned away. Until he publicly disclosed his awakened ability, he wouldn't mention having met Kun Chenglong to anyone. Let Li Jingwen's family spend this time in confusion. They might be feeling anxious and eager to know the outcome. When they finally learn the outcome, they will long for these days of restlessness and anxiety devoid of any fear. Qin Xiang pressed his lips together, feeling he had been too lenient with Li Jingwen and ought to give her a bit more mental torment. However, he was currently preoccupied with what information to gather before publicly revealing his awakened ability, too lazy to waste even a second on Li Jingwen. Throughout the noon and afternoon, he continued organizing books in the library. Wen Shu had also arrived early at the library, working on the difficult problems in her exercise. As Qin Xiang passed by Wen Shu, he said, "Keep your eyes a bit further from the book. If you keep your head down like that, you might end up needing glasses without any money to get them." "Well, thank you." Wen Shu slightly raised her head, maintaining a relatively healthy distance between her eyes and the book. In their usual study life, Wen Shu was always a refined and polite classmate, and Qin Xiang could sense her courtesy and manners from her actions. Qin Xiang continued organizing the books as everything remained quiet. Teacher Zhu watched their interaction with a motherly smile. It seems that little Qin still listens to advice. Such good kids, it would be a pity if they weren't together. Teacher Zhu sat proudly at her desk, sipping her hot water, feeling as if she had accomplished something worth boasting about. After school, Wen Shu once again sat until the library closed. The two of them left the library together and then parted ways at the intersection. "Goodbye, goodbye." Qin Xiang, rising early, looked at the calendar and shook his head. "What relatives do I have?" He grabbed the bag containing his lunchbox and stepped out. In the classroom, he initially planned to sit and daydream like before and then head to the library to work. At that moment, a boy walked up to him. "Are you Qin Xiang?" Qin Xiang turned to see a well-mannered male classmate. Though his attire was not extravagant, it was very decent, indicating his family background was far superior to Qin Xiang's. However, he had no recollection of this person. Though Qin Xiang didn't recognize him, the girls in the class looked at him with a hint of excitement. Even Li Jingwen, who had been in a bad mood the past few days due to her uncle's disappearance, cast a clear, bright glance in his direction. It was needless to say he must be a prominent figure at the school. But no matter how prominent he was, Qin Xiang didn't know him. He hadn't even remembered what Wen Shu, the school beauty, looked like, so how could he care about the male figure of prominence? Qin Xiang frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Zhao Liwen from class 2. Zhao Liwen. Qin Xiang frowned. The name seemed somewhat familiar, but not too much. "Sorry, I don't think I know you." Immediately a girl whispered, "He doesn't even know Zhao Liwen, who is second in the year. I wonder what Qin Xiang does all day." "It's normal. He just daydreams and wastes time in class. How could he know these good students?" "Zhao Liwen, he's not too bright." "What do you need from him? We can help convey the message." Qin Xiang glanced at the girls who were mocking him, who were now vying for Zhao Liwen's attention, finding it quite amusing. He said to them, "I daydream and waste time every day, yet my grades seem to be better than yours, right? If I'm not bright, what does that make you?" "Qin Xiang, how can you speak like that?" "I just speak the truth." It turned out to be the longtime second-tier student behind Wen Shu. No wonder he had a bit of an impression. "Do you need something from me?" Looking at Zhao Liwen's refined, scholar-like appearance, Qin Xiang felt they were on completely different paths and couldn't understand what had provoked him. Zhao Liwen said seriously, "Qin Xiang, this is a crucial time for preparing for the college entrance examination. I hope you can focus on your studies." "Huh? What do you mean?" "Literally, I hope you can study hard and not regret it later." Qin Xiang burst out laughing. "You're really funny. Whether I study or not has nothing to do with you." He then turned his head away, no longer looking at Zhao Liwen, instead gazing at the starry sky and the divine. Seeing Qin Xiang ignoring Zhao Liwen, a few girls began to defend him. "Qin Xiang, even if you study better than I do, Zhao is still doing it for your own good." "What?" "Exactly. It's simply hopeless. Zhao, I'm willing to study hard, but no one helps me. Can you study with me?" "I want to study too." Qin Xiang turned back to the girls. "You all are trying so hard to please him, but since he arrived, has he even glanced at you? In my opinion, Zhao Liwen doesn't even look at you people. Save your efforts." What did you say?" "If you're trying to get close to Zhao, waiting for him to get into the academy before making a leap, you might want to think again." Zhao's standards are high enough that he wouldn't look at you superficial girls, unlike some male classmates who have no standards. After saying this, Qin Xiang shot a meaningful glance at Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen knew that Qin Xiang was insulting Zhou Yang for being indiscriminate, which was equivalent to directly accusing her of being of low quality. She gritted her teeth in anger and turned away with a cold huff. Zhao Liwen also found the situation somewhat noisy and seemed unwilling to stay any longer, so he explained his purpose. Qin Xiang, if you don't want to study, please don't disturb others who are preparing for the college entrance examination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you ruin it for others, you will regret it for a lifetime. Qin Xiang squinted. Zhao Liwen, are you sick? Huh. I sit in this corner of the classroom every day, either sleeping or daydreaming. Who have I disturbed? How can my daydreaming make you lose your appetite and be unable to focus? If I really disturbed you, I apologize. But the problem is I don't even know you. Zhao Liwen gritted his teeth and replied, I'm not talking about my learning being not you. Qin Xiang raised an eyebrow. If it's not you, then what are you looking for me for? I'm here on behalf of Wenshu to talk to you. You've been disturbing her study in the library lately, and I hope you can keep your distance from her. Upon hearing Wenshu's name, the girls who had been showing off for Zhao Liwen suddenly fell silent. They were all inwardly cursing Wenshu, who was not only a good student, but also beautiful and had a good personality. Perhaps Wenshu was too perfect, leaving them with nothing to criticize. They could only say that she was scheming and that everything was an act. Qin Xiang looked at Zhao Liwen. So that's why you look down on these girls. It turns out you like Wenshu. You have good taste. Oh, so you're her boyfriend. No wonder I didn't know. She never mentioned having a boyfriend. Zhao, let me apologize. I didn't mean to intrude on your territory. Don't misunderstand. Wenshu and I are just ordinary friends. Our relationship is clear. Zhao Liwen was taken aback. I'm not her boyfriend. Oh, we're not in a relationship. However, after the college entrance examination, we will attend the same academy. At that time, we will be together. Huh. Qin Xiang was also taken aback. What do you mean? Are you one of those guys who chase after girls? Why say also? That's not important. Going to the same academy as her. Qin Xiang pouted. Friend, it's not that I don't believe you, but you score several points lower than Wenshu every exam. Why would you be able to attend the same academy as her? I know my grades can't compare to hers, but if I apply to the two schools ranked lower, it's still highly likely. Coincidentally, the Tiantong Academy and Renxing Academy that Wenshu is interested in are the two lowest-ranked schools among the 8. Qin Xiang hesitated for a moment. Wasn't the academy that provided independent accommodation the worst, not the best? Wouldn't that mean Wenshu was at a disadvantage with such good grades? As the only friend in Jiuan school, Qin Xiang felt a pang of regret for Wenshu. He quickly realized that the reason Wenshu had to compromise was due to finances. Without money, even if she excelled academically, she would find it difficult to navigate within the safe zone. Moreover, she had to take care of a blind grandmother. Therefore, I hope you won't disturb Wenshu during her exam preparations. Qin Xiang, some things are destined not to be part of your life. I hope you can recognize this reality. Qin Xiang looked at Zhao Liwen as if he were an idiot. How about we go ask Wenshu if she would be willing to be with you after graduation? Zhao Liwen seemed taken aback by Qin Xiang's suggestion, hesitating for a moment before saying, even if she doesn't want to now, I will win her over in the future. She will definitely accept me. Win her over, accept you? Qin Xiang pointed at Li Jingwen sitting in front. Ask that girl how I treated her before. Did I win her over? Zhao Liwen did not turn back. That's your problem. I have confidence in myself. You said something very true. What? Some things are destined not to be part of your life. I hope you can recognize this reality. You are truly unreasonable. Zhao Liwen found himself at a loss against Qin Xiang's nonchalant demeanor, turning angrily to leave the classroom. Qin Xiang disdainfully glanced at Zhao Liwen's back, and then looked out the window lost in thought. You are truly unreasonable. Zhao Liwen found himself at a loss against Qin Xiang's nonchalant demeanor, turning angrily to leave the classroom. Qin Xiang disdainfully glanced at Zhao Liwen. Moreover, they had even committed murder and buried the bodies together, and Wenshu's performance exceeded Qin Xiang's expectations. They were truly walking a clear line between good and evil. This naive Zhao was the kind of guy who wouldn't even earn a dog tag as a simperer. Qin Xiang could easily guess that Zhao Liwen would meet the same fate as himself when pursuing Li Jingwen. However, unlike Li Jingwen, Wenshu was not as toxic, so his outcome should be a bit better. At most, he would end up as a stray dog and wouldn't be sent to the dog meat restaurant. Qin Xiang thoughtfully considered Zhao Liwen's words. He does have a point. With his approach, he might indeed affect Wenshu's studies. Zhao Liwen is right. Wenshu cannot afford to be distracted at this crucial moment of exam preparation. Anyway, I have to participate in the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination, and I need to prepare to publicly disclose my awakened sequence soon. I might as well do a good deed and help Wenshu a bit. After announcing my awakened sequence, I will be able to escape this orphaned, impoverished life. The thought of the scene after publicly announcing his awakened sequence made him eager. It was time to take off. I initially planned to rest well during the 5 days of school and then research the information about the sequence on the weekend. Forget it, I'll sleep a little less today and head to Wang Defa's place after school tonight to check the forum. Qin Xiang sighed. I really am a kind person. After school, Qin Xiang tidied up the library and once again walked out with Wen Shu. However, as Qin Xiang was about to exit the school gate, he caught sight of Zhao Liwen's furious gaze. Don't mind him. Huh. Before Qin Xiang could speak, he heard Wen Shu's voice. I mean, you don't need to worry about Zhao Liwen. Oh. As Qin Xiang and Wen Shu gradually walked away, Zhao Liwen remained standing in place under the streetlight at the school gate watching Qin Xiang. With his exceptional perception, Qin Xiang naturally felt this unfriendly gaze. Wen Shu. What's up? Zhao Liwen has been staring at us. He must often bother you, right? No. Wen Shu shook her head decisively. You don't need to worry, I'm fine. I haven't spoken to him at all. He warned me to stay away from you and to go to the same school as you in the future. Wen Shu paused for a moment looking at Qin Xiang. Did you go find Zhao Liwen? He came looking for me. Qin Xiang replied with a roll of his eyes. I don't even know him, why would I look for him? Just ignore what he says and treat it as a passing breeze. I'm not affected by him in my studies anyway. Why are you explaining so much? Are you afraid I'll kill him? Qin Xiang sighed helplessly. I'm not a murderous demon, I wouldn't want to do such things unless absolutely necessary. Don't worry, I have my ways. Wen Shu asked, puzzled. You. What ways? It's not worth mentioning. At the fork in the road, Qin Xiang waved goodbye to Wen Shu and walked away. Wen Shu watched Qin Xiang's retreating figure, a slight smile appearing on her lips. Thank you. After dropping off the bag containing the lunchbox at home, Qin Xiang headed to the internet cafe near his house. He glanced at the camera at the entrance and saw Wang Defa sitting at the counter. Wang Defa looked troubled, staring blankly at the monitor in front of him. Lu Daji should have been sitting here, but he was at home enjoying the company of his wife and children. However, some scoundrel had killed him over a few hundred copper coins from Lu Daji, that poor Shooten. With the manager killed, Wang Defa, the internet cafe owner, temporarily couldn't find anyone to operate the cafe's management system, so he had to step. Damn it, don't let me find out which bastard killed Lu Daji. Otherwise I will definitely get my money back with interest. Not having time for himself wasn't the hardest part. He didn't understand what had gotten into the police department lately, how every day someone came to check on his internet cafe, which was a heavy blow to his business. Wang Defa's internet cafe was located in this poor neighborhood, and its main purpose was not to provide internet services, but to offer a gray area for illegal transactions. His cafe's machines could modify backend data, hide login addresses, and then conduct some anonymous transactions online. Since the login addresses were randomly generated, the government's network management personnel had no way to trace them. When someone asked Wang Defa to provide hidden login address services, the internet fee would increase 20-fold. Originally, the internet fees were already high, and a 20-fold increase was a staggering price. Yet even so, Wang Defa's cafe still had a steady stream of customers. The profits from illegal transactions far exceeded the 20-fold internet fees. The main source of income for the cafe was the gray market, which could not be described as timid. To keep the cafe running, Wang Defa was certainly not some nameless nobody. Within the joint government, someone was specifically ensuring that his cafe could operate safely. Of course, the vast majority of Wang Defa's gray income was handed over to his backer. With ample operational space and a strong background, Wang Defa's cafe quickly gained a reputation in the nearby area, having been open for 3 years without any major incidents. Until a few days ago, the police department suddenly began patrolling his cafe daily, as if they had gone mad. After their checks, they only took away a few of his special customers, without any other penalties. Wang Defa was even more unclear about what the police department was trying to uncover. He called his backer to inquire about the reason. To his shock, it seemed that his backer was also helpless about the matter. If the police department wants to investigate, let them, just don't worry about it. But what about business? The person on the other end sighed. Just hold off on business for now. I have no way to help. Officer, can you give me a hint? I'm really worried that one day, I might also be taken away by the cops or suddenly disappear like the previous owner 3 years ago. That person's disappearance was an accident, you don't need to worry about it. As for the police, this matter is quite troublesome, someone has stirred things up to a higher level. Wang Defa was stunned, his heart racing. Our business. We're just making a little money, how could it reach that level? It's not about our small business. So don't worry, the police department won't do anything to you. I'm alright. By the way, you haven't encountered any strange people lately, have you? Strange people? Wang Defa immediately thought of Qin Xiang. However, for the sake of that silver coin's hush money, he chose to conceal it. No, just some business people. Then that's fine. Let's leave it at that. I have a meeting to attend. Goodbye, officer. Knowing that the police department had other motives, Wang Defa relaxed a bit. However, due to frequent visits, Wang Defa's extra income had drastically declined, leaving him in a difficult situation. In the next few days, I can only try to cut expenses. As he was worrying, he saw Qin Xiang at the door. In his eyes, Qin Xiang embodied both fortune and death. So when he saw Qin Xiang, he felt both anxious and delighted. Wang Defa glanced at the few customers sitting in the cafe, all focused on. He grabbed a roll of paper and shouted, "I'm going to the bathroom. If someone comes, please make them wait a moment, thank you." "Sure, go ahead, Boss Wang." Wang Defa stepped out, avoiding the surveillance, and walked over to Qin Xiang. "Hello, Boss Wang." "Oh, please don't say that you are my boss," Wang Defa said, attempting to offer Qin Xiang a cigarette. Qin Xiang waved his hand. "We don't allow smoking here." Hearing Qin Xiang naturally say "we," Wang Defa was even more convinced that Qin Xiang had a powerful force of sequence ability. "Alright, if you have the smell of smoke while doing your work, it could be troublesome." I understand. Qin Xiang pointed to the location of the warehouse, and Wang Defa understood as the two headed towards the warehouse together. "How's business been for you lately, Boss Wang?" Wang Defa sighed. "Don't mention it. The police department's black-suited dogs come to check daily, like they smell blood." "Do you want to use the computer in the warehouse today?" Qin Xiang felt something might be amiss and cautiously asked, "They come to check every day? Should I avoid coming recently?" "It's fine that the police department has conducted surprise checks 3 times today, so they won't be back again." 3 times? That many? "Yes. Usually they come once every couple of days, but today who knows what got into them. They checked 3 times right off the bat. So rest assured today is definitely safe." Qin Xiang nodded, not expecting that the incident of him stealing the remnants of the divine would cause such a stir. "However, you'd better come less often recently. Many of my customers have already been taken away. The police department is keeping a close watch. Don't get caught up in it." Wang Defa cautiously reminded Qin Xiang, appearing to show concern for him, but in reality worrying that if Qin Xiang got caught, his organization would hold him accountable. "Alright, don't worry. I'll finish up tonight, and probably won't come back for a while." "Oh, that's just great. Once this storm passes, you can come anytime." Qin Xiang smiled, but said nothing. This storm was stirred up by him. Once it passed, he would only be caught if he fell into their trap. The two confirmed that the surroundings were clear, and slipped into the warehouse one after the other. "Boss Wang, I happen to have some things I don't quite understand, and would like to consult you about." "Go ahead. Due to requirements from above, I plan to register at the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau." Wang Defa was stunned for a moment. "You haven't registered yet?" "I have so many things to do. If my information is public, wouldn't that easily expose me?" Wang Defa suddenly understood. Right, you're not wrong. But they only told me this matter, leaving me to figure out how to register here. You're in this business and should know more than I do about how to handle it. Oh, just say what you need." Qin Xiang leaned closer to Wang Defa, staring into his eyes. "I want to report a false sequence. What reef should I be wary of in this area 14121? Upon hearing this, Wang Defa's gaze immediately darted away. "You? How would I know? I'm just an ordinary person." "Your eyes don't lie. They tell me you know something." Wang Defa's face twisted like the sole of a shoe. "Boss, please don't put me in a difficult position. I'm just a small fry. How dare I meddle in your affairs with the Management Bureau?" Qin Xiang sat down on a chair, crossed his legs. "Do you think that silver coin is easy to earn? Huh? You're out here exposing yourself every day, living in fear, and in the end, what does your backer give you? I once gave you this much. Didn't you anticipate I would have other matters for you to assist me with?" Wang Defa swallowed hard. He knew money was hard to earn, and living was not easy. He was just trying to make a living, not wanting to embarrass himself. But he didn't realize the burden behind that silver coin was so great. Helping a Sequence Ability user deceive the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau. Wasn't that absurd? If successful, Qin Xiang might silence him to keep it secret. If it failed, Qin Xiang would sell him out, and the people from the bureau would definitely punish him severely. Was he out of his mind? "No, I mean, boss, can't you let me off this muddy water?" Qin Xiang smiled. "Then just give me the money." Wang Defa thought for a moment. Although a silver coin was a huge sum, it was still not worth more than his own life. He gritted his teeth. "Alright, I'll give you that silver coin in a few days." "Who said it was just 1 silver coin?" Qin Xiang replied coldly. "You need to return my silver coin. Also, you have to compensate me for the 20 silver coins worth of items that our people lost here. In total, that's 21 silver coins." "What? Are you messing with me? 21 silver coins?" Even if he killed Wang Defa, he couldn't gather that amount. So after Qin Xiang made such a lion's demand, Wang Defa was also frantic. Qin Xiang slammed the table. "Messing with you? Do you think I was sent to the Management Bureau? The cases I carry are enough to be executed 800 times. Well, what kind of risk do I run going to the Management Bureau? Isn't it because the transaction of those 20 silver coins ran into issues here that the people above punished me? If you had turned on the surveillance that morning, would I have had to take that risk in the Management Bureau?" Hearing Qin Xiang's angry reprimand, Wang Defa's momentum immediately faltered. "I searched the entire cafe and couldn't find it. Besides, you don't even know what that item is. How can I find it?" Qin Xiang glared. "If I knew what that item was, why the hell would I need to check your surveillance? I can just find it myself." "Wang Defa, let me tell you, if I can't disguise my identity to register at the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau, the first thing I'll do is kill your whole family." Wang Defa was almost kneeling. "Boss, let's be reasonable. One person does their own job. Is it too unreasonable for you to kill my whole family?" "Reasonable?" Qin Xiang snorted coldly. Are you even worthy of talking reason? Wang Defa's face turned ashen. Although he was a big shot on the edge of the safety zone in front of the well-connected and ruthless Qin Xiang, he was nothing more than an ant. There was indeed no reasoning to discuss. You'd better tell me quickly if you have any methods to disguise your sequence. My patience is limited. Wang Defa looked at Qin Xiang with his sad eyebrows, thought for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth. All right, I'll tell you. But you mustn't tell anyone else. Cut the nonsense. Who do you think I could possibly tell? The police department? Or the Sequenceability User Management Bureau? Wang Defa thought for a moment, and Qin Xiang had a point. As a Sequenceability user in the shadows, he wouldn't dare expose this matter. This matter I actually only know in general terms, not too specifically. As far as I know, if you don't disclose your true sequence when registering at the Sequenceability User Management Bureau, it's very easy to be discovered. But I don't know the specifics of how they discover it. This is a secret of the Sequenceability User Management Bureau. What? The Sequenceability User Management Bureau actually has a method to verify sequences? Qin Xiang's heart tightened upon hearing this. Luckily, he sought out Wang Defa first rather than blindly preparing to disguise his sequence. Wang Defa's mind immediately conjured images of his happy family, his loving wife, and the turbulence within Qin Xiang's heart was not reflected on his face at all. He turned his back to the computer and stared directly at Wang Defa, his entire face shrouded in shadow, leaving Wang Defa's heart hanging in suspense. Wang Defa swallowed hard, his stubbled chin twitching slightly, followed by a drop of sweat trickling down his jaw. So if you want to register a fake sequence at the Sequenceability Management Bureau, you cannot go directly. You need to find someone to help. Qin Xiang was again shocked in such matters. Is there really anyone in the Sequenceability Management Bureau who dares to assist in forgery? Could it be that many people like him do not want their secrets revealed? However, Qin Xiang did not voice these questions, as Wang Defa, being a net cafe owner, could not possibly know the answers. He only asked Wang Defa about the information he could provide. Who should I look for here? Boss, as for who to look for, I'm not sure. I'm not a Sequenceability user. Knowing this much is already quite difficult. Qin Xiang scoffed coldly. If you don't know who to ask for help, saying this is meaningless. Wang Defa hesitated for a moment, glancing at the shadowy Qin Xiang, and said, I don't know who to ask for help, but I have a rough idea of who might know about the insider in the bureau. Name: the blonde female officer from the police station, Ruliana. Ruliana. Qin Xiang was not familiar with the police personnel, as he had never dealt with officers before. Or rather, he had dealt with them in secret, primarily in an anonymous battle of wits. Yes, Ruliana. The reason I know about this is that about 3 years ago she came to me and asked me to adjust her computer to use a hidden address. I thought she was quite beautiful with her blonde hair and blue eyes, so I wanted to know what she was doing here. So you monitored her computer? Yes. It seemed that Lu Daji's penchant for spying on customers was learned from his boss Wang Defa. Wang Defa, however, knew the limits of such behavior and understood what one should and should not do after peeping. Lu Daji, on the other hand, had only picked up Wang Defa's bad habits without learning his good sense. She was chatting anonymously with someone on the interface. She hoped that the person could help her settle her identity. As a Sequenceability user, what identity did she need to settle? I guess it could only be a forged sequence. Later I heard that Ruliana joined the police department, and she's in the fragrant person sequence, which the police department favors, furthering my suspicion that something is off with her. If she were truly in the fragrant person sequence, why would she worry about her identity? Qin Xiang nodded slightly, believing that Wang Defa's deduction was reasonable. Ruliana's sequence was likely problematic. Did that person leave any clues? Wang Defa recalled and shook his head. No, that person was also anonymous. I only remember that their alias in the chat room was Dreamweaver. However, the aliases in that chat room seemed to be randomly assigned, changing every day. That day they were called Dreamweaver, but no one knows what they will be called next time. Thus I don't consider this a lead. Qin Xiang pondered for a moment and asked, so what were the terms of their transaction? A silver coin. Ruliana placed a silver coin under a tile next to a safe area exit, and after the person received the money, they helped her forge her registration information. Did you not try to go to that tile in advance and steal Ruliana's silver coin? Wang Defa chuckled bitterly. Boss, I don't have the guts for that. If I stole her silver coin, she would surely guess that I was spying on her, ruining the reputation of my net cafe. You know, in this net cafe, I'm just a figurehead. The real profits still need to be handed over. If the people behind me knew that I ruined his money-making path for the sake of greed, they would definitely skin me alive. You're quite clever. However, Wang Defa did not feel pleased by Qin Xiang's compliment. Instead, his tone was somewhat resentful. As an ordinary person dealing with Sequenceability users every day, if I weren't sharp, I would have died hundreds of times already. However, out of curiosity, I did take some time to check that tile's location afterward. What did you find? If you aren't a Sequenceability user, you can't get close to that tile at all. Why? Because that tile is located near the entrance of the safe area within the zone where Sequenceability users rest, with many people coming and going every day. Since there are people coming and going every day, how did Royliana manage to place the silver coin underneath? I don't know, perhaps she specifically chose a time when there was no one around to put it down. Boss, that's all I know. Qin Xiang remained silent for a long time, contemplating what to do next. From Wang Defa's discussion, it was not hard for him to guess that the insider in the Bureau Dreamweaver could obtain all of Royliana's information. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create a tailor-made forged identity for her. However, this anonymous transaction method led Qin Xiang to believe that Royliana seemed unaware of who Dreamweaver was. This meant that Qin Xiang had to trade with an unknown person selling all of his information. The other party could always remain hidden. It was akin to selling a handle to this person who could use it to blackmail him at any time. Qin Xiang absolutely could not accept such a passive position. Alright, I understand, thank you. However, there is still one thing I need your help with. What is it? I'm a bit tight on cash right now. Could you lend me a silver coin to complete the registration for the forged sequence identity? Wang Defa was taken aback. He had been running around tirelessly for this single silver coin. Now Qin Xiang actually wanted to take it back. What was his motive? Qin Xiang knew that what he was doing was somewhat unseemly, but he truly had no other way to gather the cost of a silver coin. He couldn't very well resort to murder just for a silver coin, could he? Boss, this is too much, isn't it? Are you treating me like a fool? I said this is a loan from you. Once I join the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, I will pay you back double. You should know if I wanted to rob you, I wouldn't need to explain so much to you. Wang Defa scoffed at Qin Xiang's promises. Boss, I have seen credit before, but for you to ask for a silver coin at once. I don't have time to chit-chat with you. You can either lend me a silver coin, or I will take a silver coin. The choice is yours. If you want to report me to the police, feel free to try. After saying that, Qin Xiang did not wait for Wang Defa's reply. You're a smart person, you know how to choose. Please leave, I need to use the computer. I will come to the entrance of your net cafe tomorrow night. At that time, you can lend me a silver coin. Wang Defa clenched his fists, standing still as he watched Qin Xiang's back, speechless. Don't do anything foolish, think about your family. Qin Xiang casually reminded. Wang Defa's mind immediately conjured images of his happy family, his loving wife, and 2 obedient children. Nothing is more important than home. Just give him a silver coin, consider it a personal loss. Alright, I understand. Wang Defa silently left the warehouse and casually closed the door behind him. Qin Xiang opened the forums of the God-slaying camp and sequence education, searching for the knowledge he wished to acquire. Since this was likely his last visit here in the near future, he meticulously reviewed everything, leaving no detail unchecked. For some more complex matters, he took paper and pen from the warehouse to jot down notes in case his memory faltered and led to grave mistakes. By the time Qin Xiang left the warehouse, it was already midnight. The internet cafe had long closed, and Wang Defa had gone home. After locking the warehouse door and confirming that no one was around, he hurried back home. Today has truly been fruitful, he said sincerely as he lay on his bed after taking a cold shower, looking at the notes he had recorded. The next few days will be busy. Around 6 o'clock the next morning, after getting up and packing his things, he covered his face with his collar, put on a large hat ensuring that no one could recognize him before stepping outside. He did not go directly to school, but first stopped by a grocery store, purchasing 2 envelopes, a sheet of paper, and a worn-out pencil with a copper coin, then asked the owner to place 1 envelope along with the paper inside the other. Although the owner didn't understand why Qin Xiang wanted to do this, he complied. Holding the envelope, Qin Xiang followed the route he had checked on the map last night and walked to the police station, which was a 30-minute walk from the school. Since it was still early, there were only 2 officers on duty outside the police station, and the main door was ajar with no one coming in or out. After surveying the area, he noticed a public mailbox in front of the police station, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He then made his way around to the small alley beside the police station. There were quite a few homeless individuals here, mostly those who had graduated high school and entered society, unable to find jobs in this impoverished area near the safety zone. To survive, they had sold the houses allocated by the joint government, thus becoming the vagrants on the streets. Where there are homeless individuals, there are naturally children who roam alongside them. Many of the homeless, wanting to avoid being burdened by their children, abandon them to seek opportunities elsewhere. Thus, Qin Xiang also saw several homeless orphans here. This made him feel that his own background after being reborn wasn't the worst. At least he could still go to school and have food to eat, unlike the children in this alley who had lost all hope from the moment they were born. Though he felt pity, he could only sigh helplessly, lacking the power to change anything. Qin Xiang walked along the dim alley until he stood in front of what appeared to be the youngest orphan. Can you read? The child, covered in dust and nibbling on blackened fingernails, stared at Qin Xiang with wide, curious eyes. However, Qin Xiang's entire face was hidden in the shadows and the child could see nothing. Qin Xiang asked again, do you know how to read? The child shook his head. All right. Qin Xiang handed him the envelope. Open this envelope. Although the child didn't understand, he complied. Take out the envelope and paper inside. As the child pulled out the paper and pencil, Qin Xiang picked up a stick and found a soft, damp patch of mud. Copy what I draw on the ground with the stick onto the paper. Qin Xiang wrote 2 characters, and the child stared at them for a long time, still not quite grasping their meaning. Just copy what you see. The child grabbed the pencil and began drawing on the paper, imitating Qin Xiang's writing. After finishing, he looked up with a pair of innocent big eyes at Qin Xiang. Very good. Now place this paper inside the envelope you just took out. Hearing Qin Xiang's praise, the child shyly smiled. Then write the words I wrote on top of the envelope. After the child obediently followed the instructions, Qin Xiang nodded. Really impressive. Can you help me put this envelope into the large box at the police station's entrance? The child seemed a bit confused. Qin Xiang erased the marks he had drawn on the ground, tossed the stick deep into the alley, and then said, "Follow me." Qin Xiang led him out of the alley where the brightly lit police station came into view. Do you see that blue box? The child nodded. Please put this letter inside, all right? You're so capable you can definitely do it. Upon seeing the police station, the child inexplicably felt a bit, Don't. The child's eyes reflected strong resistance, as if he had suffered at the hands of the officers. If you help me put it in, I'll give you something delicious. I promise. And Mama won't go back on my word, I'll wait right here for you. The child gritted his teeth, seemingly making a huge decision. I promise. And Mama won't go back on my word, I'll wait right here for you. The child gritted his teeth, seemingly making a huge decision, and staring at the police mailbox, he dashed towards it with all his might. Qin Xiang watched as the child placed the letter into the mailbox, and then ran back. The child, panting heavily, spoke with some difficulty, "Food." Very impressive. Qin Xiang smiled as he handed the lunchbox to him. The child immediately devoured the food. Qin Xiang watched the child finish eating before packing up the lunchbox. Was it good? The child nodded with a smile. If you liked it, I'll bring you more next time. By the way, if anyone asks you questions, you must first say you can't read, understand? Qin Xiang left the alley and turned towards the school. He could have given the child better food. But only the cafeteria's food had a strong smell, which could mask his own scent and prevent others from tracking him. I hope I can have a pleasant meeting tomorrow, Officer Roylina. An hour later, police officers began to arrive at the station one after another, and Roylina was among them. Good morning, Roylina. Morning, Li Wei. Roylina greeted her colleagues warmly. Roylina, it seems there is a letter for you here. The personnel at the reception furrowed their brows, scrutinizing the handwriting on the envelope, but weren't quite sure. It might not be yours, but I think these words should be to Roylina. What do you think? Roylina took the envelope, looking at the distorted handwriting with some confusion. When was it received? Not sure, maybe last night, maybe this morning, but I found it just now while sorting the mailbox. It could be a child's prank. This envelope isn't sealed, I can open it to take a look. If it's not for me, just leave it here for someone to claim it. I think that's a good idea, Roylina. Roylina smiled, opened the envelope, took a glance, and her smile immediately froze. Then she smiled again and said, It's my letter, thank you. Oh, it's nothing, that's my job, you know. Roylina, good morning. Oh, good morning, Peter. Roylina still greeted people warmly, looking just the same as before. However, once she reached the office and closed the door behind her, she immediately opened the envelope with impatience, looking again at the contents on the letter. Tonight at 9 in the woods beside Chunlu Alley, let's talk about your sequence. I am very kind and friendly, though I hope you won't do anything to disappoint me. Roylina clenched her fists, her flowing golden hair trembling with fear and anger. Damn it. How could someone know about my faking the sequence? She glanced at the letter again and thought, could it be that this person doesn't know about it and just wants to learn about the fragrant person? She immediately denied herself. No, it's impossible. If they wanted to learn about the fragrant person, they could just check at the God-slaying camp. There would be no need to make an appointment. She took out a medal from her pocket and placed it on the letter. A certain part of the medal suddenly emitted a red light. Roylina immediately revealed a look of surprise. The person who wrote the letter is nearby. She quickly loaded her handgun, put on her police uniform, and left the police station, pretending to be on duty. Following the red dot from the medal, Roylina arrived at the alley where Qin Xiang had been earlier that morning. She looked at the sleeping homeless child in front of her, glanced at her medal, and revealed a look of disdain. Is it an orphan? How is that possible? But the medal's guidance couldn't be wrong. She kicked the sleeping child with the tip of her leather shoe. Wake up. The child rubbed his eyes, and upon seeing the police uniform-clad Roylina was so frightened that he sat up immediately. Did you write this letter? The child nodded at first, but then suddenly seemed to realize something and shook his head desperately. Roylina immediately pressed. Who told you to write it? What did he look like? The child suddenly recalled Qin Xiang's words before leaving and said with a sobbing tone, I don't know how to read. I don't know how to read. I don't know who it is. Roylina frowned, unsure why the child was giving her irrelevant answers. But since it was this child who wrote her the letter, he must die. She could never allow all her efforts to be ruined by this letter. Just as she was drawing her handgun from her waist to kill the sobbing child, she suddenly recalled the content of the letter. I am very kind and friendly, though I hope you won't do anything to disappoint me. What does this sentence mean? Is it warning me not to kill him? The child was still crying and shouting, I don't know how to read. I don't know how to read. It turned out that when the child said he couldn't read, he meant this. It was all arranged by the people who contacted me. It seems that I cannot kill this child just yet. At least I must wait until tonight to deal with the mastermind behind the letter before returning to kill him. Roy Lina slowly lowered her gun, casting a cold glance at the child whose face was covered in tears, and walked away. Qin Xiang sat in the classroom, gazing out at the starry sky and the deities, pondering how to talk to Roy Lina tonight. But he always felt a gaze watching him. Qin Xiang looked over. It was Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen's uncle had been missing for 2 days, yet Qin Xiang and Wen Shu were still living well. As the greatest beneficiary of killing Qin Xiang and Wen Shu, and likely the instigator of the incident, Li Jingwen naturally felt uneasy. Today she even forgot to find Zhou Yang to chat and confide, sitting in the classroom in a distracted state, occasionally looking back at Qin Xiang, hoping to read something from his demeanor. How could Li Jingwen, like an ant unable to comprehend the vastness of mountains and seas, compete with Qin Xiang, who had multiple lives and had taken many lives? She secretly glanced at Qin Xiang many times, but still could not read anything from his calm and composed face. Unsure if it was an illusion or guilt, Li Jingwen felt increasingly unable to understand Qin Xiang. Since the day Qin Xiang stopped making her the center of his attention, he seemed to have developed into a completely unknown territory. She looked at Qin Xiang again, feeling as if his vacant gaze at the scenery outside the window was filled with stories she could not comprehend. Suddenly she felt inexplicably afraid. An incredible thought even emerged in her mind. What if Qin Xiang was a hidden sequence ability user who had killed her uncle? I must be crazy. How could there be a sequence ability user here? Li Jingwen shook her head, feeling that she had been lacking rest these past 2 days, hence having such a ridiculous idea. During the break, Zhou Yang took the initiative to find Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen suddenly seemed to not pay much attention to him, which felt unusual to him, so he wanted to see if Li Jingwen had any problems. Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen glanced at Zhou Yang at the classroom door, and suddenly felt a bit flustered. She hurriedly used her peripheral vision to look at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was still resting his chin on his hand, showing no reaction. Since Qin Xiang hasn't actively tried to break up me and Zhou Yang, he probably doesn't know about Kuan Chenglong's situation. It seems Kuan Chenglong himself doesn't know who he's messed with and has ended up in some stinky gutter. Li Jingwen thought. Her mood instantly brightened. Then she revealed her signature sweet smile and ran towards the classroom door. Zhou Yang, what brings you here? You seem a bit off these past few days. I wanted to check if everything's okay with you. I'm fine, just some family issues recently, so I've been a bit distracted. A hint of sadness suddenly flashed in Li Jingwen's eyes. What happened? Can I help you? Li Jingwen shook her head. I don't know, but I really wish I had someone to rely on right now. Zhou Yang, I know we are just ordinary friends, but after school can I lean on your shoulder for a bit? Zhou Yang hesitated and nodded, saying, okay. Thank you, you're really nice. See you after school. Li Jingwen bid farewell to Zhou Yang and walked back to the classroom door. From a distance, she saw Qin Xiang sitting by the window, already asleep on the desk. Qin Xiang's relaxed demeanor made Li Jingwen more convinced that he had no idea about Kuan Chenglong wanting to kill him. The previous gloom lifted, and her heart returned to its former state. She wished for Qin Xiang to die soon. I don't know if Kuan Chenglong is dead or alive. If he's still alive, he better hurry up and kill that useless piece of trash. Just seeing him makes me annoyed. After school, Qin Xiang returned to the library to organize books once again. However, this time he noticed that besides teacher Zhu and Wen Shu, there was an additional person present. Zhao Liwen was studying at a desk in the library. Although he was not sharing a small table with Wen Shu, he was sitting directly opposite her. Wen Shu's face bore no expression. Her large eyes were fixed on the exam paper before her, seemingly engaged in serious study. Yet Qin Xiang knew that her mood was not good. In the past, when he came to the library after school to tidy up books, she would greet him with a smile, her demeanor always relaxed. Unlike now, where she resembled a learning machine. At this moment, Zhao Liwen approached Wen Shu to ask her a question. Wen Shu answered with a blank expression, concise and unwilling to say more. Qin Xiang shrugged, preparing to chat with Zhao Liwen again, but teacher Zhu coughed lightly. Teacher Zhu pointed at a note on the table for you. Qin Xiang picked up the note and found it was in Wen Shu's handwriting. Zhao Liwen is attending Wan School because his father is an intern at the engineering bureau here, making it convenient for him to study. His father is about to be confirmed as a permanent employee, has a fair amount of influence and connections, so you shouldn't provoke him right now. Qin Xiang showed a helpless expression. When Shu had already predicted his actions, what more was there to say? Teacher Zhu then said, quickly finish cleaning up, and let's lock the door and leave. Okay. Qin Xiang knew that Wen Shu was also suffering in the library, so he worked quickly. Soon he told Zhao Liwen, and Wen Shu, the library is about to close, please leave classmates. Wen Shu said nothing, returned the exercise book to the shelf, and left with her backpack. Zhao Liwen, however, dawdled, and only emerged when teacher Zhu was about to lock the door. Qin Xiang. Zhao Liwen called out to Qin Xiang, who was about to turn and leave. What is it now? I hope you consider what I said yesterday. Oh, I mean no harm, I was speaking sincerely. Qin Xiang was already too lazy to respond to him, and continued walking toward the school gate. Zhao Liwen caught up and added, "I hope you understand that being with Wenshu will only disturb her." "Are you crazy? I haven't said a word to her. You are the one disturbing her study, right?" Zhao Liwen pursed his lips. "Even if she is disturbed, she can easily get into the 2 lower-ranked colleges, so I don't affect her. But you being someone who can't get into college distracting her is simply wasting her time." Zhao Liwen's words ignited a surge of anger within Qin Xiang. What does he mean by causing Wenshu to have nothing to do? Such shameless words, one could only wonder how Zhao Liwen could utter them. Initially thought to be a bookworm, he now realized he was a refined egoist. If it weren't for the fact that he was supposed to meet Ruliana tonight, Qin Xiang would have given Zhao Liwen a good hit on the way home. "Your words sound better than farting." After saying that, Qin Xiang strode away. Zhao Liwen watched him coldly from behind, then snorted disdainfully and headed home. Qin Xiang returned home, dropped off his backpack, and prepared to meet Ruliana. He recalled the materials he had reviewed at the Shirshin camp. Ruliana is not a Wengxiangren sequence ability user, but she has experience in solving cases, so she should possess low-level scent tracking tools. It was 7 in the evening, and pedestrians were gradually passing through Chiniliu Alley. This alley is a shortcut from the edge of the safe zone to the center area, often taken by those who cannot afford public transport to save time. Qin Xiang learned about Chiniliu Alley while browsing the forum. Sequence ability users heading to the exit of safe zone 11451 usually lack strength, have not hunted many gods, and their income is not substantial. Sometimes to save money they have to walk home. Chiniliu Alley is a path they often take. Qin Xiang waited for a moment when there was no one on the road, then slipped into the designated forest to lie in wait. He then opened his lunchbox and smeared the 3-winged flying fish from the cafeteria onto his clothes. Low-level scent tracking tools are far inferior to the Wengxiangren sequence ability's skill-seeking fragrance. If a stronger scent covers it up, the tool won't be able to track. The smell of cafeteria food should be sufficient. This information was also provided in the forum discussions of the Shirshin camp. After he finished applying it to his clothes, he covered the lunchbox again and quietly awaited Ruliana's arrival. Around 8:30 in the evening, a figure wearing a trench coat appeared in the woods. Qin Xiang could hear the muffled sound of leather shoes stepping on stones, indicating that Ruliana had arrived. He did not know why she had come half an hour early. He continued to hide in the forest, quietly observing Ruliana. He saw her take out a bottle of perfume, spray it on herself, and then stand still without moving. Before long, the fragrance wafted into Qin Xiang's nostrils. This pleasant scent lifted his spirits and eased his anxiety. Is this ordinary perfume? Or is it a prerequisite for activating some sequence skill? Qin Xiang furrowed his brows in thought. He still did not know Ruliana's true sequence ability, so he remained very alert. Ruliana seemed to be getting a bit impatient, constantly checking her phone. After confirming that she had not set any traps, Qin Xiang concealed his face and stepped out from the nearby bushes. However, the clothing he used to cover his face had absorbed the smell of the cafeteria food, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Ruliana saw Qin Xiang emerge from the side, paused for a moment, then coldly asked, "You were here all along. Why didn't you show yourself?" "I didn't want to come out too soon." Qin Xiang truthfully expressed his thoughts. Ruliana flicked her golden bangs. "You wanted to see me? What is it?" "I want to ask you for a favor." "Speak." "Introduce me to the person who forged your sequence." Ruliana's pupils suddenly dilated, but she then heard the words of the masked person opposite her. "I advise you to take your right hand off the gun under your trench coat. The moment the gun goes off, you won't be able to kill me, and the situation will be beyond repair." Ruliana froze. She didn't expect that this person could see through her actions. Such strong perceptual prediction ability. Ruliana's hand remained on the gun, as she had already chambered a round before coming ready to draw and shoot at any moment. "You are quite confident. But I don't think your movements can be faster than a bullet." Qin Xiang smiled. "Of course I can't be faster than a bullet. But a bullet requires you to draw the gun and pull the trigger to fire right. As long as I'm faster than you, that's enough." Ruliana looked at Qin Xiang with suspicion, seemingly not trusting his words. Qin Xiang shrugged, saying, "I wouldn't come to see you if I didn't have absolute confidence. So I hope you can be a bit patient and continue our conversation." "What do you want?" "Haven't I already told you?" "I hope you can introduce me to the person who forged your sequence." Ruliana asked again, "And then what?" "Then, Sai, it seems you really didn't listen to what I said. Put down your hand that is ready to pull the trigger first." Seeing the murderous intent in Ruliana's eyes, Qin Xiang understood that she would try to shoot him no matter what, and helplessly said, "Don't waste your effort. Before I came, I set up a timed email to be sent to all the officers in the police station. Tomorrow morning, everyone in the police station will know that your sequence is forged. If I can't return tonight to adjust the email's delay, you'll be exposed tomorrow. So even if you kill me, it won't be of any use. Before I came, I set up a timed email to be sent to all the officers in the police station. Tomorrow morning, everyone in the police station, things were developing in the least favorable direction for her. Moreover, you can't kill me anyway." Just as Ruliana was momentarily distracted, Qin Xiang activated the brute force skill, pushing off the ground and leaping forward. Roy Liana was a sequence ability user and not of the lowest rank. Her perception and agility far superior to that of ordinary people. Even so, she could only see Qin Xiang rushing towards her at high speed, unable to react in time. Qin Xiang snatched the gun from Roy Liana's hand and jumped back 2 steps to maintain a certain distance between them. "What are you doing?" Qin Xiang twirled the gun in his hand, teasingly saying, "I've been talking for a while, and you still don't believe me, so I have to prove it with facts." With that, he turned the gun towards Roy Liana, whose eyes instantly filled with terror. What do you want to do?" "I told you I just want to talk to you. Now I think you can calm down." After saying that, Qin Xiang lowered the gun. "Let's talk about how I can contact that person." Roy Liana glanced at Qin Xiang and realized he truly had no intention of killing her, so she had no choice but to answer his question. "I don't know who that person is, but it was another friend who told me he could help me with the registration sequence. I only know that he is a frequent visitor to the APSych virtual chat room. If you want to find him, just hang out in the chat room regularly." "How do I know which person is him?" "If you observe carefully in the chat room, you will find him." Qin Xiang sensed that Roy Liana hadn't explained clearly and smiled. "Observe carefully. I don't have that much time. If I ask who can help me like Roy Liana, would that be effective? After entering the chat room 8 times, that person will take the initiative to contact you." "Good. And then you give him your name and personal information and tell him the sequence you want to disguise, as he will help you pass the registration assessment by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau." "I don't need to go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau myself." "You do, but you just need to go at the time he says to collect your proof of being a registered sequence ability user." "So I can skip the assessment?" "Yes, you can skip the assessment." Qin Xiang reviewed Roy Liana's words in his mind, feeling nothing was too problematic. "I've told you everything you wanted to know. If can I have my gun back now?" Qin Xiang looked up at Roy Liana and shook his head. "No. Then what do you want me to do before you give me my gun back?" Every officer in the police station would have their own service weapon. Each gun has a unique serial number and is often collected for uniform checks to see if there are any aging issues. If someone's gun isn't submitted, it will be immediately. If a gun is lost, it would be a very serious incident, at the very least leading to a suspension of investigation. If this gun caused a serious incident, the officer who lost it would certainly be dismissed. Roy Liana's forged sequence identity also required her to be in the police station, indicating how much she needed this job. She couldn't allow all her efforts to be destroyed by Qin Xiang. "You just answered my question because I know your secret. To prevent me from exposing your secret, you must answer my questions about the forged sequence. And this gun was taken from you when you wanted to kill me. It can't be counted as part of the previous question." Qin Xiang smiled, saying, "If you want your gun back, it will be at another price." "What do you want from me?" Roy Liana was becoming increasingly frustrated by Qin Xiang. She never expected Qin Xiang to be so difficult to deal with. Throughout this conversation, she had been at a disadvantage, unable to control the situation. "Tell me your real sequence." "In your dreams." Roy Liana trembled with anger, resembling a golden lion under the dim starlight, exuding a fierce killing intent. "I am a person of my word. Since you answered my question, I can guarantee I won't tell anyone about your forged sequence. But you can forget about getting this gun back. With this gun, it will be much easier for me to kill in the future. Just that, I might need you to take the blame for me." You scoundrel. I clearly didn't provoke you. Why can't you let me go? Your real sequence. Tell me, and I'll give you back your gun. I worked so hard to become an officer in the police station. Do you know how many difficulties I've faced? I even sacrificed my innocence for it. Your real sequence. You heartless demon. Must you ruin me to feel satisfied? Sequence. No matter how Roy Liana raged and complained, Qin Xiang merely coldly repeated his question. The words he spoke became fewer, indicating his patience was running thin. "Roy Liana, if your next sentence isn't your sequence, I will leave immediately. I can guarantee your low-level tracking tools will never find my shadow." Roy Liana's emerald eyes were now bloodshot from madness, appearing particularly terrifying in the dim forest. As for Qin Xiang, who covered his face, he stood across from her, like an observer with no emotional fluctuations. If it weren't for his chest expanding and contracting with his breath, others might think he was a peculiar statue. Luo Eliana looked at Qin Xiang, a tear rolling down her cheek. "My sequence is the Joybringer." "Moi. I said my sequence is the Joybringer." Upon finishing her words, Luo Eliana revealed a desperate smile. Qin Xiang observed her, sensing that her spirit had been drained, and understood why she chose to conceal her sequence identity. The most notorious skill of the Joybringer is the level 1 skill, Ultimate Pleasure. When used, it allows the target to experience extreme pleasure for a certain period, instilling a strong desire in the target to seek pleasure with the skill's wielder. Ultimate Pleasure is effective not only on humans, but also on deities. When a Joybringer uses Ultimate Pleasure, deities gather around them. The ultimate fate of Joybringer sequence users falls into 2 categories. They become the playthings of the upper echelons within the safe zone, or bait for hunting deities outside the safe zone. Regardless of the option chosen, they will experience endless suffering. Therefore, those who awaken as joybringers usually have to hide their identities and live as ordinary people. Once discovered, it marks the beginning of an irreversible disaster. This is also why Luo Iliana concealed her sequence. Qin Siyang, expressionless, felt a twinge of sympathy for her. But this sympathy was ultimately kept within bounds, not allowing itself to expand further. Sympathy could cloud his judgment, and he needed absolute coldness to gain absolute control. After Luo Iliana disclosed her sequence, Qin Siyang did not stop there. Looking at the already desperate Luo Iliana, he said, "There is no one on the road right now. So please activate the ultimate pleasure skill on me. What do you want to do? I must confirm whether you truly are a joybringer." Qin Siyang thought that he would seek Luo Iliana's help again in the future. Therefore, he needed to grasp her absolute secret. It is impossible to simply believe her claim of being a joybringer just because she shed 2 tears. "Do you really want to push me to a dead end? I've already said it. What more do you want from me?" Luo Iliana cried out to Qin Siyang. However, Qin Siyang remained emotionless. "Activate the ultimate pleasure skill, or I will leave with my gun." Seeing that Qin Siyang's voice showed no signs of wavering, Luo Iliana knew her pleas were in vain. "All right, you win." Wiping away her tears, she tidied her disheveled golden hair. "I am not a joybringer. How did you find out? Was my earlier crying not convincing enough? Don't ask too many questions, as you have no right to do so. Tell me your sequence." Qin Siyang did not notice any signs of acting from Luo Iliana. His heart had indeed softened for a moment. However, after being tricked by Lu Daji, once he became more cautious, ensuring nothing was left to chance. To his surprise, Luo Iliana was still playing mind games. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty was indeed quite inscrutable. Luo Iliana, with a face full of helplessness, said, "Titan. My sequence is Titan." Saying this, she revealed her hand. Unbeknownst to her, her palm began to expand, instantly becoming as large as the sofa in Qin Siyang's home. Then her palm deflated, returning to its original size. The Titan sequence allows a part or the entirety of one's body to enlarge and enhances the strength of the enlarged part. Usually it acts as a meat shield in hunting squads directly confronting deities. However, the death rate of the Titan sequence is extremely high because the strength of a human ultimately cannot match that of a deity. I did not wish to live in fear outside the safe zone, which is why I concealed my sequence identity and joined the police department. What I just demonstrated was the level 1 skill partial enlargement of the Titan sequence. Only the Titan sequence can achieve this, so I did not lie. Luo Iliana smiled at Qin Siyang. "Now can I have my gun back?" Qin Siyang recalled various characteristics of sequence users in his mind. Although he could not remember the skills of every type of sequence user, it seemed that the ability to enlarge the body was indeed exclusive to the Titan sequence. No, there was one more. With this thought, Qin Siyang no longer hurried to leave, but fell silent once more. Luo Iliana frowned. "What's wrong? Why aren't you giving me my gun?" "I am waiting." "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for 10 minutes. Waiting for you to activate the level 1 skill partial enlargement of the Titan sequence again." Luo Iliana's eyes flashed with shock. "What do you mean? I want to confirm whether you are truly a Titan sequence, or if you merely imitated the partial enlargement skill, fraudster." If I recall correctly, the fraudster sequence can imitate skills it has seen, but can only mimic outward appearances and nothing else. Moreover, it cannot continuously mimic the same skill. Luo Iliana's previously relaxed smile vanished in an instant. "You really are difficult to deal with." "So what?" Luo Iliana slumped against a nearby tree. "You're right, I am a fraudster sequence." To prove she was not lying this time, a colorful mask suddenly appeared on her face. This was the ability of the shaman sequence. Qin Siyang nodded. Luo Iliana was indeed a fraudster sequence, which he finally managed to verify. However, the process was overly convoluted. He had nearly been misled several times. Luo Iliana continued, "Since you know my background, I hope you can be safe too, lest I get sold out. You've inquired about the forgery of sequences, but I can only say that faking sequence abilities is not a permanent solution. You will always have a handle in someone else's hands, living in constant fear every day. Then what do you suggest? In the long run, you'd better think of a countermeasure against those who can help you forge your sequence, so you won't be endlessly manipulated." "Thank you. Your Mandarin is excellent, even full of emotion. You nearly tricked me, which is impressive. The tools for making a living must be learned well. You are impressive, far more than the colleagues and criminals I've dealt with before. Before you, every lie I tell will be mercilessly exposed. The last time was when I just met Detective Olaf." Qin Siyang got the answer he wanted and did not plan to waste any more time in the woods with this deceitful female officer. "I'll take my leave. I will leave your handgun on the small path in the woods. 3 minutes after I leave, you can follow the path I took to find this gun." "All right, I got it. Hurry and disappear. I really don't want to see you again. You treacherous devil." Qin Siyang shrugged. "At least I never deceived you from the start, right, kind and honest Luo Iliana?" Luo Iliana snorted, not responding. With a cheerful heart, Qin Siyang turned and left casually, taking the lunchbox he had hidden in the bushes. You may be clever, but it's best to be cautious. Luo Eliana called out behind him. Make sure you don't fall into Olaf's hands. Otherwise I'd be implicated too. Olaf. I'll remember. Thank you. Qin Xiang did not return home immediately. First he found a corner and burned his clothes. He was still worried that the smell on the clothes would lead people to track him even if they were soaked in the strong pungent sauce from the cafeteria. Watching his coat turn to ashes, Qin Xiang sighed. It's only been a short time, and I've already burned 3 or 4 coats. If this continues, I'll have to wear short sleeves in this cold world. Most of these coats were ones he picked up from the garbage dump. None of them were bought with money. However, the days without money might last for a while. I should find time to go to the garbage dump again and look for treasures. He poured the leftover food from his lunchbox into a stinking gutter and cleaned the lunchbox before heading home. He hurriedly ate some leftover food from yesterday before heading out again. After confirming that no one was following him, he returned to the internet cafe. Wang Defa saw Qin Xiang appear at the entrance of the internet cafe and reluctantly walked out. Boss, your silver coin. Yesterday Qin Xiang had agreed with Wang Defa that he would come to collect this silver coin today as payment for having someone forge serial information. Wang Defa took a silver coin out of his pocket and placed it in Qin Xiang's hand, but did not let go, his face showing a hint of reluctance. Thank you. I will pay you back. Qin Xiang pulled the silver coin from Wang Defa's hand and tucked it into his pocket. Although it felt somewhat shameless, Qin Xiang had no other choice. A single silver coin was indeed difficult for him to manage. Wang Defa drooped his eyelids and said, Boss, if there's nothing going on in the future, let's not interact anymore. Consider it a lesson you've given me. Wang Defa had gained nothing from Qin Xiang and might even draw trouble from the Serial Ability Management Bureau, making him feel miserable. But Qin Xiang couldn't afford to worry about that. He had many things to accomplish through the internet, and Wang Defa's internet cafe was his only safe way to access it. How could we not interact? Qin Xiang said, I still need to use the computer in your warehouse tonight. You're coming back. The police haven't come to check today yet. It's already 10 o'clock. Isn't your internet cafe going to close soon? Why are you still worried about checks? Wang Defa pouted but remained silent. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. But you have to wait until I get through this hurdle. Qin Xiang patted Wang Defa on the shoulder and then headed to the warehouse. After seeing Qin Xiang enter the warehouse, Wang Defa angrily pounded his chest. Damn it. Someone kill this bastard. Qin Xiang sat in front of the computer and immediately opened the ICO virtual chat room. The ICO virtual chat room was a place for socializing online. Unlike other chat rooms, the ICO virtual chat room remained popular for a long time because it employed network address hiding technology. In this space, everyone was anonymous and the login addresses were completely hidden. No one knew who was in this chat room. Even the backend staff of ICO could not query the identities of the visitors in the chat room. This absolute confidentiality provided a natural gray trading environment. Naturally, this chat room was also under surveillance by the police, with undercover officers lurking within. To avoid mistakenly treating police officers as trading partners during transactions, those conducting business here used various encryption methods. For instance, the person forging serials would enter and exit the chat room 8 times in a row to confirm the person they wanted to trade with. As for how this trading method spread, Qin Xiang wasn't clear. Following Roy Liana's instructions, he repeatedly entered the chat room 8 times, and then remained still, quietly waiting for contact from the mysterious person. The interface of the chat room was very simple, with a list of current visitors on the left, various advertisements from gaming and gambling companies in the middle, and on the right his current chat partner. Below was the public chat area where Qin Xiang saw various advertisements for loans and identity forgery constantly scrolling by. The interface of this chat room reminded him of his past life. Of course, in his previous life, just like in this one, he was very poor and couldn't afford to buy a computer. Therefore, he would only occasionally go to the nearby internet cafe to chat with Li Jing when using his dinner money. Usually it was Li Jingwen and others who opened a private channel in the chat room to play games while he quietly listened and helped Li Jingwen with her homework. Looking back now, he really felt like a dog. However, in this life it should not be so miserable. Qin Xiang's thoughts quickly returned to reality. His chat room interface was now completely blank on the right side. After a few minutes, the empty chat box finally flickered. Qin Xiang clicked it, and a person named Exile initiated a chat with him. Are you looking for someone? No, I'm waiting for someone, Qin Xiang replied. He saw that his current code name in the ICO chat room was Future. Who are you waiting for? Waiting for someone who won't waste time asking such questions. Exile remained silent for about 2 minutes before replying. You should have a better attitude when asking someone for help. Tell me your rules. Qin Xiang cut straight to the chase. No, I need to know where you got my contact method from first. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang typed out the excuse he had prepared. A friend who doesn't want to reveal their name told me. You're just spouting useless nonsense. With that attitude, it's hard for us to cooperate. Business is business. Matters unrelated to business shouldn't be discussed. If you're unwilling to do business, I'll look for someone else. It seems you're quite afraid of your friends. If you say it, will your friends cause you trouble, or even kill you? Qin Xiang did not respond to his speculation. He kept Ruliana's advice in mind, being cautious of the person opposite him and contemplating countermeasures. Let's talk about your rules, exile. I really want to make this deal happen. Provide me with your personal information, and then find a way to place a silver coin under the 10th tile from the left in the 10th row at the exit of safe zone 38324 before the end of tomorrow, and then you can wait for the bureau to find you. What personal information is needed? Your left and right thumbprints, a recent 1-inch personal photo, your name, current job, and home address. Of course, you also need to specify what identity you require. This is the internet. Even in an anonymous chat room, there may be someone monitoring, so I can't be too direct. You should understand what I mean, right? Qin Xiang immediately understood that the so-called identity referred to the serial he needed to forge. There's too much to provide today. No worries, for safety, Sake, these should be offline transactions anyway. You can give me the money first. I often hang out in the chat room. Just pick a time and contact me again. Still like today, eh? No. Friends who have paid should first say, I'm a newcomer in the public chat area after entering the chat room, then enter and exit the chat room 5 times in a row. After finishing his conversation with exile, Qin Xiang left the warehouse and returned home to wash up and sleep. May everything go smoothly tomorrow, he murmured to himself. These were his final thoughts before drifting into slumber. It was Friday, but Qin Xiang did not go to school. Time was too tight. The exit of safe zone 38324 lay 21 bus stops away from his home. Even with his recently ascended sequence rank and enhanced physical capabilities, the journey on foot would still take 5 or 6 hours, making a round trip consume over 12 hours. That estimate did not even account for the time needed to wait for the right moment to conceal the silver coin. Factoring it all in, he might not return home until Saturday's early hours. As for taking the bus, once aboard, there was no way to disembark before the scheduled stop, rendering his route rigid and predictable. Feet, by contrast, remained the most reliable mode of travel, never betraying their master. Of course, only if one possessed sufficient stamina. To avoid unforeseen delays, en route, Qin Xiang chose to set out at dawn. By the time he reached the vicinity of safe zone 38,324's exit, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this hour, the exit was relatively quiet. Sequence cultivators had dispersed for lunch or rest. Ordinary civilians hoping to scavenge scraps near them naturally followed suit, leaving only a handful of solitary figures idling near the exit. Pulling his hood low to obscure his face, Qin Xiang counted the floor tiles precisely, then strolled past with feigned nonchalance. Seizing a fleeting moment unnoticed, he swiftly pried open a narrow gap beneath one tile and flicked the silver coin inside. After resettling the tile, he stepped upon it, pressing down carefully to ensure its height matched those around it, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Thump, thump. 2 muffled sounds confirmed the tile had settled firmly. He turned and walked away without hesitation. Next, he sought out a corner where ordinary civilians gathered to rest. Many sat or lay sprawled here, snatching precious moments of repose, knowing full well that once sequence cultivators departed the safe zone to hunt deities, they themselves would be thrust into relentless labor. The space was cramped beyond measure, crowded with over 1,000 people drawn there solely by proximity to the exit. Any approaching sequence cultivator would spot them instantly upon lifting their gaze. Though nearer the exit meant biting cold, huddling together allowed them to shield one another from the wind's sharp bite. After all, what was mere cold compared to the chance to turn one's life around? Carefully sidestepping those napping on the floor, Qin Xiang squeezed into a narrow patch of standing room, nudging aside those flanking him. Under the disapproving glances of those nearby, he lowered himself unceremoniously onto the ground and withdrew a lunchbox from his bag, devouring its contents with ravenous haste. The moment he opened the lid, surrounding faces twisted in disdain. Though ordinary, these people could still afford ingredients and cooked meals at home. No one's cooking smelled as foul as the meal in Qin Xiang's box. Not even simple stir-frying with oil and salt could produce such nauseating reek. Finally, a middle-aged woman beside him blurted, "Young man, judging by your age, is this meal prepared by your mother? Your mother's cooking is truly unbearable. To waste such ingredients in her hands is sheer sacrilege." Qin Xiang swallowed a mouthful of 9-tailed black rat meat and replied expressionless, "My mother died long ago." The woman paused, startled, then asked, "Then, is it your father who cooks for you?" "My father is also dead." She gaped for a long moment, words failing her, until silence settled heavy and unbroken. An elderly woman nearby murmured softly, "Poor child, just graduated from high school, yet his future seems already extinguished." Qin Xiang continued eating the cafeteria fare without glancing up, heedless of their whispers. When finished, he packed the empty lunchbox back into his bag, intending to use it as a pillow for a brief rest. This time, no need to push. He simply settled in as those around him quietly shifted aside, granting him space to lie down. "Thank you." He did not look directly at anyone. Instead, he offered his gratitude broadly. acknowledging the quiet collective kindness radiating from the crowd. As he lay down, he kept his eyes open, not sleeping but staring fixedly in one direction. Others might assume he was lost in melancholy or memory. In truth, his gaze never strayed from the tile concealing the silver coin. Though Exile had instructed him to place it before nightfall, Qin Xiang doubted Exile would wait until tomorrow to retrieve it. If I were Exile, I'd attempt retrieval tonight. The transaction deadline expires at dusk, and time is slipping away. According to Roylena, she's entangled in serious trouble, having commissioned forged sequence records, leaving herself vulnerable. She may be unpleasant, yet her warning holds weight. I must devise a countermeasure. Without foresight, peril draws near. Qin Xiang sighed inwardly. The immediate and cascading risks of his second life stretched far beyond his control. Yet he knew indulgence today sowed ruin tomorrow. Complacency was forbidden. So he waited, patient, vigilant. When the noon rest ended, squads of sequence cultivators began departing through the exit. The crowd surged anew, packing the exit so tightly it seemed air itself could not pass. Qin Xiang moved with the tide, always remaining within sight of that single fateful tile. Each time a sequence cultivator entered or exited, civilians swarmed forward, eagerly pitching deals, selling property, offering services, even presenting daughters for consideration. Qin Xiang was swept along, face hidden deep within his hoodie, appearing merely awkward, provincial, utterly unremarkable. No one knew his true purpose, nor did anyone care. To fellow civilians, an extra silent fool meant one fewer rival. Perhaps he was too timid to speak up. Or perhaps he harbored fantasies of becoming a favored companion to some female sequence cultivator still searching for his target. His thoughts drew no attention, elicited no interest. Everyone present arrived with fierce conviction and singular ambition, hoping against all odds to rise from obscurity. Who had time for a quiet stranger? And so, like a puppet moved only by the current of the crowd, Qin Xiang drifted, ebb and flow carrying him inexorably to the very edge of that tile. He deliberately maintained a slight distance, ensuring only his eyes could track it, lest he arouse suspicion. Yet the surging mass propelled him forward, until he stood directly beside it. Enough. This is merely accidental proximity. Fleeing now would only invite scrutiny. He remained motionless, letting the tide carry him. Then inevitably he was pressed onto the tile itself, his foot descending upon it. Thud. His foot stepped onto the stone slab, producing a soft sound. Qin Xiang's eyes widened instantly. When he had hidden the silver coin beneath this tile, it did not make this sound when stepped on. Back then it had made a dull thud. Now, however, it was a crisp sound. Qin Xiang's heart suddenly tightened. It seemed that there was an empty space beneath the tile. Had someone already taken the silver coin he had placed here? At that moment, several sequence abilities users in frostproof suits passed by. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn, and they rushed over, promoting their businesses. Taking advantage of their distraction, Qin Xiang lifted one corner of the tile with his toe and peered underneath. With the light from the overhead exit of the safe zone and his keen eyesight, he discovered a shallow pit about half a centimeter deep, and the size of a fist had indeed appeared beneath the tile. And the silver coin was nowhere to be seen. After confirming, Qin Xiang released his foot, allowing the tile to return to its original state. Yet his heart was filled with confusion. He had been keeping a close watch, and the tile had not been lifted by anyone throughout. Telekinesis. It seemed that the silver coin had been taken by a sequence abilities user. Unable to find the person who took the silver coin, he could only become vulnerable. Since ancient times, spending money to get things done, if it was merely to get things done, but ended up being manipulated afterward, that would make the expenditure rather unjust. Even if Leolina did not describe in detail the predicament of being leveraged by someone, Qin Xiang could empathize with that kind of embarrassment. People like Lu Daji have shown up once, and that is enough. He cannot be overshadowed by someone like this life mentor for his entire life. He scanned the frenzied crowd, searching for the sequence abilities user hidden among them. But he had no way to discern the sequence abilities user. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. How could he find them? Qin Xiang quickly calmed down and started thinking of solutions. If the person who took the silver coin was a sequence abilities user disguised as an ordinary person, then he might have to let it go. But if the one who took the silver coin was a sequence abilities user from a hunter team, then perhaps there would still be a chance for a turnaround. With this thought, Qin Xiang no longer waited. Instead, he began to push his way towards the position of the sequence abilities user, just like everyone else. Qin Xiang awakened his sequence abilities, his strength formidable. Although his physique did not stand out in the crowd, he squeezed easily to the front like an iron gate. Qin Xiang kept praying in his heart, hoping that the one who took the silver coin was a member of a hunter team rather than an ordinary passerby. He recalled the sequence information he had reviewed at the Shirshin camp that day. After awakening his sequence abilities, Qin Xiang's mental capacity improved, granting him an extraordinary memory. The one who took the silver coin should be a thief sequence abilities user. Using the skill steal, they can take items within a certain range nearby. The steal skill is one of the top-tier abilities in the lower levels of the safe zone. With telekinesis at their fingertips, getting rich overnight is not a dream. Of course, this is just one of many miraculous sequences. In any case, the abilities of sequence users severely impact the order of the safe zone. Thus, the United Government strictly prohibits sequence users from using their skills within the safe zone without permission from the United Government. Violators will face severe penalties. However, the abilities of thief sequences are not very useful within hunter teams. Their stealing range is too limited and the thief sequence lacks life-saving skills. If they attempt to use their skills against a deity, they would be killed the moment they got close. Thus, within hunter teams, they can only play a supporting role. Qin Xiang recalled the information regarding the thief sequence in his mind, and his gaze gradually became resolute. Although he was looking for a sequence abilities user, it ultimately came down to a struggle between people. Qin Xiang was very familiar with the demeanor of such sycophants, very familiar with the mannerisms of these marginal figures. Those in a supporting role inevitably drift outside the core group. In a hunter team, the person on the fringes behaving the most servile is very likely the person he is looking for. After determining the sequence of the person who took the silver coin, a profile matching the characteristics began to emerge. Every time a sequence abilities user team passed by, he would carefully observe the expressions of the members. If the team members were chatting easily and freely, he would pay less attention. If within a team someone stood aside taciturn or was always smiling and ingratiating themselves, Qin Xiang would devote more energy to carefully listening to their conversations. Several hunter teams passed by, all discussing the battle that had just occurred outside the safe zone. Qin Xiang listened to their conversation, but did not find the thief sequence user feeling a bit disappointed. At this moment, another hunter team passed through the crowd. Unlike the previous teams, the members of this team seemed unconcerned with the battle against the deities. They were eagerly planning which bar to go to for drinks and relaxation. One slender young man in his 20s said, "Guys, I won't be joining you for drinks later." Why? The slender young man hesitated. Hey, why say anything? He didn't contribute anything. How could he have the nerve to drink with us? Exactly, a thief sequence user can only help us with minor tasks outside. If it weren't for the officer from the management bureau shoving him in here, who would want him? The team members mocked him coldly. The slender young man gritted his teeth, but did not respond. The others disdainfully glanced at him twice before leaving arms around each other's shoulders. The slender young man lingered behind the others, walking alone in silence. However, such disputes were merely internal ostracism within the hunter team and did not affect the frenzy of ordinary people around. Even if he were a ridiculed sequence abilities user, he was still a sequence abilities user worlds apart from ordinary people. Seeing the slender young man isolated, the surrounding crowd enthusiastically surrounded him. Qin Xiang's eyes burned with even more intensity than those in the surrounding crowd. People hurriedly recommended the same business to the emaciated young man, words they must have repeated countless times. "Young man, don't be in a bad mood. Come eat at our restaurant. It will be much more enjoyable. I don't want a single penny. I just need you to take a photo with me." How can eating solve troubles? In this life, one must seek the right partner. My daughter has just graduated from high school, young, beautiful, kind-hearted, and obedient. She has taken a liking to you at first sight and insists on marrying no one else. Are you going to meet him? Don't listen to him, young man. Spending your life with a single woman is the most boring thing. Come to Auntie's place, with women in their teens, 20s, and 30s for you to choose from, ensuring your joy tonight. If you prefer someone more mature, Auntie can accompany you. These people were entangled around him, their faces excited, yet sinister, desperately trying to push others away to claim the prize for themselves. These ordinary people shouted loudly around the emaciated young man in their frost-resistant clothing, hoping to be noticed. Each harbored dreams of turning their lives around, believing they could achieve it through this sequence of abilities. Spittle flew in the crowd and saliva from those nearby splattered on Qin Xiang's face, leaving a foul odor. This stench, mingled with the unshakable scent of sweat around him, was becoming unbearable. However, this attempt by everyone was doomed to fail. The emaciated young man glanced coldly at the crowd, said nothing, and then walked away. Though the surrounding people continued to shout frantically, they instinctively cleared a path for him. Only after the emaciated young man had walked further away did they disappointingly close their mouths and turn their gazes towards the entrance of the safe zone, waiting for the next opportunity to arrive. Just after the emaciated young man exited the safe zone, a teenager about 18 or 19 years old, as strong as a wild bull, effortlessly squeezed through the layers of people, quietly following behind. After confirming that the emaciated young man was heading down the main road, Qin Xiang first found a corner to change his clothing, avoiding any chance of being recognized. The thief sequence still connected to the chief officer of the management bureau. If the one taking the silver coin isn't you, then I can only accept my fate. Before long, he had once again matched the pace of the emaciated young man. Qin Xiang's current appearance was somewhat comical. To avoid being recognized while following the emaciated young man, he wore his jacket and pants inside out, drawing the attention of many passersby. "Mom, that big brother seems a bit mentally unstable." "Shh, speak quietly. People like that should be avoided at all costs." Remember, Qin Xiang paid no mind to the pointing and whispering of passersby, for his target was solely the emaciated young man not far ahead. As if he heard the voices of the passersby, the emaciated young man also halted and turned to glance at Qin Xiang. However, he seemed not to recognize Qin Xiang, merely giving him a mocking look before continuing on his way. The two walked one behind the other on the main road. The dim streetlights alternately illuminated the two silent figures, as if narrating an unnoticed story. As the number of pedestrians gradually dwindled, they reached a secluded alley where only the two remained. Qin Xiang continued to trail behind the emaciated young man. Even the emaciated young man, no matter how dull, sensed something was amiss. He slowed his pace, intending to wait for Qin Xiang to pass by. Yet Qin Xiang did not seem to be following him, maintaining his forward speed. The emaciated young man glanced back, noticing that Qin Xiang appeared to be around 18 or 19, likely a high school student or a recent graduate, looking like an inexperienced youth who posed no threat to him. He thought he was overthinking. It seems I was too tense during the divine hunt, becoming a bit neurotic. I should relax a bit. Thus the emaciated young man stood under the streetlight, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and placed it in his mouth. He then skillfully took a match from another pocket, shielding it from the wind with the cigarette box, striking the match, and preparing to light his cigarette. Just then the light from the street lamp in front of him suddenly vanished. The emaciated young man looked up and saw the student-like teenager who had been following him all along appear before him. I hope it's you. The emaciated young man immediately sensed something was wrong, but before he could react, a shadow flashed by. Suddenly his entire body uncontrollably flew back into the dark alley. Bang! The emaciated young man crashed into a garbage bin in the alley, toppling a pile of trash. Qin Xiang quickly stepped forward, standing in front of the emaciated young man. The emaciated young man was covered in dirty and smelly garbage, his orange and white frost-resistant clothing stained with filth, but he could care less at that moment. With both hands clutching his chest, wincing in pain, he looked fearfully at Qin Xiang and asked, "Who are you?" Qin Xiang said nothing and delivered another punch to his jaw. After taking the punch, the emaciated young man merely groaned a few times before losing consciousness. Qin Xiang stared at his chin and murmured, as expected of a sequence ability user, a single punch didn't even break a bone. The world is full of hidden talents. I must be more cautious. Qin Xiang glanced at the trash bin, which was filled with real garbage, feeling a bit regretful. He then pulled the unconscious, emaciated young man out from the garbage heap, felt around his body, but found nothing. His gaze fell on the distinctive black backpack of a member of the god-hunting team. He opened the backpack, which contained more than 10 small compartments, each sealed with a zipper. One compartment held a glass bottle filled with a light blue liquid. Qin Xiang picked up the bottle for a closer look, discovering it was labeled Special Supply for Sequence Ability Users, Sequence Potion. So this is what the Sequence Potion looks like. He opened it and sniffed a sweet aroma wafting up. However, mixed with the surrounding stench of garbage, it made him feel even more nauseous. He capped the bottle and placed the Sequence Potion into his pocket. He already understood from the god-slaying camp how precious the Sequence Potion was to sequence ability. Taking this bottle of Sequence Potion could likely compel the emaciated young man to do many things. No, not compel. It should be an invitation for the emaciated young man to assist him with some small tasks. He opened other compartments in the backpack and found a mobile phone, some copper coins, and a single silver coin. Qin Xiang turned off the phone and placed it in his pocket. This luxurious item worth thousands of copper coins was exactly what Qin Xiang needed and would surely come in handy later. He picked up the silver coin for a closer look and realized it was not the one he had placed under the pavement. The silver coin I left came from Lee's mint, while this one is from Henry's mint. Could it be that I have the wrong person? He searched through the backpack and the emaciated young man's body, but found no sign of that silver coin. Just as he was puzzled, he noticed that the bottom of the backpack seemed uneven and felt a bit jagged. After looking for a while, he finally found a hidden compartment in the backpack. This compartment was concealed beneath other compartments and was very inconspicuous. If Qin Xiang hadn't had enough time, he might not have discovered it. He opened this hidden compartment to find some dirt and a single silver coin. Qin Xiang took out the silver coin, looking at the words Lee's mint embossed on its side. He then glanced at the unconscious, emaciated young man and smiled faintly. Indeed, a cheerful boy won't have too much bad luck. Qin Xiang was not skilled in interrogation. Compared to questioning, he was much better at killing. Unfortunately, killing does not solve all problems. He sat on a tree stump looking at the thin young man suspended by hemp ropes before him, feeling somewhat weary. I used to think killing was troublesome, but now I find that not being able to kill seems even more troublesome. To find an absolutely secluded place, Qin Xiang carried the thin young man, who resembled a corpse, back and forth through various alleys, finally locating an abandoned and deserted courtyard. As a thief, his ability as a sequence ability user required him to rely on his own hands to take things. Thus, before the thin young man woke up, Qin Xiang carefully bound his fingers together, secured his palms tightly, and then restrained his arms before finally suspending him from a withered but unbroken ancient tree. 10 years since the apocalypse struck, this tree has managed to stay upright despite being dead, which is no small feat. Qin Xiang looked at the thin young man hanging from the tree, feeling quite satisfied. He also prepared some tools like hammers and nails in a nearby abandoned warehouse to assist in the interrogation. It seemed that everything was in place for the questioning, and he just needed to wait for the thin young man to wake up. However, half an hour passed, then an hour, then 2 hours, and the thin young man still lay there with his head tilted, showing no signs of waking. Qin Xiang grew increasingly uncertain. Could it be that I knocked him out with one punch? He placed his hand on the thin young man's nose. He still has breath, he should be fine. Qin Xiang sighed in relief, then pouted. He really can't take a hit. I didn't even use my full strength, yet he has been out cold for 2 hours. Perhaps sensing Qin Xiang's disdain, the thin young man's head shook a couple of times. Finally awake, Qin Xiang patted the thin young man's face, and upon seeing him open his eyes, he returned to sit back on the tree stump. The thin young man awoke feeling a bit dizzy. He blinked hard, and finally returned to reality. He struggled a couple of times, realizing he was bound and hanging up, while the very boy who attacked him sat before him. He immediately widened his eyes. Who are you? How dare you attack a sequence ability user? As soon as the thin young man spoke, Qin Xiang felt a little more at ease. Fortunately, he sounded somewhat dim-witted. Extracting useful information from him should not be too difficult. Who else could attack a sequence ability user? Of course, it must be another sequence ability user. Qin Xiang did not respond, but instead took out a silver coin. This silver coin was placed by me. You dare stalk me? Do you know who my uncle is? Who is your uncle? He is the head of the information department of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, Qian Wenda. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang was completely dumbfounded. Huh, is it really that easy? Shouldn't this thin young man have resisted, stubbornly refusing to reveal the mastermind? He would threaten and entice him only to ultimately receive a false answer, and then continue to torture until he obtained the truth. As soon as the thin young man spoke, Qin Xiang realized he was not very bright. But he didn't expect him to be this dull. Qin Xiang sighed. Your uncle must be immensely fortunate to have such a nephew as you. The thin young man, sensing that Qin Xiang was not complimenting him, frowned and asked, What do you mean? The literal meaning. Qin Xiang then thought again and felt something was amiss. How could this thin young man be so dim-witted and not have anyone notice when he took even that cunning woman Royliana, who spewed lies, could not track him down? Something was strange. At this moment, the thin young man spoke again. Previously, it was my uncle who came to take the money himself. Today I came to help him because he had something to attend to. If you're sensible, let me go. If my uncle finds out, you won't be able to escape. Oh, Qin Xiang nodded. This made sense. Previously, it was Qian Wenda who personally came to collect the silver coins. This head of a department that exploited loopholes in the management bureau must be extremely cautious, which is why he had never made a mistake. Today a fool came instead and happened to be caught by Qin Xiang exposing the flaw. Qin Xiang thought to himself, it seems I really am blessed by some divine fortune. No, the current deities are all strange entities. I should say I have good luck. Let me go quickly, otherwise I will definitely tell my uncle. If you're so capable of talking, why didn't you dare to act tough when your teammates bullied you? I disdain arguing with them. Qin Xiang shook his head. You're afraid of offending them, so they kick you out of the team. They can only kick you out, yet you don't even dare to utter a harsh word. I might be someone who could kill you, and you dare to threaten me. Qin Xiang sneered as he glanced at him. I really don't know how you've survived till now. Perhaps it's truly because you have a good uncle. You want to kill me? The thin young man's eyes flickered, clearly panicking. He had indeed not considered that option. Qin Xiang's words wiped away his original arrogance. He realized that the boy before him might have really killed someone. My uncle is Qian Wenda. If you kill me, my uncle will definitely avenge me. Hearing the thin young man's words, Qin Xiang could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Did your uncle not tell you what this silver coin is for? The thin young man swallowed. No. But I know it must be that you have something to ask my uncle to do, so you gave him a silver coin as payment. Qin Xiang nodded. You're a fool, but not completely foolish. Are you insulting me? Qin Xiang looked at this young man in his 20s with confusion in his eyes. Clearly he came from an excellent family background, was a sequence ability user, and was several years older than himself. Oh, why was he so foolish? Even someone as wickedly malicious as Li Jingwen was several times smarter than him. Qin Xiang stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, I heard others say that your uncle does things a bit unscrupulously. Even if I kill you, it would just be black eating black, understand? Forget it, you should rest a while. I need to verify if what you said is true. Rest? I want rest. Let me go. Before the thin young man could finish his sentence, he was struck on the chin by Qin Xiang again and fainted. Although what this fool said is 99% true. But just to be safe, I will first go to the AC virtual chat room to verify if he is indeed Qian Wenda, and then let this fool go. Qin Xiang took him down from the tree and then carried him to an abandoned warehouse he had prepared in advance. He then returned to the tree and began to gather the interrogation tools he had prepared earlier, such as saws, hammers, nails, and scissors. After all this preparation, it turns out there was no need for it. Qin Xiang sighed softly. He truly is a fool blessed with good fortune. Qin Xiang securely imprisoned the thin young man, then ignited a piece of damp wood at the warehouse door, letting the smoke linger for a long time to ensure there were no lingering odors before hastening back. After finishing everything, he let out a long sigh. Finally, he had obtained the countermeasure that Ruliana mentioned, which allowed him to relax a bit. Wang Defa saw Qin Xiang and felt a pang of despair. He told the customers in the internet cafe that he had something to take care of and stepped outside again. Boss, what's wrong with you again? I need to use your warehouse computer. Wang Defa sighed. The key is in your hands. You can use it whenever you want. Know the network is yours and the warehouse is yours. I must inform you when I need to use it so as not to cause you any inconvenience. Wang Defa smiled perfunctorily. You are quite polite. Qin Xiang pulled out 2 silver coins from his pocket and placed them in Wang Defa's hand. Here's your money plus interest. 1 coin was Qin Xiang's own, while the other was taken from the thin young man's backpack. He handed both coins to Wang Defa, thus fulfilling his previous promise. Wang Defa stared in disbelief at the 2 silver coins, unsure how to respond. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder and then walked toward the warehouse. Wang Defa watched as Qin Xiang's figure disappeared at the warehouse entrance before he regained his composure. He bit down on the 2 silver coins with his teeth and found them to be genuine. Oh, Qin Xiang hadn't deceived him. His worldview was completely overturned. Never had a sequence ability user kept a promise to an ordinary person like him so faithfully. After years of serving as a white glove for officials in the internet cafe, he had only earned a few silver coins. Some of those had even been used to smooth over inspections from various authorities. Calculating what he actually received, he realized it was quite possibly not as much as what Qin Xiang had given him. He had truly misjudged Qin Xiang. But who could have imagined that Qin Xiang was not joking? Wang Defa clenched the silver coins in his hand, feeling as if he had just awakened from a deep dream, his face filled with confusion. I really have encountered a living immortal. Qin Xiang reopened the Iseco virtual chat room, typed, I am a newcomer, and then entered and exited 5 times, waiting for the other party to contact him. Today's advertisement in the chat room was for virtual gambling. The slogan was, take a gamble, perhaps today will be your lucky day. This slogan is quite fitting. Qin Xiang chuckled. Although he had no intention of participating in online gambling, he indeed felt that his luck was quite good today. The random codename assigned to him today was Counterattack, which made him feel as if everything was predestined. After a while, a dialog box on the right side of the chat room, Qin Xiang clicked to open it. It was a person with the codename Corner. Have you already sent the money? Qin Xiang replied, yes. Good. You can send me your personal information now. However, I believe you may not be able to retrieve that silver coin. Corner replied with a smiling emoji. You think there are too many people coming and going there, and I can't lift the floor tiles to retrieve it. You don't have to worry about that, I will find a way. No, I mean the person retrieving the money for you may not be able to return. The dialog box was silent for a long time. After a while, Corner finally sent another message. What do you mean? Qin Xiang thought for a moment and typed a line. He said his uncle is around, so I wouldn't dare to kill him. So let's arrange a place to meet and discuss his life and death, shall we? I'm curious whether this wise nephew of yours will really be protected by you. This time Corner seemed to freeze, not replying for half an hour. Qin Xiang noticed that Corner's name was still blue, not gray, indicating he was still online, just possibly taking some time to digest what Counterattack had told him. Qin Xiang rested his arms behind his head, staring blankly at the screen. I wonder what Section Chief Qian is doing. Is he coldly staring at the screen or smashing things in the room? After another 10 minutes, Corner finally sent another message. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., let's meet at the unfinished building next to the exit of Safety Zone 38,324. I'll decide the time and place for our meeting. Corner immediately responded, what are you thinking? You need my help and still want to be picky. If it weren't for you seeking me out, I wouldn't even speak a word to you. I say where to meet, and that's where we meet. Don't forget to bring my nephew. And you can't forget the silver coin you asked me to help with. Qin Xiang chuckled. His good uncle, it's not about who types more words that makes one right. At the very least, do you know who I am? It seemed that Corner quickly sent a reply as if his bluster had been ruthlessly punctured by Qin Xiang. You decide the time, but you must bring my nephew and the silver coin. Let's meet tomorrow at noon, on the 2nd floor of the collapsed department store next to the exit of Safety Zone 54,320. Alright, remember to bring my nephew and the silver coin. Seeing Corner emphasize this twice, Qin Xiang could only kindly reply, sorry, I won't be bringing either of those things. What do you want? If I don't see my nephew and the silver coin, I won't help you. Sorry, your reputation is rather poor, so I can only resort to this method. Helping you with this is a small favor, don't take it too seriously, or you might regret it. You really have no sense of reason. I have no sense of reason. To prevent your information from leaking, and to avoid Iseco's back-end personnel monitoring our chat logs, I didn't even mention your name. I'm still concerned that the chat information is being monitored, which is why I deliberately avoided using the title section Chief Chien in the chat room. According to what Chien Winda said during the last conversation, the virtual network could also be monitored. Even though ICCO's virtual chat room claims everything is confidential, it still cannot be fully trusted. Offline transactions with only two people involved, and both holding leverage over each other, are the only guarantees of absolute safety. Thus, during that time, Chien Winda only asked Qin Siyang to place the silver coin in a specific location without mentioning the specific nature of the transaction, stating that it would be best to have an offline transaction. This time, Chien Winda only mentioned the time and place of the transaction without discussing the content. This way, even if someone were monitoring, they wouldn't be clear about their conversation. ICCO chat room attracts tens of thousands of visitors daily, so comparatively those transactions involving larger amounts and more participants are more likely to catch the attention of monitors. Qin Siyang had countless vague transactions with Chien Winda, and no one would pay attention to them. Cautious and meticulous Qin Siyang had tried his best to leave no loose ends ever since he was at a loss with Lu Daji. The figure in the corner replied, "Alright, I take back what I just said. How can I see my nephew? Once the transaction is completed, I will naturally send him back. If you want the police department's fragrant seeker to help look for him, I don't mind, but I hope you can bear the consequences of doing so." Are you threatening me? This is merely a suggestion, not a threat. By the way, I have already sent a scheduled email regarding your situation. If my matters are not resolved by this weekend, or if I die on the way to our transaction, many of your colleagues will know about your situation. Your colleagues' email information is easy to find, as you know. All personnel information from the Ability Management Bureau is publicly available online, both to facilitate supervision and to allow for inquiries. You're truly despicable. What of it? It's self-preservation. Unless, of course, you originally intended to kill me tomorrow. The things you think about are truly nauseating. Anything else to say? One final request: you must ensure my nephew is unharmed. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Alright, I have a question as well. Go ahead. What do you keep such a foolish nephew for? If it weren't for him, you would have never been exposed. The figure in the corner did not respond to this question, and his name turned gray. Qin Siyang shrugged. What a cold-hearted department head. I suddenly feel much lighter inside. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Wang Defa shout, "Officer, it's so late, my internet cafe is about to close. What brings you? The police are here for a surprise inspection." Wang Defa loudly reminded himself, and Qin Siyang immediately understood what he meant. He hurriedly cleared the browser history and attempted to open the surveillance footage interface. At that moment, he was stunned. The surveillance footage interface was pitch black. The surveillance switch had been turned off by Wang Defa. Damn it. That miser is trying to save on electricity. I had no idea where the surveillance switch was. If the police suddenly discover the warehouse door is unlocked, walk in and check and see Qin Siyang staring at the dark screen, they will surely find it suspicious. Just as Qin Siyang was feeling anxious, the thing he feared most happened. The warehouse door was pushed open, and it wasn't Wang Defa who walked in. A silver-haired elder dressed in plain clothes, wrapped in a scarf, and smoking a cigar, pushed the door open. Upon seeing Qin Siyang, the elder revealed a scrutinizing gaze. Qin Siyang met his gaze with a panicked expression. Internally, he wasn't too panicked, but he believed that at his appearance he was merely an 18 or 19-year-old boy. Faced with an unexpected intrusion, he should appear alarmed, hence he maintained such an expression. The warehouse fell into a moment of silence, with only the sound of footsteps outside and the crackling of the elder's cigar burning. Before long, a few more people entered, all dressed in police uniforms. "Detective Olaf, what brings you here?" "This warehouse was closed before it surprisingly opened today, so I came to take a look for unexpected gains." "Olaf, isn't he the detective that Roylina warned her to watch out for?" If he could impress that woman, it meant Olaf was no less formidable than himself. When a master makes a move, one can tell their skill level. Just from the brief exchange of glances with Olaf, Qin Siyang realized that this old man was going to be quite difficult to deal with. He hadn't expected it to be Olaf. Was Detective Olaf leading a team to investigate the 3 corpses found in the alley, or was it regarding the theft of divine remains? Or perhaps a combination of both? Qin Siyang's heart sank immediately, and he braced himself, preparing for what was to come. At that moment, Wang Defa squeezed in from behind, smiling awkwardly at Olaf. "Detective, what are you here to check this time?" "Don't move." Olaf did not respond to him, but instead issued a command to Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang obediently removed his hands from the mouse and keyboard, leaving the computer desktop with no active processes. Olaf approached Qin Siyang, examining the desktop, then opened the browser, discovering that the history had been cleared. His gaze towards Qin Siyang instantly turned sharp. "What are you doing sitting here?" I was..." Qin Siyang stammered, but he was unable to speak. Olaf scrutinized Qin Siyang, noticing that his belt was actually loosened. "Were you watching adult films?" Qin Siyang pretended to be too embarrassed to meet Olaf's gaze, and immediately lowered his head. Only the action of loosening his belt could be completed quickly, and he intended to create such a false appearance, making Olaf believe he was browsing adult websites, which was why he had deleted the history. Is this warehouse and computer yours? Olaf did not continue to pursue the matter of adult films, but instead threw out other questions. Qin Xiang thought to himself that this was not good. This old man was indeed difficult to deal with. He hadn't been swayed by his performance, and remained absolutely objective and calm. Qin Xiang timidly said no. This warehouse belongs to Wang Defa. Wang Defa was slightly taken aback upon hearing Qin Xiang point him out. He had initially thought Qin Xiang would say the warehouse was his own, hoping to make the police leave. But upon further reflection, he realized that such a claim would have too many flaws, and would instead leave a handle for suspicion. In places where there was no need to lie, it was better to speak the truth. Then Wang Defa stepped forward and said, "This warehouse is mine." "Your warehouse? What is it used for?" Wang Defa chuckled. "It's used for monitoring surveillance. Olaf noticed the surveillance icon on the computer desktop, clicked on it, and found it was completely black. "Why is it black?" "You know we run a small business here. If there's nothing going on to save electricity and reduce costs, we turn off the surveillance. I know my actions are against regulations. I will reflect on this. I won't do it again in the future." Olaf still did not follow Wang Defa's line of reasoning. He appeared not to care about Wang Defa's violations of regulations. This was indeed the case. Wang Defa operated an internet cafe here, and he violated regulations in countless ways, not having surveillance. The only thing that mattered to him was whether the young man sitting in front of him had any connection to the theft of divine remains. Olaf picked up the cup of water on the table, tapped the ash from his cigar, and took 2 more puffs. Throughout the process, his eyes remained fixed on Qin Xiang. This gaze reminded Qin Xiang of the feeling of being watched by a divine presence from outside his home, as if it would devour him. Olaf remained silent, but made Qin Xiang in the dark warehouse feel an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Fine beads of sweat had already formed on Qin Xiang's forehead, seemingly filled with fear and guilt. This time it was not an act. "What is your relationship with Wang Defa?" "We are friends." Qin Xiang hesitated as he answered, seeming quite guilty. Olive took another puff of his cigar, leaning over Qin Xiang, and exhaled smoke down towards him. "What kind of friend?" Qin Xiang cast a guilty glance at Wang Defa before quickly turning his head away. Seeing Qin Xiang's demeanor, Olive sensed he might be afraid of Wang Defa. Just as he was about to ask Wang Defa to leave the warehouse, he heard Qin Xiang murmur, like a mosquito, "He gives me money every time we meet." After hearing Qin Xiang's words, everyone was stunned. Even Olaf's gaze momentarily froze. They all looked at Wang Defa with extreme disgust and disdain. Wang Defa was also dumbfounded, as if struck by a lightning bolt, becoming a soulless shell. "What does that mean? Friends give money after meeting? A shady deal? What do they take me for?" Wang Defa dazedly turned his head, looking around only to find Olive and the other officers coldly staring at him, instantly filled with a sense of innocence and anger. Wang Defa's eyes widened, staring hard at Qin Xiang. He couldn't fathom how this teenager had come up with such a disgusting story on the spot. Could it be that within Qin Xiang's organization such transactions were common, allowing him to speak so nonchalantly? "But I have a wife and children. If this gets out, wouldn't my family be ruined? I must keep my distance from Qin Xiang from now on." Though filled with resentment, reason told Wang Defa that he had to continue playing along with Qin Xiang's script. If Qin Xiang's situation leaked, he would surely be implicated. Olive would not let him off, and neither would those behind Qin Xiang. His backing would not spare him either. Not helping Qin Xiang meant a dead end. "Damn it," Wang Defa cursed inwardly. "These 2 silver coins are indeed hot to handle. Not just hot, but burning my pants." He never expected he would have to sacrifice his reputation for half a lifetime. Wang Defa flushed red, saying, "Don't believe him. He's just a poor kid. What could I possibly gain from him? This is slander. It's downright alarmist." Qin Xiang felt a bit relieved. Wang Defa was indeed an old hand, instantly understanding his intention. The more Wang Defa frantically explained, the more the others believed Qin Xiang's claim. Even after saying, "He gives me money every time we meet," he didn't utter another word, merely lowering his head and staring at his toes. With the inference about their relationship, Qin Xiang's reason for being here late at night became clear. He was waiting for Wang Defa. Waiting for Wang Defa to give him money. Olive scrutinized Qin Xiang again, noting that his clothes were indeed very shabby, undoubtedly a poor man's attire. At the edge of the safe zone, Olive had seen many who were willing to give everything for money. With no job opportunities, graduating high school meant unemployment, and survival was a major issue. He had no right to criticize. After all, he was well off and couldn't fathom the hardships of these lower-class people. Olive asked, "Do your parents know about this?" "My parents are dead. I live alone." Upon hearing this, Olive became even more convinced of the message Qin Xiang was conveying. Without parents or other sources for him, living was a huge challenge. All the officers expressed sympathy for Qin Xiang's experiences and condemned Wang Defa's action. However, not a single person reached into their pockets to help Qin Xiang with his basic needs. They had moral hearts, but not to the extent of being. Olive crushed the cigarette, but in the cup of water, removing his hand from the table. "Let's go home and rest." At that moment, an officer immediately asked, "Chief, are we just leaving this kid here?" Olive glanced at this officer and asked, "Why do you want to give him money for food?" "I will give. It's just a few copper coins, not like I can't afford it." At that moment, a bushy-browed Baijit officer couldn't help but speak up. His conscience ultimately triumphed over his obsession with money. Olive replied, "If you give him money this time, what about next time? Can you support him indefinitely? Well, how about finding him a job? On the edge of the safe zone, there are at least 5,000 people like him. Can you find jobs for everyone?" Listening to Olaf's words, the bushy-browed officer lowered his head. "If you help him find a job, you will encounter endless troubles later on. Remember, you are an officer. Your job is to investigate cases and maintain public order. Do not be overly concerned with other matters. Otherwise, you will find yourself unable to do anything well." With that, Olive left the warehouse. The other officers followed him out. The bushy-browed officer glanced at Qin Xiang, bit his teeth, and quickly caught up with the others. Only Qin Xiang and Wang Defo were left in the warehouse. Qin Xiang's expression relaxed while Wang Defo was filled with resentment. Their eyes met, each with their own thoughts. Wang Defo turned and walked to the warehouse door. Seeing that the officers had walked far away, he closed the warehouse door. In the dark warehouse, only the monitor emitted a faint blue light, illuminating Qin Xiang's face. "Boss, you might have gone a bit too far this time." Qin Xiang sighed. "Yes, I may have gone a bit overboard." Wang Defo thought Qin Xiang was feeling guilty for wronging him, but he didn't know Qin Xiang continued, having escaped Olaf's investigation this time. If he discovers I've registered as a sequence ability user at the Bureau, he will likely become suspicious again. It can be foreseen that I will have a lot of trouble in the future. Qin Xiang shook his head. Tonight he had no choice but to use this poor story to send the police away, as he was pressured by Olive. His persona as a poor orphan was already established in Olaf's mind. But tomorrow he would meet Qian Wendao and register as a sequence ability user this weekend. If Olive sees Qin Xiang's information at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, how could he not realize there was something wrong? But Qin Xiang couldn't use this excuse, otherwise Olive might take him back to the police station, disrupting his entire plan. He might even be detained for 10 days or half a month at the police station, causing Qian Wendao's foolish nephew to starve to death in an abandoned warehouse. From Qian Wendao's tone, this nephew was very important to him. If he were to die, Qian Wendao would surely seek revenge, not to mention helping to forge the sequence. Qin Xiang couldn't accept this outcome and had to choose the lesser of two evils. Seeing that Qin Xiang was only concerned about his own issues, Wang Defo said bitterly, "Boss, you have troubles. What about me? What will happen to my reputation?" Qin Xiang didn't even glance at him. "Your reputation is worth a few copper coins." After Qin Xiang returned home, he took a cold shower and then fell asleep. The next morning he hurried out after eating some leftovers. Zhou Wu didn't go to school on Friday to look for someone at the exit of safety zone 38324, so he didn't bring back food from the cafeteria. What should I eat this weekend? It's going to be a headache. However, he wasn't overly worried about food. After all, he had some copper coins in his pocket. He still had quite a few copper coins left from the 3 robbers in the alley. Getting by for a meal or two wouldn't be a problem. Of course, he couldn't waste money carelessly. A poor orphan student shouldn't be able to afford 2 street food meals, and on Saturday morning, there weren't many people on the streets. Most of the work at the edge of the safety zone was done from Monday to Friday, with weekends off. Since the people here were relatively poor, everyone slept soundly on weekends, conserving their energy and skipping meals whenever possible. Then they would save up a half copper coin and rejoice at the insignificant increase in their savings. In this environment, everyone thought that only foolish people would waste their energy strolling around on weekends. Clearly, Qin Xiang was such a foolish person. Every day he went out, he looked up at the nearly identical starry sky, walking along the bumpy streets under dim streetlights. He had grown weary of such a life. If it weren't for the interesting presence of Wenshu, everything at the edge of the safety zone would have felt like mud to him, disgusting and foul. Even with Wenshu, he still couldn't accept living in this broken place for a long time. Long-term endurance waiting to strike. In his past life, he had done just that, only to be laid off by the company and killed by hired thugs. In this life, the phrase long-term endurance had already been removed from his dictionary and thrown into the trash. He could accept enduring for a moment, but long-term patience was out of the question. He didn't have that much patience. Today, he had to make things happen with Qian Wenda. Next week, he would return to school as a sequence ability user. As for Olaf, that could wait. If necessary, killing him seemed like a good solution. Facing the morning chill, Qin Xiang walked for over an hour to reach the exit of safety zone 54320. A bus ride that would take 7 stops would normally take him over 2 hours. However, after his sequence promotion, he was walking briskly and his speed had noticeably increased. He arrived at the nearby department store, which had collapsed halfway. The building broke off from the 4th or 5th floor, the upper part toppling to one side, resembling a person with a broken neck. It seems that when I killed Kuan Chenglong that day, he was in this posture. The head still connected to the shoulders, but the cervical spine was already broken. Qin Xiang chuckled and stepped into the department store. The walls inside had already peeled off in shambles, and rebar twisted out from the walls like tree roots. The handrail of the stairs had also lost its paint and rusted, making Qin Xiang reluctant to touch it. The ground was littered with debris and dust with no one to clean it up. With each step Qin Xiang took, some fragments would fall from above. However, there were no spider webs in this building. Perhaps it's too cold near the safety zone exit, and even spiders are unwilling to stay here. He carefully stepped over the peeling walls and stones on the stairs, leaping up a dozen steps to reach the second floor of the department store. Here he found that someone was already waiting for him. The man was sitting on a chair with a broken leg, coldly watching Qin Xiang as he appeared. Seeing Qin Xiang arrive, he stood up from the chair. As he stood, the chair tipped over due to losing balance. Qin Xiang sized him up. He was of average height, wearing a gray wool coat and black pants with ordinary cloth shoes. His features were hidden under a wide-brimmed hat, and even with Qin Xiang's keen eyesight, he couldn't see clearly. This was no matter because Qin Xiang's own face was also hidden under the hoodie. He believed the man opposite him couldn't see him clearly either. However, the demeanor of the man revealed an air of superiority and arrogance that could not be feigned. You arrived quite early. Qin Xiang's tone was relaxed. We agreed on 12, and you got here before 8. Aren't you the same? The two fell silent for a moment and did not continue this topic. At this time, the man in front introduced himself, Sequence Ability Management Bureau Head of the Information Department, Qian Wenda. I know. As a polite response, you should introduce yourself. No need to rush. I need your help, so I will definitely provide you with my personal information. Qin Xiang was not in a hurry to reveal his information. He wanted to ensure that he held the initiative in this conversation. All right. He'll help you forge an identity if you release my nephew, and I don't want the silver coins. This transaction shouldn't be a problem, right? After the transaction, we go our separate ways with no strings attached. It was like that before. What do you mean by before? Have you changed your mind? I think I might have a deeper collaboration with you, Head Qian. No need. After this transaction, our relationship can come to an end. Qian Wenda showed no interest in Qin Xiang's proposal. He just wanted to get rid of this pest and bring his nephew back. However, the more resistant he was, the more Qin Xiang believed that Qian Wenda could be a decent partner. Cautious and careful, being in a high position, he could definitely provide him with significant support when necessary. Releasing your nephew is a bargaining chip for me to forge my sequence. But what about you, Head Qian? Me. I also have emails that I send regularly to your colleagues in the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Qian Wenda snorted coldly after this transaction. How can you still report me? If I get exposed, you will also be buried with me. Oh, in that case, let me introduce myself. Qin Xiang's lips curled up slightly. I am Qin Xiang, a senior student at one school. When Qin Xiang said the word student, Qian Wenda slowly nodded, seemingly angry. Are you having fun playing with me? Qian Wenda immediately concluded that Qin Xiang was not telling the truth. One school had never produced a sequence ability user, and everyone knew that. Moreover, how could an 18 or 19-year-old senior student possess such intricate schemes and terrifying means? Qian Wenda scoffed inwardly, absolutely not believing it. Qin Xiang directly took off the hoodie, revealing his somewhat youthful and innocent face. If you don't believe me, you can wait at the entrance of one school on Monday morning to see if I am indeed a student. Looking at Qin Xiang's appearance, Qian Wenda ominously remarked, this face of yours may not be your true visage. So can your sequence alter your appearance? A magician? Or perhaps a shapeshifter? Qin Xiang scoffed, suddenly unleashing his strength, and in an instant he appeared behind Qian Wenda, snatching the hat from atop his head. Qian Wenda was still stunned, utterly unresponsive. Qin Xiang leaned close to his ear and whispered, I'm sorry, you guessed wrong. My sequence is offensive, not some trivial nonsense. And this face is indeed my true visage. With that, Qin Xiang chuckled twice, placing the wide-brimmed hat atop his own head. Qian Wenda's drooping eyes reflected the light from a nearby street lamp, filled with shock. You are really a senior student from GU? Of course, the identity I need you to forge is this one. How is that possible? If you're a senior student, how could it? Could it be? Qian Wenda looked at Qin Xiang in astonishment. Which power is backing you? Qin Xiang felt a sigh of relief. Oh, finally Qian Wenda began to entertain wild thoughts under his guidance. It has nothing to do with you. I only wish to have further cooperation with Director Qian. Qian Wenda realized that Qin Xiang's background was far more complex than he had imagined. He had envisioned Qin Xiang as merely a lone thief wandering here, only to discover that he might actually be a figure of significant influence. Things seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Damn it. I shouldn't have let that foolish nephew of mine handle the silver coins. No, I shouldn't have taken on this dubious business from this. When the two first conversed in the Aishiku chat room, Qin Xiang had been vague, and in the end, he didn't even know who had introduced him to seek a forged sequence. He felt something was off, but adhering to the attitude of not getting involved in too much triviality, he didn't pursue it. Looking back now, every action seemed to reveal oddities. What foolishness! Utterly foolish. Qian Wenda repeatedly cursed his greedy actions in his heart. Now it seemed he had gotten entangled in something significant. Gritting his teeth, he dared not confront Qin Xiang directly and asked, is the continued cooperation with you or the people behind you? I am just myself, Qin Xiang replied with a somewhat profound gaze. I wish to reclaim what is mine. Qian Wenda instantly realized that Qin Xiang might not just be a figure of great influence, but rather a key player. How do you wish to cooperate? We'll discuss future matters later. For now, just help me with the task at hand. Qin Xiang stopped elaborating further. Qian Wenda was no fool and would not be easily deceived. The more one said, the more likely it was to cause problems. By next Monday, I need the identity of a sequence ability user. I will send you the information using your nephew's phone. Once the task is accomplished, I will return him. From now on, I will use your nephew's phone to contact you. All right. Qin Xiang pondered for a moment and asked, is the phone number verified with real name authentication? Qian Wenda frowned, his gaze suddenly filled with curiosity. You've never used a phone. How could a key figure from a major power not know about phone numbers? Qin Xiang coldly replied, seemingly indifferent. I truly haven't used anything so trivial as a phone meant for the poor. Qian Wenda immediately understood the youth before him must have been a spoiled rich kid. Those who helped him make calls were likely his servants, so he had never used a phone himself. Just how high is Qin Xiang's status? Even Qian Wenda, who commanded respect at the edge of the safe zone, felt uncertain. If the numbers aren't real name registered, anyone can use them. All right. Qin Xiang directly opened his phone, took a selfie, and then sent his information along with the photo to the number labeled Uncle before deleting the message. Notify me once it's done, and I will go to your management bureau to collect the certificate. With that, Qin Xiang left the department store without waiting for Qian Wenda's response. Qian Wenda looked at Qin Xiang's message, his brows furrowing tighter. This address seems to be on the very edge of the safe zone, doesn't it? An orphan. With this background awakening a sequence ability, even a fool can see there's something wrong. If it were a previous client, Qian Wenda might not have cared so much. But Qin Xiang was clearly a person of considerable power. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Hence he promptly dialed the number. Hello? Nephew, it's me. You haven't gone far, have you? Come back, we need to talk more. After hanging up, Qin Xiang realized that Qian Wenda was wary of discussing matters over the phone, fearing surveillance, so he turned back. Qin Xiang, this address of yours is absolutely unacceptable. An awakening sequence ability in a place like this will surely attract it's too conspicuous. I fear many will become interested in your true identity. After hearing this, Qin Xiang also felt a bit worried. He truly hadn't noticed the implications of what Qian Wenda had said. Director Qian is indeed perceptive. What do you think should be done? My current identity is that of a poor orphan. If the address is in a decent area, it will similarly raise suspicion. You're right, this is indeed a problem. Qian Wenda furrowed his brows, pacing while the pupils in his drooping eyes moved back and forth, and said, if it comes to that, just say you're homeless. Homeless? Yes, homeless. You are a wandering orphan, but it doesn't mean you have to be wandering anywhere. In developed areas of the safe zone, it's possible to stay with kind-hearted people and live without worries about food and clothing. Staying with kind-hearted people, does that still count as a homeless person? Close enough. Oh, at least it's more reliable than your current address. There have indeed been cases of homeless individuals awakening sequences in areas with decent conditions, but usually they are bankrupt tycoons or illegitimate children cast out from wealthy families. Qin Xiang pondered again, but the people around me know I live on the edge of the safe zone. If they see my information is that of a homeless person, wouldn't they suspect something? The people around you, that group of ants from Jiyuan school, they can't awaken sequences. How could they possibly know your registration information? What if it's still necessary to ensure there are no mistakes? Qian Wenda thought for a moment and said, since you're worried, then sell your house or burn it down and become a bona fide homeless person. Qin Xiang crossed his arms and contemplated for a while, feeling that Qian Wenda made a valid point. The term homeless could cover up many issues and save him. All right, let's go with that. Buying and selling houses takes too long and leaves a transaction record, which is not a good option for Qin Xiang. Therefore, the choice provided to him by Qian Wenda is essentially a single option question. Upon returning home, Qin Xiang carefully wrapped the hundreds of copper coins that could not be seen in public and placed them in a cloth bag, then took a lunchbox along with his residence. Then he set the house on fire. Qin Xiang's residence was at the edge of the safe zone where not many people lived, and no developers would come to build large projects in this remote area after the apocalypse. Thus, there were only single-story small houses here spaced apart from each other. The destruction of Qin Xiang's house did not affect the safety of others. It didn't even wake the neighbors who were sound asleep next door. This is about right. With the accidental destruction of his house, Qin Xiang had become a true homeless child. Yet even as a drifter, he needed to find a place to sleep. After wandering for a while, he eventually found himself back at Wang Defa's internet cafe. When Qin Xiang saw Wang Defa again, the initial fear had vanished, replaced by a look of resignation and a belly full of complaints. He muttered, what kind of boss is this? Clearly a grim reaper. Why did I even bother with him back then? Despite his dissatisfaction when he stepped out of the cafe to speak with Qin Xiang, he regained his smile and adopted a polite demeanor. Boss, is there something else? I need to stay in your internet cafe storage room for a while. It should only be a few days. Once I sort out my registration, getting a house shouldn't be difficult. Huh? What? Wang Defa trembled from head to toe, his eyes wide with disbelief. I said I want to stay here for a while. But, boss, if the police come to conduct a surprise inspection again, what should I say? Just say what we said last time. Wang Defa shook his head repeatedly. No way. Boss, you really can't do this. Last time was an emergency, I can understand that. But you can't. You can't keep doing this. I have a wife and kids. If they find out about us, how can I be a husband and a father? Qin Xiang glanced at him. Do you think I want this? You don't think that forming that kind of relationship with me benefits me while you suffer, do you? Wang Defa's face twisted as if he had wiped the floor for 10 years. I didn't mean you benefit. You suffer, I suffer too, right? We're both at a loss here. Stop with the nonsense. If you don't let me sleep here, I'll sleep at your place. Huh? You can't be serious. Don't argue with me. Qin Xiang was too lazy to continue arguing with Wang Defa. He directly opened the storage room door, shook off the dust from the carpet, and lay down to prepare for some rest. Wang Defa, having no complaints to voice, could only sigh silently and close the door for Qin Xiang. What the hell is this? He cursed as he left. Lying on the floor of the storage room, Qin Xiang felt somewhat helpless. Right now he missed his bed dearly. I hope Qian Wenda can get things sorted out quickly. This hellish place is unbearable, even for a day. After making do with a night of sleep, Qin Xiang woke up around 6 o'clock the next morning due to the cold, hard floor that made his back uncomfortable. Although he was physically strong, he was still not used to sleeping on the ground. This is more uncomfortable than being killed. Grumpy from waking up, Qin Xiang wiped his face and opened his phone only to see an unread message. Done. Sunday at 8 in the morning, bring your resident ID to the 14121 Ability Management Bureau. Looking at the message, sender uncle. Awesome, my money chief. Qin Xiang was so happy, he almost jumped up. Qian Wenda was indeed reliable. He solved the problem for him the same day. He immediately opened the nearby computer used to check the surveillance and search for the route to the Ability Management Bureau. Looks like it's about 6 bus stops away, or I need. Qin Xiang memorized the route in his mind, cleared the browser history, then put his belongings in the drawer beside the computer, only taking his resident ID as he left the store. He walked 4 stops along the main road, then turned into a small alley. After walking for 10 minutes, he turned onto another main road and continued for half an hour. The 14121 Ability Management Bureau should be right here. The bureau was a large 3-story square building. The exterior was painted gray. The streetlights cast a faint, nearly black glow on the building. Qin Xiang did not know how this dark color emitted light, but it undoubtedly added an intimidating air to the already solemn building. To this, Qin Xiang only found it amusing. I never expected that this place, which I used to dare not even glance at, would be met by me in such a mocking manner for the first time. He looked at the empty street and the gray exterior walls, as well as the square Management Bureau building, feeling a sense of sentimentality. There were no guards at the entrance of the Ability Management Bureau. Because all the staff inside the bureau were awakened ability users, thieves and criminals would not come here to cause trouble for no reason. Not to mention, entering, even getting close to the bureau, required immense courage for ordinary people. Otherwise, if an ability user mistakenly killed you, you wouldn't have any place to seek justice. According to the joint government's decree, if an ability user killed an ordinary person, ordinary police stations, prosecutors' offices, and courts have no authority to handle the case. The case must be handed over to the Ability Management Bureau for adjudication. The result of the adjudication is often an increase in the requirements for the ability user to hunt down deities, euphemistically called contributing to the safe zone and making amends. But in reality, everyone knows that even without punishment, ability users must hunt deities outside the safe zone. This is a way to protect ability users indirectly. However, even though ability users have privileges, no one dares to voice complaints. First, the awakening of ability users is random. No one is born an ability user, making the rise of this privileged class very transparent. Second, the ability to kill deities is humanity's hope. If you dare to start stripping ability users of their privileges, you're depriving humanity of the chance to leave the safe zone. With this burden placed upon them, no one could bear it. Thus, in places like the edge of the safe zone, ability users are regarded as deities, making everyone keep their distance. Of course, the joint government does not grant unlimited privileges to ability users. Killing ordinary people will be dealt with severely. However, ability users cannot kill students and public officials. Students are the future trained by the joint government, and public officials are the foundation of the joint government's governance. Killing these two types of people will lead to strict legal consequences for even ability users. Under such restrictions, public hostility towards the privileges of ability users has significantly decreased. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, a relatively stable and distorted social structure has formed. Qin Xiang stepped up the stairs and pushed open the black wooden door of the bureau. As Qin Xiang pushed open the door, he was immediately stunned by the scene inside. He had thought that the interior of the Sequence Management Bureau would be as dull and boring as its appearance, tinged with a hint of mystery. To his surprise, his assumption was completely wrong. The interior of the bureau building was resplendent and magnificent. Upon entering, he found himself in a gilded foyer neatly adorned with various antique decorations, each accompanied by a corresponding introduction. Qin Xiang couldn't help but stop to take a look, discovering ancient coins from Huagua pyramid bricks and manuscripts from artists 1,000 years ago. These items, rich in culture and history, radiated an enticing charm under the glow of bright, white lights. He walked past the foyer and entered the interior of the bureau. Indeed, the bureau building lacked both corridors and a reception desk. After passing through the foyer, he could directly see the interior. On the expansive first floor of over 1,000 square meters, only a dozen desks were set up. Each desk had 3 computers, a standard desktop, and 2 laptops. This was the first time he had seen laptops since his rebirth, yet he encountered dozens of them all at once. There was also a coffee bar nearby, offering various complimentary beverages, with a staff member preparing hand-brewed coffee at the counter. Some people were chatting over coffee, some were resting their heads on one hand, boredly browsing something, while others wandered around the large office building. Although the building had 3 floors, Qin Xiang was on the first floor, which seemed to have no ceiling. The entire ceiling was a lamp emitting soft white light. Perhaps it was incandescent lighting or energy-saving bulbs. Qin Xiang was unsure. However, the bulbs were covered by a matte lampshade, making the entire first floor of the bureau as bright as day. Not the bright daylight of a school, but true daylight, the kind that comes from the sun. Qin Xiang stood frozen, unsure of how to react. The entire decoration of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau was telling Qin Xiang one thing: everyone here is privileged. While he was aimlessly surveying the interior of the building, a familiar figure descended the staircase from the second floor. Qin Xiang, you're here. Qian Wendao greeted him warmly. Today he wasn't wearing that understated wool coat, but had changed into a neat navy blue suit. Dressed in this attire, Qian Wendao exuded the vitality of a successful person. Even his slightly vacant eyes revealed a sense of aloofness typical of someone in a position of power. Qian Wendao personally came to greet him, instantly attracting the attention of the bureau staff on the first floor, who were eager to discern the identity of this newcomer. However, no one could read him. Qin Xiang's tattered clothing, shabby long pants, and shoes revealing his toes spoke volumes of his poverty. By all logic, Qian Wendao would not bother with someone who had merely stumbled upon the awakening of a sequence. Director Qin Xiang bowed to express his respect in front of his subordinate. Come, let's talk upstairs. All right. Qin Xiang took a few steps forward, ascending the staircase made of dark gray stone slabs, welcomed by Qian Wendao's enthusiastic invitation to the second floor. The second floor was similar to the first, equally spacious, with a ceiling lit by soft white lights. However, there were no desks here, only sporadically placed genuine leather sofas, coffee tables, snacks, and 4 offices built in the corners. Qian Wendao led Qin Xiang into the office in the northwest corner, carefully shutting the door and pulling down the blinds. My office is the only safe place, and you can speak freely here. Qian Wendao got straight to the point, and Qin Xiang nodded. He did not ask why Qian Wendao considered this place safe. Qin Xiang completely trusted Qian Wendao's cautious nature. He would never speak without reason. Perhaps feeling more assured in his own territory, Qian Wendao appeared noticeably more relaxed today than yesterday during their conversation. To be honest, I've always been careful and have never slipped up in this matter. Only last time I truly had no time, which is why I had my nephew go get the money, and coincidentally you caught him. A wise man may err, Director Qian. There is no one in this world who does not make mistakes, nor is there anything that is impenetrable. You have a point there. Qian Wendao took out a blue booklet from the drawer and handed it to Qin Xiang. Please confirm that the information is correct. The cover of the blue booklet read Sequence Ability Registration Certificate, with a line of smaller text below, issued by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Qin Xiang opened it and saw his information: Sequence Ability number 00009-527, Sequence Phantom Assassin Residence Wanderer. Why is my number so high, eh? As far as he knew, there were over 1 million members in the Godslaying camp, so it was impossible for him to have only over 9,000. It turns out that the previous holder of this number is deceased, and the number was recycled and assigned to you. That's fine. What about your housing? Resolved. Qian Wendao did not inquire how Qin Xiang had resolved it. The two meticulous individuals trusted each other implicitly. This booklet is your identification. I didn't have your fingerprint before, and now that you are here, we can register your fingerprint in the system. Don't doubt me, this is all according to regulations. Understood. Qin Xiang pressed the fingerprints of both of his thumbs onto the fingerprint collector, and Qian Wendao tapped a few keys on the keyboard. Done. You are now a formal Sequence Ability user, and can log in to the Godslaying Camp's Sequence Ability Information section to view all legally registered sequence users' information. What about my account password? I'll send it to your phone. You can change the password yourself. If you forget it, you'll need to bring this Sequence Ability Registration Certificate to the Bureau and verify your fingerprint to reset it. It's quite a hassle, so don't forget. Additionally, you can rest assured about your sequence. The United Government stipulates that sequence users will not be tested a second time before being convicted. So your identity has been registered. As long as you don't stir up trouble, you won't face any suspicion. All right. Thank you. I'll release your nephew as soon as I go out. Thank you. Director Qian, I should mention that while I will release him the items he carries, I know it's his lesson. You can keep them. Do you have anything else? Hearing Qian Wendao's dismissal, Qin Xiang thought for a moment and nodded, saying, I have another question to ask. Go ahead. Director Qian, working in a place like this, why would you care about a silver coin? Qian Wendao paused for a moment and then smiled. It seems you really have no concept of money. A silver coin has an exchange rate of 10,000 copper coins, but no one exchanges it at that rate. The market price is usually 12,000 copper coins. My salary as the bureau chief is only 1,550 copper coins a month. An extra job pays about half a year's salary. As for the office environment you mentioned, this is the property of the United Government, not mine. After leaving the administration bureau, Qin Xiang took a detour to the warehouse where Qian Wenda's nephew was held. He opened the door and looked at the thin young man securely bound, letting out a sigh of relief. He was still somewhat worried that this person might die in the warehouse, making it impossible to report back to Qian Wenda. Woo-woo. The thin young man, blindfolded, did not know that the visitor was Qin Xiang. With a rag stuffed in his mouth, he couldn't make a sound. Qin Xiang walked up to him, removed his blindfold, and took out the rag from his mouth. It's your uncle's phone. Saying this, he held the phone to the thin young man's ear. Uncle, it's me. Though the thin young man had been starved for 2 days, hearing Qian Wenda's voice, he still let out a strong cry for help. Qin Xiang silently sighed, acknowledging that the physique of a sequence ability user was indeed much stronger than that of ordinary people. What did you say, Uncle? You're sending him the phone. You're sending him the stuff in my backpack too. There are my sequence potions in there. Uncle. Yes, I understand. The thin young man, who had been agitated, suddenly became as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, losing all his fighting spirit. On the other end of the phone, Qian Wenda's intense reprimands could be heard. After silently listening to Qian Wenda's scolding for a few minutes, he said to Qin Xiang, Uncle wants you to take the call. Hello, Section Chief Qian. Alright, he is fine. Just let him go. No problem. Goodbye, Section Chief Qian. Qin Xiang hung up the phone and cut the ropes binding the thin young man. Seeing the thin young man's fingers twitch, Qin Xiang kindly warned, You'd best not activate the steal skill to touch anything in my pocket. Your uncle should have told you not to cause any extra trouble. If you cause any more trouble, it will cost you extra to settle it, understood? Listening to Qin Xiang's words, the thin young man clenched his teeth and bowed his head in silence. Once Qin Xiang confirmed that the thin young man could move freely, he turned and left. Qin Xiang did not engage in any parting pleasantries with him. Such a fool was better off out of sight, as seeing him even once felt like bad luck. Walking in the direction of home, Qin Xiang only remembered when he reached his doorstep that his house had already burned down and now he was homeless. With no choice, he went to the warehouse next to Wang Defa's internet cafe. This time Wang Defa was sitting at the bar and didn't even come out, merely nodding at Qin Xiang in resignation as he watched him enter his warehouse. Wang Defa pouted and murmured, That's my warehouse. After entering the warehouse, Qin Xiang immediately opened the Godslaying camp, logged into his account, and changed the password. Then he entered the Sequence Ability User Information section and browsed through the information. The director of the Education Bureau in Area 14121, Zhou Xing. This should be Zhou Yang's uncle. He awakened a sequence. Soft body. Qin Xiang was somewhat perplexed. What kind of sequence is this? I've never heard of it before. He looked it up again. Skill softening can make the body become soft for 5 minutes. What kind of garbage sequence is this? No wonder, even though he awakened a sequence, his nephew, Zhou Yang, didn't receive much preferential treatment from the Education Bureau. It turns out he is a useless sequence ability user. People who awaken sequence abilities at the edge of the safe zone are often of no use, like Zhou Xing. However, with the enhancement of physical fitness brought by having a sequence ability, Zhou Xing's strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, so he still received some preferential treatment. Qin Xiang continued to check on other people he knew. Second-class officer of the police department, Roylina Sequence Scent Seeker. It was indeed her forged sequence. Section Chief of the Management Bureau in Area 14121, Qian Wenda Sequence Mimicry Skill Liquidation can dissolve the body in water for 10 minutes. This water source sequence seems a bit interesting. However, it's a pity that the information panel here can only show first-level sequence skills. I searched the forum, but didn't see any other sequence-level skills for mimicry. It's quite mysterious. Qian Wenda's sequence is relatively rare. Qin Xiang couldn't find many related posts, and it was likely a major asset that allowed him to serve as a section chief. Even though the officials of the Management Bureau didn't need to hunt gods outside the safe zone, as section chief with the mimicry sequence sounded much more impressive than one with the soft body sequence. Qin Xiang began to look up Olaf's sequence. First-class police detective of the 14121 area, transferred 6 months ago. Olaf sequence. Scale skill confidential. This scale sequence is also the first time Qin Xiang has encountered it. He searched the God-slaying camp for quite a while, but found no information whatsoever. He could only see a few exclusive group chats left by Scales sequence users. Qin Xiang immediately registered a group number intending to infiltrate this Scales group to gather some intelligence and at least understand what Olaf's skill really was. However, when he searched for the group number, he was immediately deterred by the group name. Discussion Group for Court Personnel from the Changdong Safe Zone Management Bureau Police Department. Qin Xiang thought to himself that since the computer he was using had completely hidden network login addresses, there was no need to panic. Joining in to check the relevant materials in the group, and then exiting, no one would know who he was. He clicked the button to add the group, and then a dialog box popped up. Verification question: please provide your management bureau number, police department number, or court number. Qin Xiang shook his head and had no choice but to give up. It seems that this scale sequence is exclusive to public officials. Olaf's matter loomed over Qin Xiang like a dark cloud, making him feel extremely oppressed. However, oppression aside, if he wanted to receive the exclusive education for sequence users at the university, he must register his sequence identity with the management bureau within 6 months, and he would inevitably run into Olaf sooner or later. Let's leave it at that. Since today hasn't passed, yet there's no need to worry too much about tomorrow's matters. He deleted the browser history, then opened several adult websites, fast-forwarded through them for a while, leaving dozens of browser records before lying down on the ground preparing to sleep. I haven't showered in 2 days. Tomorrow when I go to school, I should take a shower in the bathroom when no one is around. But if a teacher checks and catches me, I fear I would be scolded again for not studying while running off to shower during class time. Lying on the ground, Qin Xiang looked at the dusty ceiling of the warehouse and contemplated his plans for tomorrow. Looking at the God-slaying camp, if a student awakens their sequence ability, in order not to delay their participation in the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination, the management bureau will notify their school. If so, my good principal should already know about my awakened sequence, right? If that's the case, then tomorrow I should be able to do as I please. Waking up in the early morning, the area outside the warehouse was still shrouded in darkness devoid of sunlight. However, Qin Xiang's heart was filled with sunshine. Today is the best day since my rebirth. Better than the day of awakening sequence. Without even bringing a bag, Qin Xiang held a lunchbox in one hand and directly left the warehouse. The road to school felt both familiar and strange. As he walked between the streetlights, he was illuminated time and again. Finally, he arrived at the school gate. Today, the principal stood once again at the school gate. Yet it was not for inspection. Looking at the hastily made handwritten banner, Qin Xiang understood that the principal had come early to welcome him. The principal was unusually humble today, proactively greeting each student. Qin Xiang was puzzled as to why the principal had changed his demeanor, but upon getting closer he immediately understood. The principal held a photo in his hand, seemingly trying to identify each student entering the campus, wondering which one was Qin Xiang. Not recognizing Qin Xiang, the principal acted out of character, greeting every student to leave a good impression, not wanting to offend this newly awakened individual. He had forgotten that during his last inspection at the school gate, a student who did not greet him was reprimanded by a teacher beside him. Unfortunately, the principal's performance was destined to be a farce for the blind, as Qin Xiang was not fooled. Without his sequence ability, he was no ordinary. Qin Xiang stepped forward and looked at the red banner at the school gate. Warm congratulations to our high school senior Qin Xiang for becoming a sequence ability user. The large characters were written crookedly, barely legible. Qin Xiang recognized the fabric of the red banner. It had been used a few months ago during the school's college entrance exam rally, as there was still a stain from a nightbird's droppings which occurred while the principal was speaking at the rally. The school really is shabby. Well, they probably didn't expect to need the red banner for anything else. Below the banner stood a crowd of students, all curious about the historic Qin. Qin Xiang approached the principal, quietly locking eyes with him. Principal Li Tianming carefully examined the photo provided by the management bureau, glanced at Qin Xiang, and immediately recognized that the student before him was the pride of one school, Qin Xiang. Student Qin, you are here. Congratulations on successfully awakening your sequence ability. The surrounding students erupted in exclamation. Is he really Qin Xiang? He doesn't seem to come from a well-off family. Keep it down. He is a sequence ability user. If he can awaken, does that mean I have a chance to awaken too? Li Tianming extended his hands, wanting to shake hands with Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang slightly tilted his body, originally intending to give the principal some face. But after thinking it over, he maintained his stance with one hand holding the lunchbox and the other in his pocket, offering no response. Li Tianming's expression froze, his brows slightly furrowing as he scrutinized Qin Xiang. Student Qin, would you like to come to the principal's office to talk for a bit? You are the pride of one school, and the school places great importance on you. A teacher beside them also nodded and said, Yes, Student Qin, we have prepared some gifts to celebrate your awakening of the sequence. The teachers are all proud of your progress. As he spoke, he stepped forward and grabbed Qin Xiang's sleeve, wearing a flattering smile and showering him with compliments. Qin Xiang glanced over and realized it was the grade director who had caused him trouble that day. Even someone so irrelevant would rush to flatter him. How many people would surround him in the future? Qin Xiang's gaze flashed as he asked disdainfully, proud. Do you remember what we talked about before? He paused, unable to recall when he had ever interacted with Qin Xiang. After a long while he asked, you are my student. Qin Xiang shook his head. Well, it's just a small matter. How could someone so high up remember it? But I still feel unsatisfied. If I don't enjoy my awakening sequence, then what was the point of awakening? Finishing his words, Qin Xiang swung the lunchbox and lightly slapped the grade director's face, producing a dull thud as the teacher fell directly to the ground. In the shocked gazes of those around him, he covered his face and stumbled to his feet confused. Having experience with killing, Qin Xiang could basically control his strength. The slap didn't use much force, but it was enough to intimidate those nearby. Seeing Qin Xiang's sudden move, Principal Li Tianming's gaze flickered, filled with more confusion. A student beside them whispered, are sequence ability users all this violent? Violent. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. If I were truly violent, that slap would have sent the grade director's head flying to the rooftop of the teaching building. Qin Xiang tossed the deformed lunchbox into the trash can and glanced at the hushed crowd around him. I still prefer this quiet campus life. After saying that, he strode away. When Qin Xiang walked into the classroom, many people stood outside watching him. Sitting at a corner seat, he gazed at the starry sky outside for a moment, marveling at the beauty of life, and then his gaze shifted back into the classroom. Li Jingwen was looking at him with a mixture of extreme fear and flirtation in her eyes. When Qin Xiang looked towards her, she stood up from her seat and approached him. In a coy tone, she asked Qin Xiang, I was wrong about what happened before. Can we start over? Perhaps fearing rejection, Li Jingwen continued, I know I did wrong, but we were together after all. From now on, I will definitely listen to you about. I won't associate with Zhou Yang again. To me, he is merely a substitute for you. I truly prefer it when you take care of me. Qin Xiang was baffled by how Li Jingwen could say such things. To him, their relationship was already clear, and Li Jingwen was not the simpleton who would be fooled by money. What was she really thinking? Qin Xiang could not comprehend. Perhaps humans are an incredibly absurd species clinging to a glimmer of hope, even when they know there is no chance. What if it actually works? As Qin Xiang pondered, Li Jingwen suddenly took his hand, shyly admitting her fault. However, her attempts to act cute in front of Qin Xiang felt to him like feeding himself excrement. A classmate who once wanted to kill him now came to curry favor. How foolish did she think he was? Once Li Jingwen graduated from high school and lost the protection of her student status, he would certainly pay her family a visit. Qin Xiang smiled and held Li Jingwen's hand, causing her to panic for a moment before revealing a flirtatious gaze, thinking that Qin Xiang had forgiven her. Qin Xiang leaned closer to her ear and gently said, I have no problem with it. It's just that your uncle in the underworld might have some objections. Li Jingwen stood frozen in place, her body trembling uncontrollably. Kuan Chenglong is dead. How could he have died at the hands of Qin Xiang? She dared not look back at Qin Xiang, yet her mind raced with fear. When did he kill Kuan Chenglong? Kuan Chenglong had a group of thugs while Qin Xiang was all alone. It was impossible for him to have one. If he hadn't awakened his sequence ability, Qin Xiang should have already died at Kuan Chenglong's hands. Therefore, he must have killed Kuan Chenglong after awakening his sequence ability. Did he not just awaken his sequence ability this weekend? But Kuan Chenglong had already gone missing. The timeline simply didn't add up. Could it be that Qin Xiang awakened his sequence ability long ago and had been pretending to be an ordinary person all this time? What was he pretending to be an ordinary person for? To kill me? No, I'm a student. Even a sequence ability user shouldn't kill at will. To take revenge on me. Li Jingwen's thoughts drifted into unknown territory far beyond the safety zone of her mind. Soon fear consumed everything. At that moment, she suddenly felt her body, which was on the verge of separating from her soul, move uncontrollably. She looked down to see that Qin Xiang had squeezed her hand. She dared not meet his gaze, but from his gentle tone, it was not hard to hear the smile on his face. What's wrong? Don't you want to be with me? Li Jingwen shivered and quickly pulled her hand back, her face pale, not daring to move. Qin Xiang no longer lingered on her, standing up and leaving his seat. Before exiting the classroom, he glanced back at Li Jingwen and said, I thought you would say that this was all to test my feelings for you. In the eyes of Li Jingwen's friends, this statement seemed to encourage her to pursue Qin Xiang further. However, in Li Jingwen's perspective, it was a devil's whisper. Her friends rushed over as soon as Qin Xiang left, surrounding Li Jingwen. Jingwen, Qin Xiang is encouraging you. Why don't you go after him? Yet weren't you the one encouraging Qin Xiang before? If you try a bit harder, you'll be the woman of a sequence ability user. Qin Xiang awakening his sequence ability is far stronger than Zhou Yang. Her friend's exhortations delivered a heavy blow to Li Jingwen's already crumbling consciousness. No! Li Jingwen shouted, running out amidst her friend's shock. Jingwen, where are you going? Don't worry, she's definitely going to chase Qin Xiang. Oh, that makes sense. Do you think if Li Jingwen marries Qin Xiang, we could benefit from it? I think there's no problem. After all, we still hold so many secrets about Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang together. If she dares to treat us poorly, we will tell Qin Xiang. That makes sense. Good days are coming. Qin Xiang glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the morning and the cafeteria had opened. Therefore, after leaving the classroom, he did not head directly to the library, but first went to the cafeteria to prepare to fill his stomach. The cafeteria had always served breakfast, but Qin Xiang had never tasted it. According to Jian School's regulations, students are only offered free lunch and dinner at school. As for breakfast, such a light luxury is only provided at the teachers' and staff windows. However, today he could also give it a try. Qin Xiang walked into the cafeteria where many teachers and school leaders were already seated, gathered in small groups, discussing the topic of him, the record breaker. Upon seeing Qin Xiang enter, the teachers' conversations immediately ceased, and they looked at him quietly. The incident of Qin Xiang knocking out the grade director at the school gate had already spread. Thus the teachers' gazes were no longer filled with disdain and annoyance towards him, the orphan, but were instead filled with fear. A glasses-wearing teacher stood up and walked toward Qin Xiang with a smile. "Student Qin, you are the pride of our class. What would you like to eat? I can order for you." This gentle teacher was Qin Xiang's homeroom teacher. Because Qin Xiang was a poor orphan, he had neither the means to give gifts to the teacher nor anyone to back him. Out of sight, out of mind, the homeroom teacher had placed him in a corner at the back of the classroom by the window. Therefore, seeing this teacher eagerly trying to flatter him, Qin Xiang found it particularly amusing. He did not have the patience to engage in small talk with this not-so-familiar homeroom teacher. "Get lost." Qin Xiang coldly tossed out a sentence and walked to the food counter. The homeroom teacher seemed unwilling to miss the opportunity to curry favor with a sequence ability user. Ignoring the scornful gazes of other colleagues, he stepped forward 2 more steps. "Student Qin, the teacher has not done well before." Before he could finish speaking, Qin Xiang picked up the food tray and swung it at his face. Clang! The sharp sound of a head hitting metal echoed, and the homeroom teacher collapsed to the side. "You wanted to calmly talk to me when I didn't listen, and you brought this on yourself." Other teachers swallowed nervously, all feeling an overwhelming fear of Qin Xiang's brutality. Did Qin Xiang say to calmly talk with him? What did he say? Didn't he just say one word, "Get lost"? Can this count as calmly talking? In fact, this was merely Qin Xiang's way of dealing with trouble. Having already taken down 2 teachers who wanted to get close to him with violence, it was likely that no one else would dare approach him now. He had too many secrets that could not withstand scrutiny. For those who approached him because of his awakened sequence abilities, he held deep suspicion and hostility. To drive away these flies, nothing works faster than physical confrontation. Moreover, in this world, sequence ability users are revered. He could also use the label of a small person achieving success to cover for his actions. In the teacher's eyes, Qin Xiang, after rising to prominence, was filled with hostility, which could be understood. After all, he was only 18 years old, still a youth who had not yet experienced the harshness of society, acting without much complexity. A true villain who slaps you directly is better than a hypocrite who gives you hope and then toys with you until death. Standing in front of the food counter, the plump auntie, who usually gave him extra rice, was so frightened that she dropped her ladle on the ground. "Auntie, please pack me 3 portions of breakfast to go." Only school leaders could use disposable takeout boxes in the cafeteria. Now that little privilege was also granted to Qin Xiang, even though no one had authorized it. Oh, okay, I'll serve you right away." The aunt hurriedly picked up the dropped ladle, served a scoop of rice, only to realize she forgot to wash it, quickly apologizing before grabbing a new ladle. When the aunt finished serving the rice and forced a smile to hand it to Qin Xiang, he smiled slightly. "Auntie, you don't need to panic. I remember your kindness to me." Qin Xiang initially wanted to speak with the principal in person. However, the principal is likely at the school gate next to the grade director, who has been knocked unconscious by Qin Xiang watching the doctor treat his injuries and may have no time. It should be fine to ask other teachers to relay the message in the cafeteria. I believe that our GUN school, as the only school on the edge of the safe zone, which integrates 12 years of education from primary through high school, should focus not on cultivating talent, but on nurturing virtue. This opening, filled with bureaucratic tones, left the other teachers in shock. Is this really the same student who would directly say "get lost" at the slightest disagreement? How could he utter such mature words? Could he be suffering from a split personality? Yet no teacher dared to voice such thoughts publicly. His homeroom teacher was still lying on the ground. Who would dare to provoke this new aristocrat of the safe zone? Without good virtue, when our students leave the campus and enter society, they will inevitably be educated by society and may even bring disgrace to our school. This is not what we students wish to see, nor is it what the teachers wish to see. The teachers couldn't help but grumble. Oh, Qin Xiang was quite skilled at playing the bureaucratic game, his rhetoric no different from that of school leaders. Those who didn't know would think the principal was holding a meeting with the teachers. But what was Qin Xiang's purpose in saying all this? Qin Xiang paused and asked, "Where is the director of moral education?" Everyone turned to look at a middle-aged man with a bald head and a face full of flesh. The man stood up with a smile. "Student Qin, that would be me." As he stood up, he almost stumbled his smile, unable to conceal his nervousness. "You are the director of moral education. Do you think you are competent?" This. Upon meeting Qin Xiang's cold gaze, he immediately realized Qin Xiang's dissatisfaction and hurriedly began to self-critique. I am not competent. Over the years as the director of moral education, I have had many shortcomings, and I will definitely improve in the future. No need for the future. I've been at this school for 12 years and still don't know what you, the director of moral education, look like. My current temper is very irritable, and this is due to the inadequate moral education work at the school, which is ultimately tied to you. You should step aside for someone more capable. You would agree with me, right? Qin Xiang seemed to be seeking his opinion, yet he left no room for negotiation. While speaking, he deliberately kicked the fallen homeroom teacher twice, as if the director of moral education's face twisted with wrinkles. In the end, his attachment to the position could not overcome the fear of death, and he nodded, yes, I have not done well, I should relinquish the position of director of moral education. Qin Xiang nodded to recognize a mistake and correct it is still a good thing. Regarding the director of moral education, I believe Aunt Zhang, who serves meals in the cafeteria, is very suitable. She always encourages the students while serving meals and gives special care to students like me from poor backgrounds. Her actions exemplify the best model for moral education, don't they? Therefore, I will nominate Aunt Zhang to the school as the new director of moral education. Qin Xiang stood alone surveying all the teachers. Wherever his gaze fell, the teachers hurriedly looked away. I hope you can relay this to the principal, otherwise I fear my irritable temper might lead me to do something I shouldn't. Upon hearing this, the teachers immediately nodded, wanting to quickly send away this plague. We will definitely relay it. We fully support student Qin's opinion. At this point, the teachers finally understood that Qin Xiang had laid the groundwork to elevate Aunt Zhang from serving meals to a position of authority. Having become a sequence ability user, Qin Xiang had already become an individual outside the law. His limitations included not being able to kill students or public officials. However, not all teachers in the school were public officials. In GUN school, only the principal was a public official, other teachers were contracted staff. This meant that Qin Xiang could freely choose to eliminate 1 or 2 teachers without facing severe consequences. Of course, he could not go too far and wipe out all the teachers, as that would still be viewed by the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau as a threat to the safety of the safe zone subject to the death penalty. With the protection of privileges, naturally no teacher dared to oppose him. And the principal had no reason to refuse Qin Xiang's demand for the position of director of moral education. Because Qin Xiang seemed like a madman. The principal had seen too many young students in their teens who, due to ignorance and fearlessness, committed shocking crimes. He dared not gamble on whether Qin Xiang was a normal person, nor could he gamble on whether Qin Xiang feared the laws of the safe zone. As long as he could appease Qin Xiang, the principal would spare no effort. Qin Xiang was very satisfied with the teacher's actions. He turned back to the meal window, looking at Aunt Zhang, who was bewildered. Aunt Zhang, I nominated you to the principal as the director of moral education. If all goes well, the principal should agree. In the future, I hope you will continue to show me this kindness. Aunt Zhang hesitantly said this. My family conditions are poor. I dropped out of school before finishing middle school, to work lacking knowledge and culture. How could I become a leader? It's not that complicated. Aunt Zhang, to be a leader in this rundown school on the edge of our safe zone, there are 2 iron rules. Either you lack conscience, or you have connections. Then you are a person of conscience. After saying this, Qin Xiang took the 3 lunchboxes and left. Only Aunt Zhang remained holding her cooking spoon, still trying to comprehend what had just happened. Qin Xiang arrived at the library with his lunchboxes, where he saw Teacher Zhu organizing the bookshelves and Wenshu studying at a desk. Wenshu wore a faint smile, seemingly in a good mood. However, Teacher Zhu's gaze carried a hint of complexity when she spotted Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang placed the lunchboxes on the table. I got breakfast from the cafeteria. Wenshu, Teacher Zhu, let's eat together. He even brought an extra breakfast for Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu was a re-employed teacher and did not have the benefits of ordinary teachers, so she could not eat breakfast in the cafeteria, and her lunch and dinner could only be from the student window. However, her salary was the same as that of regular teachers. I've already eaten. I've eaten too. Qin Xiang initially wanted to bring breakfast for both of them and chat a bit, but he did not expect that they had both already eaten. Alright then, I'll eat by myself and take the other 2 portions with me. Teacher Zhu, please take a break. I will tidy up once I finish eating. At your age, there's no need to be so diligent. Teacher Zhu listened to Qin Xiang's familiar way of speaking and felt that he seemed unchanged after awakening his sequence ability. She was puzzled. Student Qin, why do I feel like you are just the same as before? I have always been the same. Then how could you have fought with Lu Qianzhong at the school gate? Oh, I originally just found him displeasing, and after some friction previously, I happened to see him today and gave him a little hit. You are a good student. How can you hit a teacher? When Shu continued, Teacher Zhu, besides you, how many qualified teachers does our school have? It's better if you don't worry about them. Is that how you really think, Shaowen? Teacher Zhu seemed to be encountering a less obedient and somewhat temperamental Wen Shu for the first time. Yes, for those people at school, teachers are just an ordinary profession. How could they think of themselves as educators? But the teachers treat you well. When I was in elementary school, my grades were average, and I was often bullied. No teacher stood up for me. Later, when my grades improved and I had a chance to get into a college, they were willing to help me. When Shu looked at Teacher Zhu with her clear, bright eyes, "Tell me, should I thank these self-serving teachers or thank the better version of myself?" Teacher Zhu was left speechless by Wen Shu's question. After a moment of thought, she seemed to find some truth in what Wen Shu said. After all, being a teacher is just a way to earn a living. Teaching is their duty, nurturing students is a matter of personal sentiment. They just need to do their jobs well. Why waste energy trying to curry favor with students who won't succeed academically? Good. Qin Xiang gave a thumbs up. As expected of our top student, your words have substance. In my opinion, Teacher Zhu, you should take a break and spend time with your granddaughter instead of staying in the library all day. Just give me the key, and with me here the library won't be disorganized. Qin Xiang opened his lunchbox and stuffed a giant duck wing into his mouth, crunching away. As soon as he took a bite, a rich and savory meat flavor instantly flooded his senses. Damn, the breakfast made for the school's leaders is way better than lunch or dinner. No wonder the teachers enjoy eating so much in the cafeteria. It turns out the food at the staff window is worlds apart from that at the student window. The cafeteria chef isn't incapable of cooking well, they just don't want to prepare good food for students. I really want to give that chef a punch. But then again, I'm just a freeloader too, so I shouldn't complain too much. A beggar like me shouldn't be picky about the food. Teacher Zhu, who once taught at Jiuan School, knew the taste of the cafeteria breakfast. But Wen Shu probably hasn't tried it. Qin Xiang's mouth was stuffed with food, making it hard for him to speak. He grunted at Wen Shu. Wen Shu looked up in confusion and saw Qin Xiang excitedly pointing at the lunchbox and then giving a thumbs up, seemingly praising the taste. Qin Xiang swallowed the delicious food with effort. Try it. It really tastes great. It's way better than the cafeteria's lunch or dinner. The breakfast at the cafeteria is specially prepared for staff, and it truly is delicious. Teacher Zhu agreed, indeed. Hearing both of them recommend it, Wen Shu put down her pen, sat down, and opened a lunchbox. She picked up a piece of black and white rabbit fish fillet and put it in her mouth. Wen Shu's eyes immediately lit up with delight. It really is delicious. I wasn't lying to you. This is specially provided for teachers. I took some for you and Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, you shouldn't eat at home. It's such a waste of money. I can pack extra for you every day. You can take it home for your granddaughter. Don't let her keep eating the leftovers from the student window. Teacher Zhu smiled. All right. Qin Xiang then asked, by the way, why didn't Zhao Liwen come to the library to study today? Does he not need to study anymore? Wen Shu chuckled. He got scared away by you. Me. Before you arrived, he came to the library and formally apologized to me, saying he was ungrateful and had jeopardized our relationship. He asked me to convey his apologies and hoped you wouldn't take it to heart. Qin Xiang smirked. This Zhao Grandmaster is quick to back down. I hadn't even had a chance to confront him, and he was already here to admit his mistake. He's someone who knows his place, Teacher Zhu said while organizing the bookshelves. You beat up a teacher at the school gate. How could he dare provoke you, the living Yama? Please stop tidying up. You're of a certain age and still need to keep busy. He'll finish eating soon, so just leave it to me. Teacher Zhu didn't know whether to feel sad or emotional, but she really listened to the advice and put down the book in her hands, sitting down on a nearby chair with a sigh. Well, you two have grown up, and your words reflect adult thinking. Seeing both of you good kids grow up makes me feel very gratified. The way you say that sounds like you're about to leave us. Qin Xiang joked, but he found that Teacher Zhu didn't respond. Both he and Wen Shu felt something was off. They looked up and saw a bitter expression on Teacher Zhu's face. No, Teacher Zhu, you wouldn't. Teacher Zhu waved her hand. It's an old ailment. It's incurable. You don't have to worry. Every person has their fate. My life is pretty much like this already, but your future is still long. Live well. Stomach cancer, it's incurable. Latest stage stomach cancer. Teacher Zhu shook her head. No, it's mid-stage. But it's at the edge of the safety zone, and there are no hospitals that can perform stomach cancer surgery. The hospitals that can do the surgery are ones I can't afford. I might be able to last a few more years, but then I'll have to go. I've lived longer than my husband. I've seen quite a bit in this life, and I have no regrets. Although she spoke with a sense of relief, Teacher Zhu's voice still trembled slightly. Qin Xiang then realized that the gentle and smiling Teacher Zhu he had known for so long had been suffering from cancer all along. He had never seen the worry of illness reflected in her expression. Teacher Zhu took a deep breath. All right, let's not discuss this anymore. It's putting a damper on everyone's mood. Matters of life and death should be treated lightly. Don't. I was planning to talk to the leaders of the education department to get you a position. You can't just leave like this. Teacher Zhu was first surprised, then smiled with appreciation. I appreciate your intentions, but am not cut out for that kind of work. Aunt Zhang from the cafeteria, I managed to get her appointed as the moral education director. You can become a public servant in the education sector without much effort. Huh. Isn't that nepotism? Although Xiao Zhang is quite decent, but Xiao Qin, what you're doing isn't right. That's not nepotism, that's appointing based on merit. Teacher Zhu, these are apocalyptic times. There aren't so many moral standards. The officials at the edge of the safety zone are all like tigers and wolves, each one climbing up relying on relatives or their own awakening sequences. How many actually do their jobs? When Shu chimed in, I agree. With your character serving in the education department would be a blessing for the students. Think about it, it's been 10 years since the apocalypse, and over 100 colleges for sequence abilities have been established, yet Joan School still lacks courses on apocalypse awareness and sequence understanding. Isn't that a dereliction of duty by the education department? If you were to work in the education department, just doing your job would surpass 99 of public servants. Amidst the praises from Qin Xiang, and when Shu teacher Zhu felt a bit shy, she revealed a kind smile saying, "As long as I have the recognition of you two good kids, I am content. This illness is indeed something that cannot be helped, so you need not worry anymore." When Shu glanced at Qin Xiang, who was focused on his meal, and remained silent. If there was any warmth of humanity that Qin Xiang felt in this world, it surely came from teacher Zhu. As long as he desired this work-study position, teacher Zhu would always keep it for him. Other parents had also given gifts to teacher Zhu hoping to secure the position for. However, teacher Zhu stood firm saying, "If your child is an orphan, then he can alternate with Qin Xiang. Otherwise it is out of the question." Even in the apocalypse, in such a dilapidated place on the edge of the safe zone, people like teacher Zhu still existed. Therefore Qin Xiang genuinely hoped that good people like teacher Zhu could have a good outcome. But how to treat cancer? How much would it cost? He was not sure. It seemed he would have to go online again tonight to check in the Godslayer camp. Qin Xiang did not boast, for he was also unclear whether his current abilities could help teacher Zhu overcome this difficulty. After finishing his meal, he began to tidy up the books in the library. However, once he got up from his chair, he never sat down again. There were particularly many students in the library today. To be more specific, there were particularly many girls in the library today. "Qin, may I borrow this book?" "Qin, my foundation is rather weak. Do you have any recommended study guides?" "Qin, I have many glow-in-the-dark books at home. Would you like to read them together tonight?" Qin Xiang's quiet work life in the library was disrupted by a group of proactive and reasonably attractive female classmates. Due to the noise, when Shu borrowed a workbook and moved to study elsewhere. When Shu was the target that all the girls aspired to be like, yet also the subject of their covert critiques. Originally, while when Shu sat there, her aura of excellence made them feel somewhat inferior and slightly restrained. After when Shu left the library, they completely let go of their reservations and launched a full-scale assault on Qin Xiang. Moreover, noticing that Qin Xiang did not make any excessive moves, they realized he likely would not act against them as he had against the grade director, becoming even bolder. With shoulders partially exposed and skirts lifted, it was all just playful teasing. Some girls even bumped into Qin Xiang while unbuttoning their tops, leaving him speechless. Qin Xiang reflected, so this is the treatment of sequence ability users among ordinary people. If previously he showcased his status by casually taking down the grade director and class teacher, then this encounter in the library was a recognition of his status by others. Compared to showcasing strength, being pursued and acknowledged by others was indeed a more enjoyable experience. In 2 lifetimes, Qin Xiang had never seen so many girls crazily pursuing him, reminiscent of the sensation of being a star idol in his past life. Were he an ordinary 18-year-old high school student having suddenly risen from poverty, he might have been enchanted by these frivolous girls. Teacher Zhu sighed beside him, fearing that Qin Xiang might lose himself and fall into this situation. Yet they did not know that Qin Xiang had taken lives. He had killed more than one person. His heart had become unbearably calm after witnessing blood multiple times. These girls were far too ordinary, their incessant interactions merely a burden. They could neither be companions in his life, nor a harbor for his body. To Qin Xiang, they did not even qualify as a mere pink skeleton, they were nothing more than a void. Qin Xiang became even more convinced that a beautiful life was approaching. Thus, with a smile on his face, he casually told the girls that kept hovering around him, "Get lost." The girls were momentarily stunned, instinctively looking at Qin Xiang's face, realizing he was expressionless, as if he had transformed into a different person. Instantly, they experienced the fear the grade director felt that morning, quickly bouncing away from Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang smiled slightly, saying, "Not bad, after all they are my peers, much easier to communicate with than my class teacher." Yet the girls sensed a bone-chilling coldness from Qin Xiang's smile. He walked out of the library along the path cleared by the girls. At the door, he said to teacher Zhu, "Teacher, I will come back after school this afternoon. You can eat this breakfast when you feel hungry." "All right." Teacher Zhu smiled and nodded, seeing that Qin Xiang was not affected at all. Qin Xiang intended to clean up the leftovers from the meal he had with Wen Shu, but he found the table already empty. It seemed Wen Shu had thrown away the trash when she left. Qin Xiang murmured, "When you really are polite." "That's right." Teacher Zhu immediately praised Wen Shu, saying, "Wen is a good student with excellent learning, good character, kind-hearted, and has her own opinions unlike others." "Indeed, she has her own ideas." Qin Xiang nodded in agreement. The girls were momentarily stunned, instinctively looking at Qin Xiang's face, realizing he was expressionless. He vividly remembered the night he was chased by Li Jingwen's uncle and a group of thugs, when Shu had taught him a good lesson on disposing of corpses. Alright, I'm leaving, don't overwork yourself. Hey, okay. After leaving the library, Qin Xiang did not return to the classroom, but instead found a secluded spot to take out his phone and call Qian Wendao. Hello, Director Qian, sorry to bother you. Do you have some time? I'd like to talk to you for a moment. Oh, Xiao Qin, what's the matter? It's like this, I have a friend with a good relationship who has cancer, and I want to ask if there are any treatment methods. Director Qian paused. Your friend? A sequence ability user? No, an ordinary person. You have ordinary people as friends. Of course ordinary people can be friends too. Everyone is an ordinary person when they are born. That is, not without reason. If you have money, you can send them to the hospital for treatment. If I had money, I wouldn't be calling you. What you mean is, you want to know the special channels for sequence ability users. Of course. Generally speaking, for us sequence ability users, there are two methods for treating illnesses. Go on. The first method is to go outside the safe zone to hunt gods, then come back to the administration to exchange for money to pay for hospital treatment. The second method is to find a healer sequence ability user to help you treat it. However, the costs are usually higher. I have indeed heard of the healer sequence, but they seem to be very rare and hard to find. You are right about that. Basically, all healer sequence ability users work in the most luxurious hospitals in the safe zone, exclusively protecting the upper class. Ordinary people would not even get to see them. So it seems I only have the option to go outside the safe zone to hunt gods. But I have just awakened my sequence and joined the god hunting squad. I fear my preparations are insufficient. What kind of friend do you have who makes you take this seriously, willing to hunt gods to help him treat his illness? A good person who takes care of me. Good person? Qin, are you joking with me? What kind of good person deserves so much from you? In this world, the most useless thing is a good person. Director Qian, this matter is a matter of perspective. We are just collaborating on certain issues, which does not mean all our views must align, right? Alright, my question. However, going to hunt down gods is also a good thing for you. How so? You haven't participated in the post-college entrance examination assessment for sequence ability users, right? Yes, that's correct. Then you can use the points from hunting gods to gain more favor from universities during the assessment and secure more admission opportunities. Even after entering university, many students with points from hunting gods also enjoy numerous benefits. These are rigid regulations set by the United Government. You can check them on the Sequence Education Forum. Really? Alright, I understand. I will keep an eye on it. Thank you for your help, Director Qian. It's nothing, just small matters. Qian Wenzhao threw his phone onto the table, muttering about Qin Xiang's words. Saving a good person? Good person? That term I haven't heard in many years, and it feels quite melancholic. Sai, who was born wanting to be a bad person. At this moment, Qian Wenzhao's phone rang again. Hello, Xiao Tang, what's up? Oh, the ones causing trouble in front of the director the other day were just a few ordinary people. Then what are we hesitating about? Just kill them. And let's leave it at that. Hanging up the phone, Qian Wenzhao chuckled self-deprecatingly. A good person, I'm afraid I can't be one. Qin Xiang hung up the phone, resolved to go to an internet cafe to check the forum after school. Wait, isn't there a computer in the principal's office? Yes, there should be one. After all, the principal is a public servant, how could they receive documents from the United Government without a computer? As for Wang Defa's warehouse computer's advantage of hiding the address, it significantly decreases after he publicly reveals his sequence ability and registers as a sequence ability user. He had already exposed his identity and no longer needed to hide to access the God-slaying camp and sequence education forums. Since that's the case, why not pay a visit to the principal's office? After all, didn't the principal invite me to come this morning? Qin Xiang walked leisurely towards the principal's office. The principal had just returned from the infirmary, wiping the sweat from his shiny bald head with a towel. Sai, really busy. I don't know how Lu Qianzhong offended him. He got punished for no reason. This kid Qin Xiang just awakened his sequence ability and is a bit temperamental, one must not provoke him. To give Xiaozhong a position as the moral education director, he even beat up the class teacher. Sai, I really can't deal with him anymore. I might as well arrange for Xiaozhong to be the moral education director next week. After today's incident, I don't expect to forge a friendship with Qin Xiang to absolve myself of blame. I just hope to send him off to graduation safely and avoid any entanglements. Principal Liam here. Qin Xiang greeted, pushing open the office door directly. The principal's expression first showed despair, then immediately wore his signature smile. A little Qin, what brings you here? By the way, about Aunt Zhang. I've already started handling it. Tomorrow, no, today, I can get it done today. Thank you, Principal. By the way, I came to you today because I have a few other matters I need your help with. Just say it will help as much as I can. I'm supposed to participate in the post-college entrance examination assessment for sequence ability users, but I don't know anything about it. As you know, my family condition is not good, and I can't afford to go to an internet cafe. So I wanted to borrow your office desktop computer for a bit. What do you think? Oh, Principal Li was taken aback for a moment, unsure how to respond. But Qin Xiang directly sat down next to Principal Li without any hesitation. Qin Yu. Principal Li, our school's moral education work has not been done well for years, leading to my volatile emotions. You wouldn't want me to cause any trouble before graduation, would you? Qin Xiang is a sequence ability user. Even if he killed a teacher, he wouldn't face any responsibility. However, as the principal, Li Tianming would be held accountable by the United Government for issues related to campus safety. With a sequence ability user emerging from the school, Li Tianming initially thought it marked a turning point, but he soon realized it was akin to a ruthless king of hell in a merciless end times. Li Tianming wanted to say something, but looking at the somewhat unruly Qin Xiang, he swallowed his words. You can use it, but you can only go online, nothing else. Alright. Qin Xiang skillfully opened the Sequence Education Forum to look for information regarding the college entrance examination assessment for sequence ability users. Li Tianming sighed, not wanting to look at Qin Xiang any longer, and left the principal's office to find a quiet place to rest. Qin Xiang clicked on a highlighted post guide to college entrance examination assessment for sequence ability users. Sequence ability users do not need to take the college entrance examination. There is a separate assessment method. The assessment will be comprehensively evaluated based on the sequence ability user's sequence ability performance on-site and future potential, after which a score will be given. Once students receive this score, they log into the Sequence University application interface, submit their scores and resume to apply to schools, and the admitted schools will send them an admission notice. Generally speaking, the sequence scores range from low to high as follows: useless sequence like soft body, common sequence like sleepless police sequence like fragrant person, undying combat sequence like warrior phantom assassin, and special sequence very rare and unique skill sequences like mimicry. Qin Xiang carefully looked at the 5 levels of sequences and found that Qian Wenhao's mimicry was actually the highest level of special sequence, which made him regard Director Qian with a newfound respect. Director Qian, the more I learn, the more astonishing it is. Qin Xiang sincerely sighed. Indeed, in this life and the last, those who could rise to a position in important departments were never simple people. He continued reading the post. One special circumstance can exempt students from tests, which is having records of hunting gods. The points from hunting gods can replace assessment scores and be submitted along with their resumes to apply to universities. The education department has files on all students who have awakened their sequence abilities. Whenever a student earns god hunting points, their information is updated in the database, which can be accessed by recruitment teachers from all universities. Generally, when a student's god hunting points exceed a certain value, universities will proactively contact them and propose conditions for admission. Is there really such a thing? Thinking about the powerful combat abilities granted by his God Eater sequence, Qin Xiang immediately felt his blood boiling. Doesn't this mean I have a chance to enter the best university? In his past life, Qin Xiang's academic performance was mediocre, and after the college entrance examination, he could only attend an ordinary university. In this life, he felt a glimmer of hope to enter the most prestigious school within the safe zone. The post also elaborated on the merits and demerits of various universities. The quality of sequential universities is a crucial factor that distinguishes those who pursue sequences and serves as a watershed in shaping one's lifelong direction. A good sequential university provides the best learning environment and ample educational resources. High-level sequences filled with combat experience and research expertise are plentiful. Living and dining conditions are excellent, with a substantial allocation of scholarships, ensuring that outstanding students do not have to worry about tuition fees. Exceptional alumni and promising classmates will provide a solid backing for your future progress. Whether one chooses to battle against deities, work within the joint government, or engage in research related to sequential abilities, these are all invaluable resources. However, this life is a world where one battles against deities and establishes a new order. The apocalypse had only descended for 10 years, and the various classes within the safe zone had only existed for a decade. It was still a time to redefine order. The universities in this life are quite different from those in his previous life. After graduating in his past life, entering society was primarily determined by personal ability and background, while the influence of alumni resources was not as pronounced. However, this life is a world where one battles against deities and establishes a new order. The apocalypse had only descended for 10 years, and the various classes within the safe zone had only existed for a decade. It was still a time to redefine order. The main circles are probably still in the process of formation. To seize the initiative at this moment, one must strive to occupy a spot in the VIP section, which means entering an outstanding sequential university. According to the post, even if Qin Xiang is an orphan and comes from poverty, it does not matter much, because sequential abilities are the hard currency of the apocalypse. As long as your sequential abilities are strong enough, circles will naturally accommodate you. He then opened the God-slaying forum to check the reward details for slaying deities. Slaying deities can yield monetary rewards, sequential potion rewards, and deity slaying points, all provided by the joint government. Specifically for each deity slaying point earned, one can receive 1,000 copper coins and 1/10 of a sequential potion's resources. When a group hunts together, rewards will be distributed based on the agreements made among group members. If one slays a deity alone, they can earn double deity slaying points. However, the Sequential Abilities Management Bureau does not advocate for solo operations. Slaying deities still emphasizes teamwork. This rule is established to facilitate the selection of the strongest human hunters to lead future human counterattacks. The method of obtaining points is to slay a deity and collect a part containing the deity's mark, with the post providing detailed explanations. If one unfortunately perishes during the slaying process, compensation will be distributed to the family of the sequential ability user based on their sequence level. If there are no family members and the user dies during a group hunt, the compensation can be allocated to other team members. Qin Xiang did not understand the rationale behind this regulation and felt that something was amiss. As a sequential ability user, killing ordinary people would not have significant repercussions. But if my teammate is the only sequential ability user in their family, could I kill their entire family and then harm them to seize their death compensation? Adding this rule seems to encourage mutual slaughter, does it not? Is this one of the survival laws within the safe zone of the apocalypse? There are still many things that Qin Xiang does not understand. Before Qin Xiang had even joined a deity hunting team, he had already sensed a hint of bloodshed through the introduction post. At that moment, he noticed a red number 157 on his sequential ability user forum account avatar. Curiously, he clicked to check and found that he had received 157 messages. Hello little brother, your phantom assassin sequence is just what my team needs, and all the members are women lacking a masculine presence to stabilize the atmosphere. You would fit in perfectly. Join us in hunting deities and we will take good care of you. Hello Shao Qin, your sequence is exactly what we urgently need. Come join our deity hunting team. Our team has been established for 2 years, and the members have hardly changed, ensuring a high level of safety. Hello Qin Xiang, your phantom assassin sequence perfectly complements our team's offensive shortcomings. We have repair and armor sequential ability users, ensuring your safety during deity hunts. Please do join us. Qin Xiang glanced through the messages and saw that they were invitations from 157 deity hunting teams, leaving him feeling dizzy. Just as he was browsing through the invitation letters, he received 2 more invitations to join deity hunting teams. They say the phantom assassin is in high demand. It seems to be true. My goodness, so many teams want me. But how should he choose a deity hunting team? Qin Xiang's first reaction was to consult Qian Wenda. However, after some thought, he realized that Qian Wenda was too clever and he did not want to get too close to him or let him see his ignorant side. Dealing with clever people requires hiding one's talents, while with foolish people one must show weakness. This was an experience Qin Xiang had summarized from his 2 lives. If he constantly troubled Qian Wenda, it would only make him think he was foolish and gradually distance himself. He searched the forum, but found no posts teaching people how to choose a deity hunting team. Perhaps there had been, but they were deleted by the administrators. This also indicated that the experience of selecting a deity hunting team was information that could not be made public. Why can't it be public? Qin Xiang knew he could not delve deeper and would have to spend his own time and effort to understand. At that moment, a sudden ding-ding-ding sound emerged. It was Li Tianming, who had forgotten to turn off his device when leaving. Curiosity drove Qin Xiang to click on the message box, which contained a message from someone with the username Tingting. Brother Tianming, I miss you. Can you keep me company tonight? As she spoke, she sent an indecent video. Qin Xiang watched the entire video with a judgmental gaze before clicking the close button and downloading the video. However, when he opened the folder of downloaded videos, he was taken aback. So many. Although there were many, it was not chaotic, as Li Tianming had thoughtfully labeled each video with detailed tags. Among them, quite a few featured Li Tianming himself. Qin Xiang was stunned. Wasn't Li Tianming just an ordinary principal? How could there be so many such videos? It seemed the female lead was constantly changing. Qin Xiang thought of something and quickly opened the sequential ability user information section, inputting Li Tianming. Immediately, over 20 individuals with the same name popped up. Qin Xiang carefully filtered through them and found one profile that closely resembled Li Tianming, but looked significantly younger with flowing long hair. Indeed, the only reason to be pursued by the opposite sex in this world is being a sequential ability user. Li Tianming is also a sequential ability user. However, he had been a principal for so many years, and it seemed no student knew about this. Li Tianming was quite handsome when he was younger. Now he has a big belly and a receding hairline. At time has indeed been merciless. As he clicked on Li Tianming's personal information, he was immediately captivated by the first 2 lines. Li Tianming sequence shaman, due to careless actions in Area 14121, leading to the deaths of dozens, he was removed from the Education Bureau and is currently serving as the principal at Juan School. Qin Xiang stared at the information about Li Tianming momentarily, at a loss for words. Principal Li killed dozens of people. How could he still be appointed as the principal after such acts? What a ruthless background and formidable connections. Suddenly Qin Xiang felt that he might have spoken too loudly when talking to the principal, failing to show the respect due to a mentor. Forget it, I should avoid coming here in the future, and instead go to Wang Defa's place to bully easier targets. The principal is not to be trifled with. He closed the video, marked the message from Tingting as unread, and deleted the downloaded video, planning to leave the office while Li Tianming was away. He also decided to minimize encounters with Li Tianming. Just as he was about to get up, the office door swung open, and Li Tianming, belly out, returned with a thermos in hand. Seeing that Qin Xiang seemed about to stand up, he chuckled. What's this? Finished your investigation and ready to leave? Yes, thank you, principal, for letting me use the computer. I found the information I wanted. The principal then walked over to Qin Xiang's side, looking at the clean desktop and the bouncing avatar in the bottom right corner. He hovered the mouse over it, revealing an unread message from Tingting. The principal frowned, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Qin Xiang, who smiled and said, "Are you going to chat with someone? Then I'll leave now. Oh, it's not good behavior to invade others' privacy. Well, you can go. Goodbye, principal." Just as Qin Xiang left his seat and hadn't reached the door, he heard Li Tianming's voice. "Since you've seen it, don't leave yet. Sit down and chat for a while." Qin Xiang paused. "I didn't look at your chat records with others, principal. What are you talking about?" Li Tianming pulled out a chair beside him and patted the backrest. "Tingting sent me 4 or 5 new messages, yet the avatar bouncing only shows 1 unread message. It must be because you looked at it and then marked it as unread, right?" Qin Xiang was secretly shocked, not expecting such a flaw to be discovered by Li Tianming. "Sit down, let's have a chat." Completely different from the helpless principal moments ago, Li Tianming now had a solemn expression, exuding an aura of authority. If he didn't know that Li Tianming was the principal, Qin Xiang would even think he held a position comparable to Qian Wenda. However, knowing that Li Tianming was a dangerous figure, how could Qin Xiang lean towards him? Even if discovered, so what? This was Li Tianming's scandal, which had nothing to do with him, Qin Xiang. Even if Li Tianming didn't let him leave, he still opened the office door and prepared to depart. At that moment, he felt his body suddenly lose control. His feet seemed glued to the floor, unable to move at all. Looking down, he saw that the freshly washed ragged pants and torn shoes were covered in dirt. The dirt clung to his legs like arms, immobilizing him and filling. "Qin, come back and sit for a while." Qin Xiang turned to look, and Li Tianming suddenly donned a colorful mask identical to the one that flashed across Luo Yiliana's face that night in the woods. Li Tianming dared to use sequence skills against him. One must understand that Shaman is a very powerful support sequence, and the skill Earthbind is an essential means of controlling divine beings for many hunting teams. Using skills against sequence ability users in a safe zone is an extremely dangerous provocation. If the Management Bureau found out, they would definitely question Li Tianming. Just as Qin Xiang was about to warn him, Li Tianming said, "Are you planning to report me to the Management Bureau for using skills in a safe zone? Feel free to report. My position has already been demoted to the lowest it can be. I have no demands. Since you've seen my chat records, you must have also watched my video and should have investigated my sequence identity. Therefore, I believe I have no hypocritical mask in front of you, and we can talk openly. Why should I talk with you? Wait a moment." With 2 loud thuds, 2 palm-sized crows suddenly appeared, flying to the door to close the office door. Qin Xiang narrowed his eyes, already assuming a defensive stance. 2 skills. Your sequence level is 2nd tier. No, the earlier small beast spirit summon is a 3rd tier skill. Just then, a wooden pillar adorned with totem symbols suddenly emerged from the office floor, and in that instant Qin Xiang felt a surge of power. This primordial totem is a 2nd tier skill. Qin Xiang's eyes widened. You are a 3rd tier sequence ability user. In Godslaying Camp, Qin Xiang had seen the classification of sequence ability users' levels. The vast majority of sequence ability users are 1st tier. Becoming 2nd tier often requires extensive combat experience or public service experience. If one comes from a hunting team's 2nd tier, users qualify to lead in most hunting teams. If from a public service background, 2nd tier users can escape the lowest ranks and secure a minor position, stepping 1 foot into the power echelon of the United Government. However, 3rd tier sequence ability users were not mentioned in the Godslaying Camp because they are exceedingly rare. To advance from 1st tier to 2nd tier, one only needs 5 bottles of sequence potion. Advancing from 2nd tier to 3rd tier, however, requires 30 bottles of sequence potion. Each bottle of sequence potion requires 10 demon hunting points or the corresponding merit points from the United Government. Qin Xiang did not understand how to obtain merit points, but he was aware of demon hunting points. This meant that even if he earned double points alone, he would still need to hunt 5 divine beings. If in a team, the points earned would be even fewer, and he might need to kill 50 to exchange for a bottle. 30 bottles of sequence potion is undoubtedly an astronomical number. Of course, with years of hard work hunting divine beings, as long as one does not die, there remains hope to break through to 3rd tier. However, only 5 years have passed since the first sequence ability user awakened. In just 5 years, it is incredibly difficult to gather the merits for 30 bottles of sequence potion. And he remembered that Li Tianming was appointed principal of Jian School almost 2 years ago during his sophomore year. This means he completed the transition from sequence awakening to third-tier sequence ability within just 3 years. The principal, smiling at Qin Xiang, is not a chosen one with a special sequence like him. He could only follow the normal procedures to collect sequence potions from the management bureau. One could say his promotion speed is comparable to riding a rocket. Qin Xiang was dumbfounded. Who exactly is this Li Tianming with a bulging belly and a balding head? Qin Xiang ultimately took a seat. For Li Tianming had neither the reason nor the ability to kill him. If he resorted to violence, he was confident that even if Li Tianming was a sequence level 3 shaman, he could still defeat him in one strike. Let's see what Li Tianming has to say. He removed his glasses. Without the obstruction of the glasses, his originally somewhat lecherous eyes instantly became sharp and full of stories. Qin Xiang, I have laid bare my background and intentions, hoping you can trust me and not think I am here to scheme against you. Not scheming against me. Why would you want to talk to me? Well, you have a point. What I mean is I have no intention of harming you. On the contrary, I can help you. Help me. How? I can assist you in hunting gods and provide help with university admissions. You are a shadow assassin sequence, right? This sequence is very suitable for combat. You can hunt gods outside the safe zone and earn god hunting points, which will not only help you in applying to university, but will also have far-reaching effects on your future. More importantly, you can earn money by hunting gods, allowing you to pay for your university tuition. You must understand university tuition is not cheap. Many students have to give up their university admissions simply because they lack sufficient tuition. Give up admission. The Forum for Sequence Education clearly stated that universities provide scholarships to excellent students who need help, didn't it? Li Tianming smiled and said, Qin, there's a saying that goes, there is no free lunch in the world. Have you heard of it? Why would a scholarship be given to you and not to someone else? Just because you study a little better or come from a poorer background. Is the safe zone really lacking just one sequence ability user like you? Schools are not charitable institutions. The schools built after the apocalypse are all tangled with interests, and the situation inside is quite complex. To obtain a scholarship, one must pay a price. As for what that price is, it's not easy to explain. Okay, I understand. Qin Xiang thought that universities in this world were similar to those in his past life, offering assistance to students from impoverished families. Looking at the forum, there are many scholarships from excellent universities that can also cover personal living expenses and tuition, so he hadn't taken this matter to heart. After Li Tianming's words, he immediately understood that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Principal, how do you know so much about sequence universities? At your age, you shouldn't have had the opportunity to attend a sequence university. Li Tianming leaned back in his chair and said, I used to be the vice president of a certain university. Vice president? Yes. Then due to being framed, I was transferred to this shabby place as the principal. So as I said, my sequence ability can help you hunt gods. My past experiences can help you get into university. You need my help just as I need yours. Qin Xiang shook his head and said, Principal, I appreciate you sharing so much, but it seems I do not need your help. Not needed. Li Tianming revealed a meaningful smile. Not to mention, far away, you should be thinking about how to earn god hunting points now, right? The Shadow Assassin sequence is in high demand, but once you register, many people will come to find you for teaming up. Do you know which team to choose? Qin Xiang slightly lowered his head, scrutinizing the smiling Li Tianming. He clearly hadn't seen his browsing history, yet he somehow knew the dilemma he was currently facing. Truly an experienced old fox. Compared to his past life, the current world is more complex and chaotic. But one thing remains unchanged: there are no fools among the powerful. Olaf is like this, Qian Wenda is like this, and Li Tianming is also like this. Everyone left a deep impression in Qin Xiang's memory, preventing him from being arrogant as a reborn individual. In 2 lifetimes, he still had no confidence that he could confront these scheming masters and emerge unscathed. Qin, you need not be afraid. Oh, I merely understand a bit more information than you, hence I can make such guesses. As your mentor, it is only natural for me to provide guidance. We can choose a suitable god hunting team together. If necessary, I can even take action and hunt gods outside the safe zone with you. Wait. Qin Xiang interrupted Li Tianming's narration. Principal Li, you just said something I find intriguing. There is no free lunch in the world. I already know how you can help me, but next I want to know what you need me to do. Li Tianming nodded, no longer introducing his advantages, and looked at Qin Xiang with a heavy gaze. I want you to help me clear my name. Because of this unfounded accusation, I lost my position, my power, and my wife left me. I hope you can help me turn my situation around. Help you turn your situation around. Me, eh? Qin Xiang pointed at himself in disbelief, unsure how Li Tianming had come to say such a thing. Even a sequence level 3 ability user like Li Tianming was made to comply and obediently serve as the principal of Jian School. Did he really expect a high school senior like him to help him clear his name? Did he really think of himself as a fool? Principal Li, if it's about this matter, then I must regretfully decline. I am just a newly awakened sequence ability user student. Oh, although I am a bit arrogant, I am not so naive as to overestimate my capabilities. If even you are at a loss, I absolutely cannot get involved. Farewell. There was no longer any need to continue the conversation with Li Tianming. Qin Xiang stood up and was about to leave. However, his legs were once again bound, preventing him from leaving. Principally using such tactics to keep me here is, once your skills are lifted, I will still leave. Li Tianming sighed. You truly are a clever person, much more intelligent than I had thought. Previously, there was something I found strange and kept pondering if I was overthinking it. A high school senior of 18 years old, how could he possibly have so many secrets? Now it seems it shouldn't be my problem. Qin Xiang felt a tightening in his heart, not knowing what Li Tianming was going to say. Principally my ex-wife is also a sequence ability user. Coincidentally, like you, she is also a shadow assassin sequence. However, there is one difference. When she was ensnared by my earthbinding skill, she lost all control and could say nothing. At this point, Li Tianming lifted his head and made eye contact with Qin Xiang. Unlike you, who not only can speak freely, but also shows no signs of being affected in your upper body movements. Qin Xiang remained composed, but his heart fluttered with unease. Damn it, he had overlooked something. He had only focused on the skills of the Phantom Assassin sequence, which were similar to his own, to better conceal his identity. He had never considered how he would react when other sequence abilities were used against him. The key was that there were no posts sharing such experiences in the forum. Skills were meant for hunting deities who would test them on others. Yet it was precisely this lack of experience that plunged Qin Xiang into danger once more. However, he could not show weakness now. He must insist that he was a Phantom Assassin. Qin Xiang said, Principally, I don't understand what you mean. My sequence was assessed by the Bureau, and I have the relevant proof. He added, perhaps it's because my physical abilities differ from your ex-wife's. I originally thought the same. Li Tianming stood up and said, the physical abilities of different sequence abilities vary, so the reactions to the same skill also differ. So, I am merely speculating at this point. It cannot be taken as truth. He continued, I wonder if there was an issue when you registered with the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau, causing an error in your sequence. Of course, this is just my personal opinion, you need not take it to heart. Li Tianming's tone was amiable, yet it brimmed with a hint of threat. Qin Xiang squinted, observing the middle-aged man with a protruding belly and a colorful mask, feeling a weight in his heart. The United Government only tests the sequences of abilities during registration for certain reasons. There will be no further tests afterwards. To a certain extent, he was already safe, for Li Tianming knew about this matter and could not threaten him. However, having his secret exposed was ultimately insecure. Principally, if you insist on spreading rumors, you should know that there will be consequences for that. If Li Tianming truly remained obstinate, Qin Xiang would have no choice but to consider eliminating him. After all, this wouldn't be his first time killing someone. It would merely be his first time killing a sequence ability user. Every matter has its first time. It isn't anything extraordinary. Li Tianming shook his head, saying, I have no intention to spread rumors or harm anyone. From the beginning, I have stated that I need your help to clear my name. As a token of gratitude, I will also provide you with my full support. He continued, you want me to help provoke someone you cannot even deal with? There's strength in numbers. Strength in numbers. Principally, as a sequence ability user, don't you find that statement rather ridiculous? He asked, so you still won't agree? Qin Xiang no longer concealed his thoughts, coldly stating, if I agree to you, I have no idea how much trouble I will attract. If I refuse, then my trouble is singular. Tell me, how will I choose? Li Tianming chuckled. If you refuse me, there's only one trouble. Are you implying that if you kill me, the trouble will be resolved? Qin, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that attempting to kill me won't be so easy. He said, killing you is indeed difficult, but helping you is even more. If you were me, what would you choose? Li Tianming pondered for a long time and finally sighed. What you said makes sense. After he finished speaking, his colorful mask gradually faded into his face, restoring the image of the middle-aged man, and at the same time the restraints under Qin Xiang's feet disappeared. A transaction where the gains and risks are disproportionate is doomed to fail. Let's change our approach. Qin Xiang raised an eyebrow, asking, what approach? I will first help you complete a certain task of hunting deities, and I will also provide as much support as I can regarding your educational advancement. If I still need to help you clear your name, then I must decline. He said, no, that goal is too ambitious. One must take things step by step. It's unrealistic to expect you to accomplish everything at once. Just help me with one thing. He asked, what is it? Qin Xiang had already decided that he would refuse any request that would increase his unknown enemies. Even if Li Tianming was a difficult person to deal with, he was still better than unknown enemies. Anyone whom Li Tianming could not handle would only be more troublesome. Help me find someone with the sequence of Trickster. He said. Qin Xiang was taken aback by Li Tianming's request. Why? Li Tianming explained, the reason I was falsely accused of murder was that someone saw a sequence ability user wearing a shaman mask at the scene. And the only person registered as a shaman sequence in that vicinity was me. Coincidentally, I was alone that day with no alibi, and the scene peculiarly bore my aura, which is why I was framed. Qin Xiang replied indifferently, Principal Li, from your description, it sounds like you are the real criminal, doesn't it? It wasn't me. He insisted. Continue. He said, so I believe there should have been a shaman present at the scene or someone disguised as a shaman ability user. The shaman sequence, unlike other sequences, cannot disguise themselves. Once they use their skills, a shaman mask will appear on their face. Thus it is impossible for a shaman sequence user to conceal their identity. He speculated, so I suspect there was a trickster at the scene who mimicked my appearance and framed. You should also know that tricksters can imitate the visual changes when other sequences use their skills, making it very easy to conceal their identities. At least within the United Government, there are very few trickster sequences. Qin Xiang reflected for a moment and asked, then how will finding a trickster ability user help you? From what I understand, this kind of secretive sequence must have its own organization. If you help me find a trickster, I can find a way to extract some information myself. Qin Xiang did not express his opinion. Completing this task would be easy for him. The blonde policewoman Roylina was a trickster sequence. Moreover, Roylina had a poor relationship with him. They could even be considered enemies forced to hide secrets together. Selling Roylina to Li Tianming as a means to help himself was a most fitting deal. But he suppressed the urge to agree immediately and continued to ask, Principal Li, why don't you look for her yourself? Me. Li Tianming sighed. All my permissions as a sequence ability user were revoked by the United Government due to that false act. You see me as the principal of Jiyuan School, but I am no different from being exiled. He said, because this school has not produced a single sequence ability user in 5. They threw me here, hoping I would perish on my own. If my sequence level weren't high enough, I would have likely been executed by now. Other than you, I can hardly establish contact with any sequence ability users. Even if I do, they will immediately sever ties once they glance at my record. Li Tianming was right, but there was still something that didn't make sense. Principal Li, if you were framed, I truly sympathize with you, but I have one question. Go ahead, he said. Why would they want to frame you? Li Tianming did not answer Qin Xiang's question, but instead posed a new one. Qin, what is the situation with your sequence? As Li Tianming asked the question, he did not look at Qin Xiang, but gazed out into the dark night, seemingly not wanting an answer. Qin Xiang pondered for a moment and quickly understood Li Tianming's implication. The reason for Li Tianming's accusation was a secret that could not be revealed, much like his own sequence. To die upon seeing the light. Conversations between intelligent individuals need not be stated too plainly. Li Tianming employed a clever analogy that allowed Qin Xiang to grasp the situation. Since the reason for Li Tianming's accusation cannot be disclosed, it is likely that the reason for his severed connection with all sequence abilities after the accusation is also something that cannot be discussed. A dignified, high-ranking individual of sequence level 3 could only rely on a mere newly awakened individual like Qin Xiang. This is undeniably an absurdity. Yet within this absurdity lies a certain logic. That is, Li Tianming has offended many people, many who can suppress him but cannot kill him. He needs to rely on a completely unrelated new face to help him. Qin Xiang knew his strength was quite limited, and Li Tianming understood this as well, yet he still chose to ask Qin Xiang for assistance. It sounded utterly absurd. But Li Tianming was no fool. After a brief conversation, Qin Xiang believed that Li Tianming's depth was not inferior to Qian Wendao. So why would he pick this newcomer to engage in a moth-to-flame act? The only explanation is that Li Tianming still has a trump card. Once Qin Xiang helps him pry open a slight crack, he is confident he can turn the tide. This also made Qin Xiang realize that in Li Tianming's eyes he was not the savior who could turn the tide, but rather a spark that could ignite an entire powder keg. Li Tianming, on the other hand, was the one who possessed the powder keg, but lacked the spark. At this point, Qin Xiang had pieced together a rough outline, and his gaze towards Li Tianming became more respectful. Li Tianming seemed to sense the subtle change in Qin Xiang's expression, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. Could this kid have figured it out so quickly? Surely it can't be right. Principal Li, I agree to what you said. As long as you can help me with the matter of hunting gods and assist me in entering university, I will find you a sequence ability user of Deceiver. However, I cannot guarantee that this person can truly assist you. Alright, it's settled then. You help me find someone of the Deceiver sequence, and I'll handle the rest. I have a 90% certainty that a Deceiver who has not revealed his true sequence has an organization behind him. Then let's start discussing the matter of hunting gods. Qin Xiang was already eager to compete for hunting points. He awakened his sequence too late, and there were less than 6 months left before the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance examination. Other students who awaken their sequences early must have accumulated points over the years. It would not be an easy task to stand out among them. Indeed, if the goal were to enroll in an average sequence ability university, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve. But Qin Xiang's goal is to attend the top sequence ability universities. His Eater of God sequence is undoubtedly the strongest existence. If he cannot attend the best university, it would be a waste. From what he understood, the top universities possess the latest advancements in sequenceability research and have the most elite resources. This is a necessary condition for him to understand the apocalypse and strengthen himself. After his rebirth, Qin Xiang completely severed ties with the life trajectory and personality of his previous life. In just 1 month, due to various proactive and passive reasons, he has committed acts of murder and arson, deceiving the government. There is nothing he dares not do. His ambition continues to expand. He does not speak of standing at the pinnacle of humanity in the apocalypse, but he does have his own beliefs. To not waste my talent. Principally, I want to know how should I select a hunting team. I looked at the joint government's decree and found that if an orphan like me dies outside the safe zone, the compensation goes to the hunting team. I am very worried about picking a malicious group that would harm me. Li Tianming smiled slightly. Qin, you are indeed impressive. After just 1 or 2 hours, you have identified the crux of the matter. Indeed, sequenceability users with an orphan status like yours are very likely to be secretly harmed by their teammates. Selecting a hunting team is indeed a very challenging task. But can you guarantee that teams without such behavior won't suddenly decide to harm you? Think about it: if you encounter danger and need your teammates to rescue you, but can you guarantee that teams without such behavior won't suddenly decide to harm you? Think about it: if you encounter danger and need your teammates to rescue you to escape. But if they rescue you and fail to kill the god, it means it was all for nothing, and may even endanger their own safety. There is no decree stating that if a team member dies, the teammates will be punished. If they leave you to fend for yourself, not only will they not be punished, but they will also receive a considerable compensation. If it were you, what would you choose? Qin Xiang's heart sank, because Li Tianming made sense. The essence of human nature is greed. Never wager on human nature, and most certainly do not wager your life on it. Then principally, what should I do in my situation? The best approach is for you to form a small team by yourself. A solo team where you are responsible for your own safety is the most reliable method. A solo team. Exactly. Moreover, if you have a solo team, you can also earn double points. Why not? Qin Xiang hesitated and said, "It sounds good, but I have never hunted gods before. Doing it alone, I don't know how to proceed. With me around, you need not worry. I will accompany you outside the safe zone to hunt gods. But I am a solo team. If someone discovers that someone is helping me, hunting gods as a solo team earns double points. If I could get assistance from other sequenceability users pretending to hunt solo, and then claiming double points, wouldn't that be defrauding the joint government of hunting points? The joint government is no fool, nor would they engage in losing trades." Although Qin Xiang was unsure how the joint government distinguishes such fraudulent point behaviors, he was confident there must be a feasible method. Otherwise, such a huge loophole would have long been exploited by countless people, who would still form teams to venture out. You are right. If a single individual leaves the team and receives help from other sequenceability users, the Sequenceability Management Bureau will indeed discover it and impose very severe punishments. When a single sequenceability user completes a hunt and enters the safe zone exit, the officials responsible for inspecting the remnants of deities will conduct a lie test, a memory continuity test, and they will send the data of your hunt to the god-slaying camp under the single team points section. The lie test will only ask you one question: did you single-handedly hunt these deities? Its purpose is to confirm that in your memory the hunt was completed solely by you. The memory continuity test is to verify that your memories have not been altered by sequenceability users capable of modifying memories, such as writers or soul capturers. The data uploaded to the forum welcomes witnesses to actively report. Sequenceability users who successfully report with evidence will receive rewards. With such cautious 3 layers of defense, no one could fabricate evidence. I see now. How will you provide assistance? I will leave the safe zone with you. Outside, when you encounter deities you can hunt, I will inform you of their characteristics, habits, and attack methods. From there on, you will act on your own. If you fail to successfully hunt a deity or encounter danger, I will use earthbinding to trap the deity, and then use primordial totem to replenish your strength, allowing you to escape quickly and ensure your safety. In other words, outside the safe zone, I will play the role of a guardian, just like at Juan school. Guardian. For some reason, when Qin Xiang heard this term, he found it a bit funny. As the corners of his mouth curled up, he noticed a self-deprecating smile on Li Tianming's face. Principal Li, is this approach acceptable? I'm not helping you hunt deities, so what's the problem? Many privileged students complete solo deity hunting tasks this way in the developed areas of the safe zone. And my role is specifically called insurer. It's to provide insurance for single-person teams. I see, then I thank you in advance, Principal Li. No problem, we are helping each other. But one thing must be made clear: I cannot help you for free indefinitely. As your insurer, the points belong to you, but you must share half of the double points mean that even if you only take half of the financial reward, you still come out ahead, taking half the money. A sequence level 3 shaman accompanying him outside the safe zone solely to ensure his safety, taking half the money, seems very reasonable. In fact, Qin Xiang thought it was a bit low. Alright, no problem. Additionally, I need to see your progress. I'm not helping you hunt deities for the sake of money, but because you will help me find the deceiver. Do you understand? If I make progress, I will inform you in a timely manner. Good. So when do we start hunting deities? This weekend. You are now a sequence ability user. Attending classes holds no meaning for you. Let's start tomorrow. Tomorrow morning you will come to school, and we will take the bus to the exit of safe zone 38,324 to begin hunting deities. Take the bus. Principal Lee, I don't have that much money. Li Tianming glanced at him, knowing this clever kid surely had a way to make money. He was just playing dumb in front of him. However, a wandering orphan, even after just awakening their sequence, is still a wandering orphan. If he were to take out money, he would still need to come up with an excuse. At that time, it was uncertain if it would attract other troubles. Forget it, I'll cover the few copper coins. You quickly find a reasonable way to earn income. You can't keep making me pay for transportation. If we start tomorrow, what do I need to prepare? Go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau to receive thermal clothing, a sequence blade. If we start tomorrow, what do I need to prepare? Go to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau to receive thermal clothing, a sequence blade, and your first. Alright. Without waiting for school to end, Qin Xiang briefly chatted with Li Tianming, and then immediately went to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, sending a message to Qian Wenda as he approached. Qian Wenda replied quickly. Just come directly to my office. Qin Xiang entered the Management Bureau building. Although it was not his first time here, he was still shocked by the understated luxury of the interior. He hoped that in the near future he could also live such a life. Upon reaching the corner office of Qian Wenda on the second floor, he saw an orange and white thermal suit placed on the desk along with a deity hunting dagger and a bottle of sequence potion. Qian Wenda was busy typing on the computer, seemingly very occupied. You're here. MHM. Have a seat. I have a few things to take care of, so please wait a moment. Alright. After a while, with a satisfying tap of the enter key, Qian Wenda let out a long breath and then turned to Qin Xiang. Have you decided to hunt deities this quickly? I'm already a bit late. I need to hurry up and accumulate hunting points. So urgent. Are you aiming for the top university? Yes. Otherwise I would be letting myself down. Qian Wenda nodded. Qin Xiang's answer also aligned with his expectations of Qin Xiang's identity. A homeless fallen noble naturally wishes to reclaim glory and slap the faces of those who once looked down on him. Ought to be young. If one could let go of everything, would they still be called young? Qian Wenda expressed concern. Have you found a deity hunting team? Finding a deity hunting team is something to be very cautious about. Your orphan status can easily draw attention. I haven't joined a deity hunting team. I'm going solo. Solo? Qian Wenda was somewhat surprised. Do you have experience hunting deities? No. Then how do you dare to go alone? Going solo doesn't mean going alone. Qian Wenda immediately licked his dry lips. You found an insurer. Qin Xiang smiled and countered, is that surprising? Not surprising, not surprising. Although Qian Wenda showed no reaction on his face, he was greatly shocked inside. He had heard of the profession of insurer, where higher-level experienced sequence ability users provide protection for newcomers in solo teams. However, hiring an insurer is not as simple as having money. A high-level sequence ability user does not lack financial resources. There must be significant benefits exchanged to secure a capable insurer. This is not a configuration that ordinary people can afford. Is Qin Xiang about to start making a move? Should he take a gamble, while Qin Xiang hasn't fully taken off yet? The sudden dilemma filled Qian Wendao with a sense of urgency. He found it difficult to understand Qin Xiang. He couldn't tell whether placing his bet on him was a wise decision. Would he soar to great heights with him, or would he be dragged into a quagmire? It might be better to test his and his insurer's strength before making any plans. If Qin Xiang truly had hopes of entering the highest level academy, he would surely rise to prominence after graduation. Investing now would mean soaring high like a bird following a phoenix. If it turns out to be just a facade, then maintaining a lukewarm relationship would suffice. Qian Wendao made up his mind and asked, which safe zone exit do you and the insurer plan to go to hunt the divine beings? The largest nearby one safe zone exit, 38324. Qian Wendao was taken aback again. Exit 38,324. That place has records of large divine beings appearing. Are you sure it's okay to go to such a difficult place for your first time? Hearing Qian Wendao's concern, Qin Xiang felt a tightening in his chest. He was unaware that there had been instances of large divine beings appearing at safe zone exit 38324. Since the awakening sequence, there had not been a successful hunt of a large divine being. He did not believe that he, a novice in the sequence, could become the foremost figure of the current age. This was a choice made by Li Tianming. Li Tianming had a shared fate with him, now making it unnecessary to harm him. Therefore he remained calm and simply nodded at Qian Wendao. Understood. Seeing Qin Xiang so composed, Qian Wendao felt reassured. He continued, I heard at the Management Bureau that the number of sequence abilities at Safe Zone Exit 38324 has recently increased significantly. This is because a large group of weaker minor divine beings has wandered into the vicinity. If you encounter this group of minor divine beings, you should have considerable gain. Minor divine beings. Can you be more specific? Qin Xiang immediately showed interest in Qian Wendao's intelligence about the outside of the safe zone. There is a large group of sandworm minions. Their masters seem to have gotten lost deep outside the safe zone, so they have lost their support and have been pushed to the impoverished areas, which is the edge of our safe zone. They are likely searching for new masters now. Qin Xiang was somewhat familiar with the sandworm minions. These are small, bizarre creatures similar to parasites that live on the bodies of large sandworms, surviving by feeding on the remains of the prey captured by the large sand. In terms of individual strength, sandworm minions are definitely the softest targets. However, they typically appear in large numbers, and mini ants can bring down an elephant, making them quite troublesome. But that applies to others. For someone like Qin Xiang who can enhance himself by devouring divine beings, there is no worry about being worn out. The more minions there are, the more he thrives. Qin Xiang quickly posed a new question. The sandworm minions gather around the sandworms. If they are gathered here, doesn't that mean exactly the large divine beings that have appeared outside safe zone exit 38324 are sandworms? The arrival of these sandworm minions is also to find new masters. Once they attach themselves to the sandworms, those juicy morsels will no longer belong to our sequence abilities. Qin Xiang felt a surge of excitement. Director Qian, you mentioned that many people have come to safe zone exit 38324 just to hunt the sandworm minions. Even if I discover traces, I won't be able to seize much loot. Qian Wendao smiled slyly. You're asking the right person, Qin classmate. I have a method. Oh, please enlighten me, Director Qian. Just wait a moment. Qian Wendao stood up from his swivel chair, walked to the shelf behind him, and took out a black glass bottle. With this, you can ensure that you discover the traces of the sandworm minions before anyone else. Qin Xiang picked up the black glass bottle and examined it, finding no clues. Director Qian, what is this? A sandworm scale. A sandworm scale? The sandworm scale carries the scent of the sandworm. If you take this glass bottle and open it in a deserted place, it will surely attract some sandworm minions. Where did you get this? This is evidence provided by the travelers of the sequence regarding the appearance of sandworms. They found this sandworm scale not far outside the safe zone. I bought it for 2 silver coins, intending to give it to my nephew. But well, you know how it is. That kid isn't cut out for this. In the team, he could be bullied for no reason, let alone give him something so enviable. 2 silver coins. Why didn't the person who found it use it themselves? A few newcomers, their abilities aren't enough to handle a large group of sandworm minions. They could always ask someone for help. Ask someone. Qian Wendao sneered. Do you know, Qin classmate, that outside the safe zone, the most lethal beings to humans are not divine beings, but humans. Outside the safe zone, you can't even fully trust your own teammates, let alone ask others for help. If you encounter a tough divine being, everyone will work together. But if it's a juicy morsel, the first reaction of the sequence abilities is often not how to share it, but to kill you, the one who might take a cut. This is the inherent flaw of humanity. They can share adversity, but not fortune. Even if they become sequence abilities and their powers are enhanced, this flaw never changes. As he spoke, Qian Wendao glanced at Qin Xiang again. Qin classmate, you are not that kind of person, right? Ha, I was just joking, don't take it to heart, Qin classmate. Qin Xiang smiled lightly. Director Qian, how many sequence abilities have you seen that would be willing to hunt divine beings to gather money for medical expenses for ordinary people with no blood ties? Whether I am that kind of person, I believe Director Qian has the answer in his heart. Qin Xiang picked up the black glass bottle. This thing is quite a treasure. With it, my first divine hunting operation will be twice as effective with half the effort. Director Qian, I truly don't know how to thank you. This assistance is no less than when you helped me register for the sequence. Qin classmate, you are overestimating it. It was just 2 silver coins, not much. No, 2 silver coins are merely the price you received, Director Qian. If I didn't know you, I'd probably not even get it for 10 silver coins. He'll remember this. Director Qian, I need to prepare for hunting the divine beings now. See you next time. Goodbye. Qin Xiang packed the antifreeze suit, divine hunting dagger, and sequence potion into a cloth bag, then tucked the black glass bottle into his pocket. Thank you. Qian Wendao watched Qin Xiang leave, a smile creeping onto his lips. Qin Xiang returned to Wang Defa's warehouse. He opened a bag and retrieved the hundreds of copper coins he had obtained after killing 3 homeless men. Now that his serial identity had been disclosed, he had a plausible explanation for the small sum of copper coins no longer needing to hide. He took the copper coins and headed to the only supermarket nearby. The outskirts of the safe zone were extremely impoverished, and almost everyone cooked their own meals, hence only raw ingredients were sold and no finished products could be found. However, this supermarket offered many prepared foods. This was because its target audience was not the residents, but the serial abilities users hunting deities at the 114,514 safe zone exit. Qin Xiang had passed by this place countless times, but never had the chance to enter the supermarket. As he stepped inside, he saw a limited variety of goods on the shelves illuminated by dim lights. At the cash register beside the shelves stood 2 burly men, hands resting under the counter as if gripping weapons, watching Qin Xiang with wariness. Qin Xiang felt puzzled at first, but upon glancing at his own tattered clothing, he instantly understood. The shopkeepers probably thought he was there to rob them. He understood their perspective. In this area, if a supermarket didn't have some goods, it would have been cleaned out by the homeless long ago. Qin Xiang looked at his attire and shook his head helplessly. His clothing situation needed to be addressed, but not at this moment. He picked up a large backpack with dozens of compartments and bought several packets of compressed food to stave off hunger. How much? 200 copper coins. The amount matched Qin Xiang's mental calculations. Although they asked for a few extra coins, he didn't mind. He took out the copper coins, counted out 200, and handed them to the two men. Then he neatly packed the food into the compartments of his backpack. Just as Qin Xiang lifted his backpack to turn and leave, he suddenly heard a crisp click from behind. The sound of a gun being chambered. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang activated his violent skill and swiftly flipped over the counter, gripping the necks of both burly men. Frowning, he glared at the two men. What's the meaning of this? I pay for something, and you want to kill me. The two men turned beet red, grasping at Qin Xiang's hands as they tried to pry him off. However, Qin Xiang's grip was as unyielding as iron, constricting their necks without budging. One burly man rasped, "No. No." He pointed, and Qin Xiang looked in the direction, noticing a strangely shaped drawer slightly ajar. What do you mean? Are you saying it was the drawer's sound? Yes. Yes. Qin Xiang observed that there were no weapons beside the two men, and the area behind the cash register was spotless, so he released his grip and turned to inspect the drawer. He pushed the drawer inward. Click. Indeed, it produced a sound strikingly similar to that of a gun being chambered. Qin Xiang turned back to the two men, who were panting heavily with tears and snot streaming down their faces, and snorted, "From now on, stop playing such tricks." Yes, yes, yes. Qin Xiang took a few more packets of compressed food. Consider these as compensation for scaring me earlier. All right. Take whatever you want. Take whatever. Won't your backers come looking for me? We wouldn't dare. Qin Xiang ignored them and left with his backpack. After he walked away, the two burly men exhaled in relief. The sound from the drawer had been specifically designed for murdering and robbing. Although most customers in the store were serial abilities users, there were also many ordinary people who preferred to stay out of sight. Whenever they noticed a customer who didn't seem like a serial abilities user, they would activate the drawer, creating a sound similar to that of a gun being chambered. If the customer was a serial abilities user, their keen hearing would immediately detect the anomaly, and they would surely display the inviolable authority of a serial abilities user. Even if they angered a serial abilities user, they could simply explain it away as the sound of the drawer. Operating a supermarket here, they had backers, so usually a simple apology and some gifts would suffice. If the customer was not a serial abilities user, they would pull out a real gun from the hidden compartment of the drawer, kill the customer, and loot everything they had, making a quick fortune. Qin Xiang saw through the trickery of the two men, which was why he took a few more food packets as compensation. One burly man complained, "With that shabby appearance, how would anyone know he was a serial abilities user? I thought he was a fugitive. Almost got killed myself." The other burly man rubbed his neck and said, "Are you crazy?" He bought a backpack specifically designed for carrying the remains of deities. Carrying such an obvious item outside was tantamount to writing "I am a serial abilities user" on his forehead. If he wasn't a serial abilities user, could he possibly be an ordinary person? And at this time you still want to activate the drawer. Are you seeking deaths? But how can there be such a shabby serial abilities user? Nonsense, he must have just awakened. Can you use your brain a little? Just muscles and no head, right? I just saw he had some money. Business has been slow lately, and I thought I could make a quick buck and have a decent meal. Do you think a few hundred copper coins are worth your attention, eh? You'd better not manage this store with me anymore. I'm calling the boss to have you transferred out immediately. No bro, give me a chance. It's not easy for me to get this job, please give me a chance. Then this month's earnings will be split 80-20. I take 80, you take 20. If you agree, I won't report this to the boss. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? I'm satisfied. Everything will follow your arrangements. Qin Xiang returned to the warehouse and placed the black glass bottles and the god-slaying dagger into his backpack. How should these two bottles of cereal potions be handled? He gazed at the two glass bottles, falling into deep thought. I can already enhance my strength by consuming deities. Drinking these cereal potions would be a waste. If I get the chance, he'll find someone to dispose of them for some money. After a good sleep, he'll take a cold shower at school tomorrow morning, and then go with the principal to hunt deities at the 38,324th safe exit. Qin Xiang lay on the soft mat on the ground, filled with hopes for tomorrow, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day he awoke early. Dressed in his frost-resistant suit, and carrying his large backpack, he stepped outside. His entire outfit undeniably drew the attention of all passers-by. Everyone looked at him with respect, envy, and jealousy on their faces. In the midst of such gazes, Qin Xiang's steps grew increasingly light. Qin Xiang swaggered into the school, and everyone noticed his noble freeze-proof suit and large backpack, instantly realizing he was about to hunt gods. He walked straight to the principal's office. "Principal Li, let's set off." Li Qianming, taken aback by Qin Xiang's outfit of a sequence ability user, asked, "Why are you already wearing the freeze-proof suit here? Isn't it obvious that everyone will notice when you and I leave the school to hunt gods?" Qin Xiang shrugged. If I don't wear the freeze-proof suit, won't people notice anyway? Principal Lee, I have matters regarding the insurer that can't be concealed for long. Those watching you will find out about it too. Instead of being secretive and making them think we have ulterior motives, it's better to be straightforward and show that we are just an ordinary teacher-student relationship. You have faith in me, hoping I can help you in the future, so you're investing in me now. That's all there is to it. Li Tianming was persuaded by Qin Xiang. What you said makes a lot of sense. Alright, let's proceed this way for now. Li Tianming also changed into a freeze-proof suit and left the school with Qin Xiang. It was only now that the teachers and students at the school realized that Principal Li Tianming was actually a sequenceability user. Teacher Zhu and Wen Shu, who had just learned this, were both shocked for a while. I didn't expect Xiaoli to hide it so well. Teacher Zhu shook his head in amazement. Wen Shu added, having someone accompany Qin Xiang to hunt gods is better than him going alone. Going alone? Teacher Zhu was puzzled. Isn't it said that sequenceability users form teams to hunt gods? Wen Shu chuckled, I don't know either. Just a random guess. With that, he continued to immerse himself in studying the problems in the exercise book. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming arrived at the bus stop and waited for an old, somewhat shabby bus. Thank you, Principal Li. Li Tianming gave him a glance, took out some copper coins, and paid for both of their fares. The apocalypse had arrived, and most areas were occupied by gods, making energy extremely scarce. The current buses still relied on gasoline or electricity, making them high energy-consuming items, thus the fares were quite expensive. As a result, there were no ordinary people on the bus, only sequenceability users who used this transport to save time. Some of them had just concluded their hunting activities at the 114,514 safety zone exit. Others were heading to other safety zone exits to begin their hunting activities. The bus was quiet, but everyone was either scrolling on their phones or resting with their eyes closed. Qin Xiang glanced at the smartphones of others, and then at his old sturdy phone, thinking it was time to find an opportunity to upgrade his device. However, that was a matter for another time. After more than an hour, the bus speaker announced, 38324 safety zone exit arrived. Let's get off. All right. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming got off the bus and walked toward the safety zone exit together. There are quite a few people at the 38324 safety zone exit today, Li Tianming remarked as he surveyed the crowded exit. It's because a group of rogue sandworm minions has recently appeared here, Qin Xiang explained. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming's eyes immediately flashed with surprise. How do you know? Of course I found out through various means. Li Tianming nodded slightly, gaining more respect for Qin Xiang in his heart. His mentality was not at all like that of a teenager. Relying on him for matters might actually work. The two of them walked out of the safety zone exit. As the sensing metal door slowly opened, Qin Xiang faced the world outside the safety zone for the first time. The faint starlight above sprinkled down on the eternal night blue planet, slightly illuminating the ruins of the world. The view was filled with broken walls and abandoned large vehicles with faint traces of a once thriving civilization barely discernible. However, after 10 years, these traces had already been buried by the wind and sand. After some more time, they might completely disappear. Perhaps in the future a year will come when an archaeologist discovers these ruins, bringing them immense joy. Or they may remain buried underground, never to see the light of day again. Qin Xiang gazed at the scene before him, lost in thought, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. Human civilization is truly fragile. Let's go. Qin Xiang followed Li Tianming out of the safety zone. As soon as they stepped out, a gust of wind hit him, making his freeze-proof suit flap uncontrollably. Li Tianming surveyed the bustling god-hunting teams around them and pondered for a moment. Based on my experience, we can go that way. Principal Li, follow me. Qin Xiang said, heading in a direction with fewer people. Li Tianming was momentarily taken aback, but did not question him, following behind Qin Xiang. Since Qin Xiang was aware of the sandworm minion news, he might also know their location. No, the sandworm minions, after leaving their master, have no fixed abode and no specific location. Qin Xiang remained silent, focusing on the path ahead, going deeper and deeper with fewer and fewer people around. Qin, where is the gathering place of the sandworm minions? You know. It gets dangerous further in. If we encounter a medium-sized god, I can't guarantee your safety. After Li Tianming's warning, he looked around and indeed saw no one else. The safety zone behind them had turned into faintly visible light points. They had walked over 10 kilometers. It should be about time. He took out a black glass bottle from his backpack and opened the cap. What is this, Qin? A sandworm scale. Where did you get this? From the place where I learned about it. Qin Xiang was unwilling to elaborate. Qian Wendao and Li Tianming were his two trump cards. The two of them did not see each other, merely aware of each other's existence, which was the best situation for them at the moment. After waiting for more than half an hour, Qin Xiang suddenly heard a commotion. Get ready. Okay. Qin Xiang drew his god-hunting dagger, quietly observing the direction from where the sound came. He held his breath, his body tense. He had killed before, but never a god. Now that it had come to this, he was still quite nervous. Inside the freeze-proof suit, He could feel the sweat starting to bead on his back. Prepare yourself, it will be here in 10 seconds. After this warning, Li Tianming silently stepped back, distancing himself from Qin Xiang. This was to prevent others from seeing and claiming that Qin Xiang was not meeting the requirements for solo combat. As the sounds grew closer, Qin Xiang's nerves tightened even further. This large mutated god resembling a cockroach moved at high speed. Yet Qin Xiang could still accurately capture its position. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, deciding not to use the brute force skill, opting instead to rely on his physical reflexes to deal with this god. Although brute force did not specify a cooldown time, it seemed to be usable without limit. However, this skill could triple his strength and agility perception, undoubtedly consuming a significant amount of energy. Without a doubt, this energy came from Qin Xiang's own body. Overuse would mean exhausting his body, making it unsustainable. Therefore, he planned not to use brute force for the time being. As long as he could see clearly, it proved that the enemy's agility was within his response range. As for strength, this god stood only half a human's height, probably not stronger than himself. Moreover, there was only one god at this moment, making it an excellent opportunity for practice. Even though Qin Xiang was a novice, he firmly believed that honing his combat reflexes was what he needed most. Seeing this large mutated cockroach charging towards him with its claws raised, Qin Xiang waited for the right moment. Just as the long channel-like claws were about to touch Qin Xiang's chest, he immediately took a step and jumped high, looking down at the god beneath him. The god's head was facing the ground, unable to see what was happening behind it. As a beetle-like creature, its field of vision was quite limited. It seemed that this god shared the same trait. Qin Xiang gripped the demon hunter dagger tightly, plunging straight towards the god's head as his body descended. He believed that the god's head would not be protected. The demon hunter dagger would surely pierce through. Qin Xiang already envisioned the scene moments later where the god would wail in agony, foul juices splattering everywhere. "I'm going to succeed." He smiled slightly. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The cockroach-like god suddenly turned its head 180 degrees. Its two large round black eyes fixed on Qin Xiang, who was about to land on its back. From the creature's two disgusting round eyes, Qin Xiang even saw a hint of a sinister smile. How is this possible? Not far away, Li Tianming frowned deeply, ready to unleash the Earthbind skill to prevent Qin Xiang from being harmed. "Qin, your luck isn't too good. You've attracted the particularly troublesome, mutated scythe beetle from the sandworm minions. This thing easily leads people to believe it's an insect with limited vision. But in reality, its field of vision is 360 degrees. Many sequence ability users have perished in its visual traps." Li Tianming closely observed Qin Xiang's reactions. If his next action went awry, he could be directly pierced through the chest and abdomen by the mutated scythe beetle and die. Li Tianming's palms began to sweat. He feared he might be too late to save Qin Xiang, letting him die here. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang immediately sensed something was wrong as the god's head suddenly spun around. He abandoned the attack, instead stepping onto the back armor of the mutated scythe beetle and leaping again. Just as his foot left the back armor, two dark scythes suddenly sprouted from the black round eyes of the mutated scythe beetle, scraping past Qin Xiang's mask. Qin Xiang could even feel the vibrations of the wind in front of him through his frost-resistant suit. That was close. If he had charged in recklessly, he would have been sliced into pieces by those sudden scythes. Damn it, I clearly checked the information about the sandworm minions before coming here. How come I've never seen this god? Wait. Qin Xiang looked at the head of the mutated scythe beetle and suddenly thought of something. Those scythes sprouted from its eyes. Doesn't that mean its field of vision has vanished, turning it blind? Seeing those two scythes quickly retract, Qin Xiang's thoughts were further confirmed. The mutated scythe beetle seemed eager to regain its vision. That's why it retracted the scythes after missing its attack. Now is the time. Without hesitation, Qin Xiang pressed down again as he descended, plunging the dagger towards the head of the mutated scythe beetle. PFF. Qin Xiang felt the dagger first pierce through a layer of carapace, then sink into a soft, moist area. The mutated scythe beetle writhed in pain. The scythes that were originally going to retract extended again, aiming to sweep towards Qin Xiang in a bid for mutual destruction. But Qin Xiang had already seized the initiative and would not miss the opportunity again. He pressed down hard with both hands, driving the dagger straight into the ground, pinning the mutated scythe beetle's head. As the head had completely deformed, the two long scythes that emerged from the eyes of the mutated scythe beetle only extended a small portion before getting stuck. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xiang twisted both hands forcefully, creating a hole as thick as a steel pipe. A stream of dark green liquid splattered onto Qin Xiang's protective suit, sending a chill through his body beneath the frost-resistant suit. The mutated scythe beetle's dozens of legs twitched a couple of times before falling still. It was finished. Qin Xiang let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly capped the glass bottle containing the sandworm scales. He needed to take a break. If a few more mutated scythe beetles showed up right now, he would be in real trouble. Qin Xiang sat down on the back armor of the mutated scythe beetle, adjusting his breathing. Li Tianming also walked over from a distance. Qin, you did well. Thank you. I appreciate Principal Li for protecting me on the side. While resting, Qin Xiang did not forget to express his gratitude to Li Tianming. He knew that at that critical moment Li Tianming had surely been prepared to assist him. Li Tianming smiled. Qin, to solve the mutated scythe beetle on your first hunt is indeed beyond my expectations. Just lucky, I suppose. Principal Li, what is this god called? The mutated scythe beetle? Why didn't I see any information about this god when I checked the sandworm minion data in the god-slaying camp? The forums are free and the information on them is limited. The mutated scythe beetle is already a very high tier existence among sandworm minions, not something that can be casually hunted. Especially since its field of vision is actually 360 degrees, which has caused many sequence ability users to perish. The experience of killing it comes from the sacrifices of sequence ability users. Such precious information is not something anyone would disclose. No one would disclose it. Then how do you know Principal Li? Me? Have you forgotten? I am the vice president of a certain university, so my understanding of gods is naturally much deeper. The information on hunting gods isn't disclosed. No wonder humanity has yet to find a way to leave the safe zone. What a bunch of bastards. Li Tianming asked, Qin, are you planning to disclose the information about the mutated scythe beetle? Me? Qin Xiang chuckled. I'm even more of a bastard than they are. Huh. Alright, enough of that. Principal Li, where should I cut to prove that I've hunted this god? There is no way to prove the hunt of a deity, even in the forum. Qin Xiang only learned from bits and pieces that it involved cutting off a part of the deity that could prove its identity and bringing it back to the safe zone. The acceptance personnel from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau at the entrance of the safe zone will allocate rewards based on these parts. Although he killed the deformed crab scythe, he does not know how to prove that he killed it. Fortunately, Li Tianming is accompanying him, so this should not be a problem. Turn the deformed crab scythe over, he instructed. After Qin Xiang complied, Li Tianming pointed to a round shell on its abdominal core. Do you see this round shell? Cut it off, and take it back as proof of your hunt of a deity. Every deity has such a round shell on them. This is your evidence of hunting a deity. Qin Xiang used the god-hunting dagger to slice along the round shell, but he ended up bringing out quite a bit of flesh and blood. Just as he was about to clean it up, Li Tianming stopped him. Do not clean up this flesh and blood. The inspection personnel at the entrance of the safe zone will judge if you cheated based on the freshness of this flesh and blood. The flesh and blood on this round shell will be cleaned by the inspection personnel and thrown into the trash, but only the round shell will be taken away. After hearing this, Qin Xiang suddenly understood. He was still puzzled as to why there were so many remnants of deities in the trash bins outside the safe zone. It turned out to be this way. Qin Xiang then asked, how much hunting points is this round shell worth? Li Tianming held up 6 fingers. 6 hunting points. That's a lot. Qin Xiang was taken aback. He thought that killing a deity like the sandworm servant would only yield 1 hunting point. That's right, it is indeed a lot. Then how is this point system determined? Look closely at the round shell. Li Tianming wiped off the dark green juice on the round shell and pointed to a circular dent on it. Do you see this circular dent? It represents 5 points. He then pointed to a linear dent. This straight line represents 1 point. Adding them up gives you 6 points. Qin Xiang looked puzzled. Then how was this point standard established? Of course, it was verified through practical combat. The Management Bureau found that hunting a deity with a circular dent on the round shell was about 5 times more difficult than one with a linear dent, and thus set this exchange standard. I see. Qin Xiang opened his backpack and placed the precious round shell inside. 6 points for him. Soloing the hunt meant double points. 12 points. Although he did not know what that meant. But 12 points sounded like a lot. He had to keep it safe to avoid being robbed. Seeing how cautiously he was keeping the round shell, Li Tianming added, you don't have to worry about it being taken. Your god-hunting dagger carries your aura, and the round shell also has your aura. Even if someone snatches it, their aura can only cover yours. According to the Management Bureau's regulations, rewards are settled to the original aura owner of the round shell. Oh, that's quite reasonable. Alright, you can continue. MHM. Qin Xiang opened the cap of the sandworm scales and continued to wait patiently. However, besides focusing on the front, Qin Xiang also set his sights on the deformed crab scythe's corpse. With such a large deity corpse, if I eat it all, wouldn't I ascend to the heavens? He immediately felt a surge of excitement. He acted on it right away. First, he used the god-hunting dagger to sever the deformed crab scythe's small leg, which resembled that of a crab. Qin, what are you doing? Oh, just playing around since I have nothing to do. Li Tianming didn't know what Qin Xiang was thinking. Not seeing the sandworm servant for a while, Qin Xiang then chopped off the joint of the small leg, examining the remaining segment in his hand. If I hollow out the meat inside, it could serve as a straw. Qin Xiang gazed at the abdomen of the deformed crab scythe where the round shell had been removed and dark green juice flowed abundantly. He looked around the desolate surroundings to confirm that no deities were nearby. Then he opened a gap in the mask of his antifreeze suit. A gust of cold wind rushed in, causing Qin Xiang to shiver. It's really cold outside the safe zone. The flesh of sequence ability users can barely withstand it. After adapting to the howling cold wind, Qin Xiang thought he should hurry and make the straw. Otherwise the juice inside the deformed crab scythe might freeze. He held the small leg tightly, put it to his mouth and sucked hard, drawing all the meat into his mouth. It tastes a bit like crab meat. Qin Xiang had eaten raw drunken crab in his past life, and the leg meat was smooth and sticky, quite similar to the meat from the small leg. After swallowing, a warm current surged through his body, bringing a wave of comfort. Not bad. He immediately inserted the emptied crab leg back into the deformed crab-sized body, greedily sucking the juice inside. Indeed, the weather is so cold that it has already started to freeze. However, Qin Xiang did not mind. It was all for the sake of becoming stronger. Becoming stronger is not something to be embarrassed about. As the juice entered his body, it immediately transformed into energy, enhancing him, so no matter how much deity remnants he consumed, he wouldn't feel full. He sucked for about a minute before the juice ran dry. Qin Xiang glanced inside the deformed crab-sized body and found that most of it was juice. There was a small amount of meat left. Most of the energy had been absorbed by him. He then stuffed the straw back into the deformed crab-sized corpse and poured in some sand. Aside from me, no one should touch the deity's corpse, right? Qin Xiang burped, contentedly wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth, and closed the mask of his antifreeze suit, lazily leaning against the deformed crab-sized shell. I've become stronger again. If I could bask in the sun right now, it would be even more satisfying. Although his sequence level did not increase, he could clearly feel his strength growing. Not only had his strength increased, but even his vision had improved somewhat. He could clearly see the distant places that were previously unclear. Not far away, Li Tianming had no idea what Qin Xiang was up to. He thought he had suddenly become childlike, and was happily playing by himself. I wonder if this Qin is mature or childish. After resting for a moment, Qin Xiang suddenly heard a rustling sound. It seemed another sandworm servant was coming. He immediately stood up, resumed a battle-ready posture, and calmly prepared to face the approaching enemy. Qin Xiang was confident that if another deformed crab scythe came this time, he would surely be able to handle it with ease. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he spotted a deity approaching from a distance. That is the long-footed worm. Qin Xiang's lips curled up. The soft persimmon he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Time to hunt to his heart's content. If the deformed armored scythe is the upper echelon among the sandworm minions, then the long-footed worm is merely the mud beneath the shoes of those minions. There is no deity weaker than the long-footed worm. They lack solid defenses, sharp offensive weapons, lethal toxins, and even an intelligent mind. With only a mouth no larger than a finger, a bite from a long-footed worm feels no more than a scraping on the skin of a sequence ability user. Not only are long-footed worms weak in ability, but their intelligence is also low. When faced with danger, they don't even know to flee. Even the Sequence Ability Management Bureau has seriously considered whether to reduce or even cancel the hunting points for long-footed worms. But ultimately, they did not implement such measures. Because long-footed worms are weak, they often attach themselves to more powerful deities. The appearance of a long-footed worm signifies the arrival of a formidable enemy. Killing them comes with significant risks. Moreover, long-footed worms are still deities and cannot be slain by ordinary people. Only sequence ability users can take them down. Since they are deities, they should be respected. Thus, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau still awarded long-footed worms hunting points to encourage sequence ability users to bravely hunt deities. However, the Bureau never considered the shameless actions of someone like Qin Xiang, who used a sandworm scale to attract the arrival of sandworm minions. The long-footed worms came to pledge allegiance to a new master, so they did not team up with other powerful deities. A large group hurried towards the source of the sandworm. Qin Xiang looked at the mass of long-footed worms, nearly laughing out loud. Nearby, Li Tianming was also stunned. This kid has way too much luck, doesn't he? With so many long-footed worms in front of him, isn't he about to take off directly? Why didn't I encounter such good fortune when I was hunting deities back in the day? Li Tianming even felt a bit envious. If it weren't for the fact that he needed Qin Xiang's help and that many people had witnessed them leaving together, he would have wanted to kill Qin Xiang and take care of these long-footed worms himself. Calm down, calm down. Li Tianming, you have more important things to do. Li Tianming adjusted his breathing, struggling to suppress his jealousy. Qin Xiang did not wait in place. He immediately waved his hunting knife and charged forward. Most of these long-footed worms were about half a meter long and 2 fingers wide. With their long and thin legs, they were about 20 centimeters off the ground. But to Qin Xiang, they were no different from cockroaches. He could easily slay 3 to 5 with a single swing of his knife. At that moment, an idea struck Qin Xiang. He knew that only sequence ability users could kill deities. But it wasn't said that one had to use a hunting knife. Looking at the long-footed worms crawling on the ground, he couldn't help but wonder if he could crush these humble deities with his feet. He stepped on one, and the squashed long-footed worm immediately returned to its original form, continuing to crawl. Not possible. He suddenly realized something. It was probably because he was wearing a thermal suit completely wrapped up. Even if his body mutated and awakened a sequence, that mutated power couldn't be transmitted through the thermal suit. To verify his thought, he unzipped his thermal suit and stepped on a long-footed worm again. PSSSH. Red juice immediately oozed from the long-footed worm, splattering onto Qin Xiang's foot. After a couple of twitches, the long-footed worm lay still. It's dead. Qin Xiang nodded. Indeed, the body of a sequence ability user was no longer the same as that of an ordinary person and had undergone some peculiar mutation. Even without using sequence abilities, he could kill deities. With this understanding, Qin Xiang no longer fixated on using the knife to slay deities. Swinging the knife was too slow. With so many worms, it was faster to crush them with his feet. Watching Qin Xiang's actions from a distance, Li Tianming nodded in appreciation. Qin Xiang first tried stepping on long-footed worms while wearing the thermal suit, then took it off to crush the long-footed worms. Li Tianming observed closely. In battle, when encountering simple enemies, not only thinking about harvesting hunting points, but instead displaying a spirit of exploration. What a promising candidate for scientific research. If I were still in university, I would definitely take this kid as a student. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to leave the edge of the safety zone in this lifetime. Looking at Qin Xiang's back again, I fear that by the time I die, the Zhuan school will not awaken another sequence ability user. Qin Xiang took off his thermal suit, tossed it aside, and then dashed into the army of long-footed worms. However, perhaps due to the cold, Qin Xiang ran, while bending over, hugging himself, resembling a person fleeing from disaster. At least that's how it appeared to Li Tianming. However, for Qin Xiang, this posture served another purpose: to keep his head low. When his foot landed on a long-footed worm, red juice would be squeezed out and sprayed. Or rather, exploded. Qin Xiang kept his head down, preparing to receive the gifts of the deities. He had already gained experience. He discovered that if he stepped on the long-footed worm's head at an angle with his heel, and then crushed it with his toes, the red juice would be squeezed out from the worm's tail and spray right into his mouth. The taste is a bit strange, or it must be mixed with all sorts of things. Qin Xiang glanced at the long-footed worm's backside, feeling a bit uncomfortable. However, as his body continued to grow stronger, he quickly cast aside that discomfort. What could be more exhilarating than becoming stronger? He recklessly ran through the masses of long-footed worms without fatigue, a bright smile adorned with red juice on his lips. Just as he was enjoying himself, suddenly, he felt a strange shift throughout his body, sensing a qualitative leap in both his agility and strength. At the same time, the sequence information in his brain also changed. Sequence Devourer of Gods, promotion, digesting deities will make one stronger. Current sequence level 3, Crimson Knight skill, blood drink. Skill description: can digest deities by eating them. Skill Violence. Skill description: within 10 minutes one's agility and physical strength triple, during which no pain will be felt. Skill Dual Metal. Skill description: after killing a deity, one's total power excluding skills permanently increases by 100%. Skill cooldown time 1 year. 100% increase in total power. Qin Xiang was stunned, unable to suppress the joy on his face, as if he had just... This dual metal is simply too powerful. The only regret is that the cooldown time is a bit long, taking a year. If it were shorter, he would have chosen to stay outside the safe zone and wait until he was invincible before returning. The path of survival still cannot be realized. He had once considered hunting down deities outside the safe zone to enhance himself through the blood drink. It seemed like a viable method. However, he immediately dismissed that idea. His act of consuming the remains of deities must not be discovered, which meant he had to hunt in secluded areas outside the safe zone. This meant the danger was doubled, and the possibility of encountering unknown giant deities significantly increased, likely leading to an accidental death. He had seen far too many such cases on the memorial board in the godslaying camp. Either they chased wounded deities deep into the safe zone or ventured into unknown areas. These sequence ability users were ultimately killed by unknown deities without exception. There were even numerous instances of entire god-hunting teams being wiped out. Qin Xiang believed that although he was strong, his strength was limited, and he wasn't yet at the level where he could freely navigate outside the safe zone. Compared to the constant threat to his life, it was much safer to engage in cunning intrigues with others inside the safe zone. Qin Xiang glanced at the dual metal, feeling an involuntary joy. His strength doubled. How can the affairs of the world be as one wishes? I might as well use it for now. Skills that enhance attributes cool down faster the sooner they're used. Qin Xiang decided to use it immediately. He reviewed the skill description and found that it doubled his current overall strength. He was instantly intrigued. Current overall strength. If he used violence, his current strength would be 3 times his usual. And if he then used the dual metal, could he increase it to 6 times? 6 times? How strong would that make him? Qin Xiang swallowed hard. He glanced at the few remaining long-footed worms, thinking that today's harvest was probably sufficient. After clearing out these crawling deities, he could tidy up and return inside the safe zone. In that case, he probably wouldn't have the opportunity to use violence, and he wouldn't have to worry about his own consumption. Let's give it a try. He activated violence, and then turned on the dual metal. Aiming at a long-footed worm, he stomped down. Puff! Due to the increase in sequence level and the enhancement from violence, his stomp directly sank into the ground half a palm's depth. The long-footed worm hadn't even had the chance to struggle before it passed away, leaving no pain behind. Then Qin Xiang felt a powerful force surge through him, enhancing him in all aspects. His ears could catch the sounds of long-footed worms moving from all directions. His eyes could clearly see every bristle of a long-footed worm 10 steps away. His body felt as light as a feather, making him feel he could run faster than the wind. His fists were filled with power, as if he could shatter steel plates with a single blow. Qin Xiang immediately tested his strength. He stomped on another long-footed worm beside him. Puff! Half of his calf sank into the ground. Qin Xiang's emotions surged. Strength. This is absolute strength. Meanwhile, Li Tianming, not far away, frowned. Did I just hallucinate? Why does it feel like when Qin classmate lifted his foot a shadow appeared? But with my sequence level, my perception and vision are exceptionally sharp right now. If even I can't capture his movements clearly, could it be that he's at sequence level 4? No, sequence level 4 isn't enough. He must be at sequence level 5. Qin Xiang is at sequence level 5. Li Tianming's frown deepened. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he were at sequence level 5, why would he need me as his insurance? He could easily resolve deities alone. Moreover, sequence level 5 requires over 100 bottles of sequence potions. He could never obtain that. I must be getting a bit drowsy and my vision must be blurry. I need to wake up quickly, or else if he encounters danger later, I won't be able to save him in time. With that in mind, Li Tianming opened his mask, feeling the chilly wind blow in. Li Tianming shivered immediately, feeling his senses sharpen, then closed the mask. Looking back at Qin Xiang, he found that his movements seemed no different from before. Indeed, it was just my own eyes playing tricks on me. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang felt somewhat disappointed. He noticed that as the violent skill ended, his power and agility had dropped slightly. However, it wasn't as drastic as before, where he lost 2/3 of his strength and agility in one go. He estimated that it seemed to have only decreased by about 1/3. This meant that after using the dual metal, his current strength and agility were roughly 4 times what they were. He calculated and roughly understood this change. If at the beginning his strength was 1 unit, then after activating violence it became 3 units, and after activating the dual metal it became 6 units. However, once violence ended, the previous enhancement disappeared, reducing his strength by the 2 units that violence had granted, leaving him with only 4 units. He had expected to become 6 times stronger, but ultimately, he only became 4 times stronger. Still, Qin Xiang was quite satisfied with this. It was much more comfortable than just doubling his strength. He controlled his speed and strength to avoid revealing any issues to Li Tianming, then proceeded to kill all the remaining long-footed worms. After that, he immediately sealed the black glass bottle containing the sandworm scales, preparing to tally his harvest. The ground was littered with remains, enough to keep him busy for a while. Qin Xiang put on his frost-resistant suit, took out his god-hunting dagger, and began harvesting the round armor plates. Due to limited backpack space, he was particularly careful while cutting, keeping only a small amount of flesh to allow the Management Bureau's inspectors to determine that they died today. Li Tianming watched Qin Xiang busying himself, his eyes burning with jealousy. He had never seen so many seemingly foolish long-footed worms gathered together. Generally speaking, encountering a dozen would be considered lucky. Yet Qin Xiang had come across an entire army of long-footed worms. Roughly counting, there were at least 500. 500 long-footed worms meant 500 god-hunting points. Qin Xiang fought alone, still earning double rewards. Over 1,000 god-hunting points. No one in the entire god-hunting team at the exit of safe zone 38,324 could surpass him. This harvest would be enough to help him knock on the door of top-tier sequence ability universities. Qin Xiang's luck was truly extraordinary, as if he were the chosen one. Li Tianming had already planned that once he returned he would definitely find a way to take advantage of Qin Xiang. He absolutely could not let this wealthy fool slip away. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang was oblivious to Li Tianming's seething jealousy and was still immersed in the joy of his bountiful harvest. He cut off the last round armor plate, which fit perfectly into his bulging backpack. Fortunately, the round armor plates of the long-footed worms were much smaller than the distorted armor blades, or else his large backpack wouldn't have been able to hold them. To free up space, he held the distorted armor blade's round armor plate in his hand to take back. Qin Xiang strapped on the heavy backpack, listening to the howling cold wind outside, the mask, a smile creeping onto his lips. Today's wind is particularly boisterous. Thank you, friends, for your support with a good review. My daily income is in single digits, and I might not be able to continue writing this book. Qin Xiang slung his backpack over one shoulder and walked side by side with Li Tianming toward the safe zone. Gradually, they encountered other god-hunting teams, most of whom trudged along in dejection. Today's haul was disappointing. Only 7 points total. Divided among our 5 members, that's barely more than 1 point per person. Indeed, lately rumors have spread that a massive swarm of sandworm thralls has appeared near our safe zone's exit. drawing many hoping to capitalize on the frenzy. Yet no one has glimpsed even a shadow of those thralls. Instead, fewer divine beings have been slain than before. Who the hell leaked such false news? It's nothing short of sabotage. At this rate, how long before we earn enough to repay our mortgages? Don't worry. Those who came here seeking shortcuts will depart once they realize the thralls are nowhere to be found. Then everything will return to normal. Listening to the despondent chatter of nearby god-hunting teams, Qin Xiang clenched his jaw tightly, struggling to suppress the grin threatening to break across his face. He had already found this divine hunt exhilarating beyond measure. Hearing of others' misfortune only amplified his delight. Joy and sorrow seldom intersect, and sometimes joy is built upon another's suffering. Li Tianming, observing Qin Xiang's barely restrained mirth, spoke as mentor. Qin, deriving pleasure from others' misfortunes isn't quite becoming. Not quite becoming. Such an attitude may well lead you astray. Astray? Qin Xiang arched a brow. Principally, do you truly believe I still have a chance to become a good man? Li Tianming cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xiang and said nothing. Does Qin Xiang truly still have a chance to be good? In the safe zone, goodness rarely survives long. Li Tianming abandoned his pedagogical impulse and fell silent, leaving Qin Xiang to revel unabashedly in his mirth. Who on earth claimed there were swarms of sandworm thralls here? I traveled 1,000 miles only to find not a single one. Not just our team. Every other god-hunting team that arrived with us has drawn the same blank. Perhaps the thralls have migrated elsewhere. Tomorrow let's scout exit 54320 of the adjacent safe zone. There may yet be unexpected rewards. Fine. If we still haven't sighted any thralls in 5 or 6 days, we'll head back. God-hunting teams passing Qin Xiang's side repeatedly. None seemed to have secured satisfactory spoils. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang strode forward with head held high, entering the safe zone's reinforced iron gate beside Li Tianming. Near the safe zone's exit sequence abilities, users already formed a long queue, apparently awaiting verification of their disc armor shards. The two men exchanged no words. Li Tianming appeared lost in thought while Qin Xiang, using his acute perceptual acuity, eavesdropped on nearby conversations. Captain John, today we secured 10 points worth of disc armor. Quite respectable, wouldn't you say? Indeed. Though the hunt felt unremarkable, comparing yields with other teams reveals most earned less than half of ours. Captain, of these 10 points you'll receive 4. With those 4 added, your total reaches 200 points, doesn't it? Yes. Exactly. A bystander interjected, eyes widening. 200 points. Then you must rank within the top 5 at exit 38324. John glanced haughtily at the envious onlooker and replied coolly, precisely 5th place. I heard the top 5 at safe zone exits enjoy special privileges. Is that true? That matter is confidential. Oh, I apologize. The man offered an embarrassed smile, then asked anew, you're truly extraordinary. With 200 points, you'll surely crack the safe zone's top million and earn a ranking. Where do you stand overall? Approximately 950,000th. Wow, 950,000th. I'm still outside the top million. No ranking at all. Steady accumulation yields steady ascent. As John spoke those words, his chin lifted ever so slightly. His tones sounded encouraging, but beneath it lay quiet contempt, subtle exclusion, as if an unbridgeable chasm separated him from the questioner. The onlookers gazed at John with undisguised admiration. He removed his safety helmet, adjusted his collar with practiced elegance, and stood with the aloof bearing of a nobleman born to privilege. A voice chuckled, little John, so smug like a red-horned rooster fresh off its egg. What stroke of fortune graced you today? John whirled around, fury blazing in his gaze. Sun Juhong. I knew it'd be you. The one whose tongue stinks worse than dung. Sun Juhong grinned, his scar twisting like a writhing earthworm. Ah, if you're beneath even dung, what does that make you? Pure excrement. You're only 40 points ahead of me. What's so impressive about that? 40 points ahead is ahead. At exit 38324, I rank 4th, you 5th. That fact remains immutable. John's golden irises narrowed in disgust. Within a year, I'll surpass you. That's laughable. Do you imagine your points alone will rise this year, while mine stagnate? Sun Juhong tilted his head toward his teammates and quipped, little John once told his father, who's 20 years his senior, that in 20 years he'd be just as old. Huh. Spot on, Captain, he's utterly absurd. Little John, did your father die? If not, you'll never catch up to his age in this lifetime. John flushed violet with rage and turned away speechless. Watching the sequence abilities users bicker, Qin Xiang asked, Principal, why are they quarreling over god-hunting points? God-hunting points signify personal strength among sequence abilities users. The higher one score, the greater the respect one commands. It's like school exams. Students who excel earn greater esteem. You're not wrong, god-hunting points function much like academic grades. Yet unlike exams, which reflect only a momentary stage, god-hunting points accompany you for life. The United Government tallies and ranks them precisely to incentivize divine slaying. Higher points grant broader privileges. Should you and another sequence abilities user both covet the same residence, and your score exceeds theirs, the property must be offered to you first. Should you and another fall ill simultaneously, and only one bed remains at a sequence hospital, your superior score secures that bed. Should you and another both pursue the same nightclub hostess, ahem, you grasp the principle. Principal, don't cough. Please elaborate on the nightclub hostess. Qin Xiang had waited for more than 40 minutes. At last his turn was near. The man ahead glanced at the circular plate armor in Qin Xiang's hand, and his eyes brightened. Young man, you too earning 6 points is no small feat, the man remarked. Oh yes, Qin replied. Lately there have been so many people here. After a single outing mini return without even 1 point, a lot of people have decided to take a break for a while. I've heard. Is this a circular plate from the mutant armor scythe? Yes. What luck. Sigh, not like us. We only hunted 3 whirling blade spiders. Qin Xiang glanced at the 3 circular plates in his hand. Each bore a ring, and together they seemed worth 15 points. A second look at the man's smile made Qin understand. He had expected someone to complain, but instead the man was boasting. Qin ignored him and looked elsewhere. Seeing Qin had no desire to engage further, the man stopped making a spectacle. Only 1,500 points. How humiliating. He continued in a languid tone. Qin said nothing, which irritated the fellow behind him. If it's only 15 points, what's so impressive? Forget it, let him be happy. Today their squad had an unusually rich harvest. Those 3 whirling blade spider plates. He's been showing them off all day. No wonder. Humph. The man shook the 3 plates in his hand and scoffed. Can you do the same? You're just envious. Yes, you're impressive. It's just that I wonder how many of those 15 points will end up on your head. The man seemed stung and turned away, no longer boasting. The man behind Qin would not let it drop. Those truly capable who take the big share do not flaunt. It's usually the useless hanger-son who make a fuss. Exactly. In my view, if he gets even one of those 15 points, it will be fortunate. The man immediately turned back and shouted, don't look down on people. I can get 1.2. The other retorted. Oh my, how impressive, 1.2. It rather suits your 1.2 character. The man blushed furiously as laughter rose from behind Qin. After the plates were inspected, the man ahead of Qin slunk away in embarrassment. Finally, it was Qin Xiang's turn. It was his first time having circular plates validated. An inspector from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau glanced at the plates in Qin. Name: Qin Xiang. Sequence Ability Holder ID: 00009527. The inspector checked the record and frowned. There is no team information for you. Were you solo? Yes. When people heard Qin had been solo, the crowd erupted. My God, he could get 12 points all at once. He was solo. Impossible. That old man stood right beside him. Is he cheating for points? The inspector threw a sharp look at Li Tianming. Li Tianming said calmly, I am the insurer. I did not participate in the god hunt. The inspector nodded, then pressed a small scanning lamp to the plate, and then to Qin. Beep. Hunter's aura matches you. Identity confirmed. He then produced a palm's eye square device and aimed its screen at Qin's face. Qin saw his own reflection on the screen. The lie detector seemed to have a front camera, though he did not understand its mechanism. By regulation, I must administer a lie test to solo hunters. Please answer, did you hunt the gods entirely on your own? Yes. 5 seconds later the device sounded beep. True. The inspector stowed the lie detector and said, next I will perform a memory continuity test. Place your hand here. Okay. Qin placed his hand on the inspector's palm. Suddenly many tiny suction pads emerged from the inspector's palm and connected to Qin's hand. The inspector closed his eyes for about 10 seconds, then opened them to reveal pure white irises. Qin knew this was the verifier's sequence ability, which can observe another's brain activity. If cerebral activity is normal, the verifier's eyes turn white. If abnormal, they turn black. All brain regions functioning normally, no signs of intrusion by other sequencers, the inspector reported. Memory continuity verification passed. The inspector's eyes returned to normal, and the suction pads vanished. You may collect your reward from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, but I will post the data of the God Hunt remnants to the Shirshin Camp's Solo Expedition Points board. If a valid report is received, your reward will be revoked, and you will be penalized. Understood. The onlookers were utterly astonished that Qin had passed the tests. 12 points at once. Enough to exchange for more than a bottle of sequence elixir. And there were 6,000 copper coins to collect. Yuehan glanced at Qin and said coldly, he's just a lucky brat. You can't become prosperous from one stroke of luck. Sun Juhong smiled and touched his mouth, saying little, though his look was careless. At the exits of safe zones, sudden windfalls always occur. People like Qin probably appear every year. But solo hunters face far greater danger. They either die beyond the safe zone or return gravely injured. Few meet good ends. As for the insurer, he cannot protect him forever. Sooner or later the young man will have to face the hazards outside the safe zone himself. Alright, next. After posting Qin's solo status and reward on the forum, the inspector asked him to step aside. Wait. Qin, however, did not move. The inspector looked at his ingenuous face. Is there something else? Do you mean to say these plates were not obtained by you? Too late. I have completed the validation and posted the report. Even if you now admitted it's too late. Qin smiled. I'm not here to confess, you have not finished inspecting. He said this as he took off his bulging backpack and tossed it forward. With a heavy thud, the floor beside the inspector seemed to vibrate. No one understood why the youth had carried so much to hunt gods. Perhaps because he hunted alone, he packed numerous implements to be safe. The others were curious about what was inside Qin's pack. Probably a rookie carrying a heap of useless things to hunt gods, someone muttered. Exactly the first time I left the safe zone, I was almost the same. But when Qin unzipped the bag, everyone gasped and fell silent. With a rustle, the circular plates surged out of the backpacks, spilling across the floor. Qin smiled faintly. Please continue the inspection. A strange silence enveloped the surroundings. After a moment, someone finally reacted, realizing that the circular armor pieces before them were all crafted by the hands of the young Qin Xiang. John immediately exclaimed, "You little trickster, you are as cunning as a Blackfoot fox, more insidious than the deities hiding in the shadows. Where did you steal so many circular armor pieces?" Sun Juhong, who had just been arguing with John, joined him, saying, "What methods did you use? How could you possibly obtain so many circular armor pieces?" Qin Xiang ignored them and simply addressed the bewildered inspectors from the Management Bureau, saying, "It's a large quantity. Could you please assist with the inspection? These circular armor pieces, they were all obtained by my solo team." "Impossible. So many circular armor pieces, I assure you, even with the help of the person beside you, it would be impossible to obtain them." "Exactly. You have a guardian by your side, indicating that you are not skilled at hunting deities. How could you possibly acquire so many circular armor pieces at once? You must have obtained them through some method that violates the regulations of the United Government." Sun Juhong and John, once composed, now blushed angrily, seemingly wanting to devour Qin Xiang alive. The inspectors from the Management Bureau also widened their eyes, frowning, as they asked Qin Xiang, "How did you acquire so many circular armor pieces?" "Of course, by hunting deities." "How did you hunt them?" The tone of the inspector was stern, as if interrogating a criminal. Qin Xiang understood this. After all, presenting such a vast quantity of circular armor pieces would surely raise suspicions. Qin Xiang replied calmly, "May I ask, does the Sequenceability Management Bureau have a regulation stating that one must describe the process of hunting deities?" "No, but your case is too unusual, so I need to clarify. Since there is no such regulation, then what is the purpose of your inquiry? I need to make a reasonable judgment." Qin Xiang interrupted. "The methods of judgment include the aura detector in your hand, lie detectors, memory continuity tests, and forum report encouragement posts. Your personal inquiry does not belong to any of those, right?" The inspector's expression became increasingly displeased. However, Qin Xiang paid no mind to it. Hunting deities was a top priority within the safe zone, and thus the United Government had established detailed regulations. The reason for regulations is to standardize various behaviors. In places where regulations exist, the survival rule is to strictly adhere to them. As long as what he did conformed to the regulations, there was nothing to fear. He cooperated with each aspect within the regulations. For matters outside the regulations, he would remain silent. The inspector and Qin Xiang locked eyes for a long time, but Qin Xiang maintained a calm expression, showing no intention of backing down. The inspector had no choice but to proceed with the inspection as per the regulations. He first took out the aura detector and illuminated each circular armor piece, confirming that the aura came from the same hunter's dagger. As he counted the 794 circular armor pieces, he could not help but feel astonished. Since he started working as an inspector at this safe zone exit, he had never seen so many circular armor pieces. Even he as an inspector was tempted by this vast fortune. However, in front of so many witnesses, he had no way to discreetly pocket some of them. His jealousy towards the young Qin Xiang intensified. Why should he be entitled to so many circular armor pieces? Thus he inspected them particularly meticulously, shining the aura detector back and forth 4 to 5 times on each circular armor piece, ensuring there were no other auras, before he begrudgingly set it down and checked the next. The entire process took more than 2 hours to complete. Then he checked Qin Xiang again, confirming that he was indeed the user of the hunter's dagger. Next he conducted lie detection and memory continuity tests, and Qin Xiang passed them all. While issuing a report, the inspector asked, "It seems that your 700 or so circular armor pieces all came from the Longfoot worm." The inspector dealt with circular armor pieces daily, so recognizing them was not surprising. Before Qin Xiang could respond, the crowd erupted once more. "Longfoot worm? These are all Longfoot worms." "Indeed. Look, these circular armor pieces are the size of copper coins with only one groove, quite resembling Longfoot worms." In other words, that large group of sandworm minions were all Longfoot worms. All killed by this kid. No wonder he could kill so many. So they were all weak Longfoot worms. What rank is he? How could he possibly attract so many Longfoot worms? Qin Xiang originally wanted to say something, but closed his mouth again upon hearing this. He coldly stared at the inspector. He knew that this person was saying this to let the crowd know that most of the sandworm minions had been hunted down by him. This meant many hunting teams had wasted their efforts. Their resentment would likely be vented on him. Qin Xiang looked at the angry gazes of the crowd and secretly found it amusing. Clearly there was no grudge, yet it seemed they had become mortal enemies. No matter. Just a bunch of shrimp and crabs. The strongest person here was likely only sequence level 2, perhaps even weaker than Li Tianming. Beside him, not worth much. If a life-and-death battle were to unfold outside the safe zone, Qin Xiang was confident that he and Li Tianming could eliminate them completely. He might not even need Li Tianming's help. As he thought of this, a killing intent unconsciously surfaced in his gaze. The other sequence ability users immediately realized that Qin Xiang did not appear as green as he seemed. Li Tianming gently tapped Qin Xiang's hand. Tone it down. Qin Xiang then reacted, rearranging his expression into one resembling that of a student. At just 18 years of age, why was he always thinking of violence? This was not good. Very bad. The inspector announced Qin Xiang's hunting rewards. 1 point for each circular armor piece, 794 in total. 1 point for one circular armor piece, totaling 800 hunting points. Since this was a solo team effort, the points are doubled, so he receives 1,600 points. Other rewards remain unchanged. 1 point corresponds to 1,000 copper coins, so in total that would be 800,000 copper coins. 1 point corresponds to 1/10 of a bottle of sequence potion. This time you will receive 80 bottles of sequence potion. Due to the large quantity of rewards, I cannot distribute them here. Please go to the nearby Sequence Ability Management Bureau to collect them. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's smile nearly became crooked. 800,000 copper coins, that was more than 60 silver coins. He had suddenly become wealthy. Wait. Qin Xiang suddenly glanced at Li Tianming, who was also smiling brightly beside him. It seemed he still had to give this bald, pot-bellied man half of it. Qin Xiang found it easy to make money, and Li Tianming found it even easier. Just by following Qin Xiang for a stroll outside the safe zone, he earned over 30 silver coins. Qin Xiang felt a bit distressed, but had no intention of pocketing this money. Although Li Tianming did not directly contribute, he had been ensuring Qin Xiang's safety, remaining in a state of heightened tension. Out of both sentiment and reason, he felt he should offer compensation based on their prior agreement. Moreover, his collaboration with Li Tianming was long-term, it wasn't a one-off affair. Let the 30 silver coins be given. Qin Xiang, having suddenly come into wealth after long poverty, wanted to waste no time. Nearby was the Management Bureau of the Sequence Ability users, specifically the Management Office of Area 14121, where Qian Window was located. Qin Xiang immediately decided to go to the bureau to claim his reward. Just as he picked up his empty backpack and turned to leave, he was suddenly called out. Wait a moment. Qin Xiang turned around to see John. What do you want? I want to invite you to the battle arena. Qin Xiang frowned. The battle arena. What is that? A place for fighting. Yes. Let's go to the battle arena and compete against each other. Why should I compete against you? Are you afraid? Qin Xiang was taken aback, looking at the glaring golden-haired John, then turned to Li Tianming and asked, what has this golden-haired guy been through to act like a fool? Li Tianming replied, you should have heard just now that he was originally among the top 5 at this exit for accumulating points, and he had privileges. Now that your ranking is higher than his privileges have been overridden by you, so he wants to challenge you in the battle arena. Wait a moment, there's a lot of information here. Qin Xiang processed Li Tianming's words, first asking, what are these privileges? Every management personnel at a safe zone exit has performance indicators. The more gods killed at this exit, the more rewards the person in charge receives. Therefore, to encourage capable hunting teams to start from their managed exits, management personnel arrange rewards for the top 5. This method of rewarding is also recognized by the Management Bureau and the joint government. Qin Xiang looked towards the verification personnel, asking, what are the privileges at the 38,324 safe zone exit? The verification personnel replied coldly, you get an additional 10% in copper coins. So, I should be entitled to 880,000 copper coins. Qin Xiang's eyes widened, immediately pointing at the verification personnel and saying, you damned thing, are you trying to swallow my privilege reward? The verification personnel snorted, you only acquired privileges after today, what you had before doesn't count. Oh, my apologies. I was poor before, so I spoke a bit too impulsively, please forgive me. Humph. Qin Xiang quickly put on a smile and apologized to the verification personnel. Li Tianming sighed helplessly at Qin Xiang's manic shifts in demeanor. It was somewhat embarrassing. If I have overshadowed his privilege, shouldn't he strive to hunt gods and reclaim it? Why is he looking for me to go to the battle arena? By the way, what is the battle arena? Between sequence ability users, it is inevitable to have some conflicts. The battle arena is an official venue provided by the joint government to resolve disputes among sequence ability users. Before stepping onto the arena, the two sign a wager, and after the conclusion, the stakes are determined based on the outcome. Exactly. Once Li Tianming finished explaining, John said to Qin Xiang, I want to bet on the privileges of the 38324 safe zone exit. Are you out of your mind? Why should I bet with you? John gritted his teeth. They'll give you 1 silver coin. Don't make me laugh, I wouldn't even bother with such a small amount. If I lose, I'll give you a bottle of sequence potion. I have 80 bottles, do I need that one? They'll be at your beck and call for 2 years. I'm busy, I don't have time to raise a dog. John was infuriated. He had to reclaim his privileges. It wasn't just about the money, it was also about his status. At the safe zone exit, the ones looked down upon the most were the sequence ability users who originally had privileges, but were pushed aside. Moreover, he was pushed aside by a young kid who relied purely on luck and had no real strength. Qin Xiang, however, had no intention of stepping into the battle arena. No matter how much he talked, it was useless. After all, his sequence ability was not that of a phantom assassin. If he revealed his flaws on the arena, it would be a loss. Just as he was about to leave, John blocked his path, speaking slowly. I just checked you are of the phantom assassin sequence. If I lose, I'll give you a hunting god tool, the blind knife. Blind knife. I don't need. Qin Xiang hadn't even refused before being held back by Li Tianming whispered in his ear, this is a good item, you can agree to his challenge. How good? Good enough that you can't buy it, even with money. What kind of thing can't be bought with money? Qin Xiang wasn't quite convinced by Li Tianming's words. In his perception, those with money had everything. Except for worries. Li Tianming said, hunting god tools are crafted by sequence ability users who specialize in forging. You should know that not all sequence ability users only recognize money. These hunting god tools are that impressive. Why haven't I heard of them in the Godslayer camp? Li Tianming smiled. Sequence ability users qualified to possess hunting god tools are unlikely to release information on public forums like the Godslayer. Does this mean my perspective is still too limited? It seems that forum isn't of much use. At least for Qin Xiang right now, it can no longer meet his needs. To gain a broader perspective, one must reach higher platforms. Qin Xiang felt an even greater yearning for the university of sequence ability users. Although hunting god tools were great, he still couldn't accept it. He couldn't expose the fact that he had faked his sequence. Just as he was about to refuse, Li Tianming whispered again, you don't need to worry. The battle arena has no spectators, so only the two of you will be inside. What happens will be unknown to anyone. Why is that? Every sequence ability user has their own trump cards and doesn't want others to know. As per the demands of the sequence ability users, the battle arena established by the joint government is completely confidential. Then how is the victory or defeat? When entering, you will wear a surrender wristband. Just tap it 3 times to indicate surrender. Once one party surrenders, the battle ends, and the victor can take the wager. Qin Xiang nodded, feeling that this setup was very reasonable. If there were only 2 people, they might surrender in the arena, yet deny it once they stepped off. However, surrendering wasn't what Qin Xiang was concerned about. He quietly asked, if I kill him, will there be any trouble? No. Once you step onto the battle arena, life and death are your own responsibility. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up. Killing with no consequences. Now that got him excited. Seeing Qin Xiang's eyes sparkling with excitement, Li Tianming already knew what this kid was plotting. Poor John might just want to defeat Qin Xiang and regain his privileges at the exit of the safe zone, but Qin Xiang had his sights set on John's hunting god artifact and was also intent on taking his life. Li Tianming was aware that there was something peculiar about Qin Xiang's sequence. Just his extraordinary strength and agility were enough to raise suspicions. Even though Qin Xiang was holding back his strength, the seasoned Li Tianming still noticed that his basic attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary level 1 sequence ability user. There were only 2 possibilities: Qin Xiang was not a level 1 sequence ability user, or he was not an ordinary sequence ability user. Either way, it implied that a huge secret lay behind Qin Xiang. This secret could only be known by Li Tianming, who had a mutual reliance with him. Others who had seen his sequence skills would not keep it confidential like he did. Therefore, once Qin Xiang and John ascended the combat platform, there would only be one outcome for him: death. Seeing that Qin Xiang did not seem afraid of killing, but rather had a desire for the hunting god artifact, Li Tianming felt a surge of curiosity about him. This kid was definitely not a first-time killer. Who had he killed before? The edges of the safe zone were quite chaotic. People went missing and were killed every week. Li Tianming was also unclear. It did not matter. He chuckled at himself, who hadn't killed someone. Qin Xiang knew he could act freely on the combat platform, and immediately looked at John like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Do you really have the hunting god artifact? I don't believe it unless you show it to me. John pulled out a short knife that was an inch longer than the hunting god dagger and handed it to Qin Xiang. As Qin Xiang held the blind knife, he immediately felt the power within him communicating with the blade, as if the knife were a part of him. This is the blind knife. If you cut it into a god within a minute, that god will go blind. Qin Xiang licked his lips. It was indeed a good item. How long will the god be blind? That depends on the size of the god. The smaller the god, the longer the blindness lasts. If it's the long-footed worm you've hunted, it should go blind for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes? That's so long. Qin Xiang thought the weapon skill could only control for a few seconds. He never expected it to last for 5 minutes. A treasure. A treasure among treasures. Qin Xiang's gaze seemed to be glued to the blind knife, unable to look away for a long time. Today John was undoubtedly doomed. Even the people from the joint government couldn't save him. Seeing the greed on Qin Xiang's face, John sneered in his heart, knowing that Qin Xiang would definitely accept his challenge. At that time, he would use the combat platform to make Qin Xiang suffer, to teach him the lesson of youth and arrogance. Alright, I agree to your challenge. Let's go to the combat platform. Now, of course I'm busy. After the combat platform, I still need to go to the management bureau to collect my reward. John thought Qin Xiang would ask for a break considering he had just hunted over 700 gods. Although they were long-footed worms, chasing and killing so many was no easy task. Qin Xiang, not wanting to rest, suited John's intentions perfectly. Alright, then let's go to the combat platform. How do we get there? Walk. Taking the bus is the fastest. Okay, let's go. Li Principal, help me with the bus fare. Li Tianming snorted. I have no money left. Let John take you to the combat platform. Let him pay your fare. Tightwad, he'll give you more than 30 silver coins, and you won't even pay the 10 copper coins fare. John didn't want to waste time on bus fare and directly said, they'll cover the fare for both of you. Let's go. Alright, thanks, Brother John. Others, hearing that John and Qin Xiang were going to the combat platform, became interested and wanted to join. Aren't we supposed to go hunt gods? Not going. What god are we hunting? That kid killed over 700 long-footed worms alone. How many gods could possibly be left outside? Better to go see the commotion. Exactly. Gods can be hunted any day. The nearby combat platform opens only once a month. How can you not distinguish between priorities? Isn't watching the commotion that interesting? You're just talking nonsense. If the commotion isn't interesting, then what is it called? A large group of sequence ability users surged toward the bus station. When the bus driver arrived at the 38,324 safe zone's bus stop, he was dumbfounded. Since the establishment of the safe zone, he had never seen so many people waiting for a bus. For a moment, he thought he had returned to the days before the apocalypse, when a crowd of office workers squeezed onto the bus. But all the passengers boarding were wearing freezing-resistant clothes, which brought him back to reality. They were all sequence ability users. So many sequence ability users, where were they going? The bus was filled with passengers. Some, unwilling to wait for the next bus, even paid their fare and climbed onto the roof. Another sequence ability user, using the sequence skill suction cup, directly adhered to the bottom of the bus, enjoying the position beneath the vehicle. The bus driver left with a full load of people. Those sequence ability users who didn't board looked at those sitting on the roof with disdain. It was only a 20-minute bus ride. What would happen if they waited a bit longer? They had to catch this bus. Was the combat platform going to end in 20 minutes? Absurd. Driver, we are all going to the combat platform. Oh, just drive straight there. Alright. Because it was crowded and no one got off midway, the bus driver didn't even stop at other bus stops. Upon arriving at the combat platform station, everyone rushed off the bus. The bus driver looked at the empty cabin, feeling as if he had traveled to another world. John and Qin Xiang walked at the forefront of the crowd. Qin Xiang didn't know the way and relied entirely on John to lead. However, the combat platform was quite conspicuous. After walking for about a minute from the bus stop, they arrived. John pointed to a dark square building in front of them and said, "This is the combat platform. Why is there not even a light? Usually no one comes here, so to save electricity the lights are not turned on most of the time." Alright. John walked up and knocked on a small door on the dark building. "Who is it?" "We are here to resolve matters at the combat platform." "Oh, wait a moment." After about a minute, all the lights around suddenly turned on, illuminating the area brightly. Only then did Qin Xiang see that the previously dark building was flowing with a rainbow of colors on its surface. However, the rainbow was not pure and had a hint of darkness. It was like a soap bubble in the evening light. A person in uniform walked out holding an electronic tablet. The person yawned and asked, "I am the manager of the combat platform. Who is here to resolve matters?" "Us too. Just fill in the information here, press your fingerprint, leave your hunter's dagger, and then place your bet to enter the arena." The staff seemed too lazy to say more and simply finished stating all the requirements at once. After Qin Xiang and John completed the form, they returned the electronic tablet to the staff. After confirming the information, the staff pulled out a remote control from his pocket, pressed a button, and a door suddenly opened in front of them. He then took out 2 wristbands and put them on the right wrists of Qin Xiang and John. "The arena is over there. According to the laws of the United Government, the match on the fighting stage is completely confidential. If either party surrenders, just tap the wristband 3 times with the index finger of the left hand, and the match will end. On the stage, life and death are at your own risk. You both just signed the agreement on the tablet, so you should know. When the main door closes, the battle can begin. Go in now." "Alright." Qin Xiang eagerly stepped into the arena. John sneered and followed closely behind. After both entered the door, it closed once again. Looking back at where the door had just opened, there was no gap, as if the door had never existed. At this moment outside, Sun Juhong laughed. "That kid is definitely going to lose." Why? John is also from the Shadow Assassin sequence, but his sequence level is 2nd tier, killing him will be easy. No wonder you say that. Sun Juhong's long scar twisted slightly on his face, revealing a strange smile. Moreover, John carries a blind dagger into the match. The fighting arena does not prohibit weapons. Blind dagger. Isn't that a hunter's artifact? Does a hunter's artifact work on sequence power users? Of course you didn't know something so simple. Skills effective against humans may not be effective against divine beings. However, skills effective against divine beings are also effective against humans. With the blind dagger, Qin Xiang definitely cannot win. Sun Juhong then said to Li Tianming, buddy, are you ready to send that kid to the hospital? Li Tianming glanced at the gloating Sun Juhong, but said nothing. To the hospital? It's not that complicated. Just a funeral will suffice. Oh wait, John isn't a previous Wagwa person, he doesn't have that funeral custom. It seems they prefer priests and ceremonies over there. Seeing that Li Tianming ignored him, Sun Juhong stopped trying to amuse himself, snorted coldly, and quietly waited for news of John's victory. After Qin Xiang and John entered the door, they found themselves in a square room completely empty with nothing inside. The four walls, ceiling, and floor were all covered in a white material resembling plastic, which was unknown to them. In the four corners of the ceiling, very soft lights illuminated the entire room brightly. Qin Xiang suddenly realized that the entire room seemed to be the fighting arena. Had he already stood on the battlefield? This fighting arena is actually a completely enclosed room with no boundaries. It seems that it truly can only end when one side surrenders. However, there are no referees or surveillance aside from one side surrendering. How else can a winner be determined? Just then the main door slowly closed. At the moment the door closed, John immediately drew the blind dagger from his waist, activated the skill life and death line, enhanced, tripling his agility and doubling his strength, and swung the dagger at Qin Xiang's back. Qin Xiang, however, seemed completely unresponsive, standing still. You little bug, you must pay the price for your ignorance and recklessness. John had already thought of how to torment Qin Xiang afterward. However, just as he believed this strike was certain to hit, Qin Xiang suddenly vanished from view. How is this possible? Just as he panicked, Qin Xiang had already appeared at his side. Qin Xiang's strength already surpassed that of an average sequence power user. With his sequence level at 3, he was on par with John, even without using skills. Moreover, he had used the dual metal to quadruple his attributes, while also activating the brutality skill for a threefold stack, granting him 12 times the strength and agility, leaving John utterly defenseless. John's body was far from keeping up with Qin Xiang's movements. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Qin Xiang's maniacal grin. At that moment he realized that Qin Xiang was not a shadow assassin at all. Furthermore, Qin Xiang's sequence level was undoubtedly higher than his. What was he? A monster? Once this strike was over, he would immediately surrender. But Qin Xiang would not give him that opportunity. Qin Xiang raised his fist high and softly said in John's ear, "Thank you." With a single punch, he struck John on the side of the face. John hadn't even had time to feel anything before his vision was abruptly compressed and then vanished. At this moment, his consciousness did not stop thinking. Why couldn't he see anything? Did he get hit by his own blind dagger? No. The blind dagger was still clutched in his hand. He could feel that. It was a punch that had solidly hit his face. What sequence was he? How could he possess such immense strength? After a moment of confusion, John ceased to think. When Qin Xiang made his move, John did not feel any pain. Just in an instant, as his thoughts stopped, life also came to a halt. Qin Xiang slowly walked over, picked up the blind dagger, and examined it lovingly. He intended to test its sharpness by slicing his hand, but suddenly realized that the blinding effect of this dagger might also work on humans. If he accidentally became blind for a while, it could be quite troublesome. Better not waste time. In the eyes of everyone, he was merely a first-tier newcomer, and it was impossible for him to defeat John. Qin Xiang first faked a fatal injury. Then he adjusted John's facial features until the marks of that punch were completely unnoticeable. Qin Xiang pondered, stroking his chin. I have a rather irritable personality due to not receiving proper moral education at Jiyuan school. Today, after being provoked by John on the fighting stage, I couldn't help but act after seeing his disgusting face, resulting in this outcome. This reasoning should be fine. He glanced at the wristband's display. Only 2 minutes had just passed. The skill life and death line of the Shadow Assassin sequence level 1 raises agility by 2 times for 5 minutes, followed by a 20-minute fatigue period. In that case, when I walk out later ill, need Li Tianming to carry me onto the bus. They'll give him over 30 silver coins. Having him carry me the entire way should be reasonable, right? The gate of the battle arena slowly opened again. Others looked on in surprise. It's only been a few minutes. How could it be resolved so quickly? Did John already defeat that kid? He clearly said he would torment that brat for a while, so how did it end in just 3 minutes? Perhaps he thought it was enough to give that kid a lesson without needing to go too far, someone suggested. If I had known it would end this quickly, I wouldn't have come. It's really boring. Sun Juhong yawned, feeling somewhat bored, and prepared to leave. At that moment, someone grabbed him as he turned to head toward the bus station. Brother Sun, it seems something's not right. What's wrong? Look. Sun Juhong followed the direction pointed by the person and widened his eyes. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Xiang emerged from the door covered in blood. However, his eyes were vacant, and he still clutched a blind knife. Why was it Qin Xiang who came out? What about John? John's teammates rushed forward to grab Qin Xiang, wanting to ask him what had happened. However, Qin Xiang seemed to have lost his soul, not answering, and walked straight towards Li Tianming. Seeing this, John's teammates immediately rushed into the battle arena. As others wondered what had happened, the few teammates who had rushed into the battle arena ran out again, clutching the wall and vomiting uncontrollably. Their gazes towards Qin Xiang were filled with horror. Yet Qin Xiang seemed unaware. Suddenly he collapsed onto Li Tianming as if he had lost all strength. Li Tianming supported Qin Xiang, a look of helplessness on his face. This kid was quite the seasoned actor. Sun Juhong, feeling puzzled, also walked into the battle arena. After a while, Sun Juhong returned outside. However, being well informed, he didn't vomit like the others. He merely trembled slightly, glanced at Qin Xiang, then quickly averted his gaze. Seeing the gruesome state of John's death, Qin Xiang undoubtedly appeared insane in Sun Juhong's eyes. Moreover, he was an unpredictable, insane person. While Sun Juhong verbally looked down on John, he had to admit that John ranked second only to himself in the hunter score at the exit of safety zone 38,324 was not an easy opponent. With rich battle experience, sequence suppression, and holding a hunter artifact, it was shocking that he was killed by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was definitely not a simple character. Moreover, judging by the severely deformed head, it seemed that Qin Xiang had been smashing it for quite a while. From the time they entered the battle arena until Qin Xiang came out, it had only been a little over 3 minutes. In other words, Qin Xiang might have defeated John in less than a minute. How was it possible? The more Sun Juhong thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. This boy's strength was unexpectedly terrifying. Others, seeing Sun Juhong's dumbfounded expression, were also filled with curiosity and gradually entered the battle arena. However, like John's teammates, most people ran out within 10 seconds, clutching the wall and desperately vomiting. The staff member was also vomiting while trying to stop others from going in. Don't go in. I still need to find someone to clean this area. It's too disgusting to keep vomiting. Ugh. Everyone who saw John's corpse looked fearfully at Qin Xiang, who was weakly leaning against Li Tianming. Li Tianming knew that Qin Xiang must not have done anything improper inside. He was likely trying to prevent John's memories from being read by an undying sequence ability user, having conducted some sort of bloody treatment on his head. Li Tianming couldn't be bothered to see what had happened. No matter how terrifying it was just a matter of killing someone. In Li Tianming's rich experience, killing was not inherently linked to horror. It was quite mundane. Li Tianming leaned down close to Qin Xiang's ear and whispered, "You should at least act a bit more like you're exhausted from pretending to be in a life-and-death situation. How can your hands still have the strength to grip that knife?" Qin Xiang quietly replied, "I was planning to take the opportunity to cut someone later and see if this hunter artifact's ability works on people. You don't need to test it out, I can tell you it works. All skills that are effective against deities are also effective against people, but the reverse is not necessarily true. Well, then I can rest assured." Clang. The blind knife slipped from Qin Xiang's hand, falling to the ground and striking against the marble, producing a crisp sound. Li Tianming, while supporting Qin Xiang, bent down to pick up the blind knife and placed it in Qin Xiang's backpack. Then Li Tianming turned to the still vomiting staff member and said, "This battle should have been won by Qin Xiang, right? Then can we take this blind knife?" The staff member leaned against the wall, not looking up, and just waved his hand at Li Tianming, indicating for them to hurry and leave. "All right, thank you." Li Tianming supported Qin Xiang and left the battle arena. "Principal Li, could you carry me for a bit?" Though it appeared that Qin Xiang was being supported by Li Tianming, in reality, he was being dragged along, his toes scraping against the ground, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. "Carry you. Dream on. What about your silver coins? Hell, why don't you try not giving them to me? Principal Li, after all, I am your student." "Carry you. Dream on. What about your silver coins? Hell, why don't you try not giving them to me? Principal Li, after all, I am your student." Qin Xiang's Yet Qin Xiang had no choice. After all, Li Tianming knew him well, and he had nothing with which to threaten Li Tianming. He could only allow himself to be dragged like a piece of wood to the bus station. The two waited for a while at the bus station, preparing to take the bus back. However, taking the bus didn't mean going home. They were to head to the management office to collect their reward. This was Li Tianming's request, and it was also Qin Xiang's thought. He pulled him onto the bus and paid the fare for him. Both of them, covered in blood, were very conspicuous on the bus. This was Li Tianming's request, and it was also Qin Xiang's thought. He pulled him onto the bus and paid the fare for him. Both of them, covered in blood, were very conspicuous, yet inside he was filled with joy at acquiring the hunter artifact. Nearby the battle arena, many people had not yet dispersed and had developed a new understanding of Qin Xiang. The order at the exit of safety zone 38,324 might change because of this. Just then, those sequence ability users who had not boarded the first bus to watch the commotion arrived. Seeing so many people still gathered outside the battle arena, they guessed that the battle between Qin Xiang and Zhang had not yet ended. Strolling leisurely towards the battle arena, they caught a whiff of the smell of vomit. Looking around, they found that there were indeed puddles of nauseating filth everywhere. One person pinched their nose and asked, "What's going on? What are you all doing here? Did you collectively eat something bad?" However, no one paid him any attention. He asked again, "Where are Qin Xiang and Zhang? Has the battle not started yet?" A weak voice from the crowd replied, "It's already over." Over it. Upon hearing that the battle had ended, the latecomers hurriedly inquired about the outcome. "What? Are you saying Zhang lost?" "What? Zhang lost, even with his blind knife?" "What? Not only did Zhang lose, but he also died." As they listened, they found it increasingly absurd and insisted on entering the battle arena to see what had happened. The staff tried to stop them, but they were pushed aside by two onlookers eager for the spectacle, and the group rushed in. Before long, this group rushed back out seeking a cleaner spot and began to vomit. The staff, already exhausted, fainted upon realizing how many places needed cleaning. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang and Li Tianming were oblivious to what had transpired. The two were sitting on the bus, each calculating how to share the rewards from the management bureau. After a while, Li Tianming lightly nudged Qin Xiang with his elbow. 20 minutes have passed, we should be able to move now." "Oh." Qin Xiang pretended to have just regained his strength sitting up without leaning on Li Tianming anymore. "We have arrived at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau station." The bus speaker was announcing the station information as Qin Xiang and Li Tianming got off chatting and laughing as they headed towards the Management Bureau in area 14,121. The bus driver glanced at the two departing figures and sighed helplessly. Their antifreeze suits were covered in blood, which he found off-putting. However, both were sequence ability users, and as an ordinary person, he couldn't do much about it. Their seats were stained with blood, and he would have to clean them up after his shift. "Damn sequence ability users," the bus driver muttered before continuing to drive. Qin Xiang asked, "Principal, are you coming with me to claim the reward?" "I won't go in. The insurer doesn't qualify for rewards. He'll wait for you outside the management bureau." "All right." They arrived once again at the exterior of the management bureau's three-story building. The gray paint outside remained unchanged and the dim light around the building was about the same as before. But Qin Xiang felt like a different person. He realized that every visit to the management bureau signified new progress or gains. No wonder the sequence ability users from the God-slaying camp loved the management bureau. Now he understood why. Strangely enough, every time he came here he felt incredibly relaxed. Li Tianming smiled noncommittal. Qin Xiang entered the management bureau rounding the entrance and once again saw the empty office area. However, this time he was dressed in an antifreeze suit covered in blood, which was quite conspicuous. Upon realizing that Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user, a staff member immediately approached him. "Sir, what brings you to the management bureau?" "Oh, I'm here to collect my reward for slaying the divine." "Collect a reward. All right, please hold on." The staff member returned to his seat, grabbed an electronic tablet, and quickly walked back. "What is your sequence ability user ID, sir?" 00009,527. "Is it Mr. Qin Xiang?" "Correct. Let me check. Your points were earned at the exit of safe zone 38,324. "That's right. The points you are to collect for slaying gods amount to 1,600. The staff member stared incredulously at the string of numbers behind Qin Xiang's name, exclaiming in disbelief. This outburst drew the attention of other management bureau staff in the hall. 1,600 points. Who exactly was this young man? At the nearby safe zone exits, the largest was 38,324. This area was home to the strongest sequence ability users of area 14,121. Yet even the top scorer at the exit of safe zone 38324, Friend, only had over 300 points. How could he have 1,600 points? Had he single-handedly wiped out all the divine beings at the exit of safe zone 38,324? In the midst of puzzled gazes, Qin Xiang nodded. "That's right. My points for slaying gods have already been verified by the management bureau staff. I'm here to collect my reward." The staff member swallowed hard. "All right, please wait a moment while I fetch your reward." "Thank you." Qin Xiang intended to find a chair to sit down. However, looking at the tidy management bureau hall and then at the bloodstains on himself, he decided against it. After a while, the staff member returned with 2 bags. "Hello, this is your reward. First, here are 800,000 copper coins. We have converted it to 80 silver coins based on the exchange rate. Please count it." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang took the heavy money bag and immediately beamed with joy. 800,000 copper coins was a significant amount, and the management bureau would certainly convert it to silver coins as a reward. He had expected the management bureau to exchange it at the market rate of 12,000 copper coins for 1 silver coin. To his surprise, they had given him 80 silver coins based on the United Government's rate of 1 to 10,000. This was 20% more than he had anticipated, making Qin Xiang overjoyed. Qin Xiang took out the silver coins, counted them twice, and bit each one to check for authenticity. Satisfied, he happily accepted them. Next here are 80 vials of sequence elixirs. They are all in this bag, a bit heavy, so please take good care of it. Qin Xiang took the bag containing the sequence elixirs and found 4 layers of small racks, each neatly holding 20 vials. No problem. Thank you. Alright, have a nice day. Although Qin Xiang looked quite young, the staff member unconsciously referred to him as 1600 points were indeed terrifying. After Qin Xiang left, the management bureau staff on the first floor immediately began discussing his identity. Who is he? I've never seen him before. I looked up his information. He's a rookie with sequence level 1. How did he suddenly earn 1600 points? I just received news from the veteran. He was at the exit of safe zone 38,324, verifying that this kid soloed and took down over 700 long-footed worms. Qin Xiang stepped outside the management bureau and shook the money bag at Li Tianming. Principal, it's time to share the money. Li Tianming nodded at him. The two stepped aside, and Qin Xiang was in high spirits. I didn't expect to receive 80 silver coins. We each get 40 coins. How wonderful. He counted out 40 silver coins into his backpack and then handed the remaining silver coins along with the money bag to Li Tianming. Li Tianming hesitated for a moment before saying, I want to take the silver coins. No way. Before Li Tianming could finish speaking, he was coldly interrupted by Qin Xiang, whose smile faded as he looked at Li Tianming with a stern expression devoid of the previous warmth. Li Tianming's expression grew cold. 40 silver coins were indeed a significant sum for him, but they could not change his situation. However, the sequence potion was different. He never expected that Qin Xiang could obtain 80 bottles of sequence potion at once. If he were to keep half for himself, it could greatly enhance his abilities. With a bit more effort, advancing to sequence level 4 wouldn't be a problem. Hence, he planned to forego the silver coins and instead ask for the sequence potion. However, his intentions were seen through by Qin Xiang. Before Li Tianming could finish his sentence, Qin Xiang interrupted him and placed the pouch of 40 silver coins in front of him. Li Tianming forced a smile and said, Qin, the reason you've received so many rewards this time is closely tied to my role as your guarantor. Indeed, that's why I am giving you 40 silver coins. This was our prior agreement. But the silver coins are of no use to me now. They would be far more beneficial to you, wouldn't they? Qin Xiang scrutinized Li Tianming and asked, Principal Li, do you understand the rules of trading? We had already agreed on how to distribute the rewards once the task was completed. Now that the matter is settled, are you trying to renege on the deal? It's not that I'm reneging you. I genuinely need the sequence potion. Who doesn't need the sequence potion? Are we hunting gods just for a handful of coins? Principal Li, if we had previously agreed to give you half of the sequence potion upon completion, I would have nothing to say. But we clearly agreed on splitting the wealth. You never mentioned wanting the sequence potion. Surely you can't change your mind just because I now possess more sequence potion. Li Tianming's lips twitched slightly as he replied, I truly didn't expect you to acquire so much sequence potion. 80 bottles in your hands are indeed a hot commodity. That is my concern now. Seeing Qin Xiang's resolute attitude, Li Tianming sighed helplessly. If this were merely a one-time deal with Qin Xiang, he would definitely find a way to seize all the sequence potions. However, the problem was that he needed Qin Xiang's assistance. Without him, he had no means of connecting with any sequence users. All avenues were blocked by those damned individuals. Qin Xiang's appearance was his only lifeline. Moreover, Qin Xiang was incredibly formidable, making him an invaluable ally. Li Tianming couldn't afford to offend Qin Xiang over a few bottles of sequence potion. How about this? You give me the 40 silver coins and I'll use them to buy the sequence potion. That should work, right? Buying sequence potion. This suggestion was indeed worth considering for Qin Xiang. With 80 bottles of sequence potion plus the 2 bottles he had at home, he didn't need them at all. He intended to sell them for resources. Buying sequence potion. This suggestion was indeed worth considering for Qin Xiang. With 80 bottles of sequence potion plus the 2 bottles he had at home, with 40 silver coins I can buy 8 bottles from you. That should be fine, right? Your market price seems a bit low. Qin Xiang had seen a post on the forum offering 7 silver coins for each bottle of sequence potion. And that was just the buyback price. Selling them would surely yield a higher price. However, the post was fleeting and was deleted by the administrator in less than a minute. Because trading sequence potion is prohibited within the safe zone. Li Tianming said, cheap. Are you trying to sell them to me at black market prices? Black market transactions are not as simple as you think. A slight misstep and you could land in serious trouble. I intend to use them for myself, though I have no plans to. If you sell them to me at a lower price, we both profit. Li Tianming's words persuaded Qin Xiang. At the moment, he truly had no channels to sell the sequence potion, so he might as well sell a few to Li Tianming at a low price. After all, they were partners. No need to let the profits flow to outsiders. Alright. Qin Xiang counted out 8 bottles of sequence potion and handed them to Li Tianming, then took back the pouch of 40 silver coins. Li Tianming secured the sequence potion and nodded, pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you. Where are you headed next? I plan to rent a place next to the school. I'm still in the identity of a wanderer. Didn't you forget, Principal? Oh, I really would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Who would expect that someone with 80 silver coins is a vagrant? I am just a poor person suddenly coming into wealth. With just the two of us here, we both know certain things without needing to say anything to disguise them. Qin Xiang chuckled awkwardly a couple of times and fell silent. However, I advise you to be cautious when renting. Better not reveal your identity. Why? Because your information is still posted on the forum's reporting section. Everyone knows you currently possess 80 bottles of sequence potion. Although sequence users are prohibited from using their abilities within the safe zone, money can tempt anyone. Your 80 bottles of sequence potion are a tempting prize for many sequence users stuck at a bottleneck with no objective income. There are definitely people who have already planned to find trouble with you. I suggest you temporarily stay in a cheap place that doesn't require identity registration and change locations every day. Qin Xiang sighed, but I need to attend school. With so many people watching me, if I don't go to school, I will definitely be reported and forced to drop out. If that happens, I won't qualify to participate in the sequence user assessment after the college entrance examination, and I won't be able to go to university. That is indeed a troublesome matter. Li Tianming thought for a moment and suggested, how about you stay at school? There are cameras everywhere in the school. No sequence user would dare to create chaos and such. I thought you would invite me to your home. My home is not suitable. Why? Because of Ting Ting. Qin Xiang teased with a laugh. He remembered the last time he saw the messages and explicit videos sent by Ting Ting in Li Tianming's office. Li Tianming didn't shy away from the subject. How should I put it? There is indeed Ting Ting at home, but sometimes it's just one, and other times it's 3 or 5. And they change periodically. Qin Xiang exclaimed, Principal Li, you really know how to have fun. I can't do that anymore, but it used to be much more exciting. Then with a hint of nostalgia, he glanced at Qin Xiang and sighed, I really miss being your age. Those wonderful times are gone forever. Ugh, your gaze just gave me goosebumps. Alright, enough idle talk. Let's head back to school together. I need to take some personal items back. Tonight you can stay in my office. There's a folding bed. We can get your things sorted out tomorrow. Thanks, Principal Li. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming took the bus once more. Now that you're so rich, why do you still need me to pay for the fare? Qin Xiang scratched his head and said, I just paid, but the driver said he couldn't give change. You really are something. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming returned to school together. Since it was already nighttime, the school was deserted. The school gate had also been locked. This did not hinder the two sequence ability users at all. They jumped a few times and scaled the gate into the campus. Principal Li, do you think the teacher who checks the surveillance footage tomorrow will be scared when they find us? I am the principal, what can he say? But your appearance covered in blood is indeed quite frightening. Qin Xiang glanced at his protective suit where the bloodstains had already dried. The darkest green bloodstains were from the aberrant claw. The upper layer of red bloodstains belonged to the long-legged worm. The topmost dark red bloodstains were from the unfortunate John. The layers were distinct and varied in color. It looked like a camouflage suit that had been altered. Qin Xiang said, Principal, does your office have a place to take a shower? Li Tianming scratched his neck. The principal's office has a bed which is already pretty good. How could there be a place to shower? I saw a folder named office when I used your... How much did you actually look at? Not much. But I saw that you, Principal, are always so refined and your clothes are neat, as new, clearly someone with obsessive cleanliness. So there should be a shower in the office, right? Fine, there's a bathroom behind the bookcase in the office. I had someone remodel it. I knew it. Thank you, Principal. You're really too polite. Just remember to clean up after using it. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming walked into the principal's office together. Following Li Tianming's guidance, they entered the bathroom, cleaned their clothes, and took a shower. After washing up, Qin Xiang lay down on the folding bed. The soft mattress made him feel as if he had returned to his previous life. Since his rebirth, he had not slept on such a comfortable bed. Fatigue soon washed over him like a tide. Lying on the bed and reflecting on the events of the day, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. When Qin Xiang woke up, it was already past 6 in the morning. Perhaps because he was not used to sleeping in the principal's office, even the comfortable bed could not extend his sleep. Qin Xiang got up and unwrapped the unused towel and toothbrush from the bathroom for a quick wash. I guess this is prepared for some female teacher. I might as well use it. At least I can sell him sequence potions at a discount. Qin Xiang felt justified as he enjoyed Li Tianming's private space. Qin Xiang checked the data on sequence ability users in front of the computer. Just as it was almost time for the morning self-study, he set off for the classroom. After becoming a sequence ability user, there was this lack of freedom. In the past, if he skipped class, no one would care. But now it was different. His absence from school yesterday was due to hunting deities outside the safe zone, a reasonable excuse that no one could question. However, if he skipped today, without a valid reason, he would surely be reported to the education department by jealous classmates. The United Government places great importance on the cultivation of students' thoughts and character. They do not want the sequence ability users they fund to develop an anti-human or antisocial character. Therefore, those who awaken as sequence ability users during their student years are given special attention. The United Government strives to ensure that every student entering the Sequence Ability University is exemplary in both character and academics, capable of becoming the pillars of humanity's future. However, in Qin Xiang's view, this effort had little effect. Still, he did not want to attract trouble. If skipping class had too great an impact, the education department would likely contact the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, sending personnel to give him a verbal reprimand. He was quite certain that soon personnel from the bureau would come to find him to inquire about his battle with John in the fighting arena. Killing even within legal bounds was not a trivial matter. Thus, he had also prepared an excuse. He had not received moral education. He would shift the blame to the school's moral education director. He tore a page from the office calendar. Blue Star Era, January 27th. 2010 Gregorian calendar, Wednesday. Lunar calendar, year of the Earth, Ox, December 13th East. Suitable for resolution. Suitable for resolution. Qin Xiang shook his head and walked toward the classroom. As soon as he sat down in the classroom, two people appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen was clinging to Zhou Yang's arm, and her gaze toward Qin Xiang was still filled with fear. Zhou Yang said, "Classmate Qin, you and my uncle are both Sequence Ability users. Can you please let bygones be bygones for the sake of our friendship?" Qin Xiang sniffed disdainfully and glanced at Li Jingwen. "Is this the helper you found?" Li Jingwen swallowed hard. "Qin Xiang, I truly know I was wrong." Qin Xiang turned to Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, do you really understand what enmity exists between me and Li Jingwen?" Zhou Yang held his head high. "No matter what the enmity is, we are all classmates. There is nothing that cannot be resolved." Qin Xiang nodded. "It seems she hasn't told you the truth, which makes sense. How could she dare to tell the truth about such matters?" "You are quite swift with your actions, Li Jingwen." "What do you mean, Qin Xiang? I only revealed it the day before yesterday that I had a rendezvous with Zhou Yang and tied up." Zhou Yang immediately turned red. "Don't slander. I am a Sequence Ability user. My nose is very sensitive." Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and added, "That's right, I have indeed made a commitment with Jingwen to marry after the college entrance examination. So can you please give me some face and stop causing trouble for her?" Qin Xiang scoffed. "I truly don't know who gave you the courage to speak to me this way. Was it your useless uncle?" "What did you say?" Qin Xiang took out his phone and tossed it to Zhou Yang. "You should remember your uncle's number, right? Call him. Now. You? Otherwise I will slap you just like I did the grade director. I mean what I say." Zhou Yang thought of the grade director, who was still lying in the hospital, and felt a chill run down his back as he dialed his uncle's number. "Hello, uncle, it's me." When Qin Xiang heard the call connect, he snatched the phone back. "Hello, Director Zhou. I am Qin Xiang." Upon hearing Qin Xiang's voice, Zhou Xing immediately smiled brightly. "Oh, it's classmate Qin. Just in time. I wanted Zhou Yang to contact you to ask about your recent school life, and here you are. How coincidental. By the way, is there something you need to discuss with me? Do you know about what happened yesterday?" "Of course I know. You hunted so many deities all at once. You are a hero of Jiyuan school. You are a role model for our area 14121. With 80 bottles of sequence potions in hand, Qin Xiang was already certain to rise to sequence level 3. Moreover, since he awakened as a Sequence Ability user before the college entrance examination, entering a top university would not be a problem, and his future was boundless. It was far beyond the level of a grassroots official in the education department, at the edge of the safe zone. Furthermore, Qin Xiang, who had awakened as a Sequence Ability user, was only subject to the management of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. The personnel from this education department could no longer control anything about him. Although Zhou Xing was nominally an official now, and Qin Xiang was a student, he actually wanted to befriend Qin Xiang very much. "Well, now that you know, it will be much easier for me to communicate with you. There's nothing much going on. Your nephew Zhou Yang wants to protect an enemy of mine. What do you think?" Zhou Xing was taken aback and asked, "Enemy?" "Yes, a dead enemy." "I understand. Please pass the phone to Zhou Yang." "All right." Zhou Yang took the phone and shot a look at Qin Xiang. "Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense. We are all classmates. How could there be any dead enemies?" A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Cut ties with that person and apologize to Qin Xiang." "But uncle, if Qin Xiang does not forgive you, then your family will have no relation to me. Do you understand?" Zhou Yang's face immediately turned pale upon hearing his uncle Zhou Xing's unquestionable words. His father had mentioned that he and Zhou Xing, his biological brother, were not particularly close. One reason was the 8-year age gap between the two brothers, which created a significant generational divide. The other reason was that when they were younger, Zhou Yang's father performed much worse academically than Zhou Xing. Out of jealousy towards his younger brother, he had caused Zhou Xing no small amount of trouble. Though they were blood brothers, they both regarded each other with disdain. Zhou Yang's father had average grades when he took the college entrance examination before the apocalypse. Even with the numerous universities and broad enrollment opportunities available at that time, he still failed to get into college. After graduating, he became just an ordinary cargo worker. In contrast, the academically outstanding Zhou Xing took the college entrance examination only after the apocalypse and successfully enrolled in a college later, becoming an official in the education department. This stark disparity in status further distanced the relationship between their two families. If it weren't for their mother's dying wish for the two brothers to get along better, and for Zhou Xing to support his elder brother Zhou Xing, would likely have chosen to cut off all ties with their family. Zhou Yang's father also realized that his brother now held a significant position and was an important figure at the edge of the safe zone, so he changed his usual cold and sarcastic demeanor and began to flatter his brother instead. Although Zhou Xing did not like his elder brother, he felt obliged to help him due to their mother's wishes, especially as Zhou Yang repeatedly apologized and admitted his mistakes. Thus, if Zhou Yang got himself into serious trouble, Zhou Xing would absolutely be capable of severing ties with their family. However, Zhou Yang never imagined that this serious trouble would involve Qin Xiang, whom he had previously disregarded. Zhou Yang could only respond awkwardly, "Yes, uncle, I understand. Please hand the phone to Qin Xiang." Zhou Yang passed the phone to Qin Xiang, his eyes filled with reluctance and confusion. Qin Xiang took the phone and said, "Hello, Director Zhou, thank you." As soon as Zhou Yang heard Qin Xiang's voice, he immediately regained his enthusiasm. "Classmate Qin, when are you free? Let's have a meal together. Is there something we need to discuss over dinner?" Qin Xiang asked straightforwardly. Zhou Xing, as the director of the education department, couldn't exert any influence over him. "Oh, I see. A special admission slot from Xingren University has come down from above, and I wanted to discuss it with you to see if you're interested." Xingren University? Qin Xiang knew little about universities for sequenceability users, nor was he well acquainted with the special admission process. However, Zhou Xing's offer piqued his interest. Qin Xiang thought for a moment and decided to agree, first intending to ask Li Tianming about this matter later. If it turned out to be unappealing, he could always decline the dinner invitation with Zhou Xing. "All right, since Director Zhou is interested in having dinner, I am naturally willing. Please choose a time and place." "Okay, thank you, classmate Qin, for your kindness. They'll send you the restaurant and reservation time via text later." "Sure. Goodbye, classmate Qin." "Yeah, goodbye." Qin Xiang hung up the phone and glanced at Zhou Yang and Li Jingwen. "Zhou Yang, what do you think?" Zhou Yang watched as Qin Xiang and his uncle chatted amiably, and his uncle seemed a bit eager to curry favor, leaving him utterly astonished. He had never seen his uncle like this. Because Zhou Xing had awakened his sequence ability, even the director of the education department had to treat him as an equal, and Zhou Xing seemed to have the upper hand. Zhou Yang realized that Qin Xiang was indeed someone he could not afford to offend. Moreover, the decree that sequence ability users cannot harm ordinary people only targets students and public servants. Once he graduated from high school and lost his backing, if Qin Xiang pursued the matter, his life could truly be in danger at any time. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Compared to his relationship with Li Jingwen, his connection with Uncle Zhou Xing was far more important. Zhou Yang bowed to Qin Xiang and said, "I'm sorry, classmate Qin, I was wrong about the previous matter. I won't interfere in your affairs with Li Jingwen anymore." Upon hearing that Zhou Yang would no longer concern himself with her, Li Jingwen immediately panicked and grasped Zhou Yang's arm, trying to retain him. "Zhou Yang, what did you tell me last night? Do you still remember? You said you would be with me for life. You said you would shelter me from the storm and take care of me for a lifetime." Zhou Yang knew he was being cowardly and dared not look at Li Jingwen. "Who told you to offend classmate Qin? You heard what my uncle said. How can I manage this? You might as well apologize to classmate Qin and see if you can resolve the deadly feud with him and get his forgiveness. You heartless person, are you breaking your promise already? Why didn't you say that when we were in bed? Are you still a man? Being a woman is still better than being dead." Zhou Yang shook off Li Jingwen's hand and left the classroom after throwing down that remark. Qin Xiang nodded with interest. "Jingwen, congratulations, you found a clever person." Qin Xiang, I really know I was wrong about the previous matter. Can you forgive me? I can give you anything. As long as you can let me go." As she spoke, Li Jingwen pushed out her slightly protruding chest. Qin Xiang assessed her and shook his head. "This is not enough to atone for your sins. You might as well enjoy your last moments of peace." Upon hearing this, Li Jingwen's face turned as pale as the wall devoid of any vitality. Ding ding ding. At that moment the class bell rang. "Return to your seat. Don't disturb my class." Li Jingwen walked back to her seat in a daze. Her seat was already empty. The fact that Qin Xiang had enmity with her had quickly spread throughout the campus after he became a sequence ability user. Although almost no one knew what the feud was aside from Zhou Yang, who had some background, no one was willing to provoke Li Jingwen's troubles. Even her deskmate chose to sit in another spot. Her friends who used to cluster around her now kept their distance. She sat alone on the chair, her face filled with terror. Everything was over. There was no longer any chance for her to resolve the threat posed by Qin Xiang. As a sequence ability user and an orphan, Qin Xiang had no weaknesses. Wait, weakness? He himself had no weaknesses, but the people around him did. Qin Xiang seemed to have a good relationship with the old lady in the library, Zhu Li. And when Shu, it had to be this way. Otherwise Qin Xiang wouldn't run to the library for no reason. With this thought, Li Jingwen's eyes lit up. After class, Qin Xiang went to the library once again. The library was as usual, with only teacher Zhu tidying up the books and Wen Shu studying nearby. Long time no see. Qin Xiang greeted teacher Zhu and Wen Shu before helping to tidy up the books. Teacher Zhu smiled. What do you mean long time no see? We only haven't seen each other for a day. Is that so? Qin Xiang thought for a moment and realized they indeed hadn't met for just a day. However, so much had happened yesterday, slaying deities, killing John, and even receiving rewards. It made him feel like a long time had passed. Oh fine, I've been a bit busy lately, and my head's in a spin. By the way, Wen Shu, how's Zhao Wen Lai doing lately? Wen Shu, who was working on problems, looked up and said he transferred schools yesterday. Transferred? Qin Xiang chuckled. He sure is quick to run. You went through the year head and your class teacher. If he hadn't transferred, he would have worried about whether he could participate in the college entrance examination healthily. That makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome. Hey teacher Zhu, you don't need to worry about this. As a sequence ability user, moving books is a piece of cake for me. I can handle it. It's precisely because you're a sequence ability user that I can't let you do it. You need to focus your energy on the assessments after the college entrance examination or on hunting deities to save humanity. Teacher Zhu, am just an ordinary sequence ability user. Here I may be rare, but in those developed areas am just common. How can I save humanity? I'd better save your back first. With that, Qin Xiang snatched the books from teacher Zhu's hands. Teacher Zhu stood there empty-handed for a moment, then smiled and sat down in a chair. After tidying up the books, Qin Xiang said to teacher Zhu, Teacher Zhu, how much does it cost to treat your stomach ailment? Why bring that up out of the blue? Just asking. Oh, I've come to terms with it. It's not important. Not important. How much is that? Teacher Zhu glanced at Qin Xiang and said, I don't know either. That's impossible. You must have at least inquired about the cost before giving up on treatment. Teacher Zhu had caught on to the implication in Qin Xiang's words and advised, Child, even though you are a sequence ability user, teacher Zhu knows that earning money is not easy. This life as a teacher has been quite fulfilling. You should keep your money for yourself. I was just asking how much it costs. Seeing that Qin Xiang was not letting go, teacher Zhu sighed. It's probably just over a silver coin. You scared me. I thought it would cost dozens of silver coins. Dozens of silver coins. That would be enough to replace all the parts of my body. You really have no concept of money. Qin Xiang took a pouch from his waist, shook out the 80 silver coins inside, and pushed 3 coins towards teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, take this money for your treatment. This? Teacher Zhu was stunned, her eyes wide. Where did you get so much money? I earned it yesterday. If you don't believe me, I can show you the rest, so you don't think these 3 silver coins are all I have and refuse to accept them. Wen Shu glanced at the silver coins on the table and was slightly surprised, but then returned to her sea of problems. Teacher, just accept it. Making money for me is quite easy. At least it's much easier than you think. Teacher Zhu was speechless for a long time. She wasn't seeking death. Who wishes to die if they can live? It was just that she had no money. Now that Qin Xiang had placed her life-saving money on the table, she was indeed moved. But why should she take so much money from Qin Xiang? Teacher Zhu had spent her life teaching and was strict with herself. At this moment, her moral values and desire for survival were in constant struggle. Qin Xiang noticed Teacher Zhu's inner conflict. Teacher Zhu, you may think this money is a lot, but in my heart you are the only elder I have in this world. This money is really nothing to me. When Shu chimed in, Teacher Zhu, just take it from him. By the looks of him, earning this money should have been effortless. Yes, why should anyone go against their life for money? Teacher Zhu, I'm an orphan and you've been kind to me. Take it if you get better, consider it my filial respect, and I'll feel more. With that, he directly stuffed the 3 silver coins into Teacher Zhu's pocket. This? Fine. Today you take a leave of absence and go to the hospital for surgery. Don't let anyone die before the money is spent. They'll handle the library closing. You can rest assured, Principal Li will definitely approve your leave. You can count on it, Xiao Qinu, I got it. After Teacher Zhu left, only Qin Xiang and Wen Shu were left in the library. Qin Xiang tried to ask, I heard Zhao Wen say you're planning to apply to the bottom 2 colleges. What do you mean by the bottom 2 colleges? Those are just the last 2 among the 8 colleges. You make it sound like I'm applying to some unremarkable place. It's because of the dormitory issue. You need to bring your grandmother, so you require a single room. Only the last 2 colleges offer single rooms to students. Wen Shu set down her pen, looking at Qin Xiang with interest. I have so much money, but I won't need it for a while. How about this? It'll cover your rent at the college. Consider it a loan to you. At a 1% interest, you can pay me back after you graduate and enter the United Government and start earning money. How does that sound? Wen Shu raised an eyebrow, shook her head, and continued solving problems. You don't agree. It's not that I don't agree, but it's just that I think you might not be able to afford it. How much could renting a room possibly cost? Qin Xiang frowned. Check it out yourself. Qin Xiang gave Wen Shu a strange look and walked toward the principal's office. He tried to push open the office door, but found it locked. He took out the key given to him by Li Tianming, opened the door, and was met with 2 startled gazes. Li Tianming was in a heated discussion with a female teacher on a. Qin Xiang closed the door, sat in the principal's chair, opened the sequence education forum, and said, "Principal Li, Teacher Yang, you continue with your business. I'm just looking something up." The female teacher immediately panicked, got dressed hastily, and rushed out. Li Tianming, however, wore an angry expression. "Qin Xiang, what are you trying to do?" "Oh, I said I'm checking information. Can't you wait a minute?" My curiosity got the better of me. Ooh, I couldn't wait. Li Tianming adjusted his trousers and stepped towards Qin Xiang. "The price of single rooms near the college. You're going to a university for sequence ability users, not a college. Who are you checking this for?" Seeing that Qin Xiang ignored him and continued to browse, Li Tianming narrowed his eyes. "You little rascal are checking for Wenshu, aren't you? Damn it, are you messing up my plans just to pursue her?" "Who's pursuing her? We have a strictly platonic relationship as classmates." "Don't bullshit me. A platonic relationship? How can you lend her hundreds of silver coins to rent a place?" "How much?" Qin Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Li Tianming. "Renting a house costs several hundred silver coins. Although I haven't seen much money, you can't just fool me like this. Several hundred silver coins. I might as well buy a house. No, buying a house shouldn't be this expensive, right?" Li Tianming scoffed with disdain, casually tying his. "Kid, you're still too young and don't understand the world of the safe zone. Do you think other places are like our dilapidated edge of the safe zone, where one silver coin is enough to buy a studio? Let me tell you, the disparity between different areas within the safe zone is greater than the gap between you and your classmates. Simply put, we are in the 14,121st safe zone. Do you know where the areas of the 8 major academies are?" "I don't know. They are all in the top 30 zones. The area numbers are just like the exit numbers of the safe zone. The smaller the number, the more powerful and influential people there are. Residents in the top 30 zones are either rich or noble. If you strike up a conversation on the street, you might just bump into a department director. In that place, even the director of the education bureau has to behave himself. So what do you think the housing prices in that area would be? Perhaps you are wondering why the academies are all built in the top 30 zones." Qin Xiang nodded. "I was indeed just about to ask. Have you ever thought about the essence of the 8 major academies that are built for ordinary people? Are these so-called academies really for ordinary people?" "You mean, if it were truly for ordinary people like Wenshu, why not build 100 or 80 academies instead of just 8? That's because these 8 academies are built for the children of the powerful who have not awakened their sequence abilities. These individuals come from noble backgrounds and cannot accept that they are denied even decent education due to their lack of awakened abilities. Thus, to stabilize their ranks, the joint government established these 8 academies. You think the academies serve ordinary people, while universities for sequence ability holders serve the elite, but that is a grave misunderstanding. Hundreds of universities are actually meant to serve ordinary people like you and me. The academies, after all, are set up for those who are high above the rest. And the difficulty of getting into these academies is related to the fact that most of the spots were pre-allocated. Excluding those wealthy students who were recommended through alumni associations or received funding, there are only about 1/5 of the spots left for students like Wenshu. In other words, 4/5 of the people are in a certain circle, with only 1/5 entering through their own efforts. You tell me, is the location of the academy catering to that 1/5 or accommodating the 4/5? Qin Xiang listened in shock. I didn't expect that the so-called 8 major academies had so much to them. So if you want to attract girls by covering their accommodation fees, I advise you to save your money. Graduating in 4 years from the academy, based on the surrounding housing prices, renting a studio will cost at least several hundred silver coins. And that's still a rare find. I heard that as the safe zone stabilizes, housing prices in that area are rising. The average rent for a studio has already risen to 1 gold coin. If it's the top-ranked Lianrong Academy in the 3rd zone, the 4-year rent for a studio nearby would likely double. Even so, you have to book in advance to secure one. Li Tianming finished dressing and poured himself a cup of hot water. A long time ago, when Shu had communicated with me about matters related to the academy, she chose the lower-ranked Tiantong Academy and Rinxing Academy, and I supported her. She wants to bring her grandmother along to study, and only these 2 academies will offer dormitories with studios to students with excellent grades. She even calculated the costs. If she rents a house on loan, she might never be able to pay it off after entering the joint government after graduation. I also supported her viewpoint, because these houses for rent were never meant for students like her. The main tenants are still the upper-class children who find it inconvenient to go home, you understand. Li Tianming looked at the still dazed Qin Xiang, and his earlier frustration was swept away. Qin, I advise you to save your money. The little money from hunting deities is a fortune for an ordinary person. But in the core area of the safe zone, it's really not enough. I understand you like Wenshu. I can see why. After all, she is a sweet and sensible girl, and she is pretty. Hearing this, Qin Xiang looked at Li Tianming. Li Tianming, this lecherous ghost, wouldn't be thinking of targeting students, would he? Li Tianming smirked. I wouldn't stoop so low as to target students. For Wenshu, it's just the care of an elder. You better not think too much into it. Hopefully, She is an inexperienced student and not my type, so rest assured. Inexperienced. Qin Xiang was too lazy to refute. It seemed that when Shu hid well in the eyes of others. Li Tianming continued, Qin, I am someone who has been through this, so I need to give you a few words of advice. When it comes to attracting girls, there are fundamental laws to follow. You aren't really going to think of ways to earn several hundred silver coins, or even several gold coins to help her pay rent, are you? With so much money, she will probably never earn it in the joint government. If you really want to be with her, it's better to save that money for the assets of your future home after marriage. That's much better than paying exorbitant rent, right? Qin Xiang was somewhat impatient. I told you I'm not pursuing her. Yes, you're right. I'm just sharing my thoughts. I'm the principal, and while communicating with you, just listen to what I say first. You can voice your opinions later. All right. I'm not someone who enjoys lecturing, but I truly admire you, so I hope you can take my words to heart. I know Principal Li's words are for my own good. I'm not someone who doesn't appreciate kindness. I knew you would understand right away. Let me say something unpleasant. Don't think that just because you like her now, even if you two end up marrying, things are still uncertain. Look at me. When I was a vice dean in college, I was very harmonious with my wife. But later I got into some trouble, and she became my ex-wife. So don't put all your heart into that illusory love. People must live for themselves. I have always agreed with Principal Li's words. I never intended to make things difficult for myself, just to help her. Li Tianming clapped his hands. That's the reasoning. Love is unreliable. The relationship between husbands and wives is often not as close as our partnership. Doing 1,000 good deeds together is not as good as doing one bad deed together. Li Tianming sighed again. To be honest, there are very few relationships closer than ours. Unless you've killed someone together or disposed of a body together. But when Shu, that good girl, wouldn't do those things with you. In the end, it's still about being practical. Qin Xiang then asked, Principal Li, do you think that a relationship forged through murder and disposing of bodies is one of intimacy? In such a situation, it is difficult for the relationship to rupture, even if it does. Li Tianming's expression suddenly turned vigilant as he spoke. He glanced at Qin Xiang and inquired, why would you ask such a question? Qin Xiang had initially asked out of casual curiosity, worried that Li Tianming might discover something from him. Unexpectedly, Li Tianming's reaction was even more intense. Qin Xiang smiled slightly and said, Principal Li, how many have you killed? What do you mean, how many? How could I possibly have killed anyone? Li Tianming snorted and stopped engaging with Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang chuckled and didn't mind anymore. After all, killing is quite a normal occurrence. There are some secrets that one does not wish others to discover, or one might be threatened. If one doesn't kill, what should one do? Wait for others to come and kill oneself. There is nothing much to discuss. As for whom Li Tianming has killed, it has nothing to do with him. Whoever wants to do as they please. His collaboration with Li Tianming is limited to hunting deities, advancing in studies, and seeking the abilities of the fraudster sequence. It is best that they do not meddle in each other's affairs. This is the boundary that collaborators must carefully navigate. Just as Qin Xiang was about to continue the conversation, the door to the principal's office was suddenly knocked on. Principal, the personnel from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau have arrived, stating they have some matters to inquire about student Qin Xiang. I went to the classroom and library but couldn't find him. Someone said Qin Xiang should be here with you, so I brought him along. Li Tianming and Qin Xiang exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They were likely going to ask about how John died yesterday. Let them in, Li Tianming said. Yes, please come in. The door was pushed open. The first to enter was a medium-built official in formal attire. When Qin Xiang looked closely, he was surprised to see Qian Wenda. When someone from his side comes to ask questions, it can't be brushed aside casually. He had intended to greet him casually, but noticed that Qian Wenda appeared somewhat grave. Qin Xiang did not know why, until he saw another person following Qian Wenda into the office. This person had a full head of white hair and was wearing a coat. After entering the office, he sat next to Qian Wenda. Let me introduce myself. I am Qian Wenda, Section Chief of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau for Zone 14121. I am Olaf, Senior Detective of the 14121 District Police Department. Olaf examined Qin Xiang with a scrutinizing glance and smiled meaningfully. Student Qin, you truly have exceeded everyone's expectations. Previously a homeless vagabond, now you have become our district's most sought-after new star among sequence abilities. Olaf seemed generous with praise and held Qin Xiang in high regard. However, Qin Xiang, along with Qian Wenda and Li Tianming, sensed that Olaf's demeanor suggested ill intent. Qian Wenda spoke up. Student Qin, I am here on behalf of the Bureau to ask you about the incident where you killed John in the battle arena yesterday. And Detective Olaf has some cases he needs to consult you about. Upon learning I was coming, he decided to join me and come together. Qin Xiang glanced at Qian Wenda, understanding why he appeared somewhat tense when entering the office. It turned out there was suddenly a police detective joining. Olaf nodded at Qian Wenda, saying, Thank you for the guidance, Chief Qian. I do have some questions for Student Qin. However, since you represent the Bureau, please go ahead and ask first. Li Tianming looked at the two and asked, Do I need to step out? Qian Wenda shook his head. You are Qin Xiang's guarantor. The questions I need to ask also require your testimony, so you don't need to leave. As for what Detective Olaf from the police department will say, I cannot say. Olaf smiled amicably. I am here specifically to understand some matters from student Qin, so it would be best if everyone else could step out while I can. Without further ado, let us begin. Student Qin, last night around 6 o'clock you killed John Steppen in the battle arena, correct? Yes. Why did you kill him? Because he seemed to be planning to kill me. He said he wouldn't give me a chance to surrender. So in a moment of panic I killed him. He was a level 2 Shadow Assassin sequence ability wielder with a hunter's artifact, while you are a level 1 Shadow Assassin sequence ability wielder. I am curious how you managed to kill him. Qin Xiang pondered for a moment. Isn't the combat style in the battle arena confidential? Yes, it is confidential, which is why I am merely curious to ask. Do I have the right to choose not to answer? After all, that is my means of survival, and I do not wish for others to know. Alright. Qian Wenda's words seemed to be putting Qin Xiang in a difficult position. He could not let others know about his relationship with Qin Xiang. In fact, when he asked, he intentionally included the words, I am just curious, to indicate the subjectivity of the question. It was also an indirect reminder to Qin Xiang that this question was not something the Bureau must ask. If Qin Xiang cannot pick up on that, then there is nothing to be done. Fortunately, Qin Xiang is quick-witted and realized that Qian Wenda was sending a message. While showing displeasure, he declined to answer the question. Could you please explain why you killed him? I already said he was going to kill me, so in a moment of impulsiveness I killed him. Then why did you crush his skull? Because I was impulsive. At this moment Qin Xiang appeared somewhat restless, as if he truly was getting anxious again. Li Tianming interjected, this matter is also related to me as the principal. Principal Li, please go ahead. Chief Qian knows that our Wan school has never had a precedent of awakening sequence ability students. Thus my usual educational policy has been to focus on nurturing outstanding students who can enter the academy while somewhat neglecting others. The specific manifestation of this neglect was allowing a rather irresponsible teacher to serve as the school's moral education director. Student Qin has been an orphan since childhood, reserved, and has suffered bullying at school, leading to a withdrawn personality. Had the moral education director been attentive, it might have helped him become more outgoing. However, due to my negligence, the moral education director did not resolve the issues present in the school in a timely manner, leading to student Qin's temperament becoming prone to anger. Previously, while at school, he accidentally injured both his homeroom teacher and the grade director. These incidents are known by all the faculty and students, and I believe they are evidence of his somewhat irritable personality. In order to make up for the previous mistakes, I chose to be his guarantor, protecting his safety outside the safe zone and guiding his studies and life within the safe zone. At the same time, I replaced the previous moral education director with a recognized ethical individual capable of guiding by example. I believe that under such influence, student Qin will gradually improve his previous issues. Qin Xiang nearly applauded in admiration. Truly the principal. No doubt a slippery old fox. Truly impressive principal. Although Qin Xiang's expression still revealed anger, he was panting heavily. Yet he deeply admired Li Tianming's way of speaking. The cause and effect were explained clearly, and suggestions for improvement were proposed afterward. The entire matter was flawless. Qian Wenda, after listening, pretended to think for a moment before nodding slowly. Olive stared at the smiling Li Tianming for a moment, saying nothing more. Li Tianming replied, Thank you for your understanding, Section Chief Qian. Olive stared at the smiling Li Tianming for a moment, saying nothing more. Li Tianming replied, Thank you for your understanding, Section Chief Qian. Our school will certainly continue to strive for excellence. Alright, I have finished my questions, and now I need to return to the Management Bureau to report. Detective Olive, I won't wait for you. Qian Wenda was very careful to maintain a relatively distant and limited concern for Qin Xiang to avoid being detected by Olive for any issues in the details. He was not a public servant like Li Tianming, who bore no heavy cases, had no upward mobility, and was assigned to a remote area as a high school principal. Qian Wenda had always been diligent, and with his relatively rare awakened sequence, it was a certainty that he would work hard to become the director and then retire. If he provoked Olive and got entangled in other troubles, that was not something he wished to see. Olive nodded. I look forward to meeting Section Chief Qian again next time. Good. Qian Wenda stood up, glanced at Li Tianming, who was sitting, and said, Principal Li, Detective Olive wants to speak privately with student Qin. You should step out as well. I understand, Section Chief Qian. Li Tianming stood up and followed Qian Wenda out of the principal's office, closing the door behind him. Only Qin Xiang and Olive remained. Olive smiled slightly, the lines of age etched deeply on his old face. Qin Xiang, you are quite impressive. You deceived me. Qin Xiang quietly looked at Olive without responding. I have worked in the police department for 40 years and have been deceived only 5 times. You are the youngest among them. Qin Xiang remained silent. The last time I saw you in the internet cafe warehouse, I truly thought you were a poor, pitiful child being trampled upon by the relatively wealthy Wang Defa. I never expected that an 18-year-old high school student could orchestrate the actions of a local tyrant like Wang Defa. Olive mused to himself. Qin Xiang remained silent. When Olive learned of his awakened sequence ability, any explanation became futile. Thus he had no interest in discussing useless matters. He simply waited silently for Olaf's questions. While Olive spoke, he did not pose any questions, but merely stated the facts he had determined. If Qin Xiang were to speak now, it might instead reveal more. Olive, seeing Qin Xiang's calm demeanor, grew even more convinced that this young man was not simple. So he threw out the first question. The day before yesterday, while browsing the information hall for sequence ability users, I saw your information. I was shocked. After confirming it several times, I was certain that this person was you. So I immediately went to the internet cafe to inquire about you from Wang Defa. Qin Xiang knew this was a bait. Although Wang Defa was the owner of an internet cafe on the edge of the safe zone, he had backing and was quite clever. That night in the warehouse, Wang Defa did not admit to anything and certainly did not say he had ever acted against Qin Xiang. All of Olaf's speculations were imposed upon him by Qin Xiang's nearly natural bodily movements and language. If Wang Defa insisted that he had nothing to do with it, everyone would be fine. Qian Wenda had always been diligent, and with his relatively rare awakened sequence, it was a certainty that he would work hard to become the director and then retire. Qin Xiang slowly spoke. Detective Olive, is this what you wanted to ask me today? I do not believe these matters have anything to do with me. Olive was taken aback. You know that Wang Defa won't say anything, right? Detective Olive, I am just a student. Your questions are too profound for me to understand. What is your relationship with Wang Defa? Ordinary friends. Ordinary friends. Yes. Last time you did not say it this way. Did I? I forgot. Olive adjusted his head of silver hair. You really are a tough little brat. I might need to get a warrant to keep you in the police station and interrogate you slowly. I know about this matter. Detective Olive, I am a sequence ability user, and only the Sequence Ability Management Bureau has the authority to detain me. You seem to lack that power. Olive looked at Qin Xiang with brighter eyes. You know quite a lot. Did you obtain this information from Wang Defa's internet cafe? No, the internet cafe is too expensive for me. I used the computer in Principal Li Timing's office to look up the information. Qin Xiang did not mention going to Wang Defa's internet cafe for information, because before his awakened sequence he was just an orphan. If he frequently went to an internet cafe, how could he explain the internet fees, which would be a tricky issue? Thus he directly used Li Tianming as a shield. The only ones who know about your internet cafe experience apart from you and Wang Defa are Lu Daji. You killed Lu Daji, and if Wang Defa remains tight-lipped, I truly have no way to handle you. Qin Xiang's expression remained unchanged, but his heart tightened. He did not expect Olive to connect the accident of Lu Daji's death to himself. Moreover, you have a solid alibi. When I entered the school, I checked with the gatekeeper. I looked at the surveillance from the morning of Lu Daji's death. You arrived at school less than 10 minutes after Lu Daji died, leaving no time to commit the crime. That means I am not the murderer. A sly glint flashed in Olaf's eyes. You should be asking me who Lu Daji is. A brief silence. Qin Xiang shook his head. Since I know Wang Defa, how could I not know Lu Daji? Detective Olive, I am also very saddened by his unfortunate death. However, to say that I killed him is a bit excessive. After all, you also said that I had no time to commit the crime. Olive slightly clenched his fists, squinting his eyes at Qin Xiang. He had not encountered such a tricky suspect in a long time, and it turned out to be an 18-year-old high school student. You are very cautious. Simply a natural-born criminal. This was Olaf's conclusion about Qin Xiang after the first round of questioning. Yes, as I said, you have no time to commit a crime, provided that you had not awakened your sequence ability at that time. Qin Xiang replied lightly, but I indeed awakened my sequence ability only last weekend. No, you can pretend that you only awakened your sequence ability last weekend, but in reality, you had already been using your sequence ability for activities. Qin Xiang shrugged. Detective Olive, your speculation is quite interesting. But how would you prove that? Olaf sighed. As I just mentioned, you are quite cautious. You burned Lu Daji's corpse, and his brain has turned into a mush. The skill of the undying sequence death command cannot take effect. So you're right, I indeed cannot prove any of this. Qin Xiang said earnestly, Detective Olaf, everything you mentioned is mere speculation without evidence, so please do not say that I burned Lu Daji's corpse. Because I did not do that. Alright, I'll listen to you. Olaf chuckled nonchalantly and continued. You smashed John's skull, his brains were scattered all over the combat arena, making it impossible for us to retrieve his memories from before he died. In my view, you are inherently suited for murder, calm and cold-blooded. This isn't the first time you've done this, is it? Qin Xiang replied, killing John was a moment of loss of control, I apologize. As for the other things you mentioned, I truly have no idea. Detective, I am a student and need to attend classes. If you have no other questions for me, I will take my leave. There is one more thing. Alright, please ask. I hope it is not another baseless claim. Olaf did not rush to ask. Instead, he took out a cigar, lit it himself, and exhaled a puff of smoke. The atmosphere between the two became hazy and indistinct. You know, a few days before Lu Daji's death, we discovered 3 charred corpses 2 stops away from the exit of Safe Zone 5. 54320. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's body tensed uncontrollably. He never expected Olaf would connect this matter as well. Even though he tried his best to remain calm, a hint of unease crept into his expression. Olaf, with the cigar in his mouth and a smirk at the corner of his lips, continued leisurely. Those three individuals not only had their skulls smashed, but they were also burned afterward. There is no doubt that the perpetrator was a sequence ability user. I found it quite strange at the time. Why would the murderer do such a thing? Later we deduced that the murderer was unaware of the limitations of the undying sequence ability death command. Such a fundamental theory, yet the murderer as a sequence ability user did not know. At that time I speculated that this must be a sequence ability user awakened from some impoverished region lacking access to this information. This murderer, having just awakened their sequence ability, and without a channel to obtain information, could only rely on their guesses, destroying and then burning the corpses to prevent other sequence ability users from reading the dead's memories and discovering their identity. Qin Xiang desperately wanted to calm himself, yet beads of sweat instinctively seeped from his forehead. He could only rely on silence to maintain his composure. Then Olaf uttered the words he least wanted to hear. This murder occurred after the bizarre disappearance of the remnants of the deity from the trash can at the exit of safe zone 54320. Qin Xiang, do you think there is any connection between the two? Qin Xiang closed his eyes. Olaf had guessed correctly. Even though he had never seen his own crime, he had connected all the dots. At this moment, he recalled the advice Roylina had given him during their conversation that night before she left. Never fall into Olaf's hands. Now he finally understood this sentence thoroughly. He finally realized why Roylina was so wary of Olaf. Olaf claimed he was a born criminal, but Olaf was inherently a detective who apprehended criminals. The cat-and-mouse game was being performed between the two. Qin Xiang slowly opened his mouth, controlling his voice to prevent it from shaking. But you have no evidence. Detective Olaf, everything you say is just your conjecture. You're right, I lack evidence. But do you think I care about these individuals themselves? Olaf shook his head and smiled. The lives of John Lu Daji and those three nameless corpses mean nothing to me. How they died, what they experienced before death, is also unimportant to me. The only thing I have been interested in from the beginning is one thing. Who is the one who stole the remains of the deity? Where did you hide the remains of the deity, and what did you do with them is what I am most interested in. Qin, can you answer this question for me? Olaf revealed his true intentions, finally clarifying his purpose. Having gone around in circles just to meticulously untangle the relationships before Qin Xiang's eyes, then tell Qin Xiang that he had discovered his secret. I'm sorry, but I still don't understand what you're trying to say, Detective Olaf. Qin Xiang was no longer panicked. His hands gripped the armrests of the chair, wearing a smile. He had already developed a murderous intent. This person was too terrifying. He could figure everything out. Keeping him around might not necessarily cause a major disaster. Only by killing Olaf could everything be resolved. Olaf said, Qin Xiang, have you ever thought about the fact that you cannot escape? Going to such great lengths just to hide the fact that you have awakened your sequence ability. I am 90% sure that your sequence is definitely not Phantom Assassin. I don't know what method you used to forge your sequence. If you want to expose you, all we need to do is take you to the bureau for another test of your sequence ability. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang was momentarily stunned. He looked at Olaf incredulously. Qian Wenda had told him that once a sequence ability user's sequence was determined by the bureau, it would not be re-examined. Unless the sequence ability user has already been convicted. The United Government had previously caused protests among sequence ability users in the safe zones by repeatedly verifying their sequence abilities and levels, leaving no room for privacy. Since that incident, the United Government has turned a blind eye in all safe zones. Regardless of your sequence or level, as long as you hunt down deities and do not cause trouble within the safe zone, your legitimacy is assumed. But you cannot go too far. If you overtly assist in forging sequences, the United Government will still hold you accountable. This is also why Qian Wenda dared to accept money to help forge sequences. If the United Government strictly forbids the forgery of sequences, being caught would mean a death sentence, and Qian Wenda would absolutely not get involved in this mess. In short, it is common knowledge among almost every sequence ability user that sequences are not tested multiple times. The Bureau of Sequence Ability Users, as the place that issues sequence certificates, would never agree to Olaf's request to help Qin Xiang retest his sequence ability. What puzzled Qin Xiang was that Olaf seemed unaware of this information. It was unusual. Qin Xiang felt like a mouse sniffing cheese, stroking the armrest of the chair, deep in thought. Qin Xiang's sudden silence and contemplation caused Olaf's white brows to slightly furrow as he silently scrutinized him while holding a cigar. He wondered what thoughts were occupying the mind of this young man. Qin Xiang glanced at him, then rose silently to sit in front of the computer. He checked again and confirmed that the joint government's regulation against secondary testing for sequence abilities was common knowledge within this safe zone. Only after a conviction would sequence abilities be retested. However, that would occur only after a crime had been established and identity verification was necessary. It was not intended to serve as evidence for accusing sequence abilities of crimes. In other words, as long as one does not commit a crime or have their identity labeled as a criminal, their sequence will remain secure forever. Olaf was unaware of this matter. It was quite strange. Qin Xiang sat at the computer deep in thought about what might have led to this sense of discord. He opened Olaf's information panel within the God-slaying camp. Olaf Shalius was an outstanding police officer before the apocalypse, serving as the chief of the police department in the U country. Even after the apocalypse, he continued to fulfill his duties successively, holding the position of police chief in Safety Zone 45 and director of the police department in Safety Zone 18 before being transferred 6 months ago to serve as an inspector in Safety Zone 14121. Seeing Olaf's resume made Qin Xiang even more perplexed. Originally an official of a 2-digit numbered police department, he had been reassigned to a grassroots inspector in the outskirts of the safe zone. It was quite strange. The fragmentation of Olaf's information and the disconnection of his positions made Qin Xiang feel that this old man with white hair was not a law-abiding citizen. Classmate Qin Xiang, I feel that our conversation is not yet concluded. It seems rather inappropriate for you to leave directly to do other things like this. Upon hearing Olaf's urging, Qin Xiang had no choice but to quickly attempt to draw a conclusion based on the current situation, even though he found it somewhat absurd. Inspector Olaf, I just thought of a question that I need to verify with you. Go ahead. Although there are several large safe zones on Blue Star, it seems that these safe zones are not interconnected, right? They say it is a joint government, but in fact each safe zone is mostly self-governing, only exchanging certain important information. Even the network we usually use is merely a local area network within the safe zone, right? Olaf did not understand why Qin Xiang would ask this question, but still nodded. You are correct. Between major safe zones, countless large entities roam, making human passage impossible, and network connections cannot be established. Thus, the network is a local area network within the safe zone. Information between safe zones can only be published by the joint government. As for how the joint government communicates between safe zones, as an old man from the police department, I do not know. Qin Xiang nodded. Confirming this information from Olaf made him more confident in his conclusion. If he was not mistaken, there were also secrets behind Olaf that could not see the light. Inspector Olaf, may I ask you another question? Seeing Qin Xiang suddenly become more talkative and proactive, Olaf thought his words had made an impact. It seemed he was not far from understanding everything. Go ahead and ask. Olaf extinguished his cigar, crossed his hands over his abdomen, leaned back on the sofa, and smiled kindly at Qin Xiang. Inspector Olaf, where did you come from? Hearing Qin Xiang's question, Olaf's smile remained on his face, but the kindness in his eyes faded slightly. Qin Xiang, what do you mean? Inspector Olaf, let me ask more clearly. Which safe zone did you come from? Or perhaps did you come from some unknown place? In any case, you are not from this safe zone, right? Oh, by the way, I probably shouldn't call you Inspector Olaf. After all, the real Inspector Olaf has never left our safe zone. Olaf's smile faded. Classmate Qin, your story seems a bit exaggerated. Is that so? Then I happen to have a story to tell Inspector Olaf. I'm all ears. 3 years ago, there was a protest by sequence abilities within this safe zone. Of course, that protest did not involve the safety zone 14121, where we are currently located, as there are hardly any sequence abilities here. At that time, the protests were primarily concentrated in the areas numbered over 100. Oh, by the way, during that time, Inspector Olaf was still serving in that area, so you must have known about it, right? Olaf's lips slightly sank, and he did not respond. Qin Xiang smiled slightly, and continued. The reason for the protest was the joint government's frequent testing of sequence abilities within the safe zone, requiring the sequence level and abilities to be tested one by one. This caused great unrest among the sequence abilities. Therefore, under the organization of certain individuals, a large-scale protest began. After that, the joint government stipulated that the sequence abilities in the safe zone would only be tested once. Unless a person had been convicted, a second test would not be conducted. Upon hearing this, Olaf's brow furrowed, and his expression became cautious. Inspector Olaf, you may ask, if there are no multiple tests conducted, how is the level information of those sequence abilities on the God-slaying camp modified? It's simple, they update it voluntarily. Although the joint government does not conduct multiple tests, you can choose to test voluntarily to update your sequence information, making yourself a more desirable hunter team member and gaining more resources. However, this has nothing to do with what I just said. I merely believe that perhaps the continuous updates of the sequence abilities information on the God-slaying camp led to your misunderstanding, thinking that our safe zone is still conducting multiple tests on sequence abilities. Looking at Olaf's increasingly solemn expression, Qin Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Returning to my earlier question. Inspector Olaf, you are an old hand in the safe zone, and you participated in that protest. Why do you not know about the joint government's change in policy? Qin Xiang lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, resting his chin on one hand. Inspector, I am quite curious, where exactly do you come from? And where is the real Inspector Olaf buried now? Olaf took a deep breath. Qin Xiang, you should know that I did not directly report your matter. Instead, I came to talk to you without any malicious intent. Inspector Olaf, you should know that I did not directly post your matter on the forum, but continued to sit and talk with you with no malicious intent. Olaf shook his head. Actually, I have never killed anyone. Coincidentally, neither have I. Oh, except for John. Olaf realized that Qin Xiang, who had regained the initiative, seemed to have an intense aversion towards him. He understood this well. When it comes to the unknown, one must adopt a skeptical attitude. Olaf decided to lay his cards on the table. Classmate Qin Xiang, I believe your sequence might represent humanity's hope for a counteroffensive against the divine, so I hope you can cooperate. Cooperate with what? With human experiments, or with biological slicing? Qin Xiang sneered, don't talk about humanity's hope. When I was living in despair, there was no one to save me either. Olaf sighed. Sometimes everything in life feels quite meaningless, and in the end one realizes that nothing has been left behind. You might not understand being so young. Qin Xiang expressed his disdain. I have lived 2 lives. Oh, what right do you have to teach me about life? Since you, Detective Olaf, are so selfless, why not share with me some stories of your adventures beyond the safety zone? I believe everyone in the safety zone would be quite interested in your stories. Olaf shook his head. It's not that I don't want to talk, but it's that I can't. Neither can I. Qin Xiang's attitude was resolute like an unyielding mountain, leaving Olaf feeling powerless. Since you are unwilling to trust me, I won't say much more. Of course I won't impose my thoughts and intentions upon you either. There are some things you will understand later. With that, Olaf wrapped his scarf around his neck once more and left the sofa. It was a pleasure chatting with you today. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me. I prefer not to have too much entanglement with you, Detective Olaf, as it might lead others to think I am a delinquent student. If there's nothing else, let's avoid meeting again in the future. Olaf shrugged and replied, that might not be as you wish. Until we meet again. There may not be a next time. After seeing Olaf off, Qin Xiang let out a long breath. This was the most dangerous moment he had faced since his rebirth. I almost got sliced by that old man. That was close. Qin Xiang was unwilling to delve into the secrets of Olaf. Clearly, if his guess was correct, Olaf was the first person to traverse beyond the safety zone. Such a feat could not possibly be accomplished by an ordinary Liber sequence. Or perhaps there was a powerful organization behind him. It involved many complexities. Regardless, it was far more complicated than Qin Xiang's current situation. His secret was merely his own sequence. Li Tianming walked in and asked, how was your conversation with Detective Olaf? Qin Xiang shook his head. Not great. That old man is overly capable. He seems to know almost everything about the mistakes I've made before. The key is I clearly left no decisive evidence, yet he still traced it back to me. Li Tianming patted Qin Xiang on the shoulder. Take it easy. If he had any decisive evidence, he wouldn't be questioning you in my office. He'd be interrogating you in the administration's interrogation room, right? That's a valid point. But this Olaf is indeed quite peculiar. Peculiar. Very peculiar. Do you know him, Principal Li? Of course. When I was the vice president at the university, there was a serious case of a sequence user committing murder. At that time, both the local police and the administration were at a loss, so they reported it, and the joint government dispatched Police Chief Olaf to lead the investigation. He is remarkable. While others had no clues for a month, with his help they captured the murderer in just 3 to 5 days. Qin Xiang thought of his own experiences, realizing that Olaf could deduce his existence from mere threads of evidence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a detective. He felt that Olaf capturing the murderer in 3 to 5 days was somewhat underwhelming. What is so peculiar about him? Of course it's his background. He clearly made no mistakes, yet he went directly from having hope of holding a mid-level position in the joint government's police department to being dispatched to this impoverished place. Moreover, he isn't even a police chief, just a detective. The change in this official position is akin to a meteor falling from the sky. So you should keep your distance from him. Li Tianming offered timely advice to Qin Xiang. I know. No, I can tell you have thoughts of competing with him. So what I mean is don't provoke him and stay as far away from him as possible. If he provokes me, should I not retaliate? You shouldn't provoke the troubles behind him. How troublesome can it be? Li Tianming sat on the sofa and pulled out a cigarette. Qin Xiang impatiently said, you just finished one cigarette, and now you're lighting another. Can't you stop making me breathe secondhand smoke? But this is my office. All right then. Li Tianming exhaled a smoke ring and continued. If you look at my background, it openly states the reason I was demoted to be the principal of this broken school. What does this imply? It means that the people I've offended still have some reservations and need to frame me with a grand accusation to make my demotion seem justified. On the other hand, Olaf's background is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. It merely states his employment status and does not explain the unreasonable transfer circumstances at all. This suggests that the troubles behind him are so significant that he can't even be bothered to put on a show. I have a feeling that the issues he is involved in are much larger than those I've encountered. After hearing this, Qin Xiang slowly nodded. Classmate Qin, I know you have a background and influence. Qin Xiang was slightly taken aback by this. He had almost forgotten that in Li Tianming's eyes he was also someone with a background. If it weren't for the reminder, he might have inadvertently revealed himself. I have nothing to say about that. Li Tianming stated, your orphan proof is flawless. I can't even trace when you were abandoned at the edge of this. The force and troubles behind you are likely also quite significant. Qin Xiang cast an annoyed glance at Li Tianming. It seemed he was dissatisfied with Li Tianming investigating his identity. Don't look at me like that. I have to understand you before deciding whether to cooperate with you, right? Moreover, I'm also giving you a piece of advice. The power dynamics in the center of the safety zone are intricate. Your background might be extensive, but his background could be even more overwhelming. Don't assume you can confront anyone. I believe you, classmate Qin, are not someone who entertains the boring thought of being the best in the world. Of course not. If I did, our cooperation would have collapsed long ago. I could just pocket those 40 silver coins, and you wouldn't have a word to say. That's where you are being unreasonable. I'm the best in the world. Why would I bother reasoning with you? Alright, you have a point. I'm just reminding you, don't provoke Olive. Qin Xiang smirked. Do you think I have a masochistic tendency? Li Tianming took off his tie, tossed his formal attire onto the sofa. I won't waste time talking to you. If you have nothing else, just go back to class, and don't disturb me while I handle serious matters. Serious matters? Come on. Have you already started undressing before I even left? Is it you who can't wait, or is it Teacher Yang who can't wait? What does that have? Don't be hasty. I actually have something to ask you. Spit it out quickly. Zhou Xing, the director from the education department, told me that Xingren University has a special recruitment quota and wants to talk to me. Special recruitment? Xingren University? Li Tianming initially thought Qin Xiang was just making conversation, but he unexpectedly brought up a topic that intrigued him. Yes, I want to ask you, is this thing reliable? Li Tianming straightened up, frowning as he pondered seriously. This Zhou Xing is no ordinary person. He actually has the ability to nominate for special recruitment. What's the matter? Generally speaking, a student like you who is a sequence ability user will receive a score after the assessment for sequence ability users post-college entrance examination, and then can use that score along with their resume to apply to universities. But there is a special case where universities will proactively send you an invitation and you don't need to apply yourself. This is what we call special recruitment. So-called special recruitment is to give outstanding sequence ability students an opportunity for guaranteed admission to university. However, such special recruitment opportunities are generally allocated by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. You know, as long as you are a sequence ability user, you are managed. Thus, every year, 80% of the special recruitment quotas released by universities are handled by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. What about the remaining 20%? The remaining 20% is nominated by officials from the joint government. Generally speaking, the earlier the regional number, the more officials have the nomination qualification. In our 14121 region, which is on the fringes, I always thought no officials had the nomination qualification. Zhou Xing managing to secure this special recruitment quota does indeed show some strength. Qin Xiang nodded after hearing this, truly not expecting the seemingly useless Zhou Xing from the soft body sequence to have such significant influence. Principal Li, what is the use of special recruitment? You don't have to participate in the assessment for sequence ability users after the college entrance examination. However, you need to take a special recruitment test. Isn't that still an exam? There's no difference. Not the same. The content of the special recruitment assessment is different from the ordinary assessment after the college entrance examination. The special recruitment assessment only looks at one thing. What is it? God Hunter points. The higher your God Hunter points, the better your ranking for special recruitment, and thus you can be admitted to a better university. Qin Xiang was puzzled. But Principal Li, you told me before that even in a normal assessment you could use God Hunter points instead of assessment scores to apply to universities, right? Then special recruitment seems no different from ordinary applications. Not the same. The requirements for special recruitment are more stringent. If you are an auxiliary sequence like my shaman sequence, only the points gained in a hunter team of 3 or fewer count as scores. If you are a combat sequence like your so-called phantom assassin, only the God Hunter points from solo teams are counted. Such strict conditions. Of course, otherwise it wouldn't be called special recruitment, would it? What about other sequences? For example, the aroma sniffer, which can neither fight nor assist. Such sequences cannot be specially recruited and must obediently participate in the assessment. This special recruitment is meant to find the spears and shields that can hunt down deities. Sequences like the aroma sniffer, which only have an effect in safe zones, naturally have a lower priority. Alright, when is the score for special recruitments? On the same day as the college entrance examination. After submitting the scores for special recruitment, the ranking results will be visible to all universities the following day. Then within a week, each university will actively contact the students they have selected to discuss the conditions for special recruitment. Can students negotiate terms with the university? Qin Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had heard something outrageous. Of course, who would go without any students? Are they really that powerful? Special recruits are all top-notch students. If this school doesn't offer you good terms, would you attend? Then you might as well participate in the ordinary assessment after the college entrance examination and use your scores to get into a top university. Makes sense. Moreover, the joint government assesses the student sources of schools every year, which is an important indicator for measuring university rankings. The higher the university's ranking, the more funding it can receive from the joint government. All universities are working hard to attract outstanding students during the special recruitment test. I even heard about a school's admissions office director who was demoted to a janitor because the results of the special recruitment were not satisfactory. Qin Xiang listened dumbfounded. By the way, every special recruit at a university has privileges. Special recruits in university are considered to be in a superior. So if you can get into special recruitment, that would be the most ideal for you. But Zhou Xing said his special recruitment quota was given by Xingren University. Does that mean I have to go to Xingren University? How is Xingren University ranked? Hey, you don't need to worry about that. Who gives the special recruitment quota has no relation to who eventually takes you for special recruitment. If Xingren University doesn't release the special recruitment quota, there will be one less special recruit this year, and the school won't make a losing deal. At most, you might just give Xingren University a bit of face. When they set the terms for special recruitment, you can lower your requirements appropriately or prioritize considering them under the same conditions. So how is Xingren The level of Xingren University among universities is roughly the same as the level of our region in the safe zone. Isn't that at the bottom? Pretty much. So generally speaking, schools of this level like Xingren University can't recruit any good students through special recruitment. When they throw out the special recruitment quota, it's just fishing in the dark, purely a matter of luck. Therefore, getting this quota should not put too much pressure on you. You should go to a good school if you can. I see. The special recruitment quota is very important for you. It's a pity I didn't qualify for the special recruitment quota, and neither did Section Chief Qian and Olive. Here the Bureau has never issued any special recruitment quotas. Zhou Xing is likely your only opportunity. So let's have a meal with Director Zhou and properly discuss the matter of the special recruitment quota. Qin Xiang licked his lips, recalling that he seemed too arrogant during his phone call with Zhou Xing this morning. He had also vented his dissatisfaction towards Zhou Yang onto Zhou Xing, showing no respect or reverence a good student should have towards the leaders of the education department. When it comes time to eat with Zhou Xing, he must make an effort to behave well. Just as Qin Xiang was chatting with Li Tianming, he received a text message from Zhou Xing. At 5 in the afternoon, 500 meters south of the bus station at the exit of safety zone 38324 at Hongyan Restaurant. Qin Xiang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Li Tianming looked up at Qin Xiang. What's up? Did Zhou Xing text you? Yeah, I'll stay here for a bit, and then I have to go. What are you still sitting for? Hurry up and go. Li Tianming was already impatient to usher him out. Qin Xiang thought for a moment he indeed should leave early to show his humble and respectful attitude as a student. Oldly, give me some copper coins. Qin Xiang changed his way of addressing him, calling him Principal Li felt too distant and made it inconvenient to ask for money. Moi, I need bus fare, but I have no money. Li Tianming, frustrated, pounded the table. You have 80 silver coins, and you want to ask me for bus fare? Buses don't accept silver coins. Li Tianming just wanted to get Qin Xiang out quickly and pulled out 5 copper coins from his drawer. Get lost. You only gave me fare for going, I still need to come back. Li Tianming impatiently counted out 5 more copper coins. Go, go, go. Thanks, oldly. Qin Xiang cheerfully left the office. Once Li Tianming saw Qin Xiang walk away, he took a few deep breaths to calm the anger inside him. I'm a bit irritated by that kid Qin Xiang. I need to call Xiao Yang to ease my frustration. After muttering to himself, Li Tianming opened the ball game. Qin Xiang went to the library and told Wen Shu that he had something to attend to and asked her to help lock the library doors after school. Wen Shu agreed. On the way to the bus station, Qin Xiang kept rehearsing how to greet Zhou Xing when they met. According to Li Tianming, the special recruitment quota was crucial and very rare. He must make sure to flatter Zhou Xing. Speaking of flattery, Qin Xiang was quite experienced, having done plenty of it with Li Jingwen in his past life. Hello, old Zhou. No, that sounds too frivolous. Hello, Director Zhou. That sounds a bit too formal. Hello, Uncle Zhou. This address sounds appropriate. After boarding the bus, Qin Xiang found an empty seat and quietly waited for the stop. The passengers on the bus were all wearing thermal suits, presumably heading to the exit of safety zone 38324 to hunt divine beings. At that moment, a sequence ability user spotted Qin Xiang and froze for a moment. Are you Qin Xiang? Qin Xiang looked at the person speaking, having no recollection of him. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? The person hurriedly shook his head. Nothing. The other sequence ability users on the bus glanced at Qin Xiang with a hint of fear upon hearing his name. Then at the next stop, all the passengers hurriedly got off the bus, leaving only Qin Xiang behind. Qin Xiang scratched his nose and disdainfully said, They all look so scared of me. Is it really necessary? The sequence ability users who got off the bus let out a sigh of relief. I heard this kid isn't quite right in the head. During his fight with John, he flattened his head. I wouldn't dare ride the same bus as him in case he suddenly goes berserk. Exactly. It's too creepy. Besides, he has the title insurer. His background is not ordinary. It's best not to provoke him. Nearly an hour later, Qin Xiang finally arrived at his stop. At that moment, he received another text from Qian Wenda. How did the conversation go? Qian Wenda was likely concerned about his private conversation with Olaf. As allies with common interests, Qian Wenda certainly did not want anything to happen to Qin Xiang. However, if something did happen to Qin Xiang, Qian Wenda would not hesitate to distance himself. Very impressive, you deduced my sequence registration matter. But the trouble has been temporarily resolved by me. Qin Xiang did not conceal anything and stated the issues he faced along with the information within his control. This would not only make Qian Wenda more wary of Olaf, but also demonstrate his problem-solving abilities. This was also the reply he gave after careful consideration. He hoped that during their exchanges he could deepen Qian Wenda's belief in their cooperation. Before long, Qian Wenda replied, "You don't need to worry about the management office." Following the address provided by Zhou Xing, Qin Xiang found the Hongyun restaurant. Since it was still not yet 5 o'clock, the restaurant was empty with only a few customers. However, all the ceiling lights in the restaurant were on, making the Hongyun restaurant the only bright spot in the surrounding darkness. The owner of this restaurant, who dared to waste such expensive electricity, must have some background. Nevertheless, he immediately spotted a well-mannered middle-aged man sitting at a corner table. He wore black-rimmed glasses, had a tidy slick-back hairstyle, and was paired with a dark tie and white shirt, exuding a calm demeanor. On a nearby chair lay a dark blue suit. Qin Xiang looked for a moment and noticed that this person bore some resemblance to Zhou Yang. Is this Zhou Xing? Did Zhou Xing actually arrive earlier than me? Qin Xiang attempted to walk over and asked, "Are you Uncle Zhou?" The middle-aged man looked up at the youth-like Qin Xiang and immediately broke into a warm smile. "Yes, that's me. You must be little Qin, right? Please have a seat. Boss, let's order." Qin Xiang pulled out a chair and sat down. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Uncle Zhou. It's nothing, I arrived early." "Qin Xiang, you came so quickly today, did your classes end early?" Qin Xiang shook his head. "Because of the matter of killing John, I was questioned by the management office and the police all day, so I had no mood for classes. When I received your message, I came straight to find you, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Xing smiled. "In our area 14121, it's been a long time since a sequence ability user has died in the combat arena. You being questioned is normal, don't take it to heart." "I know." At that moment, a plump man in his 40s with a scruffy beard approached, smiling politely, but not servilely. "Director Zhou, would you like to order?" "Yes. Do you have a menu?" "This student is here for the first time, so he doesn't know what dishes are available." "Sure, please wait a moment." Qin Xiang said. "Uncle Zhou, you can just order. I don't know what's good here. Who invites a guest and only orders for themselves? Hey. Don't worry, the taste of this restaurant is quite good. Any dish you order won't be bad." The boss brought over the menu, Director Zhou saying, "That puts quite a bit of pressure on me. If the food isn't good later, won't you report me to the Education Bureau?" Zhou Xing chuckled. "How could I dare criticize you? At most, I'll just tell Director Du that you were taking advantage of your old acquaintances. My brother has that temper. If he knew I didn't put my heart into cooking for you, he would definitely scold me to death. You might as well report me. Little student, take a look and order whatever you want. I guarantee I'll do my utmost to serve you, ensuring that Director Zhou won't have a chance to speak ill." Listening to their conversation, Qin Xiang thought to himself that indeed this boss also had some background. When he took the menu, he was taken aback by the signature dish. Braised pig trotters and South fermented bean curd. Qin Xiang stared at the 5 characters Nanru braised pig trotters, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This dish, Nanru braised pig trotters. Is it truly made from pig trotters? He pointed at the dish name and looked up to ask. The restaurant owner smiled. "Young scholar, you have a keen eye. This is my signature masterpiece, though it does require a long..." And yes, it is indeed pig trotters. Pig trotters from a 4-legged pig. Exactly. A pig with pinkish skin, 2 large ears, and a snout. Huh. What an amusing young scholar. You're absolutely right. Qin Xiang swallowed hard. "But pigs went extinct centuries ago, didn't they?" "Extinct? Who told you that? If they weren't extinct, why do we normally eat only mutated creatures? 3-eyed flying fish, crimson jellyfish, and the like." The owner twisted his mouth, rubbed his protruding belly, and chuckled. "Young scholar, pigs never went extinct. The reason you usually eat those mutated species is quite simple. Pork is simply too expensive. Ordinary people can't afford it." He extended a thick finger and tapped the menu. "Just look at the price of this dish and you'll understand." Qin Xiang glanced at the price listed beside the dish, name 1299 copper coins. Was this outright robbery? Just as he opened his mouth to protest, Zhou Xing interjected, "Since Qin scholar wishes to try this dish, Master Du, would you be so kind as to prepare it yourself? And please bring us 2 more dishes at your discretion." "Right away." No, Uncle Zhou. I mean, this dish is far too costly. I'll settle for the fried 10-legged octopus." "Master Du, please add the fried 10-legged octopus as well." "Certainly." Qin Xiang blinked in surprise. "Uncle Zhou, that's not what I meant. I'm perfectly fine without..." Zhou Xing adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and smiled. "I'm treating you to dinner. Surely it wouldn't do to be overly frugal. After all, our young Qin scholar is destined to become a prominent figure within the safe zone." Qin Xiang knew instantly that Zhou Xing had shifted into serious conversation, and promptly redirected his attention away from the menu. Uncle Zhou, please don't speak so highly of me. Don't even mention the future. I haven't the faintest idea which university I'll attend after the examination. Exactly. That's why I'm here offering you timely support. Qin Scholar, have you heard about the special admission quota? Yes, Principal Li explained it to me. Your insurer? Yes, Principal Li is aware of that. So what are your thoughts on it? I'm deeply eager to secure the quota. Yet, as you know, we face considerable challenges and— Precisely, you've hit the nail on the head. Zhou Xing lifted the teapot and poured tea for both of them, already forming a plan in his mind. Qin Xiang, having grown up in the post-apocalypse, didn't even know pigs still existed. Clearly no worldly sophisticate. Easy to manipulate, Zhou Xing. He folded his hands atop the table and spoke with grave sincerity. Securing this special admission quota is no trivial matter. It demands connections, influence, and political capital. Within our jurisdiction, only the director of the administration holds one such quota, and rumor has it he recently traded it away. Fortunately, the head of admissions at Qingren University is my classmate. To procure this quota, I've labored tirelessly, pulling strings, making calls, expending immense effort. Zhou Xing recounted his arduous efforts without reservation, as if addressing a sheltered high schooler, leaving nothing unsaid for fear of misunderstanding. Qin Xiang nodded. I fully understand. Anyone who receives this quota from you, Uncle Zhou, will owe you a debt of profound gratitude. Empty promises of future repayment hold no weight. True gratitude must manifest immediately. For instance, if you require sequence elixirs, I'd gladly provide them to the best of my ability. What do you think, Uncle Zhou? Zhou Xing's teacup trembled ever so slightly. He hadn't expected such words from Qin Xiang. He'd never met Qin Xiang before, only inferred some mysterious background from the boy's status as an insurer. In Zhou Xing's eyes, he was merely an ordinary teenager. Even during their morning phone call, the youth had carried that unmistakable adolescent arrogance, the kind born of naivety and inexperience. Yet the moment they met face-to-face, Zhou Xing sensed something uncanny beneath the surface. And now this direct, incisive remark, cutting straight to Zhou Xing's hidden motive, left him genuinely astonished. He set down his teacup, leaned back in his chair, and studied the 18-year-old before him with renewed, thoughtful scrutiny. Did Principal Li coach you to say this? Qin Xiang shook his head. Principal Li is my insurer, not my nanny. These words came straight from my heart. Zhou Xing gave a quiet nod. I must admit, your words struck deep, Qin Scholar. Securing this quota cost me dearly. I intend to make meaningful use of it. Might I assist you in fulfilling your objective? You see, I'm a wandering orphan. My sole assets are a few silver coins and several dozen bottles of sequence elixirs. Nothing else. Should your request exceed my capacity, I'm afraid I'll be unable to comply. Zhou Xing smiled faintly. Indeed, I'm well aware of your circumstances. That's precisely why I invited you here today, to borrow some sequence elixirs. Uncle Zhou, that phrasing feels rather off. Why call it borrowing? If you need them, I'd be honored to offer them freely. How many would you require? Qin Xiang abandoned all pretense. Since Zhou Xing sought sequence elixirs, he'd cut straight to the price. Zhou Xing raised 5 fingers. 5 bottles. 50. For a fleeting instant, Qin Xiang's smile froze. Then, mastering his rising fury, he replied, evenly, Uncle Zhou, such a quantity places me in a difficult position. 50 bottles were utterly non-negotiable. Even Li Tianming, the man who served as his insurer, had received only 8. If Li Tianming learned the special admission quota had been exchanged for 50 bottles, he'd surely sever ties with Qin Xiang on the spot. Qin Scholar, Zhou Xing continued, you possess so many sequence elixirs. You'll earn far more in time. They're useless to you now. Why not entrust them to Uncle Zhou? Qin Xiang shook his head. Since this is a transaction, let's dispense with subterfuge. Though I'm a diligent student who would never break the law, numerous buyers have approached me, offering 8 silver coins per bottle, seeking bulk purchases. To hand over goods worth 400 silver coins at once, I simply cannot agree. Zhou Xing's expression cooled visibly. He'd assumed Qin Xiang was ignorant of market prices, hoping to exploit the boy's innocence. Now his carefully laid scheme had crumbled. 30 bottles. Qin Xiang still shook his head. Uncle Zhou, if you're willing to lend genuine support in securing the special admission quota, then let's negotiate seriously. Demanding so much leaves me with no one to answer to. Zhou Xing smiled thinly. You said yourself, you're an orphan. To whom exactly must you answer? Qin Xiang responded with a bright, unguarded laugh. Uncle Zhou, have you ever witnessed an orphan from the safe zone's periphery awaken a sequence? Zhou Xing sensed the implication in Qin Xiang's words. He had always found Qin Xiang's awakening sequence rather peculiar, treating it as a low-probability event. However, the brief exchange with Qin Xiang made him realize the depth of the mire behind him. So, Qin, how did you awaken your sequence? Qin Xiang smiled slightly. That's not something I can conveniently discuss with Uncle Zhou. Let's focus on the matter of how many sequence potions you hope I can provide you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing fell silent, recognizing Qin Xiang's attitude. His background was profound. His connections were not to be probed. The two were merely engaging in a transaction, with no further connection to be made. Zhou Xing had initially developed a new interest in Qin Xiang, contemplating whether to explore his background for potential collaboration. However, Qin Xiang's statement sealed off that possibility. This conclusion was derived from their simple interaction. Zhou Xing was a greedy man with little background. If the person across from him had been Li Tianming, he would have sought to establish a connection. If it had been Qian Wendao, he would have offered goodwill to indicate a desire for future dealings. But Zhou Xing did not. Perhaps it was because Zhou Xing had always been an academic type, studying in secure zones and working in the education department, and after awakening a seemingly useless, soft sequence, he never had the opportunity to hunt celestial beings outside the safe zones. He was always shuffling between people accustomed to the hierarchies of the bureaucratic world, and thus did not regard Qin Xiang with much importance. Even though he spoke of Qin Xiang as the new star of this area, the future of this region, in his heart, he did not truly believe it. To him, Qin Xiang was merely a lucky individual who had awakened a sequence by chance and gained a considerable number of points through luck. His environment and narrow perspective hindered his thinking. Had Zhou Xing ever experienced killing celestial beings, he would understand how shocking it was for Qin Xiang to single-handedly earn 1,600 points on his first foray outside the safe zone. Had Zhou Xing ever fought, he would recognize how terrifying it was for Qin Xiang to kill John, a sequence level 2 wielder of a sequence weapon with a sequence level 1 ability. Unfortunately, he knew not. Or rather, he knew but could not comprehend. A person could only obtain intelligence and information within their perception and could not earn benefits beyond their understanding. When Zhou Xing mentioned wanting 50 bottles of sequence potions, Qin Xiang keenly realized that he and Zhou Xing were not on the same wavelength. Zhou Xing was not a fool. However, Zhou Xing was not someone suitable for him. In other words, fostering a friendship with him could likely result in losses outweighing gains. Qin Xiang would not. You provide me with a special recruitment quota, and I will give you sequence potions. It's a straightforward transaction. Zhou Xing could not comprehend the severity of Qin Xiang's position, but he understood the underlying message. Since Qin Xiang had rejected his other proposals and intended only to discuss business, they might as well negotiate the price. Zhou Xing put away his smile and restored his authoritative demeanor. Behind his black-framed glasses was a director of the education department assessing an ordinary high school student. Qin, 20 bottles of sequence potions, and I will give you a special recruitment quota. This is already my bottom line. Uncle Zhou, let me be straightforward, that's impossible. It seems Qin doesn't want this special recruitment quota after all. No, it's just that Uncle Zhou's asking price is. You have no idea of the price for a special recruitment quota. You don't know the price of sequence potions. Sequence potions are valuable, yet scarce in the market. 8 silver coins is what I sell to the second-hand dealers. If you wish to buy privately, it cannot be less than 10 silver coins. Why so expensive? Because earning a single bottle of sequence potion is tremendously challenging for most sequence wielders. But you have 80 bottles. That's because I am not among the majority of sequence wielders. Qin Xiang continued, I don't know how your government department's sequence wielders acquire sequence potions. But I can assure you, in an environment where the United Government fervently encourages hunting celestial beings, it must be even more difficult for you to obtain sequence potions while sitting in an office. 5 bottles of sequence potions are enough to elevate a newly awakened individual to sequence level 2. 20 bottles would allow 4 people to advance in sequence level. Do you comprehend what that means? Even at the largest exit of the 38324 safe zone in this area, there are no more than 20 sequence level 2 wielders. For sequence potions, they are willing to do anything. Qin Xiang's gaze suddenly turned icy. If I offer 5 bottles of sequence potions, they would be willing to kill you and would fight for it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Xiang, still not responding. Qin Xiang smiled brightly like a sunny youth. Of course, I wouldn't let anyone harm Uncle Zhou. There's no need. For the sake of a special recruitment quota, spending 5 bottles of sequence potions to kill someone is truly unnecessary. Qin Xiang's words caused Zhou Xing's heart to sink further. He didn't spare Zhou Xing because he was afraid, but because it was unnecessary. This made Zhou Xing involuntarily wonder how many people Qin Xiang had killed before. John was likely not the first victim. Coupled with his mysterious background, what he just said might not have been mere bluster. Qin Xiang said, I believe the price you initially offered with 5 fingers is quite reasonable. What do you think? Zhou Xing's initial target was 50 bottles of sequence potions. However, Qin Xiang made it clear that he was only willing to offer 5 bottles. Asking for more would be a bit ungrateful. In Qin Xiang's eyes, Zhou Xing's life was not worth 5 bottles of sequence potions. He was confident that 3 bottles of sequence potions could incite someone to kill Zhou Xing. However, it would entail some unnecessary troubles afterward. Zhou Xing's fists unconsciously tightened as he looked at Qin Xiang, his gaze revealing a mix of fear and disgust. Here comes the fried octopus. Just as the tension escalated, the boss walked over with a platter of food. You two should eat this while it's hot, it won't be crispy for long. I've already braised the pig's trotters. I'll prepare 2 cold dishes for you now. Boss, you can skip the pig's trotters. The relationship between me and Qin is not that deep. Once we finish eating, we'll handle the business. Qin Xiang's smile widened. Since Uncle Zhou is willing to help me, I'll treat for this meal. Boss continues stewing the... Once we finish eating, we'll handle the business. Qin Xiang's smile widened. Since Uncle Zhou is willing to help me, I'll treat for this meal. Boss continues stewing the pig's trotters. I want to taste it. You're treating? The boss looked at him skeptically. How could a student afford his signature dishes? Zhou Xing replied indifferently. Don't worry, he has money. All right then. Please wait a moment, you two. As the boss brought out the braised pig trotter, the aroma immediately penetrated into Qin Xiang's nostrils. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. It was the familiar taste from his memories of the restaurant. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen, he said as he swallowed hard. Uncle Zhou, please help yourself. Uncle Zhou seemed unenthusiastic, merely shaking his head as he continued to eat the small plate of cold dishes in front of him. What was initially thought to be a lucrative special recruitment quota ended up being worth only a tenth of the value he originally proposed due to Qin Xiang's aggressive bargaining. Nevertheless, this tenth of the value, which amounted to 5 bottles of sequence potions, was still a considerable fortune. Based on his current position, it would take at least 5 years to accumulate such a dose from the joint government. However, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. Yet Qin Xiang's firm attitude left him hesitant to ask for more. After finalizing the deal with Zhou Xing, Qin Xiang felt immensely pleased. Moreover, seeing the pig trotter, a nostalgic dish, opened his appetite. He picked up a trotter and began to gnaw on it. With one bite, his mouth filled with a soft, sticky sweetness. The flavors of the pork, the spices, and the fermented bean curd mingled together, creating a rich and layered taste. Qin Xiang closed his eyes, savoring the chew. Grease lingered at the corners of his mouth, along with a satisfied smile. This is the kind of meal one should eat. Qin Xiang sincerely sighed in his heart. Due to ordering a variety of dishes, they couldn't finish everything, so Qin Xiang chose to take it to go. Classmate, your total consumption is 2,532 copper coins, so let's call it 2,500 copper coins for you. Qin Xiang pulled out a silver coin and said, please provide change. This would require giving you nearly 10,000 copper coins back. I can't manage that. This classmate, do you have an electronic account? Our restaurant also accepts transfers. No, I don't have one. This is from the management bureau. They didn't provide me with an electronic account, so I only have cash. The restaurant owner showed a pitiful expression and then looked at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing impatiently said, open an account, and I will transfer you 12,000 copper coins, then you can pay. Just give me this silver coin. How do I open an account? Log into the Godslaying Camp forum on your phone. There's a link to the Sun Bank at the bottom of the forum, and you can quickly open an account with your sequence ability account. Okay, I understand. Qin Xiang took out his phone and registered an account with Sun Bank as Zhou Xing instructed. Zhou Xing took his silver coin and then transferred 12,000 copper coins to him as promised. Qin Xiang then transferred 2,500 coins to the restaurant owner. All right, I've received the money. Gentlemen, take care. Welcome to visit us again. Yes, goodbye, boss. Qin Xiang and Zhou Xing walked out of Hongyan restaurant. Uncle Zhou, where to next? First, come with me to the Education Bureau. I will recommend you for the special recruitment in front of you, so you can rest assured. Then tomorrow, I will visit your school, and you will give me the sequence potions. Our transaction will be considered complete. Okay. Qin Xiang followed Zhou Xing on the bus to the Education Bureau. Outside the Education Bureau, the lights were bright. Qin Xiang stood in front of the Education Bureau, clearly able to see the outline of his shadow beneath him. Looking up, the nearby street light shone like the sun, making it hard for him to look directly. The appearance of the Education Bureau was not much different from that of the police station, both exuding a certain authority. Aside from being quite rectangular, the outer walls were built of granite, giving it a quaint texture. It lacked the mystery of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Perhaps to let others know that the Education Bureau was related to education, a huge white stone sculpture of a book was placed at the entrance, surrounded by a bubbling artificial pond. Qin Xiang followed Zhou Xing inside the Education Bureau. The interior was also illuminated by ceiling lights. The decorations were quite tasteful, but it did not bring the same shock as when Qin Xiang entered the Management Bureau. He followed Zhou Xing up the spiral staircase in the hall to the second floor and entered an office. The office was not particularly spacious, but having such a separate working area within the Education Bureau indicated he was no longer a bottom-level employee. Zhou Xing sat in front of the computer and opened the Special Recruitment Recommendation website. He entered his identity information and the source of the special recruitment quota before proceeding to the recommendation section. Next, I need to input your information. Qin Xiang stood behind him, watching Zhou Xing enter his details. Sequence ability number 00009527. Address: homeless. Homeless. Yes. You don't have a place to live? Uncle Zhou, I won't lie to you about my special recruitment. Qin Xiang felt a bit irritated by Zhou Xing's questioning. Since it was business, the core principle was cash for goods. Why ask so many questions? Zhou Xing stopped asking, filled out the rest of Qin Xiang's information, and submitted it. Recommendation approved. Classmate Qin Xiang has obtained the special recruitment qualification for the university in 2010. Alright, I have successfully You can log into Godslaying Camp to check your account. A new special recruitment icon will appear indicating that you are a student eligible for special recruitment this year. Okay, thank you, Uncle Zhou. Just prepare the sequence potions for me tomorrow. By the way, Uncle Zhou, can I borrow 5 copper coins for the bus? You have no money. I only have 10 copper coins on me. I originally planned to go back, but ended up accompanying you to the Education Bureau, so I really don't have any money now. Zhou Xing opened his drawer and counted out 5 copper coins for him. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. Not long after Qin Xiang left, the phone in Zhou Xing's office rang. Hello, this is Zhou Xing, what's up? My brother is looking for me. Okay, I understand, let him come up. Okay, thanks. After a while, a middle-aged man with a weathered face knocked on the door of Zhou Xing's office. Xing, I'm sorry to interrupt your work. Zhou Xing didn't have much fondness for his brother Zhou Zhe, and having just been put in a difficult position by Qin Xiang, he wasn't in a good mood. What's the matter? Well, that little bastard Zhou Yang came home and told me what happened in the classroom this morning. I was so angry I gave him a beating, and now he's here to apologize to you. Little bastard, come in and apologize to your uncle. When Zhou Yang walked in, his cheeks were swollen from the blood flow, and his eyes were red from crying. Uncle, I'm sorry. Zhou Xing dared not provoke Qin Xiang. With colleagues, Zhou Xing was quite adept at navigating. With superiors, Zhou Xing was all flattery. However, his caution was only towards those with status. The refined Zhou Xing was not his true nature. He merely had to present himself that way. Thus, when he faced his brother Zhou Zhe and his son Zhou Yang, he released his repressed emotions without any reservations. Even if he scolded them harshly, they could only nod in agreement. Close the door. Yes, yes. Zhou Zhe hurriedly turned around, gently shut the door, and then remained bowed low as he smiled nervously at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing rolled his neck and said to Zhou Yang, didn't I tell you not to act recklessly at school, just because you're my nephew? I didn't. Bang. Zhou Xing suddenly slammed his palm hard onto the table, still denying it. Then why did Qin Xiang's call land directly on my line? Zhou Zhe hastily slapped Zhou Yang's head again. Do as your uncle says. How dare you talk back? Zhou Yang felt wronged, yet swallowed his grievance in silence. Let me make this clear today, you only escaped unscathed because of sheer luck. Qin Xiang owed me a favor, so he held back. Otherwise, if he'd killed you, I wouldn't even be able to seek justice for you. Do you understand? Zhou Yang froze, staring at Zhou Xing in disbelief. Zhou Xing merely snorted, his face flushed with indignation. Zhou Zhe ventured cautiously. Xing, isn't Qin Xiang just a student? How could he possibly commit murder? Zhou Yang's disobedience is entirely your doing. Zhou Xing pointed coldly at Zhou Zhe. Though you're my elder brother, matters concerning sequence ability users are beyond your understanding, so don't speak recklessly, or you'll die without ever knowing how. I've already warned you, Qin Xiang is not someone you can provoke. Today he declared a mortal enmity with that girl. She won't survive much longer. If you stir up further trouble and lose your lives, don't expect me to lift a finger to save you. But, Xing, I was wrong. I beg you to save us. Blood is thicker than water, isn't it? Mother herself said. Enough empty words. Zhou Yang, whenever anyone asks you about Qin Xiang, your answer must be singular. I don't know, uncle, but Qin Xiang is my classmate. If I say I don't know, no one will believe me. Are you utterly foolish? Just say you don't recall, don't know, aren't sure. What more can anyone demand of you? Whether they believe you or not matters less than staying alive. Yes. After Zhou Zhe led Zhou Yang away, he sternly admonished him all the way home. Obey your uncle. Never provoke Qin Xiang again. Is that clear? You're old enough now to understand responsibility. Your mother is hospitalized for gastric cancer. She needs both influential connections to secure proper treatment and money for surgery. All of that depends on your uncle. Without him, she'd have no choice but to wait for death. Do you grasp that? I struck you not because you erred, but because you defied your uncle's command. I heard someone jump the queue by paying extra for surgery. I need to see what's happening. Your mother waited nearly half a year for her. I heard someone jump the queue by paying extra for surgery. I need to see what's happening. Your mother waited nearly half a year for her turn. No one will cut in line ahead of her. Dad, let me come with you. We waited so long and leveraged uncle's influence. Why should anyone push ahead? Stay home. I'll bring a few friends. Enough for that shoddy hospital. If they dare operate on someone else first, I'll shutter it down myself. Son, saving your parents' grief is worth more than anything. This beating landed on your face, but the pain pierced my heart. I hope it leaves a lasting impression. I understand. Zhou Yang trudged home dejected and unconvinced by Zhou Xing's warnings. He suspected his uncle was exaggerating. Qin Xiang sat in the adjacent class. Zhou Yang had known him for nearly 3 years. A plain timid 18-year-old who'd only recently awakened his sequence ability and risen abruptly from obscurity to prominence. What was so extraordinary about him? It was mere fortune. Had Zhou Yang awakened his own sequence ability, he was certain he'd surpass Qin Xiang entirely. Yet reality swiftly proved Zhou Xing's words were no idle alarm. The next morning as Zhou Yang arrived at school, 2 police cruisers stood parked at the gate. His heart lurched violently at the sight, the rhythm faltering hollow and abrupt. As he drew nearer, he spotted Li Tianming conversing with a detective wrapped in a scarf and puffing a cigar, discussing the case near the entrance. Even as he passed them, 6 words struck him like ice, freezing his blood solid. Li Jingwen has gone missing. In that instant, Zhou Yang's soul seemed to detach from his body, drifting aimlessly through the void like a celestial deity adrift in starless night. He had no memory of how he reached his classroom. His mind reeled endlessly with the single word Qin Xiang had used yesterday to describe his relationship with Li Jingwen. Mortal enemy. Had Qin Xiang truly killed her? Zhou Yang's hair stood on end, his body trembled uncontrollably, so violently that Professor Olaf called his name 3 times from the classroom doorway, yet Zhou Yang heard nothing. Olaf stepped forward. Zhou Yang, are you alright? Zhou Yang stared blankly at him and shook his head. We'd like to speak with you about Li Jingwen. Rumor has it you were dating. I don't know. I know nothing. I know absolutely nothing. Zhou Yang frantically shook his head. Don't ask me. I remember nothing. Olaf frowned. Zhou Yang's agitation betrayed deep, unspoken knowledge. Li Jingwen was Qin Xiang's classmate. Instinct whispered that Qin Xiang lay at the heart of this mystery. You needn't fear. Tell me, where were you last night between 7 and 7:30? I was meeting my uncle Zhou Xing at the Education Bureau. Solid alibi. Everything else is unknown to me. At the Education Bureau? Very well. Then do you have any idea where Li Jingwen might have gone? No idea. I know nothing. My uncle is director of the education department. You can't detain and interrogate me. I know nothing. Zhou Yang's refusal to cooperate left Olaf frustrated. Zhou Yang was right. His uncle did wield real influence. Olaf couldn't arbitrarily detain or question him. Fine. Then he'd go straight to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, napping in the principal's office, was roused by a knock. He'd long abandoned morning self-study planning instead to slip into class just before first period. Just enough to feign attendance and get by. He squinted. Olaf. Frowning, Qin Xiang asked. Chief Inspector Olaf, what brings you here again? Have you mistaken our... He squinted. Olaf. Frowning, Qin Xiang asked. Chief Inspector Olaf, what brings you here again? Have you mistaken our school for your precinct office? You visit daily. Olaf paid no mind to Qin Xiang's hostility, sidestepped past him into the principal's office, and settled onto the sofa. Today I'm here to discuss something else. Qin Xiang wore an expression of disdain. Go on, what now? Li Jingwen vanished last night. Are you aware? Li Jingwen is missing. Qin Xiang's brow furrowed sharply upon hearing the news. Yes. Qin Xiang was initially puzzled about who was responsible. Then he thought again. No, it doesn't make sense. It has only been a little over 10 hours since the disappearance last night. How could Olive rush over so soon? Detective Olive, I heard that the police only file a case after 48 hours of a disappearance. Yes, that's why I'm here, just to understand the situation. If the police are really getting bored. Li Jingwen has only been missing for about 10 hours and you're already here to ask questions. You might as well be talking to me while Li Jingwen reappears. Qin Xiang sat in the principal's office chair and said, Detective Olive, you can't treat Li Jingwen's case with special care just because she's my classmate. I have to suspect that you might be abusing your power for personal gain. I understand the rules of the police better than you do, so there's no need for you to worry, Qin Xiang. I just want to ask, where were you between 7 and 7:30 last night? I was on the bus. How can you answer so quickly? It's obvious. I left the Education Bureau just before 7. Oh, where else could I be between 7 and 7:30 if not on the bus? You went to the Education Bureau? Director Zhou Xing of the Education Bureau wanted to give me a special admission quota because he appreciated me. We had a meal at Hongyan Restaurant, and then we went to the Education Bureau where he recommended me for the special admission right in front of me. Olive furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Zhou Xing again. The development of the situation was different from what he had anticipated. Olive visited Qin Xiang's classroom and learned from classmates that Li Jingwen and Qin Xiang had a very poor relationship, confirming his suspicions. Li Jingwen had already been killed by Qin Xiang. However, Qin Xiang seemed to have a solid alibi. Seeing Olive scrutinizing him with suspicion, Qin Xiang retorted, Detective Olive, the Education Bureau is more than 10 bus stops away from the school. How could Li Jingwen's disappearance possibly be related to me? You don't suspect I can use a body double technique, do you? Is there even such a technique? Did you really go to find Zhou Xing? You can ask Zhou Xing. Director Zhou might have mistaken someone else. Can I ask the Education Bureau? After hearing this, Qin Xiang's tone turned even more unfriendly. You can. Why don't you let the Education Bureau check the surveillance from last night? See if I went to the Education Bureau. The surveillance might show someone else impersonating you. Detective Olive, you're being a bit ridiculous. I have witnesses, and you say they're lying. I have physical evidence, and you say it doesn't belong to me. I'm just puzzled. Why are you so adamant that Li Jingwen's disappearance is related to me? Do you know how we discovered that Li Jingwen was missing? I don't know, nor do I want to know. Because there was a big fire at Li Jingwen's house last night at 7:30 and her whole family perished in the blaze. Only her body is missing. We searched the surroundings, but found no trace of Li Jingwen. However, someone saw her near the school at 7 o'clock. So we've pinpointed the time of Li Jingwen's disappearance to between 7 and 7:30. Qin Xiang was immediately taken aback. Her whole family was burned to death, and Li Jingwen was missing. It sounds like. Where was she seen? After Olive spoke, he closely monitored Qin Xiang's reaction. From his expression, it seemed he truly did not know that Li Jingwen's family had been harmed. However, Olive already knew the background of Qin Xiang and did not regard him as an ordinary student. Thus, even if Qin Xiang's reaction had no flaws, Olive remained convinced that he was the killer. Murder and cremation, doesn't that method sound a bit familiar? Qin Xiang nodded. Indeed, it is familiar. It bears similarities to the two cases you mentioned when we met yesterday, Detective Olive. Exactly. In my view, these three cases should have been committed by the same person. Qin Xiang showed an approving expression. I think so too. The first two cases were done by you, we are both aware of that. So how did you kill Li Jingwen's entire family and make her disappear this time? Detective Olive, you've misunderstood my point. What I mean is I couldn't possibly have had the time to kill Li Jingwen's entire family. I have a solid alibi, but the murder of Li Jingwen's family and her disappearance have nothing to do with me. Since all three cases were committed by one person, the other two cases are also unrelated to me. I am innocent. Qin, discussing this way makes it less interesting. I came to find you voluntarily, actually wanting to help you. Detective Olive, I sincerely appreciate your goodwill, in doing just fine, and don't need your help. If you have energy, you might as well help the orphans wandering near the safe zone. You are also a wandering orphan. If you insist on saying so, I can't help. By the way, may I ask, did Li Jingwen's family die by being burned alive, or were they killed first, and then cremated? We cannot disclose too many details about the case. Qin Xiang shrugged. All right then, I wish you success in solving the case. Olive did not obtain any effective information from Qin Xiang. The main reason was that he could not explain how Qin Xiang could have killed from so far away. Various signs indicated that Qin Xiang must be connected to Li Jingwen's disappearance. Olive found himself in a deadlock. He had begun to consider whether Qin Xiang's technique was related to timed murders or body doubles. After Olive left, Li Tianming entered the office again. Is Olive still keeping his eye on you? Qin Xiang leaned back with his eyes closed, spinning a ballpoint pen in his hand, looking rather troubled. That old man insists that Li Jingwen's disappearance is related to me, even though I have an alibi and both witnesses and physical evidence. The people at the police station are all like that. They read too many detective novels and love to create trouble. The more innocent you are, the more they suspect you. There was previously a blonde female officer who insisted on suspecting me of having improper relationships with many married women. It was simply slander. I think there might be some truth to that matter. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Qin Xiang gave Li Tianming a look that conveyed his feelings and continued to rest. The only person who bore a grudge against Li Jingwen was himself. After all, she had sent her uncle Kuan Chenglong to hunt him down. That was a grudge that would not die. Who else would kill her entire family? Suddenly, a beautiful girl with long hair and big eyes flashed through Qin Xiang's mind. Her sweet smile made Qin Xiang shiver all over. Huh. He felt as if he had been electrocuted and immediately sprang up from his chair. Qin Xiang stared in disbelief at Li Tianming. Li Tianming felt uneasy under his gaze. What do you want? Surely some married woman isn't your relative. Ignoring Li Tianming, Qin Xiang continued to contemplate the possibilities of the situation. Could Wen Shu be a killer? Li Jingwen had been cornered with no options left. Perhaps she would resort to threatening Wen Shu to protect herself. Qin Xiang recalled the last time in the abandoned courtyard when he killed Li Jingwen's uncle Kuan Chenglong and his gang, noting Wen Shu's unusual calmness and her skilled method of masking the scent. It appeared far from simple, yet he had never considered that Wen Shu could be so extraordinary. A seemingly ordinary girl had managed to kill Li Jingwen's entire family. It was a bit absurd. How did she manage it? He should confirm this with her. If she wasn't the one who killed Li Jingwen's family, then things could get complicated. Qin Xiang stood up and moved away from his office chair, ready to ask for clarification. Li Tianming inquired, "Where are you going? Didn't Teacher Zhu take a leave of absence?" "She left the library to me. Ooh, I need to tidy up." "You're quite nice, aren't you?" Qin Xiang arrived at the library, finding Wen Shu quietly working on her problems alone. Upon seeing Qin Xiang, she looked up and smiled. He walked up to her, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "I want to ask you something." "I did it." Wen Shu responded directly, gazing calmly at Qin Xiang. Her nonchalant demeanor, as if nothing had ever happened, left Qin Xiang somewhat stunned. After committing murder, she was so composed. "Are you wondering how I can remain so calm after killing someone?" A little. She wanted to harm me, so I killed her. Is there a problem with that?" "Well, not really. Her family kept bothering me, so I killed them all." "Is there a problem with that?" "No problem either." "Then that's that. Why should I not be calm?" After chatting with Qin Xiang for a bit, Wen Shu returned to her studies. Qin Xiang remained curious, unsure how Wen Shu had accomplished it. Li Jingwen's family, at least 5 or 6 people, had all been killed by her. Moreover, she appeared uninjured, which astonished Qin Xiang even more. Yet as the question hovered on his lips, he remembered that Wen Shu had never pried into his secrets. Why should he ask so much? Although they had both killed as friends with Li Tianming, they still needed to maintain some boundaries. For Qin Xiang himself also had secrets he could not disclose. He would not make things awkward for himself. He stood up and began organizing the somewhat messy books in the library. Wen Shu glanced at Qin Xiang's back with a gentle smile. Just as Qin Xiang was about to head to class, he suddenly heard a sound of crying. Turning around, he found a round-faced little girl at the library entrance crying as she asked, "Excuse me, who is Qin Xiang Gij?" "I am Qin Xiang. What's the matter?" I am Yi Qianqian. My grandma is Zhu Li. She was beaten in the hospital and her money was stolen. I was sent on the bus to find you." Qin Xiang's expression turned cold as he scooped Yi Qianqian into his arms, placing her on his shoulder. He then turned to Wen Shu and said, "I need to check on Teacher Zhu. I'll need you to close the library today. I'll go with you." "No need. I'm a sequence ability user. If I can't resolve Teacher Zhu's issue, you being there won't help. Besides, don't you need to go home to take care of your grandma?" After saying that, Qin Xiang dashed out with Yi Qianqian towards the small gate. "Is Teacher Zhu all right now?" "I don't know. Dad and Mom went to work and I can't reach them. Grandma gave me money for the bus and told me to find Qin Xiang Gij at school." "You're in school, eh?" "Not yet. I'm in kindergarten nearby." Qin Xiang looked at the little Yi Qianqian, who barely reached his knee, and suddenly remembered a time when he was that small. But that was a memory now lost in the fog. "There's no need to worry. Teacher Zhu will be fine. And when I get there, I'll definitely be able to help you solve the problem." It was already class time, and the school was not open to casual entries. When Qin Xiang exited the school gate, the guard recognized him and didn't dare to stop him, pretending not to see. At the bus stop, Qin Xiang suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten his copper coins. However, going back to get them would take a considerable amount of time. When the bus arrived, he boarded first and casually found a sequence ability user wearing a thermal suit. "Friend, do you have any cash?" "I forgot to bring money. Could you lend me 10 copper coins? I'll transfer it to you via my electronic account." "Thank you." The sequence ability user glanced at Qin Xiang with a hint of annoyance. "Why are you taking the bus if you forgot your money? You might as well." Before he could finish, Qin Xiang shot him a cold glare, his hand already crushing the alloy bus handrail. The man swallowed hard and said, "You might as well just tell me directly and I'll give it to you. 10 copper coins, no need for the hassle of a transfer." Saying that, he shakily pulled out his wallet and counted out 10 copper coins for Qin Xiang. "Thanks." Qin Xiang took the coins, paid the fare, and went to sit at the back with Yi Qianqian. Meanwhile, the sequence ability user's heart was still racing. "That was close. This kid has such strong base strength and looks like he has a short temper." Yi Qianqian quietly said to Qin Xiang, "Qin Xiang Gij, I have money. Grandma gave me some copper coins. If you need fare, just let me know." Qin Xiang paused. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I saw you jump on the bus and go straight to the back to find someone, thinking you didn't need to pay to ride with you." All right. The road to the hospital was long. The hospital was 5 stops away from the exit of safety zone 38324, taking over 2 hours by bus. Yi Qianqian seemed too tired and soon leaned against Qin Xiang's arm and fell asleep. Qin Xiang gazed out at the swiftly retreating street scenery, contemplating how to handle things once they arrived at the hospital. In this area, there were no ordinary people who could afford medical treatment. Although the hospital was a regular one, aside from the director, none of the medical staff were sequence ability users. However, anyone inside could probably find a relative or friend who was a sequence ability user. Those who troubled Teacher Zhu surely had some background. If the background of the other party is too troublesome, it's better to let it go. Treating Teacher Zhu is the priority. If it's a background similar to Zhou Yang's, then don't blame me for being rude. Qin Xiang took Yi Qianqian to the hospital. The strong smell of disinfectant hit him. It seemed no different from the hospitals in his memories. However, the biggest difference from the hospitals in his past life was that this hospital wasn't crowded. The front desk was empty and the corridors were desolate. Even when doctors or family members of patients passed by, occasionally their steps were measured. Indeed, when medical expenses skyrocketed to a point where ordinary people could no longer afford it, hospitals became lavish and elegant. But Qin Xiang did not like it. He was still more accustomed to the noisy, more vibrant hospitals of his past life. "Do you remember where your grandmother is lying?" "I remember." "Good, then take me there." Yi Qianqian grabbed Qin Xiang's hand and navigated through the hospital. Perhaps stimulated by the smell of disinfectant, which triggered unpleasant memories, Yi Qianqian no longer seemed dazed. Her little legs ran quickly, her small face full of anxiety. Qin Xiang followed beside her, comforting her. "Don't worry, your grandmother is fine." Finally, after turning a corner, Yi Qianqian gasped and pointed ahead. I found my grandmother." "Cough, cough. My grandmother is there." Qin Xiang looked up and saw a group of doctors and nurses gathered there along with a few sturdy men in simple attire. He lifted Yi Qianqian, once more letting her rest on his shoulder. Then he stepped forward and said, "I am a relative of Zhu Li, please make way." The doctors' expressions turned grim. Although they did not recognize Qin Xiang, they recognized the little girl on his shoulder and stepped aside. Qin Xiang glanced at her and immediately covered Yi Qianqian's eyes. "Brother Qin Xiang, why are you covering my eyes?" Qin Xiang looked at teacher Zhu, covered in blood, gritting his teeth, without answering Yi Qianqian. Qin Xiang handed Yi Qianqian to a nearby nurse. "Please take her aside, don't let her see what's happening here." The nurse hesitated, seeing Qin Xiang was just a student, fearing he might end up like the elderly woman lying there brutally beaten by the nearby men. She kindly asked, "You are still young, don't be too impulsive." Qin Xiang nodded at the nurse. "Thank you, you don't need to worry, I am fine." The nurse noticed his calm demeanor unlike that of an ordinary high school student, and curiously asked, "Who are you?" "I am someone who can kill them without facing any consequences." Once these words were spoken, everyone froze. Only one type of person can kill without facing consequences: sequence ability users. The nurse realized she could not intervene in this matter and did not want to get involved, so she quickly ran away holding Yi Qianqian. "I want to see Grandma, I want to see Grandma." The nurse ignored Yi Qianqian's cries as she ran to the end of the corridor until she disappeared. The nearby sturdy men looked at each other in terror, not daring to move. A doctor on the side wanted to leave as well, but was stopped by Qin Xiang. "Doctors, please don't leave yet." A bespectacled doctor drooped his jaw. This friend, we are here to assess injuries. It has nothing to do with your injured relative." Another doctor added, "Yes, we have been here without eating to check on your grandmother. Please don't accuse us of wrongdoing." "It's fine, I do not intend to blame you all," Qin Xiang said calmly. "I want to ask, does she still have a chance to survive?" The doctors exchanged glances and sighed. "She can be saved, but the elderly lady is of advanced age. Even if she survives, she may end up bedridden. Moreover, she was supposed to have gastric cancer surgery. This injury could lead to her demise. We don't know when she will be able to undergo surgery again. Perhaps she may pass away from gastric cancer while recovering from her injuries. You should prepare yourself for that expectation." Qin Xiang nodded. "So if she hadn't been injured, she should have been able to recover healthily after the surgery, right?" "That's about right. The elderly lady arrived at the hospital yesterday, and all her tests were good. If the cancerous part of her stomach is removed, recovery should not be difficult." One of the sturdy men immediately pointed at the doctor, shouting angrily, "Nonsense. You clearly said just now that this elderly lady cannot be saved regardless of her injuries." The doctor looked at the sturdy man with some fear. "You told me to say that." "I never said that." It was not that the doctor wanted to offend these sturdy men, but he feared offending a sequence ability user even more. To avoid being resentfully targeted, he naturally said whatever came to mind. The sturdy man widened his eyes. "You are talking nonsense. Do you want a beating?" The sturdy man raised his fist, preparing to punch the doctor. Boom! Suddenly a shadow appeared before the sturdy man, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a row of shelves in the corridor. Qin Xiang retracted his fist, glanced at the sturdy man lying on the ground, then continued to gaze at teacher Zhu, whose chest was slightly rising and falling. Everyone looked at the sturdy man in terror. They saw that his once robust left pectoral muscle seemed to have deflated, creating a hollow the depth of a cup in the left side of his chest. His heart must have been crushed in one blow. The sturdy man's mouth trembled twice, then opened wide, as if he could swallow a fist. His body twitched uncontrollably, finally twisting into an odd angle, motionless. Suddenly the sturdy man convulsed again, and bright red blood gushed from his mouth, pooling on the ground. This youth was indeed a sequence ability user. He struck with lethal force from the start. Everyone was stunned, not daring to move or speak. Qin Xiang too was not concerned about them, staring at teacher Zhu, who was covered in blood, slowly clenching his fists. He said to the nearby doctors, "Please go and save her first. Money is not an issue, I will pay." Hearing this, the doctors felt like they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly replied, Okay, we will go save her right away." After saying that, 5 doctors in a somewhat comical manner pushed a not very wide hospital bed together, leaving the corridor. As they left, one doctor tripped over the sturdy man's corpse, staining his white coat with blood. But he did not linger. He turned back to Qin Xiang, nervously smiled, and nodded a few times, then hurried after the other doctors. After saying that, 5 doctors in a somewhat comical manner pushed a not very wide hospital bed together, leaving the corridor. As they left, one doctor tripped over the sturdy man. This middle-aged man, though somewhat fearful, still dared to meet Qin Xiang's gaze, as if he had some form of backing. "You are different from them. You seem the least capable, so you must be the one in charge, right?" The middle-aged man forced himself to stand straight, and bravely declared, "So what if I am? Don't think you are the only one with sequential abilities. The safe zone is vast, and there are hidden talents everywhere. You can't act recklessly, kid." Qin Xiang nodded. "Indeed. I agree with what you said. Therefore I haven't acted against you yet. But you have injured her like this. At this point, just shouting will not suffice. State the name of your backing." As he spoke, Qin Xiang took out his phone and skillfully opened the Godslayer camp. Whether you live or die now depends entirely on how impressive the name you provide is. Qin Xiang held the phone coldly staring at the middle-aged man before him. A sudden sense of panic surged within him, an ominous premonition lingering in his mind. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be held accountable too. Qin Xiang simply replied calmly, name. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth ready to speak, when suddenly Qin Xiang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhou Xing. Qin Xiang answered the call, his tone not particularly harmonious. Hello, Director Zhou, what is the matter? On the other end of the line, Zhou Xing's voice carried an underlying anger. Qin, didn't we agree to meet at school today? You got the special admission spot, and now you want to acknowledge it. You even changed how you address me. Only then did Qin Xiang remember that he had promised Zhou Xing yesterday to give him the sequential potion today. However, it was a commonly accepted rule not to discuss confidential matters over the phone, to prevent someone from eavesdropping. Thus, Zhou Xing did not explicitly mention the sequential potion. Sorry, Uncle Zhou, I'm currently at the hospital dealing with something. Can I give it to you tomorrow? Would that be alright? You're at the hospital. What, injured while hunting deities? No, a relative was beaten at the hospital. I'm here to check on the situation. Hearing this, Zhou Xing found it amusing. Your relative was beaten. They really must not want to live. Alright, I'll call you tomorrow. Brother, save me. At that moment, the middle-aged man in front of Qin Xiang frantically shouted into the phone. Brother, save me. It's me. I'm at the hospital treating your sister-in-law, and I accidentally hurt someone. Please hurry and come save me. This middle-aged man was Zhou Xing's older brother Zhou. He initially thought that mentioning Zhou Xing's name would intimidate the youth before him. Little did he expect Zhou Xing had called actively. The voice on the other end was unmistakably that of his younger brother, Zhou Xing, the director of the education department. In an instant, Zhou felt his body weaken, realizing that this matter likely could not end well. This youth not only knew Zhou Xing, but also seemed to be on equal footing. Zhou quickly begged for help through the phone. On the other end, Zhou Xing was silent for a moment before saying, Qin, please pass the phone to that person. Qin Xiang said, Director Zhou, this matter isn't as easy to handle as before, you should know that. I know. Qin Xiang handed the phone to Zhou, his gaze still icy. Zhou looked at Qin Xiang with a flattering expression, taking the phone with both hands. Hello, brother, it's me. I said yesterday, do not provoke Qin Xiang. What do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? Did you not hear me scolding Zhou Yang at all? I didn't know that old lady was Qin Xiang's relative. I thought he was an orphan. How could I have known that? Regardless of whether he is or not, since he has appeared, it means he is not. Are you out of your mind going after an old lady? It's not like that, brother. You know, I waited for nearly half a year just to get my sister-in-law's surgery done. Suddenly someone spent a large sum to cut in line. Of course, I couldn't just let it go. With that little money in your hand, managing to get in line is all thanks to my connections. And you still dare to pick and choose blocking the hospital from making money. Who gave you the guts? The hospital director wouldn't even dare offend the regional head. I know I was wrong. Stop talking nonsense. What happened to that old lady? She's injured pretty badly. Qin Xiang snatched the phone. The old lady could have recovered after surgery. Now she's close to death. Zhou Xing fell silent again. Qin, he is my brother, and also Zhou Yang's father. I don't know if you can. Zhou Yang's dad has nothing to do with me. Do you think Zhou Yang and I have a good relationship? Fine. If I want to save my brother's life, what conditions will you offer? 5. I asked you to offer conditions, not to make jokes. Qin Xiang cautiously only stated the number, not mentioning the sequential potion. But Zhou Xing could also understand his implied meaning. 5. Uncle Zhou, I believe if the price is too low, it won't make you realize the anger I currently feel. I already acted and killed one of your brother's men. What a... Zhou Xing, upon hearing that Qin Xiang truly killed someone, realized he was not merely a blustering threat. Zhou Xing could not possibly agree to Qin Xiang's price. 5 vials of sequential potion represented his best opportunity for ascending to a higher sequential level, as well as the best chance for his promotion. He could not afford to give that up. Qin Xiang was dead set on taking his brother's life. However, ultimately Zhou was still his brother. He could not let Qin Xiang slaughter him like a chicken. Uncle Zhou, I'll make you another offer. As long as you don't involve yourself in Zhou's matters, I'll give you another one. Another vial of the sequential potion. This time Zhou Xing hesitated. He tried to ask, after all, he is my brother, my blood relative. Can you? I won't add anything more. Just one, take it or leave it. Zhou, although unaware of what deal they were discussing, sensed that his brother was bargaining with his life. Zhou immediately shouted, Brother, do you not remember what Mom said before she passed? She asked you to take care of me. You can't do this. Zhou Xing had long been fed up with his elder brother's family, who clung to him like a tumor. However, he had not expelled Zhou's family out of respect for their mother's dying. Now with the father and son duo continuously causing trouble for him, if he didn't cut them off soon, it could become a cancer that spreads throughout him. He worked hard in school and diligently cultivated his career, finally climbing to his current position, not to end up burying himself with his elder brother's useless family. Thinking of this, Zhou Xing no longer hesitated. You handle it yourself. Tomorrow there might be inquiries from the Management Bureau and the Police Department. The day after tomorrow, I will see you again. Alright, goodbye. Qin Xiang hung up the phone looking at Zhou Zhe, whose face was as pale as a white cloth. Your brother isn't very useful here. Besides Zhou Xing, do you have any other backing? If you do, hurry up and say it. Zhou Zhe was stunned for a moment, then knelt down with a thud, desperately bowing to Qin Xiang. I beg you to spare me. I truly didn't know that old lady was your relative. The first time he killed someone, Qin Xiang felt as if he was indulging in a lavish feast filled with tension and excitement. The second time he killed someone, he felt like he was having a grand meal, experiencing a degree of nervousness and slight excitement. After countless times of killing, Qin Xiang felt as calm as if he were eating a piece of bread. His fists dripped with blood. The blood on his fists did not belong to him, but came from several others. Looking at the lifeless bodies sprawled across the hospital corridor, Qin Xiang took a deep breath. At last the heaviness in his heart had lessened somewhat. He first rummaged through the pockets of a few people. There were 3 silver coins and several hundred copper coins. These 3 silver coins should be what he had given to teacher Zhu, which were taken away from him. Clutching the 3 silver coins, Qin Xiang felt a mix of emotions. After he entered high school at one school, teacher Zhu had been working as a librarian. Teacher Zhu had also reserved a work-study position at the library for him. He had always remembered her kindness. So when he heard that teacher Zhu needed money for medical treatment, he resolved to hunt down deities to raise the surgical fees for her. However, he did not expect that although he had managed to raise the surgical fees, teacher Zhu would encounter unforeseen calamity. He did not know whether the 3 silver coins he had given to her were life-saving money or a death sentence. Sighing, Qin Xiang walked to the nearby restroom to wash the blood off his hands. He glanced at the mirror, noticing that his face and clothes were also stained with blood. He washed the blood off his face, though he would have to leave the stains on his clothes for now. Qin Xiang took out a few tissues to wipe his hands and face, silently praising himself. I am truly becoming more composed. He took out his phone and dialed the number for the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Hello, this is how it is. I just killed a few people, and I want to turn myself in. It was because they harmed my mentor, and I lost control and acted lethally. Yes, they were all ordinary people. No, there are no other sequence abilities involved. I'm at the hospital in area 14,121. Alright, I will wait here for the personnel from the bureau to arrive. After hanging up, Qin Xiang returned to the corridor, quietly awaiting the arrival of the bureau personnel to condemn him. He carefully reviewed the punishments for sequence abilities. Killing ordinary people. Killing an ordinary person requires acquiring 2 deity hunter points within 6 months to offset the crime. Since it's an offset through deity hunting, the 2 deity hunter points will not yield any monetary rewards. However, the earned deity hunter points and sequence potions will not be deducted. For sequence abilities, the most crucial aspects of hunting deities are the points and sequence potions. Money is merely a bonus. Such a punishment can be said to be quite lenient. Moreover, even without punishment, he still needs to continue hunting deities to improve his points ranking, striving to be specially recruited by the top unit. Offsetting the crime is just an ancillary matter. Thus, he had no hesitation when killing Zhou Zhe and a few others. Not long after, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the corridor. Before long, 2 individuals in formal attire approached. They looked at Qin Xiang with some surprise, seemingly not expecting that a youth was responsible for so many killings. Did you kill all these people? Yes. You're still young. How could you commit such an act? I simply couldn't hold back. They nearly killed my mentor. Your mentor? Also a sequence ability. An ordinary person. An ordinary person. Well, that makes it even harder for me to understand you. One of the bureau personnel took out a tablet. I need to record your information. Name: Qin Xiang. Upon hearing his name, the 2 were momentarily taken aback. You are Qin Xiang. Yes. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Since he was Qin Xiang, the killings were not so surprising. Qin Xiang's name was well known among the sequence abilities within the 14121 safety zone. He had first gained 1,600 deity hunter points. Then he had countered and killed John, who was at sequence level 2 in the fighting arena. He was undeniably a character not to be trifled with. Many even believed he was somewhat unhinged. Now he had killed 6 or 7 ordinary people. Compared to that, killing these few ordinary people seemed to be the most mundane thing he had done. Sequence ability number 00009527. Alright, it has been recorded. You have killed 7 people, which is a very serious safety incident. As punishment, you must obtain 14 deity hunter points within 6 months. While earning points, you will only be able to receive sequence potion rewards and will not be eligible for monetary rewards. Do you understand? Understood. Once you acquire 14 deity hunter points, your crime will be automatically offset and no further actions will be required. If you fail to obtain 14 deity hunter points within 6 months, forget it, I won't say anything. You managed to gain 1,600 deity hunter points in one go. How could you possibly fail to earn a mere 14? Qin Xiang said, I still want to understand what happens if I fail to complete this punishment task. Alright. If you fail to complete the punishment task, the Bureau will impose stricter penalties on you. Based on the outstanding deity hunter points, your future sequence potion rewards will be deducted. Okay, I understand. Thank you for the explanation. Alright, we will notify personnel to clean up the scene here. You may leave. Sorry for the trouble, gentlemen. One of the Bureau personnel said earnestly. It's good that you realize you're causing trouble. In the future, try to restrain yourself and not be so impulsive. Although we sequence abilities are different from ordinary people, we ultimately came from ordinary people and should maintain a certain respect for life. I understand you. I will remember that. Alright, you can go now. Qin Xiang bowed to the two and left the corridor. After Qin Xiang left, the two displayed expressions of helplessness. I've been following Qin Xiang's matters lately. I feel like this kid is like a black box. No one knows what's inside. Why bother with so much? Black box or white box, it has nothing to do with us. Call to inform old you to come collect the bodies. Qin Xiang leaned against the wall, finding the emergency room where Teacher Zhu was. The doctor at the entrance saw his bloodstained clothes and had already guessed what had happened. Qin Xiang stepped forward, respectfully asking, "Hello, doctor, how is the patient?" "The patient's condition is not good. We have done our best and have managed to notify her family, who are on their way to the hospital." Qin Xiang knew that the doctor was referring to Teacher Zhu's daughter and son-in-law, who were working. "Doctor, is the patient really beyond saving? Demanding so much leaves me with no one to answer to." Zhou Xing smiled thinly. "You said yourself, you're an orphan." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. At this moment, the doctor continued, "By the way, we are ordinary doctors, and we truly lack the capability to save her. However, if the principal is willing to lend a hand, there might be more opportunities." "The principal?" "Yes. Our principal is also a sequence ability user. Just her sequence ability is healer." Qin Xiang immediately rekindled hope. "How can we contact your principal?" The doctor thought for a moment and said, "But our principal hasn't performed surgery in a long time. Even when the head of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau came to the hospital for treatment, she merely directed the director to another hospital in the area without taking action herself. The head of the Management Bureau couldn't do it." After hearing this, Qin Xiang's fleeting hope shattered once again. He did not believe he could obtain something that the head of the Management Bureau could not. Money. The head of the Management Bureau must have more than he does. Sequence potions. The head of the Management Bureau probably has his own quota and wouldn't be inferior. And money and sequence potions are the only two supports Qin Xiang has at the moment. It seems that the hospital principal cannot be swayed by these two things. The situation regarding Teacher Zhu has not eased. Just then the doctor's phone rang. "Hello, principal, it's me." "You want Qin Xiang to come to your office?" "Yes, he's right here with me." "Okay, I understand." The doctor looked at Qin Xiang with some surprise. "The principal wants you to come to her office. I'm not sure why. But perhaps she is willing to help you." Qin Xiang was also a bit surprised. What could this principal want with him, and what did she see in him? Could it be that she, like Olive, knows his secret? But Olive has been investigating cases, so he could guess his background. But how would the hospital principal know? Could it be that the principal and Olive are in cahoots? However, since the principal took the initiative to seek him out, Qin Xiang should at least go and find out. He took the elevator to the 5th floor of the hospital. This floor could only be accessed by the elevator, and the entire floor was dedicated to the principal's office. Qin Xiang first registered at the front desk beside the elevator and waited for a moment before being taken into the principal's office. As soon as Qin Xiang entered the office, a faint fragrance greeted him. He had smelled a similar scent when he met Royliana, but the perfume Royliana used seemed to be more intense than that of the principal's office. The scent in the principal's office felt more mature and composed. Qin Xiang surveyed the principal's office and noticed many unfamiliar medical instruments placed around with peculiar designs, likely modified according to the principal's. "Is it Qin Xiang who has arrived? Come in." A mature and gentle female voice came from the inner room. "Okay, principal." Qin Xiang walked to the inner room and pushed the door open. He saw an intelligent beauty with long hair sitting at a computer typing away. She was dressed in a loose professional outfit, yet it did not conceal her impressive figure. The charm cultivated over the years made Qin Xiang taken aback. The principal smiled and said, "Please sit down, I will finish my work shortly." "All right." Qin Xiang sat on the sofa contemplating how the situation would unfold next. He hoped it would not move in a strange direction. Before long, the principal concluded her work with a crisp tap of the enter key and turned to Qin Xiang. The principal adjusted her thin-framed glasses, revealing a mature smile. "You are Qin Xiang, a student from Jiuan School." "Yes, that's me." "Is that Zhu Li your relative?" "No, she is my teacher." "Your teacher? You care for her so much just because she's your teacher?" "Before I awakened my sequence, she took good care of me. So I want to repay her kindness from before. However, her kindness to you shouldn't be worth you paying so much. I heard you even killed someone in the hospital for her not long ago." Qin Xiang calmly replied, "I will repay both the kindness of friends and the grudges of enemies double." The principal chuckled. "You're quite an interesting young man. All right, I accept your reasoning. I am the Principal Chun Fengha of the 14121 Safe Zone Hospital. Hello, Principal Chun. Here's the thing, I am willing to arrange the surgery for your teacher and personally treat her. Of course I have my conditions. Qin Xiang remained silent, quietly watching Chun Fengha, waiting for her to state her demands. Chun Fengha noticed Qin Xiang's calm demeanor and was somewhat surprised. What's wrong? Aren't you curious about what the conditions are? I heard that even the head of the management bureau sought you for treatment, but was politely declined by you, so I believe your conditions should be unrelated to sequence potions, or your conditions must be quite difficult to fulfill. Therefore, rather than being curious, I'm more worried. What a little sly fox you are. Chun Fengha smiled again. The corners of her eyes had subtle traces of time, which only made her charm more captivating. Actually, my request is not hard to achieve, at least for you. It should be a piece of cake. Qin Xiang warily swallowed. Your previous achievements of hunting deities outside the safe zone have already spread widely. Everyone knows that we have an incredibly talented young man in our safe zone. You flatter me. So do you want me to hunt deities? Of course not. Those monsters outside the safe zone have nothing to do with me. I'm just a healer, not a ruler. Qin Xiang was puzzled again. So what do you mean? When you went outside the safe zone to hunt deities, didn't you have an insurer, your principal Li Tianming? Yes, that's correct. Since he is willing to be your insurer, then you must have a close relationship with him. Well, I suppose so. Qin Xiang didn't dare to state it definitively, fearing he would later be unable to refuse Chun Fengha's request. Since you're close to him, you should know that he is being wronged. Li Tianming being wronged. After hearing this, Qin Xiang's heart suddenly tightened. So this Chun Fengha was not here for him, but rather for Li. Qin Xiang was uncertain how many people knew about Li Tianming's matter, nor could he tell whether Chun Fengha was friend or foe. Cautiously, he could only shake his head. I don't know. Chun Fengha said, use your phone to call him. Calling Li Tianming. Does Chun Fengha want to speak to him directly? That indeed is a method. After all, he was not clear on the situation. If he said something wrong and damaged Li Tianming's matter, that would be troublesome. Qin Xiang dialed Li Tianming's number and then handed the phone to Chun Fengha. On the other end of the line, Li Tianming was panting, hello. What do you want, kid? I'm busy. Speak quickly. But Chun Fengha suddenly turned reedied and exclaimed, Li Tianming. You heartless scoundrel. Li Tianming on the other end of the phone never expected to hear Chun Fenghi's voice from Qin Xiang. Li Tianming sat on the folding bed in a state of shock, wanting to reach for a cigarette, but after fumbling for a while he remembered that he was still naked. Delicate fingers crawled up Li Tianming's back to his shoulder. A sultry voice whispered in his ear, Principal, what's wrong? Li Tianming stood up, took out a pack of cigarettes from his formal wear on the chair, and lit one for himself. That's enough for today. Go wash up and leave. The woman leaned against Li Tianming and said, Principal, I'm not done having fun yet. The woman noticed that the previously warm Li Tianming had turned cold as ice, sending a chill down her spine. He was a sequence ability user. If he lost his temper, he could kill. So the woman stopped her entanglement, obediently went to wash up, and then left. Not long after the woman left, Li Tianming also went to wash up. After tidying up the office, he changed the bedding on the folding bed to the set Qin Xiang usually slept on, then sat in his office chair in a daze. Qin Xiang, you really know how to get me into trouble. In the hospital director's office, hearing the beep, beep, beep from the phone, Qin Fengha angrily threw her phone to the ground. Qin Xiang hurriedly picked up the phone to check. Although he had a lot of money, it wasn't something that came from the wind. In Qin Xiang's view, a phone that was only used for communication and logging into forums was fine as long as it worked. There was no need to waste spirit coins. Fortunately, this model was known for its durability. There were only slight scratches on the back, and both the camera and screen were fine. He cast a somewhat resentful glance at Chun Fengha, who was sadly covering her face. Why did you throw my phone? Because you two were arguing. The phone seemed to be a victim of your quarrel. If I took it by skill, it's mine. Qin Xiang wiped the phone tenderly and put it back in his pocket. Chun Fengha wiped her face, seemingly brushing away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Qin Xiang, I have a condition for treating that old lady. As long as you can fulfill it, I will perform the surgery now. You say? I want to arrange for Li Tianming to have a meal at Hongyan Restaurant. You help me bring him there. Again, it's Hongyan Restaurant. It seems that this place is truly the top dining spot in the area. Qin Xiang frowned. Director Chun, if you want to eat with Principal Li, just tell him directly. Why involve me? He didn't say a word and just hung up the phone. Do you think he will agree on his own? Then I can't command him. I don't care if you agree to bring him, he'll do the surgery, otherwise it's off the table. Looking at Chun Fenghi's uncompromising attitude, Qin Xiang sighed. Women, regardless of age, never seem to understand reason. He didn't rashly agree, but pondered whether he could fulfill Chun Fenghi's request. After all, Li Tianming was his ally and had helped him greatly. He couldn't just kidnap Li Tianming to see Chun Fengha for the sake of saving Teacher Zhu. He knew that if he agreed to Chun Fenghi's request and failed to deliver, even if she performed the surgery for Teacher Zhu, she would find a way to ensure Teacher Zhu mysteriously died in the hospital. This woman Chun Fengha asked for neither money nor magic pills. It seemed she was only interested in that big-bellied Mediterranean man Li Tianming. I wonder why. Qin Xiang pouted, initially thinking that Chen Fenghe had her eyes on him, and that he could accept selling his charm to save teacher Zhu. But who would have thought? Sigh. In front of Chen Fenghe, Qin Xiang dialed Li Tianming's number again. Li Tianming hesitated, but still answered, remaining silent. Only it's me. What do you want? Chen Fenghe wants to have a meal with you. If you don't agree, she wants save teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu is nearly at death's door. If she doesn't act, he could die at any moment. Please do me a favor and just have a meal with her. Zhu Li has nothing to do with me. If he dies, he dies. I know he has nothing to do with you, but he has something to do with me. What kind of connection could an ordinary person have with you, an orphan? Qin Xiang, don't take advantage of my good temper and push your luck. I haven't even settled the score with you for asking her to call me. Oldly teacher Zhu is indeed an ordinary person, but she was the only one who treated me kindly before I awakened my sequence ability. A sequence ability user isn't a beast, one should know how to be grateful. Grateful? A week's worth of 10 copper coins. Haven't you already paid her a few silver coins for the surgery? Oldly, what you said is incorrect. Back then, I had nothing, and teacher Zhu refused the benefits offered by other students' parents, insisting on giving me this work-study position. If it weren't for those 10 copper coins each week, I might have starved to death during the long school break. So now I have the ability to repay. I must save teacher Zhu's life. To put it another way, Oldly, if you ever find yourself in trouble and need my help, would you rather I repay you with a few bottles of sequence magic potions now, or help you wholeheartedly like I'm doing for teacher Zhu? Listening to Qin Xiang's reasoning, Li Tianming was indeed moved. Now Qin Xiang was soaring high and his future was limitless, not to mention his strong background. He might truly need to rely on him someday. At that time, he would certainly hope that Qin Xiang could spare no effort to help him. He was willing to continue cooperating with Qin Xiang precisely because Qin Xiang was indeed a person of deep affection and righteousness. Alright, you've convinced me. I agree to have a meal with Chen Fenghe. However, there's a bit of a hassle. You need to give me 10 bottles of sequence magic potions as compensation. Before Qin Xiang could respond, Chen Fenghe snatched the phone away. Li Tianming. You want compensation for having a meal with me? What do you mean by that? Am I really that undesirable? Beep, beep, beep. Li Tianming hung up again. Seizing the opportunity before Chen Fenghe could explode in anger, Qin Xiang quickly retrieved his phone and said flatteringly, Director, Chen, you heard Principal Li, he agreed. Could you please help me with teacher Zhu's surgery? Chen Fenghe clenched her fists in anger, squeezing out the words through gritted teeth. I know I'm going to prepare for the surgery now. Qin Xiang, I hope you calm her down during the surgery, or she might take out her anger on teacher Zhu. Chen Fenghe shot Qin Xiang a glare. I do the surgery without a scalpel. Oh, that's good, that's good. But you should also calm down. Getting angry isn't good for your health. Leave a phone number. They'll send you the results of the surgery and the reservation time at Hongyan Restaurant. Remember to notify Li Tianming. Alright. Thank you, Director Chen. Qin Xiang happily left the hospital, humming a little tune as he boarded the bus back to school. Not long after he left, the police received a report of a homicide and rushed to the hospital. Olaf led a team to the corridor where Qin Xiang committed the murder, only to find the personnel from the Ability Management Bureau handling the scene. The bureau staff looked up at the sound and said, colleagues from the police department, you don't need to concern yourselves with this. It's a homicide by an ability user, and we from the Management Bureau will handle it. Olaf nodded. Thank you for your trouble. May I ask who the murderer and the victim are? Oh, no problem. The murderer is Qin Xiang, who has just awakened his abilities, and the victims are several bullies, as well as Zhou, the older brother of the education director Zhou Xing. Olaf's eyes brightened. It's Qin Xiang again. Why is he everywhere? Zhou, why was he killed by Qin Xiang? The bureau personnel sighed in resignation. It's because Zhou injured Qin Xiang's teacher. In a fit of rage, Qin Xiang killed them all. Olaf pondered for a moment and asked, does Zhou have a son named Zhou Yang who attends one school and is a classmate of Qin Xiang? We don't know about that. However, it seems he does have a son who is currently studying. Zhou was at the hospital to accompany his wife for treatment, and sometimes his son would come. You can ask the doctor on duty. His wife's name is Wu Jia. Alright, thank you. No problem, it's not easy for you officers to run around. After Olaf inquired about Wu Jia's hospital room, he headed to the corresponding ward. He leaned against the window of the ward, quietly observing what was happening inside. It was a single occupancy room. The woman inside lay in bed while a young man sat beside her packing up belongings. The young man Olaf recognized was Zhou Yang. Both of their faces were pale, as if they had already received the news of Zhou's death. Zhou Yang was putting miscellaneous items from the ward into a large backpack, seemingly preparing to leave. Olaf lowered his gaze and understood. Zhou was killed, yet Zhou Xing did not seek retribution from Qin Xiang, which clearly indicated that some agreement had been reached with Qin Xiang. Zhou Xing, having made the agreement, would no longer care about Zhou's family, leaving Zhou Yang's mother without support or financial resources. Thus they were expelled from the hospital room. Looking at the somewhat tragic scene of Zhou Yang and his mother, Olaf felt no sympathy. He had seen too much of such situations and had long become numb to them. Moreover, the fact that she qualified to enter the hospital for treatment already made her better off than 99% of the people in this safety zone 14,121. Olaf's attention was solely focused on one thing: Qin Xiang's secret. He could no longer gain Qin Xiang's trust, as every conversation was met with rejection from Qin Xiang. Thus, there was only one way to make Qin Xiang open up to him, to grasp his weaknesses. The more weaknesses he had, the more solid their relationship would become. He would be able to extract more information from Qin Xiang. Olaf was convinced that Qin Xiang bore the secret to changing the world. "Roylina, could you help me with something?" Olaf said as he left the door of the ward, addressing the blonde female officer behind him. "Detective Olaf, what is it? Please keep an eye on Zhou Yang and his mother. If someone attempts to kill them, you must document the scene, preserve evidence, and then hand it over to me. When someone tries to kill them, I just quietly record it without intervening. Until you have sufficient evidence, do not take any action. The lives of these two aren't that important. If their lives can be exchanged for concrete evidence to identify the murderer, then you would have successfully completed your task." Olaf lit a cigar, adjusted the angle of his scarf, and continued, "If you can accomplish this task, I will consider transferring you to the Sigma district when I return. Yes, I will do my best. Also, I hope you won't try to be clever with me again. If you make any wrong moves along the way, I cannot guarantee that your identity as a fraudster will remain concealed. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." With a stick and a sweet date, Olaf believed that Roylina would know how to choose. He deduced that Qin Xiang was someone who never left any loose ends, accustomed to eliminating all hidden dangers. This meant he would find a way to kill Zhou Yang and his mother. Zhou Yang was just a student. Even if he was an ability user, killing him would still lead to accountability. This was the first weakness he needed to grasp on Qin Xiang. However, Olaf, too immersed in thought, failed to notice the complexity in Roylina's gaze. She had learned from the dialogue between Olaf and the bureau personnel that Olaf was setting a trap for Qin Xiang. To ensure Roylina complied, Olaf threatened her with her secret. It seemed Olaf's plan was foolproof. Unfortunately, Olaf was not the only one aware of Roylina's fabricated identity. Qin Xiang knew as well. During their meeting that night, although he did not expose her, Roylina had a rough estimate of his identity based on his voice, figure, and clothing. Until a few days ago, when Qin Xiang made a stunning debut as the Phantom Assassin, he caught her attention. She was astonished to discover that several of Qin Xiang's traits matched those of the person who had threatened her that night. Thus, she completely locked in on Qin Xiang's identity. However, she had no intention of confronting him. The mere thought of their conversation that night gave her shivers. It would be better to avoid each other entirely. Yet now she had no choice but to deal with Qin Xiang. Roylina felt a headache coming on. Both Olaf and Qin Xiang were like hungry wolves, swiftly extracting the secrets from her, the docile lamb. What was worse, she had no means to counteract. They were locked in a deadly struggle, while she, an ordinary officer, was caught in the middle, facing difficulties. This was what people meant by "when the gods fight, the mortals suffer." For Roylina, she had no options. She could not afford to offend Olaf, nor could she provoke Qin Xiang. The only way for her to safely extricate herself was for no one to kill Zhou Yang and his mother from the start. If nothing happened, she naturally would not have to face any difficulty. The police station was near the hospital. After bidding farewell to Olaf, Roylina first returned to the station. Knock, knock, knock. Roylina knocked on the door of the dispatch. The guard opened the door. "Officer Roylina, what can I do for you?" "Sorry, my phone is out of battery. May I use the landline here to make a call?" "No problem. Thank you." Roylina dialed the number she had just looked up on her phone. "Hello, Alan, it's me. I have to cancel tonight, sorry. Yes, there was a case at the hospital, and I have to work overtime. Let's reschedule." "Yes, goodbye." Roylina hung up the phone and smiled at the guard. "I'm done, thank you." "No worries, you officers work hard. Haha, it's all for the stability of this area." Roylina smiled as she left, while the guard clicked his tongue. If only I could marry a beautiful, generous, friendly, and kind officer like Roylina. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone in the dispatch room rang again. "This is the dispatch room of the police station in safety zone 14,121. How can I assist you?" Beep, beep, beep. No one spoke and the call was disconnected. The guard frowned. "Another prank. I need to suggest in the next meeting that we equip the landline with caller ID to strictly investigate people who waste my time." When Qin Xiang returned to the principal's office, it was already 7 in the evening. On his way back from the hospital, he had packed 3 dishes for dinner at a restaurant. However, when he opened the door, he found Li Tianming still sitting in the office. Li Tianming held a cigarette in his hand, casting a cold glance at Qin Xiang before continuing to daze off. The ashtray on the desk was already filled with cigarette butts. Qin Xiang placed the food on the coffee table beside the sofa and sat down on the sofa, picking up the chopsticks. "Old Li, do you want to eat something together?" "You go ahead. I have no appetite." Seeing that Li Tianming was not in the right state, Qin Xiang put the chopsticks down. "Old Li, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, just reminiscing about the past." "About Chunfenghe?" "Yeah." Qin Xiang, somewhat curious, said, "Speaking of Chunfenghe, I find it strange. She seems to have such good conditions. Why does it seem like she has a special fondness for you?" Li Tianming couldn't be bothered to look at Qin Xiang, It has nothing to do with you. Qin Xiang shrugged. All right, since you're not eating, I'll eat by. He opened the lunchbox, inhaling the fragrant aroma of roasted chicken, legs nearly drooling. By the way, I received a call from the police station this afternoon. It should be. Qin Xiang with a chicken leg in his mouth mumbled, "What do they want with me?" Not sure it was a woman's voice. She said some random things about how she couldn't attend the banquet because of a sudden incident at the hospital. Then she hung up. I called back and found out that the call was from the police station's communication room. Since I haven't been to the hospital, the call should be a reminder for you. Qin Xiang frowned, slightly pondering the caller's intentions. An incident at the hospital. Isn't it just about killing Zhou Yang's father? It's not like they killed him. What's there to remind me about? Realizing this, Qin Xiang suddenly understood. I see, it should be a warning for me not to provoke Zhou Yang anymore. It's very likely that Zhou Yang has already been targeted by the police. Understanding the purpose of the call, Qin Xiang guessed who the woman calling Li Tianming was. There was only one female officer he knew at the police station. Luo Yiliana. It seemed Luo Yiliana had already guessed his identity. Perhaps she didn't want to get involved in trouble, so she didn't make things clear with him. This call of hers was probably to make him abandon the thought of killing Zhou Yang to avoid any issues that might arise and drag her into it. Qin Xiang chuckled. She is overthinking it. Zhou Yang hasn't even graduated from high school yet. Killing him would only bring me trouble. Even if I wanted to eliminate him completely, I would have to wait until after the college entrance examination. Li Tianming exhaled a puff of smoke. Are you really planning to kill Zhou Yang? Of course. What if he awakens his sequence abilities one day, or has been waiting to harm me? If I don't kill him, am I just leaving myself to suffer? Li Tianming shook his head helplessly. You're so young, and already talking about killing people. I wonder who you learned it from. Qin Xiang teased, glancing at Li Tianming. It's all thanks to our school's excellent education. I certainly didn't teach you these things. At that moment, Qin Xiang's, it was a text message from Chen Fenghe. The content was very brief. The surgery went well. Tomorrow at 5:30 in the afternoon at Hanyun Restaurant. Qin Xiang turned to Li Tianming. Only tomorrow at 5:30 in the afternoon, we're meeting Chen Fenghe at Hanyun Restaurant. Got it. According to what was previously agreed upon, you owe me 10 bottles of sequence potions. 10 bottles. Qin Xiang scoffed. Why don't you just rob them? Li Tianming extinguished his cigarette. I am robbing. What will you do about it? Oldly joking is one thing, but I'm not someone who can take a joke lightly. Zhou Xing gave me a special quota for only 5 bottles of sequence potions. You're my insurer, so it should be 8 bottles of sequence potions. Taking you to dinner with a beauty like Chen Fenghe, you don't give me money and want 10 bottles of sequence potions. That's too much. Dining with her is already a hassle. If it weren't for you owing her this favor, I wouldn't see her again in this lifetime. You heartthrob, stop pretending to be a lovesick fool in front of me. Qin Xiang was also getting impatient. No potions, one life. You can figure it out yourself. Li Tianming said. Qin Xiang, if you don't give me the sequence potions, how are you going to handle it? After all, I see you've never used them yourself. Qin Xiang was suddenly taken aback. He squinted at Li Tianming. What do you mean? Your sequence potions are right in my office. I can see if any are missing at a glance. You haven't drunk a single bottle of sequence potion in all these days. Doesn't that mean you don't need them at all? Qin Xiang's gaze grew colder. He had clearly bought a box to lock up his sequence potions. He didn't expect Li Tianming to have secretly opened it. Li Tianming seemed to be too clever, making Qin Xiang feel very insecure. Principally, don't you know that you shouldn't casually touch other people's things? Li Tianming calmly waved his hand. You don't need to be nervous. I'm not that curious about your secrets. Since the awakening of the sequence abilities, many things are inexplicable and order has not been fully established. I estimate that for every 10 sequence users there will be one who harbors a secret. Since you don't use them, why not give them to me? After all, you want to achieve good results in the special recruitment and continue hunting deities, you still need me as your insurer. I only want a few bottles of sequence potions from you. That's not too much. Moreover, I originally didn't plan to ask for them. However, since you caused me such trouble with Chen Fenghe, it's only fair to give me some compensation for handling it. Qin Xiang's fists clenched slightly. Trouble. His relationship with Li Tianming was too complicated. Killing him wouldn't resolve the issue. If 10 bottles of sequence potions could stabilize this greasy middle-aged man, it would be acceptable. But he worried that when hunting deities in the future, Li Tianming would demand even more sequence potions. So for safety's sake, Qin Xiang needed to clarify now. When hunting deities in the future, how do you plan to distribute them when you're my insurer? It's the same as before. Giving me half of the money is enough. This surprised Qin Xiang. He thought Li Tianming would demand a large amount, at least half of the sequence potions. But he still only asked for money. Qin Xiang asked suspiciously, are you serious? Do I need to lie? As I said, the reason I asked you for 10 bottles of sequence potions for dining with Chen Fenghe is to let you know that you've caused me a major headache. Did you think I was joking with that statement? Li Tianming's attitude was indifferent and calm, which made Qin Xiang feel somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed that Li Tianming was truly averse to dining with Chen Fenghe. Qin Xiang couldn't help but ask, Chen Fenghe, Does she have a complicated background? Li Tianming did not give Qin Xiang a response, picking up his clothes and leaving the office. Only Qin Xiang remained lost in thought as he ate. Perhaps it was because the food had cooled down a bit, but Qin Xiang suddenly lost his appetite. He threw down his chopsticks, exclaiming, "Damn, it's just more trouble." Qin Xiang turned and entered the bathroom, taking a shower to relax his mood. When he came out, he suddenly noticed his phone had over 20 missed calls. His heart tightened. He felt that more trouble was brewing. These missed calls came from two numbers. One number called 21 times, while the other called twice. He did not recognize either number. Not even a moment to wash up. He first dialed the number that had called 21 times. "Hello, this is Qin Xiang. Who is this?" The voice on the other end was extremely urgent. "Qin Xiang. It's me. Shen Shursong. Shen Shursong." Qin Xiang pondered for a moment. "I've never heard of you. Do you remember kidnapping me? Qian Wenda's nephew. So it was that foolish person. Oh, you called me. What is it?" "My uncle is in trouble. He was taken by the people from the management bureau while having dinner at home. I know you are very powerful recently with the insurer assisting you in hunting down deities, so you must have some background. Can you help my uncle?" Qian Wenda was arrested. Qin Xiang immediately felt something was off. What was he arrested for? "I don't know. The management bureau said the charge was the embezzlement of a large amount of sequence potions. But I know it must be false. His nephew, if he had embezzled a large amount of sequence potions, he should have at least given me 1 or 2 bottles. But not only did I not have any, his sequence level has remained at level 2. How could he have embezzled sequence potions?" Shen Shursong's reasoning held no persuasive power in Qin Xiang's eyes, who said that embezzling sequence potions meant one had to use them. Moreover, Shen Shursong is not very bright. If he were to use the embezzled sequence potions, who knows when he would be sold out. But Qin Xiang believed that Qian Wenda would not embezzle sequence potions. It's simple. If he had embezzled sequence potions, why would he bother to earn money for forging sequence identities? Selling sequence potions on the black market would save time and effort and earn him a lot. Why would he need to be so troubled day in and day out in the Ikesike virtual? Unless Qian Wenda is an extremely greedy person accepting any and all offers. From what Qin Xiang knew about Qian Wenda, he is extremely cautious, nearly watertight. He would never engage in risky business. Embezzling sequence potions from the management bureau is a serious crime. He had seen related laws from the joint government when he was at the Godslaying camp. Embezzling just 1 bottle of sequence potion is enough to land someone in jail. 10 bottles could lead to immediate execution. Qian Wenda is not the type to earn money at the cost of his life. "Shen Shursong, why are you calling me and not asking your uncle's colleagues for help? My uncle told me to contact you before he was taken away." "What? But he was taken away and I can't see him. You call me, what do you want me to do?" I don't know. Do you have any solutions?" Qin Xiang cursed inwardly. He had only been to the management bureau 2 or 3 times. What could he do? Qin Xiang took a deep breath, deciding not to get angry with a fool, and gently guided Shen Shursong. "First, we need to see Qian Wenda and understand the situation. He is currently detained by the management bureau. Do you know how we can see him?" Shen Shursong was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, Right. I remember now. When my uncle was taken away, it was not an arrest warrant, but an investigation order, meaning he has not yet been dismissed or prosecuted. According to the regulations, family members can meet him. Are you free now? I can take you to the management bureau to see my uncle. Great, let's not delay, you'll leave right now. See you at the management bureau entrance. Okay. Qin Xiang hung up on Shen Shursong, not bothering to dry his hair, grabbed one of Li Tianming's jackets, and headed out. On his way, he dialed the other missed call. "Hello, this is Qin Xiang. What do you want from me?" "Hello, Olaf." As soon as the low and hoarse voice came through, Qin Xiang tensed up, once more falling into a state of vigilance. He could not help but slow his pace, pondering the reason Olaf called him. "What do you need? Where are you right now? What does it have to do with you? I need your alibi." Qin Xiang snorted him at school, just about to head out. "If you don't believe me, you can come to school tomorrow to check the surveillance." "You're not outside." Qin Xiang was quite impatient. The thought of Olaf made him feel annoyed. "Are you dealing with another murder case again, trying to pin it on me?" I said, "Detective Olaf, can't you stop focusing on just me? I took the bus back to school from the hospital. Many people can vouch for me. So you have no time to commit a crime." Qin Xiang chuckled lightly. "Is what I said not clear enough? Tell me I left the hospital, took the bus, and returned to school. Where could I have committed a crime? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Wait. Alright, it seems that this time the case really wasn't you. Don't try to set me up. I've never committed any crime." "Fine, even if what you say is true, Zhou Yang is dead. He died in the alley with his mother." "What?" Qin Xiang was stunned. "Now you understand why I suspected you. After all, you just killed his father. You Huawa people love to eradicate all threats, so I deduced that to eliminate future problems, you killed both him and his mother. You have truly misjudged me. I'm not foolish as Zhou Yang is a student. Killing Zhou Yang would bring me trouble. Although the case has nothing to do with you, we still need your cooperation." "You just said it has nothing to do with me. Oh, why do you need my cooperation?" "Because this case is particularly serious and needs to be investigated thoroughly. I must contact all related personnel to understand the situation. It's just two ordinary people who died. What's the big deal? It's more than that. The female officer I secretly sent to protect Zhou Yang and his mother was also killed. Qin Xiang was completely stunned, opening his mouth speechless. The sound of wind rustled near the microphone. Olaf grew a bit impatient. Hello. Qin Xiang, are you still there? Did you hear what I just said? In the lunar calendar, the year of the metal ox on the 15th day of the 12th month, it is suitable for transactions and not for visiting the sick. After Qin Xiang hung up the phone with Olaf, he took the bus and stared at the blue star calendar on his phone for a long time. Not suitable for visiting the sick. I should check the blue star calendar today. Qin Xiang put away his phone and glanced tiredly out the window. It seems checking it won't help. I can't just leave teacher Zhu alone in the hospital. If I don't visit today, she might not survive. Qin Xiang agreed to cooperate with the police investigation and provide any clues he knew. Even if he wouldn't provide any clues at all, the timing of Zhou Yang's death was too suspicious. It happened right after he killed Zhou Zhe. Qin Xiang even had a vague feeling that the person who killed Zhou Zhe did so with some consideration, wanting to help him. Killing Zhou Yang alone wouldn't be a big deal. The key point is that the person also killed the female police officer Liliana, who was following them. Killing a police officer, especially one with abilities, is undoubtedly a serious crime. If caught, death is certain. According to Olaf, after that person killed the three of them, he burned the bodies, eliminating the possibility of the investigation uncovering their memories before death. A name faintly lingered in his mind. Wen Shu. Did she do it? Probably not. After all, Liliana was an ability user while she was just an ordinary person. To kill three people effortlessly, at least a combat-type ability user would be necessary. But if it wasn't Wen Shu, who else would want to kill Zhou Yang? It can't be that Olaf is crying thief while catching a thief, right? Qin Xiang's gaze was somewhat vacant. He no longer wanted to think. Too tired. Too taxing. Having already expended too much energy today, he felt extremely fatigued. In a while he would have to muster the energy to meet Qian Wenda at the bureau. Qin Xiang leaned his head against the bus window and dozed lightly. After more than an hour he woke up. After resting for a bit, he arrived at the management bureau for ability users. He got off the bus, patted his cheeks, which were just waking up, and shook off his drowsiness as he walked towards the building. Outside the bureau he saw Shen Shursong, who looked anxious. Qin Xiang, you're here. Seeing Qin Xiang, Shen Shursong rushed over, as if he had seen a savior. Qin Xiang, we've finally waited for you. Let's go in quickly. Okay. The two entered the bureau's entrance and Shen Shursong explained his identity, wanting to visit. The bureau staff led them to the third floor in front of a completely sealed room. Four guards stood outside the room. All of them appeared to be ability users. Chief Qian is inside. You have 1 hour to talk. Thank you. The two entered the room and saw Qian Wenda. Qian Wenda's eyes held a murderous intent. His hands crossed over his chest, and the veins on his forehead were already bulging. Upon seeing Shen Shursong and Qin Xiang, he took a deep breath. Thank you for coming. Please have a seat. Originally, I didn't want to make our relationship clear. However, this time I got into trouble, and aside from you I really have no other trustworthy friends, which is why Shursong called you to think of a way. Qin Xiang walked up to Qian Wenda and pulled out a chair to sit down. Shen Shursong knew he couldn't help much, so he obediently sat beside Qin Xiang, quietly listening to their conversation. Chief Qian, what's happening? Qian Wenda retracted his murderous intent. To keep it short, someone in the bureau has misappropriated sequence potions and framed me for it. Do you have evidence? Qian Wenda nodded yes. They checked the surveillance. That day I was the only one who went in and out of the sequence potion warehouse. But that's not a solid proof, as they haven't found evidence of me selling or using the sequence potions for personal use. Do you know who framed you? Qian Wenda shook his head. That's what troubles me the most. I haven't offended anyone in the bureau, who I've only been managing my own affairs. How could I get into such trouble? They said you misappropriated several bottles. Qian Wenda smiled bitterly. 10 bottles. The design is quite good, but it's just enough to sentence me to death. If this hadn't happened, I would have been promoted to the bureau director next week. Saying this, Qian Wenda laughed again. I heard you went hunting gods and reaped a lot. I originally wanted to seek some benefits from you, but now it seems it's good that I didn't. Otherwise I would be in deep trouble. Qin Xiang nodded slightly. What Qian Wenda meant was probably that he originally wanted to ask him for a few bottles of the sequence potion. However, due to the listening devices in the room, he didn't say it too directly. Qin Xiang was able to earn 1,600 points ultimately thanks to the sandworm scale provided by Qian Wenda. If Qian Wenda were to ask him for 10 bottles of sequence potions, he would probably give them. Even if Qian Wenda didn't mention it, he still wanted to show his appreciation. However, Qian Wenda hadn't opened his mouth, and he had been too busy these past 2 days to find time to see him. Unexpectedly, by the time they met again, Qian Wenda was already under control. Suddenly, Qin Xiang's gaze sharpened. Chief Qian, do you think the person who framed you guessed our relationship, believing that I would definitely give you some gifts as thanks, and that's why they framed you right before your promotion? Qian Wenda's triangular eyes shifted. That makes sense. If you really gave me thanks, and they found some incriminating things in my house, then my guilt would be established. Qian Wenda squinted his eyes. So our relationship has long been targeted by someone. Chief Qian, your sequence is outstanding and your abilities are strong. You've been rising in the bureau, so you must have been targeted long ago. Qian Wenda gritted his teeth. It was my carelessness. These beasts, I haven't offended anyone yet they want to put me to death. Qin Xiang asked again, Chief Qian, did you call me here for a plan? Qian Wenda didn't hide it. I originally thought of having you tell the bureau about the last time you received 10 more bottles of sequence potions and return them to the bureau, which would clear my name. This favor I'll owe you for later. Qin Xiang was stunned. Qian Wenda's method could indeed work. But since there are listening devices here, if he mentioned it, that method would be known by others and would no longer be executable. Qin Xiang looked at Qian Wenda in shock, not understanding his meaning. Qian Wenda sneered, his triangular eyes revealing murderous intent. From your analysis, I understand that someone has long been watching me. Since I haven't misappropriated the sequence potions, there's no way the surveillance can prove that I took the sequence potions. Whether they test my blood for the concentration of sequence potions in my body or search my house, there can't be any results. Since they treat me as a pawn to be manipulated, I'll play along with them. Usually soft-spoken, do they really think I'm a nice guy? Qian Wenda's crooked teeth clicked. I want to see who will ultimately destroy whom. Qin Xiang looked at Qian and asked, are you going to handle it yourself? Of course, Qian replied, his face darker than rusted iron. I will resolve this matter myself. Thank you for making the trip, but I still appreciate you pointing me in the right direction. I didn't help you much, I merely shared my opinion. No, you are absolutely right, I have long been targeted by others. Compromising this time will only lead to another. Rather than just putting out the fire, it is better to cut off the source. Qin Xiang and Shun Shursong left the management bureau. On the way, Qin Xiang reminded Shun Shursong, remember, do not act rashly. If there's a need, section Chief Qian will definitely inform you. If you encounter any problems, do not act hastily. Contact me first, understood? Shun Shursong was older than Qin Xiang, but still unconsciously placed great importance on him, nodding. I will remember. Qin Xiang was very worried that the not-so-bright Shun Shursong would become agitated at the slightest disturbance and act in a panic, making matters worse. Fortunately, although Shun Shursong was a bit foolish, he was receptive to advice. He feared being incapable and yet still self-righteous, unable to listen to others. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Contact me if anything comes up. Okay, thank you. Shun Shursong did not expect that one day he would thank the person who had kidnapped him, stolen his phone, and taken his sequence potion. Undoubtedly, Qin Xiang was now an ally, standing on the same front as his uncle. After leaving the management bureau, he went to the police station. He needed to find Olaf first to understand the situation and investigate the likelihood that this incident was orchestrated by Wen Shu. Upon arriving at the police station, the guard at the reception stopped him. Who are you? What do you want at the police station? I'm looking for Detective Olaf. He wanted to talk to me about today's incident involving the 3 murders on the street. The guard, aware of the shocking case that had occurred today, did not dare to delay and quickly dialed Olaf's office. Hello, Detective Olaf, there's someone here looking for you, claiming you called for him. The guard looked up at Qin Xiang. What is your name? Qin Xiang. He says his name is Qin Xiang. Alright, I understand. Goodbye. After hanging up, the guard pointed, follow the hallway, the second office on the left, Detective Olaf is waiting for you inside. Thank you. Qin Xiang approached the office door and gently knocked. Come in. Qin Xiang pushed open the door and once again saw the silver-haired Olaf. His attire seemed unchanged for a millennium, with a scarf wrapped around his neck and a trench coat. Come in and sit down, and I'll pour you a cup of tea. Olaf stood up, took a cup from the table, and poured a cup of yellow tea from a kettle next to it. It's not quite the tea you Chinese prefer, give it a try. Qin Xiang sat down, holding the teacup and blowing on the steam. There is no distinction between Chinese and European tea now. Since the apocalypse arrived, it's all the same, governed by the United Government. Olaf picked up a pen and began writing on the paper. I didn't expect you would take the initiative to come find me. The case is too big, I'm afraid I might attract some trouble, so I wanted to clarify things early. Olaf smiled. You are quite straightforward. When chatting with you, any pretense would be a waste of time. Olaf nodded, sighed. Roylina once said the same thing. Roylina? Is she the deceased police officer? Yes. Don't you know her? I may have heard of her or perhaps seen her, however, I don't have much of an impression. The people at the police station, only you interact with me daily, I haven't gotten to know the others. That's true. Our friendship has already deepened quite a bit. I can only say we are acquainted. As for friendship, I doubt it can be said to exist. Olaf put down the pen, folding his hands on the table while looking at Qin Xiang. If it weren't for your ample alibi, I would have reported you directly and subjected you to severe interrogation. Detective Olaf, that sounds quite subjective of you. It doesn't sound like something a police officer would say. Olaf slowly nodded. Let's not discuss that anymore. I called you to ask about Zhou Yang. Feel free to ask. Where were you when Zhou Yang left the hospital? Qin Xiang thought for a moment and said, Detective Olaf, I believe you were beside him when he left the hospital, right? Otherwise, how would you have arranged for a female police officer to follow him and his mother so promptly? Since you were by his side, you should know that I had already left. Correct. Olaf took up the teacup. You are still so cautious. It's just a reasonable assumption. All right, then I want to ask about your matters since you have no suspicion. Do you know if Zhou Yang has any enemies? Qin Xiang shrugged. I believe his greatest enemy is me, the grudge of killing his father. Other than me, he probably has no other enemies. That makes sense. Olaf sighed, and the matter returned to square one. Qin Xiang asked, Detective Olaf, has Li Jingwen been found? What do you want her for? Aren't you also unrelated to her disappearance? I just have a bold guess. Let's hear it. Qin Xiang moved his chair forward, leaning on the table, and said, Is it possible that Li Jingwen's family was killed by Zhou Yang and his father? Li Jingwen witnessed everything and narrowly escaped. After escaping, she awakened her sequence ability, then returned to take revenge on her family, killing Zhou Yang and his mother. Olaf snorted coldly. Are you telling me some kind of myth? I just feel that this assumption, although bold, is quite reasonable. Think about it. Zhou Yang offended me because of Li Jingwen's matter, almost causing his uncle to sever ties with him. Wouldn't his father, in a fit of rage, have someone kill Li Jingwen's entire family to eliminate future troubles? Then Li Jingwen's disappearance can be explained too. She had to hide to take revenge. As a result, she awakened her sequence ability, wanting to return to kill, but found that Zhou Yang's father had already been killed by me, and chose to deal with Zhou Yang and his mother instead. Olaf nodded. Your guess is indeed very bold. However, there is one problem. What problem? If Li Jingwen returned for revenge, why didn't she also kill you? Kill me? Qin Xiang laughed heartily. On what basis could she kill me? My sequence ability is quite strong. Enough, stop wasting my time with nonsense. Knowing that this is not your doing, and you have no clues, hurry back, and don't waste my time anymore. Qin Xiang pouted in disinterest. I was just enthusiastically offering my suggestion. Throw your damn suggestion down the toilet. Alright, since you are sure this matter has nothing to do with me, and will not bother me again, then I will take my leave. Qin Xiang pushed the chair aside and left the office. As he exited, Olaf's phone rang. Hello, it's me. Good day, sir. Yes, I will definitely start investigating this case. Yes, I will do my utmost to solve it. Currently, there are no clear suspects yet, but you can rest assured. Yes. Outside, Qin Xiang listened to a couple of sentences before striding out of the police station. Qin Xiang returned to the principal's office. It was already midnight. He intended to lie down and rest, yet a sharp, uncomfortable pressure throbbed at the crown of his head. Reaching up, he discovered his hair, still damp from his shower, had frozen solid in the frigid air outside. Though his body, enhanced by sequence abilities, was impervious to cold, he couldn't guarantee his hair follicles shared the same resilience. Neglect them, and he might well become bald long before achieving fist-shattering invincibility. Qin Xiang rose once more, stepped into the bathroom for another shower, thoroughly dried his hair, set his phone alarm for 9 o'clock the next morning, and finally climbed into bed. Another exhausting day. He sank into deep slumber. As expected, the alarm roused him the following morning. After rising and washing up, he glanced at the wall calendar. Blue Star Era, January 30th, 2010. Gregorian calendar, Saturday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Ox, 12th month, 16th day. Auspicious for repairing walls. Saturday. Zhou Xing did say he'd come today for the sequel. Yesterday's leftovers had long turned icy, but that hardly deterred him from eating them. He trusted his stomach implicitly. Cold food posed no risk of chills or diarrhea. If his gut could digest even the remnants of a fallen deity, surely a mere chill on his meal presented no challenge. After finishing, he powered on Li Tianming's computer and browsed the Sequence Education Forum for rankings of sequence universities. Just before noon, Qin Xiang's phone rang sharply. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Yes, I'm at school. You've arrived already. Just inform the gatekeeper. You may enter directly. I'm in the principal's office. Qin Xiang opened the crate containing the sequence elixirs and counted out 6 vials. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door swung open and Zhou Xing entered. Impeccably dressed in formal attire, his signature black-rimmed glasses gleaming under the light. Without preamble, Qin Xiang gestured toward the 6 glass vials on the desk, each filled with pale azure liquid. Uncle Zhou, these are the sequence elixirs I promised you. Our transaction is now complete. Zhou Xing stepped forward, slipped all 6 vials into his pocket, and gazed at Qin Xiang with a conflicted expression. Qin Xiang lifted his eyes, offering a faint, knowing smile. Something else on your mind, Uncle Zhou? Daring enough to kill Zhou Yang, who held student status, was already audacious. But killing a police officer, that exceeded even my expectations. Uncle Zhou, please choose your words carefully. Zhou Yang and that officer were both dead by the time I'd already returned to campus. This matter bears no connection what Zhou Xing frowned. Skepticism etched across his features. Qin Xiang shrugged nonchalantly, feet propped atop the desk. Chief Inspector Olaf has confirmed my complete innocence. As for the perpetrator, the investigation remains ongoing. If curiosity compels you, inquire directly at the precinct. Truly not you. Qin Xiang arched one eyebrow, disdain flickering in his gaze. Am I deranged? To eliminate Zhou Yang, would I really risk assassinating a police officer? What is Zhou Yang truly? A speck of dust. Would such triviality warrant such peril? Zhou Xing studied Qin Xiang's face, searching Wang, and slowly nodded. Indeed, I too am baffled. You possess remarkable intellect, yet commit acts so utterly irrational. Who else would kill Zhou Yang? And who else could have slain the officer tailing him? Undoubtedly the work of a sequence ability user. How should I know? Ask someone else. I certainly won't speculate. Zhou Xing sighed deeply. To be frank, when the precinct called me yesterday, I nearly jumped out of my skin, convinced you'd orchestrated it as a warning, urging me to tread lightly. Uncle Zhou, Qin Xiang said calmly, though I am your junior, and given how smoothly our dealings have proceeded, there is one observation I feel compelled to share. Zhou Xing tilted his head slightly, curiosity sharpening his gaze. You exercise caution where none is warranted, and neglect it where prudence is vital. Such imbalance invites missed opportunities, and entanglement in unnecessary peril. Zhou Xing's eyes narrowed, silent. Well then, Uncle Zhou, if no further transactions await, I must attend to my own affairs. Goodbye. Don't bother seeing me out. Zhou Xing strode away, his footsteps louder than upon entering, heavy with grievance and protest. Qin Xiang paid them no mind. In his estimation, this marked their final meeting, ever. Far more pressing was the special recruitment process. Yet relentless research bred fatigue, so he practiced balance, alternating study with occasional forays into Li Tianming's video folders for leisurely critique. TCH, old Li truly spares no genre. Unaware night had fallen. As he reclined in the principal's chair, legs crossed, video blaring aloud, the door burst open, jolting Qin Xiang upright in alarm. Li Tianming stormed in, ready to complain. Xiao Qin, today I handled things with Chun. Wait, what on earth are you watching? Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. You little devil. I just smoothed over your mess, and you're rummaging through my hard drive. Cold sweat broke across Qin Xiang's brow. His trembling hand squeezed the mouse, snapping it clean in half. An awkward silence reverberated through the office. Frantically, he slammed the power button on the tower. I didn't mean to. It was just curiosity. This habit of yours, sneaking peeks, will surely give you styes. Qin Xiang chuckled, sheepishly sliding 10 vials of sequence elixirs onto the desk before Li Tianming. Old Li, we're practically family. A quick peek. Harmless, right? Li Tianming picked up the 10 vials, his expression softening ever so slightly. Sensing the tension ease, Qin Xiang pressed forward. Old Li, I checked my hunter deity ranking. It's only 200,000th place. To secure special recruitment, I'll need several high-stakes ventures beyond the safe zone. Would you serve as my insurance handler? Li Tianming paused, then uncorked a vial, drained it in one swallow, refilled it with water, swirled the mixture, and drank again. Qin Xiang. Li Tianming spoke his full name. Not Xiao Qin, nor student Xiao Qin. And an unbidden chill tightened Qin Xiang's chest. Speak. I agreed to be your insurance handler. I secured your points and navigated the special recruitment process, fulfilling every promise. Absolutely. Old Li, beyond reproach. Moreover, I resolved the matter with Qinfenghe. Granted, I accepted compensation, but had it not been you, I'd never have intervened. Understand? Understood. Old Li, you've been extraordinary to me. Then, what of my request? Li Tianming's gaze locked onto Qin Xiang, unwavering. All I've done. This isn't about coin or sequence elixirs. Where is the deceiver you swore to find for me at? Li Tianming's questioning left Qin Xiang speechless. He chuckled, awkwardly lowering his head, while secretly cursing the one who had killed Ruliana. You've really ruined my big plan. Qin Xiang hesitated. Old Li, I did hear about someone, but that person is already dead. Li Tianming snorted derisively, sitting on the sofa. Qin Xiang, are you trying to amuse me? Can a dead person speak? Qin Xiang knew he was in the wrong and nodded. I understand. I will find a way to gather some clues from this dead person, and then get back. Finding clues from a dead person. Li Tianming looked at Qin Xiang strangely. The longer they've been dead, the fewer traces can be found. You seem so confident this person must have died not long ago, right? I suppose so. It wouldn't be that policewoman who was killed yesterday, would it? Qin Xiang glanced at Li Tianming and nodded. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming's eyes widened, and his body leaned forward suddenly from the sofa. He supported himself on the table, leaning in towards Qin Xiang, their eyes locking with only a fist's distance between them. Li Tianming asked each word carefully. So you knew she was part of the fraudulent sequence all along, didn't you? Qin Xiang avoided Li Tianming's gaze, licking his lips, and said nothing. You knew all along, but never told me. Now that she's dead, you decide to tell me. Li Tianming laughed self-deprecatingly. I treated you sincerely, and this is how you play me. In this situation, you still have the audacity to let me continue being your insurer. Qin Xiang, you truly disappoint me. Li Tianming seemed drained of all strength, suddenly collapsing onto the sofa. Qin Xiang listened to Li Tianming's words in silence. After a while, you can go now, don't show up in front of me again. Li Tianming waved his hand, no longer looking at him. Qin Xiang nodded. All right. After all, he indeed felt guilty towards Li Tianming. He had previously kept Ruoliana as a trump card to ensure he could negotiate with Li Tianming. However, as their communication deepened and their collaboration became more harmonious, he no longer treated Li Tianming so distantly. He initially planned to hunt a deity again, and then inform Li Tianming about Ruoliana being part of the fraudulent sequence. Yet he did not expect that Ruoliana would be killed. Even someone like him, burdened with numerous murders, dared not kill a police officer. Otherwise, he would have been the first to kill that old ghost Olive. However, this hesitation cost him the allyship of Li Tianming. Temporarily, he lost this ally. He picked up his luggage and the box filled with sequence potions, leaving the principal's office to find another place to stay. However, in the vast safety zone, there weren't many places that were truly safe. After much contemplation, he had to return once more to the warehouse, beside Wang Defa's internet cafe. Wang Defa was closing the rolling shutter, ready to head home. When he turned around, he saw Qin Xiang's figure appear before him. Wang Defa was momentarily dumbfounded, speechless. He had heard about Qin Xiang's soaring exploits in hunting deities, and felt that they should no longer have the chance to meet. His emotions were very complex at that time. It was hard to say whether it was relief, regret, joy, or sadness. When they met again tonight, his feelings were once again complicated. It was hard to say whether it was tension, excitement, fear, or longing. Boss, you came back. To find me? Yes, I need to stay in your warehouse for a couple of days. Wang Defa laughed heartily. No problem. I set up a folding bed in the warehouse just in case you came back, so you wouldn't have to sleep on the floor. Great, thank you, Boss Wang. You are the real boss. Just call me IFA. Thank you, IFA. After settling Qin Xiang in the warehouse, Wang Defa went home. He could tell that Qin Xiang was not in a relaxed mood, so he did not disturb him much. Since Qin Xiang could still think of him, there was no need to rush. Qin Xiang looked at the strange, yet familiar surveillance monitor, sighing. Oldly, I will help you find the fraudulent. However, everything has its priorities. With Ruoliana just dead, I cannot investigate her matters. Moreover, among the people I know, only two are aware that Ruoliana is part of the fraudulent sequence. One is at the police station, constantly trying to catch me. The other is controlled by the management agency. It's impossible to carry out a plan right now. Therefore, in Qin Xiang's view, the only thing he could do at the moment was one thing. Go outside the safety zone to hunt deities. Without Old Li as my insurer by my side, giving me information and helping to suppress the situation, it would be a bit dangerous. But if I stay vigilant, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. He pulled out the black bottle containing sandworm scales from his backpack. I wonder if this thing still has any use. He'll try it again tomorrow. Qin Xiang woke up at 5 in the morning. He did not rest any longer, but donned his frost-proof suit, slinging his backpack, and stepped outside. This time he did not go to the exit of safety zone 38,324. Because the commotion he had caused in safety zone 38324 before was too great, his appearance would draw everyone's attention. It was likely that as soon as he made a move, someone would catch on, making it unsuitable for his actions. Thus he chose to take a detour this time. First, he took a bus to leave from the exit of safety zone 89,757, then walked along the outer edge of the safety zone to circle back to the exit of safety zone 38,324. The area outside the safety zone is very dangerous, which is why few dare to do so. However, Qin Xiang believed that the dangers outside the safety zone could be avoided. The dangers within the safety zone can strike unexpectedly. With the enhancement of the dual metal, activating violence would grant him 12 times the power and agility. Moreover, his base attributes were already significantly higher than those of other sequence abilities, so facing a level 3 strength type sequence opponent taking on 10 would not be a major issue. Qin Xiang left quietly from the exit of safety zone 89,757. The number of sequence abilities here was not too many, and since it was still early, only a dozen people were loitering at the entrance. Qin Xiang's actions did not attract anyone's attention. After leaving the safety zone, he quickly advanced about 400 to 500 meters away from it. He planned to use the sandworm scales again near the exit of safety zone 38324 to see if he could catch something again. However, there were no landmarks outside the safety zone. He could only rely on his instincts to arrive at what he believed to be the approximate location of the exit of safety zone 38,324. This time, without Li Tianming's protection, he did not dare to stray too far from the safety zone, fearing he wouldn't have enough time to escape. 5 kilometers away from the safety zone, he took out the black glass bottle and placed the sandworm scales on the ground. Then he drew the hunter's dagger and the blind knife he had confiscated from John, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Before long, he heard a rustling sound from the ground, seemingly a considerable number. Qin Xiang was delighted, another army of long-footed worms. But as he listened more closely, something felt off. The sounds of the long-footed worms seemed to be smaller. Suddenly, he recalled the educational post about the god-slaying camp and shivered all over. Could it be Iron Helmet fleas? Then Qin Xiang saw a group of fist-sized creatures springing forth from the ruins in the distance, quickly darting towards him on the ground. Damn it! It's really the Iron Helmet mouse flea. Qin Xiang cursed, unsure whether to fight or flee. According to the educational posts from the Godslayer camp, iron helmet mouse fleas are not a common type among the sandworm minions. However, as Li Tianming said, any information that appears on a public forum, like Godslayer camp, is worthless. This means that iron helmet mouse fleas should not be considered a rare species. Typically, iron helmet mouse fleas appear in swarms, often outnumbering the long-legged worms. There are usually thousands of them clinging to a single sandworm. However, despite their large numbers, iron helmet mouse fleas have a significant drawback that hunters despise. Not all of them possess a circular shell. Often less than 1/10 of the iron helmet mouse fleas have a circular shell with a dent on their lower abdomen. This is an absurd phenomenon even among deities. Iron helmet mouse fleas are indeed deities, yet most of them lack a circular shell. This implies that one must kill a dozen or 20 iron helmet mouse fleas to obtain a single circular shell and earn a hunter point. However, iron helmet mouse fleas are not as easy to kill as long-legged worms. One cannot simply crush them with a single step. Their bodies are covered with spine-like scales as hard as iron, far surpassing the long-legged worms in both offensive and defensive capabilities, making them quite difficult to slay. Thus, iron helmet mouse fleas are recognized as one of the least cost-effective deities. With thousands of them approaching, Qin Xiang did not feel confident in defeat, especially since he had not yet achieved an invulnerable physique. He still had weaknesses such as his eyes and lower abdomen, and he might even be exhausted to death. If Li Tianming were here with him, he could activate the earthbinding skill to control the surrounding iron helmet mouse fleas when Qin's stamina was depleted, buying him time to escape. Now if he were surrounded, he had to be prepared to fight, while retreating likely without time to collect the circular shells from the carcasses, resulting in futile efforts. Qin Xiang picked up a black glass bottle, hesitating on whether to fight. After a moment's thought, he put down the glass bottle, deciding to engage the iron helmet mouse fleas. Though the cost-effectiveness of hunting iron helmet mouse fleas is low, he had no better options left. Searching for deities to hunt outside the safe zone was not an easy. As time passed, most sandworm minions would find new masters, and the usefulness of the sandworm scale in his hand was decreasing. If he guessed correctly, this should be his last or second to last time using the sandworm scale. It's now or never. Qin Xiang gripped the hunter's dagger and blind blade his body in a battle stance, waiting for the arrival of the iron helmet mouse fleas. The rustling sound grew closer, and the dense figures became clearer. The nearest iron helmet mouse flea had already jumped to within 3 meters of Qin Xiang. In the distance, countless black dots emerged from the ruins at the edge of his vision, their scales glimmering faintly under the starlight. Qin Xiang charged forward, slashing at the iron helmet mouse flea before him with a single stroke. Clang! A crisp sound echoed, and the vibration of the shattered iron traveled through the blind blade to his palm. However, the blind blade did not cut the iron helmet mouse flea in half, though instead it sank into its flesh. Qin Xiang waved his hand again, flinging the iron helmet mouse flea away. The iron helmet mouse flea rolled on the ground a few times and crawled a bit before finally turning over and dying. Its belly did not have a circular shell. A waste of effort. At this moment, Qin Xiang's expression grew even graver. Just a fraction of his strength couldn't immediately kill an iron helmet mouse flea, let alone sever it completely. One must understand that even a fraction of his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person, significantly stronger than a newly awakened sequence ability user. Yet even so, he still could not easily eliminate an iron helmet mouse flea. This indicates that during combat, if he did not expend greater effort, many iron helmet mouse fleas' corpses would hang on his dagger and blind blade, wasting much time to clear the weapons. But if he exerted more effort, he would lose his stamina and might not manage to kill all the iron helmet mouse fleas. No wonder they say this deity is low in cost. What cost performance? It's simply a nightmare. Especially upon seeing the dead iron helmet mouse flea with no circular shell on its abdomen, Qin Xiang's mood dropped slightly. Moreover, even with the blind blade, a specialized metal weapon, it was still difficult to kill. The thought of easily crushing an iron helmet mouse flea underfoot was completely dashed. I wonder if I can hold on. But there's a saying that goes, well, since I'm here, I might as well try. Qin Xiang charged into the constantly leaping army of iron helmet mouse fleas, engaging them in a fierce battle. He continuously swung the blind blade and hunter's dagger, while constantly shifting positions, avoiding the iron helmet mouse fleas jumping onto him. As Qin Xiang found himself amidst the iron helmet mouse fleas, he suddenly keenly noticed that these mouse fleas seemed to share a common consciousness, coordinating their attacks against him. Some jumped specifically at his legs, trying to obstruct his rapid movement. Others targeted his arms, preventing him from freely swinging his hands to kill. Some lay flat on the ground, waiting for him to turn his back, then leaped towards his neck and back for the attack. They were nothing like the long-legged worms from last time, who knew nothing and only rushed towards the sandworm scales. While attacking, Qin Xiang also had to be mindful of his defenses and the attacks from behind, making it somewhat difficult to cope. It was draining his focus. After battling for more than 20 minutes, beads of sweat had begun to form on Qin Xiang's forehead. He estimated that at the current rate of killing one iron helmet mouse flea every 3 to 5 seconds, it might take 2 to 3 hours to end the battle. 2 to 3 hours, let alone him fighting here. Even if Li Tianming were to fight on a folding bed, he wouldn't be able to last. He needed to think of a solution. Run. Qin Xiang looked at the 100 or so iron helmet mouse fleas lying on the ground, and some revealed circular shells, feeling quite unwilling. He focused slightly. Activate violence. In an instant, Qin Xiang felt as light as a swallow, and the movements of the iron helmet mouse fleas turned into a slow-motion film in his eyes. He no longer had to worry about attacks from the iron helmet mouse fleas behind him, because they were too slow. The hunter's dagger and blind blade in his hands also became sharp, as they could cut through iron like mud. With a gentle swing, it was like slicing through soft tofu with iron wire, instantly severing an iron helmet mouse flea in half. Moreover, he could finally step on iron helmet mouse fleas to kill them, though it required some effort. The duration of the skill violence is 10 minutes. Even without skill cooldown, one can deduce that continuously activating such a high-intensity skill would undoubtedly exhaust the boda's potential, leading to less than ideal consequences. Thus he must race against time. Dressed in an orange and white frost-resistant suit, Qin Xiang resembled a grim reaper wielding 2 short blades, weaving through the iron-armored flea swarm like a phantom. Before the viscous blood of the iron-armored fleas could splatter onto him, he floated away. In his wake, only the corpses of the iron-armored fleas remained. Every iron-armored flea's head and tail had been cleanly severed. The cuts on their carapaces were remarkably smooth, as if polished. Enjoyment is always fleeting. 10 minutes quickly passed. Qin Xiang felt as if his entire body had been filled with cement. His movements significantly slowed, and both his perception and strength had diminished. The iron-armored fleas, caught off guard by Qin Xiang's sudden assault, seemed to realize that his peak state had passed, and immediately regrouped to launch a coordinated attack. While fending off the renewed assault of the iron-armored fleas, Qin Xiang surveyed his surroundings. In just 10 minutes, he had slain over 1,000 iron-armored fleas. However, he had only managed to eliminate just over a third of them. There remained 2/3. At the initial pace, he would need to kill for another hour and a half or more. Yet his current state was no longer as composed as at the beginning. Sweat dripped from his forehead down his cheeks, landing on the visor of his frost-resistant suit. The mist he exhaled caused his visor to blur intermittently. He needed to activate violence at least 2 more times to clear the area. But given his current level of fatigue, whether he could calmly dispatch the iron-armored fleas after the next violence was uncertain. As for activating violence 3 times in a row, perhaps that would leave him utterly exhausted, collapsing in this desolate, icy wasteland. He had tried. Indeed, he could not cope. Qin Xiang had to accept this disappointing reality. If he couldn't win, fleeing was not shameful. However, the iron-armored fleas he had just slain had accumulated at least a couple of 100 points when counted in a large solo team. To abandon them was truly regretful. He could not leave the bodies here waiting to retrieve the round shell next time. For some unknown reason, as long as the round shells were not taken by sequence ability users, they would vanish just like the bodies of the divine. Qin Xiang was not one to throw away his life. While he still had some strength left, he prepared to carve a path through the iron-armored fleas and escape to the exit of safe zone 38324. However, the group of iron-armored fleas seemed to have seen through his thoughts. The thousands on the periphery surged towards his path of escape, blocking it completely. Qin Xiang retreated 2 steps while wielding his blind knife and hunter's dagger, his brow furrowing in frustration. Damn, it have these iron fleas become... When browsing posts in the forum, no one mentioned that these iron fleas could coordinate in battle. Could it be, as Oldly said last time, that vital information has been... But upon reflection, that shouldn't be the case. The description of the iron-armored fleas was published by the official personnel of the Management Bureau. Even if there are intrigues within the Management Bureau leading to schemes against Qin Wenda, there shouldn't be any obstructions to sequence ability users hunting. Could it be that I am the only unfortunate one encountering a bunch of intelligent iron fleas? At that moment, Qin Xiang suddenly had a flash of insight. Could it be, among this group of iron-armored fleas there is a commanding brain? There was no information indicating that iron-armored fleas obeyed the command of a single one, but these sandworm minions obeyed the orders of the sandworm. Ordinary sandworm minions did not possess much lethality, their attacks were purely instinctive. However, when they were subservient to a powerful sandworm, they would utilize their collective strengths under the sandworm's command, becoming extremely formidable. The sandworm was the brain of the sandworm minions. Since the iron-armored fleas had formed an organization, there must be a brain among them. He increasingly felt that only this possibility could explain his current predicament. Qin Xiang suddenly found direction. He moved his neck, producing a crackling sound. The sticky blood on his body had frozen in the cold wind, a chill creeping through his frost-resistant suit to his arms and legs, causing him to shiver and feel more alert. Qin Xiang continued to ponder. Since it was a brain, it must be protected. That meant it would be relatively easy to locate. Qin Xiang attempted to break through from various directions. After some examination, he discovered a clue. When he charged towards the safe zone, many iron-armored fleas gathered to block his path, which was understandable, indicating they did not want him to escape. However, when he charged in the opposite direction away from the safe zone, there were still many iron-armored fleas gathering, which was somewhat strange. Moreover, only these two directions of breakthrough triggered a large-scale mobilization of the iron-armored fleas. He became more convinced that the brain was directly behind him. Furthermore, these iron-armored fleas moved almost without delay, accurately adjusting based on his subtle movements, leading Qin Xiang to confirm that their brain must be one of the iron-armored fleas mingling among them. He scanned the area closely. Over 2,000 iron-armored fleas looked indistinguishable from the leaves of a poplar tree, showing no obvious differences. Since I can't identify my target, I'll have to resort to exhaustion methods. He first charged fiercely backward, shaking off some iron-armored fleas behind him. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the outer iron-armored fleas were still gathering in front of him, he activated violence once more. If I kill all those in front of me, I will surely reach the commander. Qin Xiang transformed once again into a reaper, slaughtering all the iron-armored fleas before him. As he moved through the iron-armored fleas like cutting grass, a sudden metallic clash echoed. Ding! He then felt his left-hand blind knife being lightly deflected. So hard. Qin Xiang instantly broke into a smile. His silver teeth gleamed amidst the blood-stained visor. He quickly turned around and saw an unremarkable iron-armored flea filled with exhilaration. Treasure, I finally found you. This iron-armored flea, seemingly aware of being discovered, no longer concealed itself and instantly displayed agility beyond its kind, attempting to leap away. But Qin Xiang kicked it, causing it to uncontrollably crash to the ground. Then he stepped on it, channeling all his energy to plunge the blind knife into the top of its head, piercing straight through to its rear. The exposed blade still had a segment of purple intestines hanging from it. Qin Xiang lifted it, staring at the round shell on its abdomen, his eyes widening in astonishment. How many layers of shells does this iron flea have? Thank you. On the round shell armor, a dent represents 100 point, while a circle represents 500 points. Qin Xiang looked at the densely packed circles on the iron helmet mouse flea's round shell armor, resembling the rings of a tree, and was astonished. He did not count them. After all this, one wouldn't escape. Seizing the moment while the violent skill was still active, Qin Xiang continued to swing his blade to slay the remaining iron helmet mouse fleas. Not long after, his body suddenly became sluggish again. This time the reaction after using violence was even stronger than the first. He felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, unable to keep up with his mind's commands. The movements of the other iron helmet mouse fleas appeared slow in his eyes, yet he himself felt just as clumsy. This is already the limit. He looked at the remaining 1,000 iron helmet mouse fleas, feeling utterly helpless. There's no time to clean up the battlefield. Let's just take that creature back to claim the reward. Just as he was about to escape, he noticed that the iron helmet mouse fleas were no longer surrounding him to attack. Instead, most of them rushed towards a nearby black glass bottle containing sandworm scales. Only a few iron helmet mouse fleas blocked by him instinctively attacked him. Their attacks were ineffectual. Without the brain's command, they no longer posed the same threat as before. After clearing away the nearby iron helmet mouse fleas, Qin Xiang ignored the thousands clustered around the sandworm scales. His clothes were already soaked with sweat. Inside the airtight frost-proof suit, he was drenched in perspiration. Qin Xiang removed his mask and breathed in the cold air deeply. Thousands of iron helmet mouse fleas swarmed the sandworm scales and then retreated into the ruins. Qin Xiang sat on the ground, watching them leave. I suppose I can let go of those sandworm scales. He glanced at the debris scattered on the ground, ready to clean up the battlefield. With no one around, the first thing to do was naturally to devour the remains of the divine and enhance his strength. However, the scales of the iron helmet mouse fleas were as hard as metal and could not be swallowed at all. He had to peel off the spiny tough scales like he would when eating crayfish in order to get to the meat inside. Qin Xiang casually picked up half an iron helmet mouse flea, used the hunter dagger to clean it, and then looked at the small piece of meat pinched between his thumb and index finger, lost in thought. It's obviously a fist-sized iron flea, but after peeling off the shell, only this little bit is left. It's even less worthwhile than crayfish. He swallowed it whole. Although the meat was chewy, the enhancement to his body was barely perceptible. Only a very slight warmth surged within his body for a moment before fading away. He tried peeling a few more, even consuming the most difficult iron helmet mouse flea, yet still felt no enhancement. But his fingers were already sore from peeling the shells. Eating this thing is much more laborious than killing it, he remarked, turning his gaze toward their scales. Qin Xiang picked up a scale and examined it for a moment. Will eating this also be useful? It would be known with just a try. He struck the scale with his knife to break off the sharp spikes, and then swallowed it in one bite. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his throat, rolling on the ground in pain. He had overestimated the toughness of his esophagus. Unexpectedly swallowing the scale had directly harmed his throat. However, after the scale entered his stomach, he still felt no enhancement. The surge of heat within him was far weaker than from eating meat. What a loss. Qin Xiang's voice was hoarse, filled with regret. This also made him completely abandon the idea of eating the iron helmet mouse fleas. He decided to methodically clean up the round shell armor. Patiently, he turned over all the debris, checking their abdomens for any round shell armor. After a thorough inspection, over 2,000 iron helmet mouse fleas had provided him with less than 300 pieces of round shell armor. Not bad, over 500 hunter points gained. He then took out the round shell armor from the most difficult iron helmet mouse flea and began counting it one by one with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 17, 18. Hey, which one was 18 again? Because he was so exhausted, he would occasionally see stars and ended up counting 3 or 4 times without finishing. In any case, at least 30. This trip brought in a few hundred points, which is acceptable. If it weren't for eating that damn scale, I might have been even happier. Every time Qin Xiang spoke, he could feel the wound in his throat cracking and trembling, blood pouring out. He spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood, put on his mask, which was smeared with mucus, and headed towards the exit of safety zone 38324. As he got closer to the safety exit, he saw some hunter teams hunting down the divine. Those people looked at Qin Xiang's solitary figure from afar, noting that each step he took made his backpack shake, and speculating about his identity. Who is he? I haven't heard of any solo experts emerging from our area. That knife in his hand seems like a blind dagger. Besides John, who else has a blind dagger? Isn't that blind dagger John's? He is Qin Xiang. Where's his insurer? Going out for the second time, he doesn't have an insurer accompanying him. How bold. Many recognized Qin Xiang's identity and lost interest in hunting the divine. Rather than wondering if they could hunt down the divine, it was more practical to go watch the excitement. In his first hunt, he formed a solo team and earned 1,600 points. He killed John, who was among the top 5 in points at the exit of safety zone 38324 within 20 minutes. Most sequence ability users had heard of this rising figure, but had never seen him. Seeing him return to the safety exit after hunting the divine today, they naturally wanted to see if he was really that impressive. Captain, I don't want to try hard anymore. Let's call it a day. Captain, let's go back and check. I heard he last time directly handed in 800 points worth of round shell armor, so this time, he might have a big haul too. Alright then. With Qin Xiang's appearance, more and more sequence ability user teams paused their plans to hunt the divine, silently following behind him back to the safety exit. Shoo. The door of the safety zone slowly opened and Qin Xiang walked and removed his mask and approached the queue for verification. While he was in line, a sequence ability user who had followed him approached smiling and said, Qin Xiang, you are the highest scorer for hunting the divine at the exit of safety zone 38324, and you have the unique privilege to cut in line and go directly to the front for verification. Qin Xiang glanced at the long queue, unwilling to waste time waiting. He wanted to complete the verification, quickly find a nearby hotel to wash up, and then enjoy a good meal to reward himself for his hard work. His throat hurt too much to speak, so he nodded and smiled to express his gratitude. Qin Xiang sheathed the hunter dagger and blind dagger back into his waist, held his mask, and strode to the end of the line, standing before the verification staff. In a hoarse voice, he briefly stated, I Qin Xiang for verification. Although his voice was soft, the blind knife at his waist made everyone aware of his identity. In an instant, the surroundings fell into silence. One's name is akin to a tree's shadow. Not everyone has seen Qin Xiang, but everyone has heard his story. Immediately, some people gathered behind him, eager to see the results of his latest hunt. What are you pushing for? Are you trying to cut in line? Who's cutting in? I'm just standing outside the line. I just came over to take a look. Due to Qin Xiang's appearance, the queue for inspection was immediately thrown into disarray, with everyone crowding around him. The inspector, who was supposed to verify the items, saw Qin Xiang trying to cut in and quickly covered his small backpack, seemingly worried that his meager results would embarrass him in front of others. He respectfully smiled at Qin Xiang, saying, Please go ahead. Qin Xiang, unwilling to speak, nodded in gratitude. However, his silence, his body covered in sticky blood, and his infamous reputation for killing John made everyone even more fearful of him. When Qin Xiang reached the inspection platform, everyone automatically stepped back 3 paces. Even Sun Juhong, ranked 5th, no longer exuded his previous confidence and obediently watched from the crowd. His gaze, however, was loaded with meaning. We meet again. The inspector greeted Qin Xiang with a friendly smile. It was the same person who had inspected him last time. Yet Qin Xiang had not forgotten that the last time, out of unwarranted malice, this inspector had deliberately made things difficult for him during the verification of his items. Qin Xiang was not someone who would passively accept such behavior. Moreover, with his sore throat, he was even less inclined to engage in small talk. He threw his backpack to the ground, unzipped it, and nodded slightly, indicating that the inspection could begin. Alright, I will assist you with the inspection right away. The staff members, seemingly oblivious to Qin Xiang's indifference, remained enthusiastic. With John's death, no one bothered him anymore. Everyone transformed into amiable good people. Qin Xiang sighed inwardly. It was indeed interesting within the safe zone. Sometimes one had to go to great lengths to keep others from knowing about their killings. Yet at times letting others know about one's past killings could actually be beneficial. The inspector opened the backpack and saw it filled once again with countless verification items, initially looking at Qin Xiang in disbelief. Upon meeting Qin Xiang's calm gaze, he swallowed hard and hurriedly said, as expected of the top hunter from our 38,324 safe zone exit. You've killed a few hundred deities again. The inspector's words caused an uproar around him. What a few hundred more? Did he poke the nest of the long-footed worm? Wow. The inspector dumped the verification items from the backpack onto the ground, then took out the verification device, scanning Qin Xiang's hunting dagger, and began to count the items one by one. Everyone stared at the verification items, slightly dazed. The remnants looked like iron helmet fleas. Iron helmet fleas. He brought back hundreds of iron helmet fleas. Does that mean he killed thousands of them? That isn't impossible. After all, he obtained 80 bottles of sequence potion last time, and now his sequence level is probably 3. Even as a sequence level 3 shadow assassin, it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? But he did slaughter level 2 John when he was only sequence level 1. That's true. Everyone immediately understood. Qin Xiang was capable of killing above his level as a shadow assassin, so now he might very well possess the strength of sequence level 4, or even 5. Such a level had surpassed everyone's understanding. In the past 5 years, there had never been such a powerful sequence ability user at the 38,324 safe zone exit. After more than 10 minutes, the inspector stood up, looked at the 10 neatly arranged verification items on the ground, and said to Qin Xiang, in total, there are 266 verification items. May I ask if you are still in a solo group this time? Qin Xiang did not respond, and instead pulled out another verification item from his pocket, placing it in the inspector's hand. Another one. Good, let me see. The inspector looked down at the numerous dense indentations on the item in his hand, his eyes nearly popping out. What is this? He looked at Qin Xiang, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. The surrounding inspectors also leaned in curiously. Holy crap! How many circles are there? What kind of deity is this powerful? My eyes are about to blur. At least a few hundred points. It's almost close to a medium deity. Goodness, I never thought I would see such verification items at the exit of our level safe zone in my lifetime. The crowd erupted in excitement, all rushing to get a closer look. The inspector licked his lips, saying, please. Just a moment, I really can't see clearly. I need to use the device to count and confirm the points for this verification item. After speaking, he smiled ingratiatingly, fearful that Qin Xiang might grow impatient. Qin Xiang was practically a natural-born godslayer, bringing surprise to everyone each time he appeared. He was just a low-level employee in the administration. If he could establish a connection with Qin Xiang, perhaps he could benefit from it. However, unbeknownst to him, in Qin Xiang's eyes, he had already been blacklisted. Qin Xiang slightly nodded, indicating that he accepted the weight. The inspector hurriedly took out a flashlight-like device from the equipment box. He held the device over the verification item, and the display screen on the side immediately lit up. 185. This verification item is worth 185 points. Adding the previous verification items, it totals 451 points. Are you still in a solo group this time? Qin Xiang extended it. Then I will follow the protocol and conduct a test on you. Qin Xiang nodded. Both the lie detector and the memory continuity tests passed, after which the inspector issued a reward post in the Godslayer camp. Alright, your points have been recorded. You can check them. Your rewards are too much for us to distribute here. You will need to go to the administration to collect them yourself. Qin Xiang opened his phone and logged into the Godslayer camp to check his points. Hunting God points 2502, hunting God points ranking 183380. He stared at the screen, his eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion, his brows furrowing. 2,500 points. This was the score he had painstakingly accumulated, but unexpectedly, it only placed him in the top 200,000. What kind of monsters or demons are ahead of him? Killing deities like chickens? If killing deities were that easy, why remain trapped in the safe zone instead of launching a counterattack on the blue star? However, everyone's points and rankings in the Godslayer camp are hidden, and he could not view their information. To understand this, he would have to ask the well-informed Li Tianming. But Li Tianming did not want to see him right now. It was troublesome. Seeing Qin Xiang's expression suddenly darken, the inspector trembled, asking, is there something wrong with your points? Qin Xiang shook his head, gave the inspector a thumbs up as a compliment, and then turned to leave. Qin Xiang left the acceptance platform and walked towards the safety zone. A large crowd of ordinary people was still gathered here, waiting for the opportunity to get close to the sequence ability users. Since today is the weekend, the number of ordinary people surrounding the area is particularly high. Qin Xiang glanced around and estimated that the number of curious figures standing in the open space is double that of the iron helmet mouse fleas he encountered. Looking at them, Qin Xiang seemed to see a reflection of his former self. But now an insurmountable chasm had formed between him and these people. However, Qin Xiang knew well that obtaining everything he had now was not solely due to his own efforts. Ultimately, it was thanks to the sequence ability granted to him by that bird's eye when he was punished standing outside the corridor. Life, destiny, and feng shui. Ancient wisdom that still holds truth. Qin Xiang sighed softly in his heart and continued. These people saw Qin Xiang and wanted to approach him to promote their businesses or ideas. However, when Qin Xiang drew closer and they noticed the bloodstains on him, they couldn't help but hesitate. It was rumored that some sequence ability users would take the opportunity to hunt gods outside the safety zone to kill their teammates. With Qin Xiang covered in blood and having returned alone, it was hard for others not to speculate. To make money, one must have a life to spend it. Qin Xiang removed his mask, scanning the hesitant faces before him, and extended a finger. Everyone stared at him intently, trying to guess the meaning behind his finger. One meal, one room. Qin Xiang's voice was hoarse, but due to the silence in the room, many still heard him clearly. He was here to seek services. Two bold individuals exchanged glances, realizing this was an opportunity, and immediately rushed to Qin Xiang's side. Fortune favors the bold. One person adjusted his collar and smiled at Qin Xiang, saying, "Sir, my inn is just nearby. We have baths and computers, and we guarantee your satisfaction. Our inn even has staff for laundry to clean your clothes." The other person nervously rubbed his hands and added, "Sir, my restaurant is right next to his. If you go to him, I can deliver meals to your door." Qin Xiang nodded and simply said, "Let's go." Seeing that Qin Xiang hadn't even asked about the price, the two knew that this sequence user was definitely wealthy. If they arranged everything properly this time, they might have more business in the future. Great. He'll lead the way. Sir, please follow me. At this moment, others began to realize. This sequence ability user agreed without asking for a price, so he must be both powerful and easy to talk to. Others quickly gathered around. Sir, my inn is more luxurious than his. The bathtub has automatic massage. There are only 2 inns in this area. Sir, my dishes have been praised by the director of the management bureau. They're better than his. Sir, my daughter was captivated by you at first sight. She is naturally beautiful and perfectly suited to serve a talent like you. If you have a wife, I can be your concubine. Qin Xiang ignored them further. Everyone step aside. Don't block the way for the sir. 2 of them cleared a path for Qin Xiang, leading him away with pride amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. The others looked regretful, secretly cursing themselves for being timid and not seizing the opportunity first. Upon arriving at the inn, Qin Xiang handed over his changed clothes and frost-resistant suit to the staff for cleaning. After taking a shower, the restaurant owner next door delivered the meal. Qin Xiang suddenly thought that his throat hurt too much to eat hard food, and he should have told the restaurant owner to prepare some soft food in advance. But this was his own problem. The restaurant owner had already prepared the food, and he had no reason to cancel. Let's see what food was delivered. If it was fried or similar dishes, he would just ask the owner to make another batch. However, when he opened the food container, he found a bowl of noodle soup with plenty of soft, tender fish meat. Qin Xiang couldn't help but nod. It seemed that the restaurant owner had discerned from his hoarse voice that he might be unable to eat hard food, so he sent this bowl of. He initially thought that since he hadn't asked about the price or made any request, the restaurant owner would surely try to serve him the most expensive dishes in an attempt to make a big profit. Unexpectedly, they were so meticulous and thoughtful. Those who could attract business at the exit of this safety zone were not simple people. After a while, the innkeeper returned with the cleaned and dried clothes. Sir, your frost-resistant suit has some torn holes that we cannot repair, so we won't charge you for the cleaning of the frost-resistant suit this time. The cleaning fees for the other clothes have been included in the inn's charges. Here is the bill, please take a look. Qin Xiang took the bill and found it included the room fee, clothing, cleaning fee, and meal cost. Adding the 3 items together, the total was over 700 copper coins. The affordability far exceeded Qin Xiang's expectations. Qin Xiang transferred the money to the innkeeper through his electronic account and sat at the computer desk browsing posts about the god-slaying camp while eating the noodles. I must say, today's resting experience made him very comfortable. The 2 individuals were careful yet not greedy. It seems they want to establish a long-term relationship with me and do more business. I will be active here for a few more months, hunting gods, and then finding a fixed resting place, which will save me a lot of trouble. He picked up the business card holder placed on the computer desk, pulled out a card, and put it in his backpack. At that moment, he noticed a hot post in the area inspection section of the forum. Report summary of the outstanding god-slaying newcomer king of City 141. Outstanding god-slaying newcomer king. These 7 characters seemed tailor-made for Qin Xiang. He immediately clicked to check it out. City 141 refers to the collective name for the 100 safety zones from 14,100 to 14,199. The safety zone No. 14121, where Qin Xiang was located, also falls under the jurisdiction of City 141. However, due to his abilities, he had never come into contact with city-level joint government staff. But according to the description of this post, it seemed he had an opportunity to broaden his horizons. It turned out that next Monday the city government of City 141 would hold a meeting to honor and reward the newcomer kings who had hunted gods in safety zones 14,100 to 14,199. The so-called newcomer king is the person with the highest god-slaying points among the newly registered sequence ability users in that area over the past year. The meeting had no physical location. Each newcomer king from various places would join this remote meeting through the internet. Since Qin Xiang would be going to other areas for schooling and would not stay in this place, he had little enthusiasm for this meeting organized by City 141. However, one sentence about the meeting caught his attention. Qin Xiang looked at the information of the meeting. Participants Mayor and Vice Mayor of the United Government City No. 141 personnel from the City Hall Director of the Ability Management Bureau, several bureau staff, district heads from various areas of City No. 141, bureau directors, 2 bureau staff, and the newly crowned King of Hunters. 2 bureau staff. Qin Xiang immediately realized that there was something to be done here. A city-level meeting with the mayor's presence meant that the selection of representatives from each area was certainly done with great caution. If he could make an appearance at this meeting organized by the City Hall, it would signify that the participants were undoubtedly capable and of good character. It was likely that the district heads and the bureau would reserve this opportunity for their own trusted subordinates. Qin Xiang was not one to stir up trouble, nor did he wish to involve himself in matters unrelated to him. However, regardless of whether it was out of friendship with Qian Wenda or a desire to probe into the matter regarding Relina, Qin Xiang hoped that Qian Wenda could quickly extricate himself from his troubles. Thus he made up his mind to ask Qian Wenda for a spot. The largest safe zone exit in the entire security area 14121 was No. 38,324. And he was the highest ranked individual at the hunter's scoring list for the 38324 safe zone. So he was undoubtedly the newly crowned king of hunters in area 14121 eligible to attend this meeting. However, the post had been released last week, and up till now he had not received a call from the district government or the bureau. This was rather strange. Some people seemed intentionally unwilling to notify him in advance. Whether it was the district government personnel, or the bureau, or perhaps both were trying to keep him in the dark, he could not ascertain. Qin Xiang felt this was a golden opportunity to clean up Qian Wenda's reputation. Since neither side informed him, he would first discuss it with Qian Wenda. Qin Xiang sent a message to Shun Shursong asking him to wait for him at the bureau's entrance as he had important matters to discuss with Qian Wenda. Then he gave the innkeeper 500 copper coins asking him to get him a new outfit as he did not want to go to the bureau in a frost-proof suit with holes. Before long the innkeeper rushed in with a brand new outfit. "Sir, how does this look?" Qin Xiang felt that this suit was very similar in material to Old Li's formal suit was bought for 1,000 copper coins. In other words, the 500 copper coins he gave were far from enough to cover this outfit. Qin Xiang asked, "How much is it?" "Not much, boss. Business is not easy." Qin Xiang handed him another 1,000 copper coins and pointed at the phone number on the innkeeper's business card saying, "In the future, when I hunt, I will notify you first. Remember to pick me up. Also, I am very satisfied with the cook, so don't change him." This was the longest sentence Qin Xiang had spoken since he had a sore throat. The innkeeper nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, boss. We are cousins, so we want change partners. Aren't you going to rest a bit more? You paid for a whole day's lodging, but only rested for a little over 2 hours." Qin Xiang shook his head and smiled as he left. As soon as he walked out, the innkeeper immediately made a phone call. "Third brother, we are in for good fortune." The innkeeper had a good eye. Qin Xiang changed into the outfit, which fit perfectly and was very warm. He took the bus to the bureau where Shin Shursong was already waiting. Qin Xiang walked over. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "No problem." Qin Xiang, "Thank you for being so concerned about my uncle's situation. I rushed over as soon as I received the message, fearing I would delay things." The two entered the bureau and were once again led to the office where Qian Wenda was held. Qian Wenda was lying on a folding bed resting, and upon seeing two people enter, he first became alert.